who made it all the way to finals, so really got to show their stuff, I think, at the tournament, and a lot of respect. And now MKOI have the opportunity to get some revenge here on the day. I think definitely showing some good form to get to this point. You know, both of these teams having beaten GAM, but losing to HLE.
Hi, I'm here.
Hard to judge.
Hi guys.
Some disagreements on the desk as to who's going to take this.
다들 어서 오세요. 아이 뭐야? Hi, 어서 오세요. Welcome back, guys. 다시 보이시는 네임 닉들이 좀 계시는데 어서 오세요 다들. 오늘은 진짜 큰 거 들어옵니다. 드디어 BLG, AL, LPL 팀들이 오늘 경기가 있고요. 하나 또 경기하자. We're gonna have LPL teams play today. BLG and AL are gonna be playing today. 안녕하세요, 어서 오세요. Hi. Cool. Abby, how's your day today? Today, I woke up and I went outside to get burger. Hamburger. Okay, we're starting already? Enough talk about burger. I'm going to be playing some League of Legends. We're watching League of Legends. Sion and Gragas target ban? Like what? Driver is basically Valsy confirmed. Los Tractores? No burger picture? No, it's in my stomach, guys. I'm sorry. No picture. No way. 판테온이 또 오픈이라고. Oh my gosh, the crowd. You guys hear the crowd? 아니 지금 소리가 계속 들리는데 뒤에 그 사람들이 좀 많이 오셨나 보네 오늘은. I guess we have some people here watching in the crowd. I'm gonna turn on the background sound a little bit, guys. Let me know if how the sound is. I don't want the sound to be too loud compared to my voice like yesterday. Yesterday the background sound was a little bit too loud in my opinion. 누가 정배냐고? CFO가? 아니 아무래도 와일드카드 리즌이긴 하거든요. CFO가 SP 우승 1위 팀이기 때문에 이제 유럽이 아무래도 다들 이기라고 생각을 하는 것 같긴 하지만 요즘 유럽 추세가 조금 안 좋긴 하거든요. MSI에서 모습이 별로 안 좋았고. I think Koi is gonna win today. But we'll see. Then again, we're talking about CFO. I don't know, guys. Giving over a Pantheon Aurora is kind of disgusting, though. Yo, what's up, Karan and Danner? Molds are here. Hide the memes. Hide the memes, chat. Peha, 어서오세요. Hi. Okay, what's the plan, guys?
And considering all of MKOI's composition so far, it's quite squishy. You could just shred through targets. You think about the Arcane Storm, the reset you get. We've had fights where you get a couple of kills with that ultimate, and it just expands so quickly.
True.
Going in late game team fights is going to be a little bit scary up against this composition. Now we go in the second phase.
Victor. Victor. Honky Victor. The plan is to kill them first before they kill us. In game, of course. I guess that works. But
is a big one we've often seen paired.
That is a pretty crazy draft coming through from CFO actually. CFO 조합이 근데 스카너 럼블이면은 그 꼬치구이 조합이긴 하거든요. 럼블 궁 위에 스카너 궁으로 오늘도 쭉 중계하지 마요. 중계 EWC 중계 이거 그 허락 받고 하는 거기 때문에 유튜브 트위치 따로 이렇게 신청해가지고 되는 거거든요. We're gonna be probably focused on like the Skarner Rumble combo for CFO. Gonna be focusing on that. Koi is probably gonna just focus on like early game skirmishes, having priority mid jungle. Definitely stronger than Skarner Victor in the early game. Can they punish the Kai'Sa pick though? Kai'Sa blind pick from Super, kinda crazy. Kai'Sa 블라인드는 근데 뭔가 혼내줘야 되긴 하거든. 근데 세나 가지고는 잘 혼내기 어렵긴 하지만. 요즘 세나가 1티어로 떠오르고 있긴 하거든요. 그래서 봐야 돼. Bard! Just like yesterday, coming gonna run it down on Bard again? Let's go. Okay, never mind. Never mind. MSI에서 픽률 1위 렐이 재등장하는 모습. Rel have the #1 pick rate in MSI and we're having Rel yet again today. Game 1. most picked champion mid-season invitational 2025 was Rao. Champion is just really busted. The fact that you can literally Q flash into full engage anytime you want to. I mean, even if you don't have flash, you just like you literally just press EWR full engage, right? Kinda crazy champion. 렐이 진짜 많이 좋긴 합니다. 특히 럼블 궁이랑 콤보하면 완전 개사기다. 다들 no board? No board though. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see Bard anymore. It's kind of hard in a best of one or a tournament like this. Bard is like too risky. I think Bald is definitely like a fearless draft best of 5 Papa champion. Then we'll see him often. Nico pick is understandable. I think Koi's draft is really solid.
Really strong.
Galio top to counter the Rumble top as well. It's not really a counter pick, it's more of a champion that can actually lane into Rumble and not get destroyed. Yup, we've seen this matchup quite a lot in MSI.
They do have range advantage. I think
럼블 갈리오는 MSI에서 이미 많이 등장한 픽이고 여기서 진으로 마무리하는 모습. I don't really like Doggo playing Jin here for CFO because I don't know, like what does Jin really offer? I don't know, guys. I wouldn't like Corgi be better here? I feel like Corgi does everything better, especially like surviving into that comp. Jin doesn't have a dash, so he's gonna have a hard time in my opinion. 진이면은 근데 카이사 블라인드를 아예 그냥 카운터 본인들 카운터를 해버리는 느낌이죠. 이게 진이 궁 쓰거나 뒤에 있을 때 카이사가 들어와서 그냥 암살해버리거든? 그런 점이 조금 안 좋을 것 같은데 코르키가 차라리 낫지 않았나 개인적인 의견이죠. I think Corki Rel would have made more sense, but really depends on what Doggo, maybe Doggo just doesn't feel comfortable on Corki or Jin's easier.
You're gonna pay for it.
It's MKOI's strength.
Yeah, I think Supa's gonna have a great time in Pigeon. I mean, you have a Nico. Like, Nico's gonna help out with the lane phase. Because Kaisa's lane phase is kind of weak. That's her weak point. Her early game is kind of weak. Good morning. 안녕하세요.
I could speak better English to you, but ladies and gentlemen, you know who I am.
Imagine speaking English though.
Give you a day of your life in
Can't relate.
No,
Can't
It's
relate.
so funny talking about I can't speak English
Englando?
properly, and then I just...
You can speak Australian perfectly fine though.
Yeah, but it's sometimes just my
Australian.
brain doesn't keep up. Well, with an
Australian?
elimination best of one, I hope it does, because this should be gruesome and hopefully it is explosive as well. Let's see, MKOI versus CFO, a qualification match. Another key to be crushed for the loser. And more importantly, the winner goes on into the next round.
I also
the
speak Australian?
quarterfinals.
We have some Aussie meatballs in the chat.
I'm looking
Aussie
forward to it because
meatballs.
CFO
Yo,
and
Prince
MKOI
Adams, thanks for the
prove each
raid.
other.
Really appreciate the
A 3-1
raid.
at
Welcome.
MSI,
Hope you had a good
where
stream.
Europe was let
And
down by
maybe
their
if Moldo
first
comes
seed.
shout you
Now in a
out.
single
Thank
game,
you,
can
Danner.
they redeem themselves? Or are the flying oysters
Okay,
once
game
again
1.
just annoying fresh
Or
seafood?
game of the day. About to start.
I think
And the crowd is kind of crazy though.
You know, the fact
Oh,
that they
God.
have this Galio Pantheon duo, the double globals.
뭔가 뒤에서 막 나팔 불고 드럼 치는데 이거 좀
You know,
적응
you
안
have the
된다.
range top laner.
Having
you
like
have the
trumpet
double
and like
range
drums
bot
and
lane
stuff.
as well. You're gonna have priority in those sides, and then you have the double globals and those
Okay, let me,
skirmish you have for mid
hold on.
jungle. So I really think MKOI,
Yeah.
you want to get the ball rolling.
We're back
a
with the
competition
old
like
outfit.
this from ahead.
You guys like the
feels so
outfits?
much better. We'll see what they're able to do. If they can find an advantage,
OG
like if they
outfits.
burn Honkyu's flash early, put him behind.
Game has been
find any
paused.
way to free up Jojo and Elyoya
Who's-
to move around the map.
What's the problem? I think
Free up
maybe
their Galio
Kaiwing
to
has
make
problems.
impact.
Yeah, Kaiwing.
I feel like the game just gets so.
그 CFO 서폿이 문제가 있는 것 같은데. It's probably highly likely a peripheral issue.
Super fans have grown. I don't remember them being that many.
Look at
Definitely grown
dun,
the
dun,
audience.
dun.
At the start of the show, the super fans were like 10, 15.
진짜
Now the
CFO
Australians
fans
are
all the
CFO
way
fans
to
as well.
Saudi
That's
just to
big.
watch and support. That's
I see what I
crazy.
think is either Jayo. I cannot read.
No way.
I cannot read.
You can't read.
No, okay, yes. sorry.
중동까지 가서 응원하는 것 정말
There's some
큰
competition
결심이긴
around.
합니다,
People
지금.
need the support. I think that is one thing though when there's
Read Mandarin. So.
some really hardcore fans.
I'm guessing stadium is gonna be filled up tomorrow though.
We're sort of
So-
seeing that happen.
Faker,
Do love the power
Chobi.
hat there.
Dude,
T1,
it's
Gen G,
looking good.
playing
It's nice
tomorrow.
to see the crowd out and about.
it's gonna be
And
crazy.
again, like the CFO fandom is growing not only because of LCP now, you know, looking after.
Okay, we're back.
multiple
That was actually kind of
regions in
fast.
one. Obviously VCS,
Not too bad.
LJL.
I haven't seen the band picks. Which ones are good? I think Koi's draft is way better in my opinion. I just really like the Pantheon pick. Like CFO didn't ban Pantheon.
No.
Did you go to New Zealand?
Not to mention, Mirren's playing Aurora top, they swapped it. It's interesting. 이거는 근데 갈리오 탑인 줄 알았는데 swap을 했구나, 챔프를. I mean, I don't know, man. Usually you would have Aurora in the mid lane and Galio to match the Rumble, but Mirren really likes Aurora. He really enjoys playing her, so kind of an interesting.
There are hobbits there. I want to apologize to any nocturnals I offended.
Pantheon Galio combo nasty, yup. Tons of CC.
Like, I can be honest,
they're not the same thing. Marsupials and nocturnals aren't the same thing. I had a brain.
If you had to apologize for everything you said on cast, we'd be here all day.
Oh, we would be listening.
Our team's letting Pantheon through so much when he was already banned in MSI.
Letting him down as another Australian. Well, we'll hold aside because we're finally back.
That is a good question because Pantheon has a 100% win rate. We saw him yesterday just 1v9 every game. 판테온이 근데 어저께도 벤이 안 되는 판테온이 그냥 하드 캐리 했거든요. 좀 그런 게. Okay, Super just running. Level 2, but it's too late. I think it's dead.
Oh no, flashing in front, Doggo, no. Super can't escape.
Really clutch play there from CFO.
Goodbye.
Managing to push
Byration. EU fans despair. Holy. That would just completely destroy that. Dogo didn't even have to flash because he could have just cleansed. He could have got hit by the Nico E, but then he just cleanses it and he didn't even need to flash. 솔직히 진이 플래시 사용도 안 해도 됐습니다. 방금은 클렌저로 니코 E 맞은 다음에 클렌저로 풀어도 되긴 해서. Oh, there is a combo, the Galio Pantheon combo, but he just gets out. Yeah, Onkyu actually played that pretty well, I think. But
you know, I still think you'd be okay with how the gank went, right? You got the flash from the Victor, return gank likely to be successful. But
the crowd noises.
To avoid going down.
It's so distracting. Like, oh, what is this? Couple sounds coming through. What the?
He is now being ganked.
그러니까 라인전부터 그냥 말이 안 돼, 진짜. CFO 바텀이 T1 상대로 9마이씩 캐리야. I mean, no flash. Kaiwing is just insane. I can't believe he ran it on board yesterday, honestly. Oh, look at that! Like, boom, boom, boom. Like, 이게 렐이 진짜 말이 안 된다니까. Yup, Doggo just flashing for fun. I like that. Flashing for the mental damage.
And the fact that you get that kill, then Kaiwing
Not
moves
too bad.
mid, gets killed there as well. Phenomenal
My
start.
favorite Fevi alpha today was so high.
About 1,000 gold.
The ponytail
This
gone.
is the start they really
Now
want.
we have dumpling
Two
hair.
for their carries that are going to play so well on
Dumpling
zone
hair,
control as
dumpling
well,
hair.
we talked about in draft. So it was like early game is now really chill, and the onus is on MKOI.
딜레이는 잘 모르겠습니다. I
MKOI
don't
need to
know.
really get the ball rolling, and so for CFO, if they can mitigate that in the first 15-20 minutes, I just feel like some of these kills add a lot of pressure that Koi might not be able to deal with.
I feel like I'm at a baseball stadium.
Yeah, top lane's been pretty chill so far. You know, I think Driver doing a pretty good job of just
Or like a football
farming the
match.
matchup. Not the most.
I kind of
fun
like
playing
that.
against top
Maybe
laners,
like
I'm sure.
we need
Every
more
top laner
like
knows
this
that
kind of
experience.
atmosphere.
I've seen this
Can't
matchup
imagine
get
that
played
happening
from
for
humble
LCK or
perspective,
something
so
like
the fact
that.
He's actually up in CS, even early game. Kind of nice.
Doing pretty good.
카이윙 어제 바드 트롤링.
And I think, you know, if the game does end up
아니
being interesting,
카이윙
it's not like
카이윙
the
바드
scoreboard
진짜
now.
잘하는데 어저께가
That's
좀
because they get a big engage on the right
바드의
target,
날이
that's
아니었다.
fantastic, but a lot of that pick
Yesterday
still
was just a
feels
bad day for Bard, like
a
really
little
bad gameplay
flat
coming
far
through.
behind, you know, or even
But I think
even
Kaiwing
doesn't
is a
feel
great
like
Bard player.
Byron.
He just had a really bad game. Happens. Happens to the best of us.
CFO with a lot of control in this lane right now. Still early days. Would you have that flash from Honkyu about halfway up cooldown? I really want to see some window where...
If it was like a football match, you'd have it.
The punish, but in return...
Okay, maybe we don't want that. Oh, no flash on Jojo, he's just dead again. Can't get out. 아니 갈리오가 진짜 아까 플래시 빠진 거를 CF가 엄청 잘 공략하다. I mean the thing is like, sure Victor has no flash, but Galio doesn't have flash either, right? For 5 minutes. Oh wow, 2v2 is kind of crazy. Amaro has no heal, so he has no charge.
For the Spaniards in this game.
You know, I'm talking about how I think the focus was really need to be on this Victor without the flash. It was MKOI
CFO's cooking Korea.
who burned the Victor's flash, and yet the return.
Okay, I mean,
from CFO.
technically speaking, Korean's comp is for like team fights. So we'll have to see how the team fights turn out. Yeah, I don't know about this. Like maybe he doesn't understand like how the interaction goes between Skarner and Galio, because Galio's E cannot interrupt the Skarner's push. Quite unfortunately. Perhaps we should E the other way for better chance of living. 저거 E를 갈리오 E를 반대편으로 사용을 했으면 조금 그나마 살 수 있었나? 좀 아쉬운 부분이고요.
I mean, he's fine just wave clearing, you know, and the wave, it consistently feels like whenever we look towards
Counter-Strike jumper guy? No, I didn't.
an uncomfortable spot.
Do I want to see it? Okay, I think Pantheon's looking top though.
Puts him in a threatening spot, an uncomfortable position now. Alvaro hovering.
If he gets tangled
Is EU gonna go home today?
If
If you lose here, you're out by the way. Elimination game. Kinda crazy. I still think the Jhin pick is bad. I think the Jhin Victor is too easy to get destroyed by Kaisa, Nico, Pantheon or... 전 아직도 근데 코이 조합이 좋아가지고 한타 페이지 때 되면은 또 다를 거라고 생각하거든요. Early game is not looking too good for Koi though. Koi's Shogun caught a lot, I think.
And I think really they're fine just chilling out now. Ginger as well has the early double giant spell, so he's super bulky already at this point if we enter those early skirmishes.
Okay, Jojo has to go home and come back, he's fine. Not gonna die.
Jojo has no TP, so he's walking back here.
Man.
And the timing could not be worse here. Dragon, Grubs, take your pick here.
CFO played into Hama Life Esports yesterday.
And he's just gonna be trapped in lane, you know, if you're not able to move. You know, the matchup we have, the Aurora against the Rumble.
And then they beat up Gam. In the losers bracket, they played into Gam and then they beat Gam and now they're here. They're playing into Koi. Koi won their game, the first game, and then they lost the second game, so elimination game now for both.
CFO is going to be able to play the game at their pace. And speaking of which, they are starting up this dragon. I don't think any contest is going to come through.
Hi.
Nothing happens topside in the meantime. It's not like Elyoya is trading with his ult now available.
구독 이틀차.
Maybe there's something to be
에어팟 없어서 환영해주셔도 못 듣습니다. 저런.
Jojo is also hovering, but pings are going down. CFO are not overstepping.
다들 구독 부탁드립니다. 다들 구독 안 하신 분들. Thank you.
But they're being really cautious here. You can see, look, Doggo's just stepping back, and River's just going to be given over to MKoi in the interim.
I mean, I think.
Alvaro, flash, engage, magnet storm.
Oh my! He couldn't even channel his flash on time. Kairing and Doggo are just completely destroying Alvaro Super today. What is going on? 와 진짜 레일 진짜 잘하는데? I mean Doggo ulted us like how? Like it didn't look like it's gonna turn into a kill, but nope, full combo coming through from Rel.
It's just disaster after disaster.
Nico can't really react on time.
I mean, you know, trading the grubs, losing
this is emergency situation,
happen, right? You know, the counter punch comes in, but the fact that
the Jhin has 2 kills now.
Set up from Kyle and Doggo,
Every lane is losing from Koi actually. 전 라인이 다 지고 있네 보니까.
It's not that easy to pin it down, right? When she has that W, when she has that clone to sort of give us some space with the movement speed and with the disruption. But Kaiwing has just never hesitated when going for this Nico and constantly found angles, and there. The fact that the flash was burned and that shot still connected.
CFO T1 rematch. 살짝 무서운데.
Flash away, a stun. Alvaro's here, but Tangle Barbs doesn't connect, so the damage is not
okay.
Super. Also goes
I think whoever wins here who plays into T1, I think.
There's no killer instinct.
Yeah, they move on to play into T1 tomorrow, I think.
And this feels so bad because you're committing a big cooldown. You can pin your jungler to the top side.
Koi playing strong side.
You know, it's not really that big of an advantage. And
I mean, look at Skarner's location though. Skarner's actually heading straight top. Look at that.
So, you know, they'll push this wave in.
스카너 위치 보시면은 또 바텀에서 예를 들어 오로라를 잡고 이런 진 쪽에서 하는 게 아니라 탑을 봐주는 동선을 짜고 있거든요. 네, 저 동선을 가고 있어요. It's okay though. I don't think they can actually fight this. 2v3 looks kind of questionable because Galio can also ult top. Galio can ult top and it's not 2v3 anymore, it's 2v4. So this is huge for Koi. Huge. Driver got zoned so many waves, meanwhile Aurora was able to grab all the waves on the tower, so that's gonna help out a little bit. Rumbles.
Through the gravity field was also a nice play, but again, Ishtal's impact gets him in range.
Jojo just runs off with phase rush, is that what it is? No! Bro! Junjia was like,
MKOI members flash and still go down. It's gonna feel bad and
땡겨.
6 on the board at this point.
땡겨버렸고요.
2 kills in both their carries. 2 on the
My
starter.
region.
He's gonna be super bulky later in this game.
Oh man, Koi's early game yesterday has been kind of tragic too, but
everyone's saying he's a prodigy.
a little bit of a concern, I think.
Keep an eye on this kid. He's so young,
I still want to believe in the team fight though. I still think Koi's confident in the team fight. It's just better. But if they fall behind so far, might be a little bit hard.
It is encroaching 3,000 in the lead.
Kraken Slayer completed for Kaisa.
Importantly for MKOI,
Probably went to Blitzstream, that's why.
able to use these semi-globals in succession or
Meanwhile, Jin spent 900 gold. Not even 900, that's 1k gold spent on Sweetie Boots. Meanwhile, Kaisa didn't spend 1k.
Nico's only just gotten all.
Aurora's been cooked in line.
They're already so far behind where it feels like, you know, if you end up in a 5v5, you have such a disadvantage.
What the fuck is Jojo building?
Things off. They need to kind of use these tools.
I mean, Merc Trends, understandable, they have a lot of AP damage, Skarner full CC, and Rel CC.
Navigate things well, they are looking.
Magnus Storm, Deadly Flash doesn't connect, here's a curtain call, but Driver's burning
Boom.
him down, okay.
Please, someone tank for the Nico. Okay, they got him though, not too bad, support for support.
We sit to 1-7, but Brazil's not showing up to this game. We'll hold for a second as
7-1!
It is just a simple trade for now.
What do you mean? The Brazil reference, come on.
Face checking into a scar.
Oh, El Yoya, what the hell? Never mind, he's out! And look at that El Yoya healing coming through, I don't know. Oh, Skarner does so much damage. What? Tank?
Want to bring the fight into full
I don't know.
succession as Top Wave goes
Mr.
down,
White
or
Games.
rather Turret. Super picking up the gold for the trade.
Tank, by the way.
When you're 3,000 gold behind, now you're only 2 orcs. I think you just take what you can get.
You know, I think a little bit better. I was saying before, you know, the 1-for-1 trade, considering they committed a TP and a Gallywall, doesn't feel as good, but, you know, getting another kill trade.
Skarner's very balanced.
Jojo Pin's gonna get some plates here.
Yeah. Skarner's really balanced, guys.
Now on the board.
Good champion design.
The gold lead closing a decent amount, you know. Need to get some kills, and they have gotten that.
판테온도 뭔가
Two plates as well for
시작치고는 그래도 잘 산 거긴 한데.
He's just picked up 300 from these plates.
Yeah, close a lot of distance, and Honky's stepping up
Wow,
massively.
Honky's-
His gravity field's down. Avro coming in. Tango Barbs at more range.
Oh, Varo, your Nico is not it. Like, so far this Nico is literally ending it.
It's enough to send
이번 판 Nico 좀
Yeah, I think even
느낌이
if the
없는데?
connected, the ult wasn't there for the Nico, so probably wouldn't have been a kill. But
Oh
would have
man,
chunked him out
Varo
more,
should have stuck
maybe
to his
could have set
Alistar.
up for that dragon. But to be honest,
Oh,
I
Varo's
think when
Alistar is
you're
really
so
clean, don't
behind,
get me wrong,
it's
but
fine just to let this one go. It's only the second
the
dragon
Nico
of the game.
gameplay is not checking out.
Obviously doesn't feel good to give it over.
Nico
but I
같은
think
챔프가 근데
wait
리스크가
till
좀
you're in a
크긴
better
해.
position to fight.
Yeah.
부담이 커서.
Super. Must be careful. Kaiwing has
Honky
a
무빙
flash
좋다.
available. He's
역시
going to second skin away
Honky.
from that rather. The supercharged route. Junja is looking for Jojo again. Jojo giving up the wave, giving up the pressure, and with it, Honkyu will be able to match that first turret that MKOI obviously found in top.
Yeah, we'll open up the lead a little bit more and get that dragon as well.
8-2 Barcelona.
CFO still definitely had this game. And Honkyu
8-2 Barcelona.
on this victor in a comfortable spot. I think as well, another
man.
thing to be mentioned with this composition that MKOI have, it's really important that when you go into big
Korean fried
fights,
chicken
what you are going to start seeing
or
as we late in the
dumplings?
game, right? Second dragon taken. Next will be that third, that sole point. Having summoners been.
What about Korean
Like
dumplings?
small scraps, maybe it's like an
It's
easy
kind of
trade,
interesting
like a
how
1-for-1,
dumplings in
or just
Korea,
like a quick
Japan,
engage where you get a summoner spell.
China, like
It'd
it's
be
all
so
different.
good to find that before a big fight starts. You know, a minute or two before it starts.
Similar food, but it's quite different.
Because if you go into a big 5v5,
Korean barbecue, yeah,
the
Korean
Honky
barbecue is
Doggo
super
have
nice.
flash,
Oh,
you're probably just gonna lose.
Because we spooked about MKOI being all in and like their committal engage, but the carries on CFO are not mobile.
Yeah.
So further to your point, those summoners are going to mean so much here. As Koi are gonna be giving up
The
their
fan
help, but
below me
CFO
just-
want to contest it, bring in the fight. Smite comes down and El Yoya
지금 저런 에너지를 과연 근데 8시간 후에도 과연 Just engage! Yeah, counter engage! Why are we not... Why is Koi not going in? Like... Oh, okay, super? Su. Okay, kind of complete miss W. Now he's gonna CC, he's gonna get hit by W from Jin. Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, is that bad?
I correct myself because that rel dropped in the interim.
Yeah, ends up being a 1-for-1. And
What do you think, Chad?
So I think they're pretty
What do you
okay
think?
with
I mean,
how
they got
the
the void
whole
grubbies.
looked a bit scary. There was definitely a point there where it was a bit concerning.
Herald secured 3 void grubbies. 일단은 그래도 전령을 먹었으니까 이득 아닌가. Should have been a bard. I don't know, guys. Alvaro just not having a that Nico ulti literally hit nobody. 니코가 오히려 역으로 이니시를 걸어야 되나? 뭐 조금 아쉽네요. 어차피 죽는 거는 똑같았을 테니까.
Did you watch Super in that? Super just
Nico.
got everything. It was pretty clean. I feel like he's the reason that
LUE looks frustrated. I hope he starts popping off in fights. I kind of want Koi to win, but at the same time, I like CFO is playing so well. Like I'm turning into a CFO fan. CFO는 뭔가 정감이 가긴 해 근데. It's like they're underdog, like minor region, but their plays are like a major region team. Maybe they're not a minor region, guys. I kind of want to see like Talon as well, like PSG Talon. Although they're not called PSG anymore, they're called Talon, I think.
Pantheon's going to turn into a fight. Elyoya just runs in front of Kaiwing, no shattering strike, but Elyoya's ulti is now down. Nothing is up.
We have Maple in the mid lane again. Maple coming back. Coming back out of retirement.
I don't know how much longer you can really maintain this, but for now,
Panth ulting for nothing.
T1 Tower's live. You'll see though.
Koi is struggling here early game, but the goal gap isn't too big. Still winnable, I think. 1.5k, it's not too bad. 미드 밀리는 건 좀 뼈 아프긴 한데 이거 지금 힘이 좀 많이 밀려서 I think they have to wait until Kai'Sa starts grabbing some items, and then they can look to contesting, right? Kai'Sa definitely should grab some items here. 굴이 날아다닌다. 진짜 날고리 처음에는 아니 뭐 오이스터 뭐 플라잉 오이스터 뭐 누구야 그랬는데
So really good homework from CFO to make sure they could go.
I don't know. When I first saw CFO, I was like UFO, CFO.
A lot of times teams,
I don't know the name and the logo. I was like, oh. Well, look at them! Look at them! Look at Driver though. Driver's dead. Wow. That's the Pantheon Galio combo we needed to see more often, but finally we're seeing it.
And a wave denied.
Good kill picked up, and you know more picks they get like this. We talked
Stuff is still winnable for Koi. I still think so. Look at the gold gap, 1k now, 1k gold.
At about 12 minutes.
1.1k, not too bad.
At 18.
골드 차이가 근데 1000 얼마면은 근데 진짜 별거 아니라서 아직은 모릅니다. 아직은 모름. I'm saying Super needs like 2-3 items. There we go. Guinsu's out. Guinsu is completed.
He's going to be leading the charge. He's going to be onto that third item quicker, and that
Jin is building the Youmu's rapid fire cannon build. I don't know, guys.
Whereas with the Jin, the
진이 근데 너무 고연포를 갈 수밖에 없는 편이긴 한데 좀 뭔가 아쉽죠. 카이사만 키우자.
All about Alvaro with the Tangle Barbs as well. Make sure you watch Super as Kaiwing's engages have been the fear for MKoi.
모비 이겼다?
CFO has been carrying through
모비 이겼다 이거 맞나요?
And don't forget Honky stronger than maybe you'd expect here on the Victor as he's found such an early gold lead. Mid versus top right now in the bot wave.
CFO도 근데 만약에 럼블이 2코 이상 나오고 궁 연계가 제대로 들어간다? 그냥 한타 쓰는 거야. 그냥 쓸어버리는 거죠. I mean, if CFO just has a crazy Rumble Skarner ult combo, it's like they can pretty much win the fight anytime. 50-minute game, 20-minute game, 30-minute game, it doesn't matter. And like honestly, you don't really, and no one grabs QSS anymore, so no one's gonna grab QSS for Skarner, and you can't really cleanse it or me kills it. It's a suppress. 페비님 옷이 이쁘다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
Now though, just moving up towards, they're going for the Anakin. They're actually throwing Herald down.
You're saying forget it?
That, what do you think?
I kind of want to turn on the AC, but like...
Did he mean a sweep? I wonder? Because I feel like throwing
like, it's not hot at all in Korea. Like, Korea's like, it's been raining the past few days, so it's really nice and cool, but... My room heats up a lot! My room heats up a lot when I stream. My computer's like 80 degrees.
So, good move from MKoi. I mean, it's just
it's
a
like,
dragon, right? It's only a Chemtech soul.
Holy moly.
If CFO do get Chemtech Soul. It's not the end of the world, and they don't have it yet. And they pick up that Atacam for free, so a lot of XP.
Does Korea have Winter? Yeah, we have Winter. We have Winter.
Stats as well. You can
17
see,
flowers, by the way. That was what they got.
Yeah, you can see now super higher level than Doggo. Jojo higher level than Hongkyu. It was a big influx, so actually a really heads-up play from MKOI there.
3명 주고
You know,
아타칸.
we can't find an angle into this river, into this dragon fight. We'll take this instead.
요즘 아타칸을 뭔가 팀들이 좀 옛날만큼은 신경을 안 쓰는 분위기인 것 같긴 한데 용을 더 중요시한다? I mean, Jojo's... This is looking really good drivers that here. Alvaro with the engage on Nico! First good Nico play, holy moly. 그래, 이거거든요. 지는 너무 멀었고, Juno's like too far. Bro, CFO actually losing in gold now after that fight. Although CFO does have a win condition, but... Oh, Hongkyu, there it is, Super just running. There goes the Kaisa. Jin might be dead here too. 그래, 결국은 조합이 이게 안 되거든요. 그래. I mean, it's just a calm gap, I'm telling you. CFO needed like a 4k, 5k lead, I think, early game. But like their lead was too little. It's like only like a 1k lead. You can't really win game from that.
Also, the engaged potential, they get caught up in it, and they get punished swiftly, and now losing turrets across the map. This gold lead just ballooning.
게임이 갔다. 이거는 좀 많이 터지긴 했다, 이거는. Now CFO is the one on the back foot. They have to be careful now.
The Atacans obviously made big difference here, but they overestimated their damage onto Jojo.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the Galio, you're quite
No
tanky.
damage?
You can also reduce a lot of damage, and Dragon's waiting for cooldowns. The Torn also gets
이거는
damage reduction. Fury gets into
스카너가
so much damage to Driver, who has to flash kind of into him to get away from the other
뭔가
targets.
1인 갈리오공 너무 아쉽다요.
Alvaro is massive.
Hongkyu getting run down too. It's really tragic.
But Hongkyu walks up here, ends up getting caught out again.
3년 스폰 박았다고요? 아이, 감사합니다.
Goes with the
Thank you.
confidence, dodges the
Thank you.
Magna Storm. And honestly, the only saving grace here is that Doggo doesn't go down, but it was so close.
They're back in this. 3k gold lead now squandered, now lost, now everything hurting for CFO.
3년 스폰이면은 그 솔직히 로고가 가운데 막 엄청 크게 박혀있거든. 유니폼에서.
And now flashes down for every member of CFO. Those engages from Movistar Koi are going to stick.
As we talked about, the immobility to hurt CFO. Baron's up in a minute 5. That's the next objective to look towards. And
한국어 중계는 계속 끊기다고? 여기 부퍼링? 아, 우리는 이거 영어 중계입니다, 여러분. 참고로. 한국어 중계는 치즈직에 가서 보시면 됩니다. 거기서 부퍼링 걸리는 건 아마 그 현지에서 뭔가 문제가 있었나 본데. 저도 어저께 마지막 경기에서 버퍼링 많이 걸렸어요.
Yeah, I think it's difficult. I mean, it's so hard
playing
because it makes it so tricky.
끝내는 거 억지로 보려고 하다가 역으로 끝나는 그런
A delicate situation.
불상사만 없으면 솔직히 근데 MKOI가 그대로 이길 것 같긴 해요. I don't think KOI is gonna lose now from this standpoint. Their comp is just too broken, I think. It's really incumbent for Jin to walk up. Jin's just gonna die from a... This is gonna be a long stream again, yeah. Make sure you grab some water, grab some snackies, shoot back. Sounds about right. I think it's the best of one today. For 2 games, we have 2 best of ones, and then we have best of 3.
Top right, you see it.
I believe.
That'll be next. CFO are hovering top though, and Jojo as he gets pushed in.
We are gonna see the LPL teams perform today, which is a big banger game.
But CFO, after they do their due diligence, they're gonna get into river and get their wards down. Timing's gonna be everything. As you said, it's best of 1, but at 25 minutes, it is leaning towards MKOI with a 2,500 gold lead, with a couple extra flowers that they found from the kills as well. They're in the driver's seat here as they approach.
This crowd is crazy.
Big carries.
Yeah,
I suffered a decent amount last night, but I'm yawning at 10:30 in the morning because for the last 2 weeks I've been sleeping at this time. Oh no, that's from MSI, isn't it?
This is what they're doing. They get him some vision in the Baron area. It's
Yep.
the first dragon for Movistar Koi. It's meaningless at
I
this point of the
did.
game.
I was able to fix my sleep schedule a little bit.
I think this is the right call. You just try and get a little bit of extra vision around the Baron area. You give up the dragon, and more importantly, you wait for those flashes to be back up and available, which are coming up soon. I think really CFO playing around the summoners is very important.
페비님 머리는 은색인가요? 요거는 이제 회색, 은색 이런 느낌.
Get pressure again, get control again. It's going to be around Movistar Koi being in a scenario where they're
현실은 아니지만.
like that Baron pit, and you just punish them. You take
현실은
advantage
은색
of the
아닙니다.
AoE that they have in those solo laners.
I hope EU wins. I love that region. Let's go EU.
Super has gone Terminus third item, so it's not like he's got, you know, Nashes for enhanced W, for upgraded W. But Terminus means that the dueling power, the on hit, is still very potent here, and
Let's
Super
go, let's
obviously,
go.
we've talked about how he wants to dive in. Makes his job a little bit easy here. As
어제는 노란 머리띠 한 거였다고요? 네, 맞습니다. 어서오세요.
That also helps a lot. Upgraded
야,
boots
이게
as well.
이 버추얼 이거는 막 이상이나 이런 거
He's
받고
hitting like
있어서
the flash. I don't know what the flash
되게
is. I've never watched
좋아요.
it, but I assume that guy hits hard, you know? At the move speed he's got.
He does hit.
Does he hit hard? Does he,
I don't
does he
know.
hit
3D
people?
VTuber model is like nice because you can like change
He hits
outfits and
pretty
stuff like that.
fast, and you know things that go fast.
Change of hair,
Yeah, like some science. that
go
does
bold,
science. Yeah.
boldy night.
Both equals mass times acceleration.
Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Okay, can we actually have something? Like I'm falling asleep,
Okay,
guys.
Get to it.
Wake me up when there's a play, guys.
And
Good
Baron
night.
is starting up ever so slowly from El Yoya.
Yeah, not too much damage on it yet.
Super's pulling off. They're trying to draw him in. Trying to draw CFO in. Tangle Barb doesn't connect. Junja walking into the choke as well. Remember, Super. That W doesn't connect. No upgrade either. Jojo coming in from an angle, but he's spotted out as well. So CFO alleviated from some of the pressure as Alvaro tries to get the ward over the wall. But again, good defense here of their scrimmage line from CFO.
Definitely feels like the. Oh.
This is also under turret, but Jojo doesn't really care. In fact, Driver just does not do that much damage to him.
I think it's always scary playing the side lane in this situation because they could just have Super Alyoya come in, you know, and you see both of them actually moving over now.
Good timing.
Yeah, and if Driver ends up overextending, he could die.
That means something's happening? What's happening?
Quick enough to get in position around the Baron.
Oh wow, look at that! Galio auto-attacking tower, boom, boom, boom. Okay, both towers gone. Goodbye.
Get this tier 2 tower.
아니 그냥 여기에서 근데 진 조합이 어떻게 이기냐? How is the comp over there supposed to win? Looking kind of rough, I think. 부두스를 안 하니까 게임이 또 이래. Oh? Oh, they're getting caught out. They're like, Junja might be dead here. Goodbye. 와, 스카너가 먼저 터져버렸어. 저런. I don't know, CFO keeps getting like completely destroyed before they have these Scanner combo. 까비. 진 막타 맞았으면 그래도 빈세 상태라서. They're gonna 100% go for the Baron, like why not? You do have a green suit here.
The DPS of Super, they can
Okay,
just
Kaiwing
down with
Young's
complete
might? No, he
confidence. Those
doesn't.
ults not being available
Aftershock.
for CFO, I think makes him a bit too weak in this fight.
Newen's backing away, but he's got teleport instantly channeled as he returns. 3k, 3.5. Elyoya zoned off. Flashes in.
Doggo! Goodbye, Doggo! Goodbye. Okay, this is Koi win. Wow, Koi actually just straight up destroying them every single time. After that mid game. 지는 진짜 할 수가 없다. Jin just can't live every fight he's done. Okay, he only died one time, Fabina. What are you talking about? But I'm just saying like how uncomfortable it is for a champion like Jin to be able to play the game into that comp. I mean, what could you have played other than Jin?
And the gold lead is just getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, honestly, guys, I know you never asked the question, but I'm thinking about it.
Same could be said that Super was really a shining
Only
light.
thing I can think of is like Ezreal.
Weren't coming online as a duo. This game
I think even like
mid jungle or rather jungle support. But let's look again because Junja sees. Hang on a minute.
Senna Kench comp? Is that Senna Kench comp good?
Yeah, I think just a bit of overconfidence because he saw that bot side lead. But the thing is, into this competition,
이거는 근데 스카너가 너무 앞에 혼자 뚫으려고 해가지고. This is just a mistake from Junja. I think they actually had a chance here to win the fight and maybe go for the Baron.
It was like paper. And then here, they try to do the counter punch,
Oh,
but they don't really
man.
succeed because they get El Yo-Yo low, but the honey fruit's there to heal.
Oh, Galio
They
TP
get
location
Mira
from
low, he
Jojo
just
is
TPs back in. And then here, that flank
boom.
from Jojo so powerful to find
Just
Doggo.
that.
Yes, they lose Alvaro, but it's completely fine trade to make.
EU's being birth vessel merchants. Yep. EU is just destroying every single team right now.
And Super's going to take Chemtech Drake number 2. I mean, just bonus tenacity feels nice, but
EWC champion. Imagine Koi becomes EWC champion. Is there a world where they actually win?
Their base getting rammed in.
I mean, there's
Yeah, now we
Genji
have like a 2-level lead between
and
AD carries,
T1.
between mid laners. It's not just the goal, but also those advantages. Where the feature
I don't know
strength,
about
the
that,
boots,
guys.
right? The extra stats from the pedals.
Yeah.
There's so much going in favor of Movistar Koi
단판이라
right now.
진짜 단판은 역시 유럽이 강세인 거기도 하고.
How CFO had a big advantage.
참고로
It was so hard
G2도
to
단판이었으면은
come back,
젠지
but
상대로
high
첫판
pressure
이어가지고
Movistar Koi had managed to do so and
G2가 무려 젠지를 이겼을 것 같았는데요. 이게 포맷이 조금 포맷이 좀 어렵긴 한 것 같아. 나 진짜 막 실력 대 실력 이렇게 붙는 것보다는 이제
MKOI are going to lose one. They open up the turret, but that's their siege coming to an end.
Yes, they'll have to respect the CC potential.
운이랑 하기엔 날거리 MSI에서 너무 잘했다. 그러긴 하죠.
MSI
MSI에서 잘했는데 이거 조합이 진짜 진을 왜 했냐고. Maybe they should have played Corgi. I'm telling you. 코르키였으면 얼마나 좋아. 진 말고 코르키 해도 라인전 이기는 건 똑같지 않았나? I mean, it's still winnable for CFO if they have a crazy Rumble Skarner combo. I don't know. Dark Hands, thanks for the 4 months, really appreciate the result. I'm a fool. Thank you. Welcome back to the Meepo family.
Ulti. Grand Skyfall. Starfall rather comes in. Kaiwing, no, he's dismounted, so he's slow as anything. Pop boss.
Oh, like Super just going in. Okay. Super's with the Super's getting run down. Yes, a flash out. Oh, Junjia. Oh, the EU throw. Like you're 8k goals ahead. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Some big errors, you know. I think the Jojopian death was excusable.
바텀에서 그냥 2대5로 포지셔닝 좀 안 좋죠. Okay, driver ulting the ground. Not too bad.
Runs down river, no deadly flourish means that he can get away. Jojo, he's in position for a heroic
I mean,
end.
Rumble probably shouldn't ult the ground.
There's nothing to play for right
No, I mean, I don't know.
For Movistar Core, you've lost 2
I'm not a pro
members,
player.
just
I'm not
back
challenger.
away. Just wait for time.
Could be wrong.
Super strong Kaisei isn't on the
어차피
map
다시
right
뜨긴
now.
할 거지만 좀
And
아쉽긴
the
하지. 저런
Jojopian
거
death was excusable. You know, he
진짜
got caught over the
중요한 순간에 저런
was
공
a
나오면은
nice pick,
끝나긴
but yeah,
해서.
this just felt a little bit overzealous. You know, they look for Kaiwing, they don't connect.
I mean,
Super ulting in here,
look at
focusing this Rel, who is still quite tanky despite being behind.
Galio's still dead. It's 4v5 on the map. 갈리오 이미 죽어있는 상태고 너무 기뻐가지고 한템 공이 거리가 안 되었습니다.
Look at that 1087 gold over to the Victor.
부두술은 강력하다.
He sets up 2 kills for Honkyu. Honkyu is now almost at 4.
I'm just ulting perma, guys.
Has the capability to
07.
do what we set out here today in this draft. The big AoE's orc.
Sorry to EU.
They're still
I'm
trailing to
ulting
that
Koi.
point. There's an infinity edge on Jin as well. Like
Every time I cheer for a team or a player, the player and team is losing.
Soul. Into a return for CFO.
I think it's clear that you know Movistar Koi are ahead. They have advantages, but if they mess up their win cons in the team fight, they can still lose. It's still very possible, right? And that Victor is very strong, so you can't just think, right, we're this far ahead, the game is done. You know, you have to be crisp, you have to be clean throughout, and you don't get a second chance on this. So you just sharpen up for the rest of this one. Alright, is waiting in the wings. We'll find Kaiwing, but not really able to threaten each other too much now. We do have Baron coming up in about 35 seconds. Next objective on the map. And they did a good job of setting up around that the last time.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can find an angle again.
This Shell's impact being geared up for Junja. He's thinking about it as Elio is trying to steal his red buff away.
밴딩에서 100대 0 났다고요. 아, 진짜 그런 거 같기도 합니다, 진짜. 그래도 5대 5는 절대 안 지거거든. 방금처럼 던지는 것만 아니면은 I don't think Kai'Sa's ever gonna die again, but we'll see.
get the Baron and get their seeds back
There
on.
goes Feviknight,
That's what's on the
ulting
line.
Kai'Sa yet again. Usama,
this defensive play, considering like they have had a big deficit.
the caster cost,
There have been some
the
moments
Fevi curse
that
is going on.
picked up big leads, but
Victor needs a dead cap,
you
yeah,
know,
100%.
some
The
teams
home
would've
queue
just
has
crumbled
to
under
carry
pressure and
this.
the game would have been over by now.
No pressure on
The
queue.
fact they managed to get these counter punches, game is still going, there is still hope.
-1.
Dragon in 20 seconds, there will then be 2 objectives up on the map, and we'll see how Sakura
There we
play
go.
around that.
Okay, I turn on
Be
Daisy.
careful, Junja. He's angling for
It's
it
too
as well.
hot, my
Highwing
computer
doesn't have
just
flash available. He has a magnet sword,
releasing
you
like
can see.
heat.
Steps forward.
Crazy
He looks
amount
for
of
that
heat.
pick. Someone caught out of whack and
So
dangerous
nothing
for
is
this
gonna
game.
happen
They're
until
gonna
the
get
dragon
pushed.
spawns
They
and
move
then
the
dragon
box.
soul.
TP in from Jojo.
I think
An
CFO could
angle
actually
here.
give it up
Junja and
too
Driver
as
moving
well.
into position, but Jojo is spotted out. The winds of war fly swift. But
이거
Driver
그냥
and
헌터
Junja
안 하고
unaffected
바텀
as
웨이브
Dragon
밀어야 될
starts
것 같은데?
again.
I don't know. CFO actually gonna
They're
contest
in a
this?
great
I think
spot
they
with
could
that
just
Mega
give it
Blast
as well.
drone. They're trying to look for an angle.
Bot wave's gonna bounce.
Shield of Duran, he wants to go in
Oh,
the flash
Doggo
and
ran
the
away!
telephone
Honky just
is
popped! It's
gone.
over!
AOE super runs
그냥
on in.
주지. 아니 저기 저 좁은 데서 한 달 어떡하려고. Goodbye.
Beautiful engage
Bye
on the
bye.
flank from
Bye
the
bye.
solo laners and Super with the final punch to finish it off.
그냥 주지. 이미 3용 먹은 상태라서 이게 너무 저런 데서 싸우면 안 되고 그 막 상대가 억지로 밀려고 할 때 그런데 I don't know, they should have just given it because fighting in the jungle like that, it just feels really uncomfortable for champions like Jin and Victor with no dashes.
To the quarterfinals at EWC.
And just so much resilience shown in a game. You have this
GG.
one best of one opportunity
EU.
where you fell behind early.
Look at the Koi
people would have
fans.
seen that start and thought it's doomed, right? You're playing it to picks like a
Koi
Victor,
팬분들
so
이거
strong in today's stages.
어머.
But they didn't give up. They
The
held
passion on
strong.
the
They
fans,
managed to bounce
kinda crazy.
back and keep their hopes alive.
Kai'Win
in this
Doggo
tournament.
has some
It
really
must
good
feel
lane
so
phase,
good.
but afterwards just a
cop
comp gap. What can I say?
Oh, the fans
그냥
must be
조합
so
차이가 명확한 것 같기도 하고 라인전을 잘했는데.
What
What is it?
Yeah, okay, we're doing. This is a meme.
hyped. The kid danced on the boat. We all know it.
Okay.
And I think, you know, a little bit
Oh.
heartbreaking for CFO. You know, they had a... There he is. There's a jumping guy. He's vibing.
Let it out.
Yeah, as I was saying, a little bit heartbreaking for CFO. You know, had some great performances at MSI, managed to take down.
Yeah, the aura farming, aura farm dance is too funny though.
Here in the day,
That
and
meme is
that's, you
so
know,
funny.
That's League of Legends esports for you. But Mother Stockboy got their redemption, and EU having some great redemption at this tournament so far.
EU.
With both of their teams going through to the knockout stage.
EU not doomed yet,
This
guys.
is EU's
EU's not
tournament.
doomed yet.
And Orcs, you know, with that,
그냥 조합부터 판테온을 잘라야 됐다. 아 모르겠다. CFO가 이걸 지다니. I genuinely thought CFO's gonna win today.
Bottom side of the bracket. It's exciting for EU. It's just our tournament. Apparently, he's not going to send it over the stage. Ian and Elyoya having a chat.
Thank you very much. This is your Amazon winners interview here with Elyoya of MK. They just sent
Elyoya.
CFO out of here. And it's only been 12 days since they took you down at MSI. This must feel like sweet revenge.
It does indeed. I think, I mean, they're a really strong team. So it felt really great, the fact that we could get a revenge on them. And that, yeah, we eliminate them this time. So, yeah, I mean, it feels really sweet. It feels really great.
It must feel great as well knowing that you've got this
The
kind
revenge.
of fan support.
Yeah,
over
MSI.
here.
By the way,
Imagine
Koi got
they'll be
eliminated by
backing you
CFO at
throughout this
MSI.
tournament.
So definitely a
What does that mean
revenge.
to you and does it help your
그런데
performance?
MSI에서 이거 코이가 TF한테 당해가지고 탈락했었거든요. 근데 역으로
Like,
CFO를
we just feel
탈락시키는
better when
EWC에서.
when we can feel the home crowd, when we can feel them cheering for us. It feels like it's a 6-man in our team. So I think
돌고
that's the
돌아
reason why we
결국
win
4대
today.
리그?
Now, look, we could
아허,
spend
아직
time looking at
브라질
it
아직
everywhere.
아웃
How we could
아닙니다.
push
Brazil
forward to the
still
danger that lies
still in
ahead.
it,
You are
guys.
now in the
Minor region
quarterfinals,
is not
and
all
you will
out
be up
yet.
against
Brazil still has a
T1.
chance.
Very formidable opponents, and you've never gone up. Bit of a boo there for T1. You've never gone up against them in this jersey. How do you feel about facing
They're
up against
booing
the
T1?
Giants and last year's EWC winners?
I think it's gonna be a really
T1
great
haters.
series. I think they are obviously a
T1
super strong
haters.
team, and we're really excited to face them and see how good they are. So we're really excited for this match.
All right. Well, there's one thing we need to do right now. Would you like to crush?
Do you think
key
Furia
at
will
EWC?
win?
For sure, as long as you tell me how to,
Honestly,
let's do this.
no,
All right, we're
I don't
heading
think
down to
so.
the key crusher now.
FlyQuest is too scary, and mid gap is gonna be too big. Like quad was popping off yesterday.
Oh,
그 장면. We're about to see the crush, the key crush. Let's press the button. Press the red button. Don't question it. Everyone just awkwardly smiling. 들어가자. It's happening, guys. Snap. Oh! It didn't snap! Or did it snap? Oh, it did. 완전 개박살 냈는데? Wait, is that made of pure gold, by the way? Asking for a friend? Asking for a friend? Because if that's pure gold, how much would that be? No, it's not pure gold. Okay. Gold is even softer, okay. I mean, it looks pretty soft to me, but then again, that machine looks so... Let us scary. I mean, look at Honky can't even live. Like, couldn't even flash there. 그냥 빅토르가 살 수 있는 환경이 아니야, 진짜.
Gets them into the knockout stages and resets the established order that we got used to for so long. With the dance moves and all these two teams for EU on into the knockout phases. A big victory here for MCOY. We say goodbye to CFO. We say goodbye to the LCP.
세레모니 저 준비한 거 개웃기네.
Enough for dancing. Welcome back to the desk space here. It is myself, Finn, and Valdez. As it is MCOY 15-14 right now.
Everyone on Koi actually did similar damage.
An interview with one of the players over at CFO and Kitty.
서양 팀들 이런 유쾌한 거 너무 좋다고. 저런 세레머니 근데 재밌긴 하네요. 근데 요즘 LCK도 세레머니 많이 준비하고 많이 해가지고 LCK에서도 선수들이.
Hey everyone, Kitty, live from the arena right now. By my side is Kaiwing, the support of CFO. Unfortunately, you guys were eliminated by MCOY.
Kaiwing.
You guys were actually. It was really, really strong, 0-6. So what actually went wrong today?
首先非常遗憾，你们可能就是输掉了今天比赛。但是呢，我们看到在游戏的前期，你们其实是取得了非常大领先的，一度达到了6-0的人头领先。那你觉得在游戏中发生了哪些问题，可能造成了今天这个遗憾的落败呢？
应该最主要是我们在团战的前面的布局跟处理没有很好，所以导致于我们该要赢的会战没有赢到。
I think that during the early stage we did get some early leading, but I don't think we coped that well during the team fight, and the synergy and strategies over there is not pulling really well. That's why we lost today.
Unfortunate to hear that.
Like, not blaming the comp? I would have blamed the comp.
We weren't actually sure who
Blame
was
the
going
comp.
to take the win at the very end of the day, around 35 minutes. So
comp
please
gap,
walk me through the
draft
team
gap,
fights.
coach
what
gap.
do you actually think went wrong for the team fights for you guys to get this result?
就是我们在游戏中期看到，其实是战况是非常焦灼的，甚至是在35分钟的时候，我们甚至都没有办法看出来谁会赢得今天的比赛。然后你觉得在团战中的话，就是怎么样处理的呢？
因为晚到中后期的时候，他们双系的那个等级拉得比较高，所以那个团战我们如果没有一些明显的优势去打的话，可能在中后期会。 达不到我们想要的画面，所以导致于后面。
CFO 베트남 아님? 아 감히 스포츠가 베트남이고 CFO는 대만.
Moving on to the later stage during the game, I do think there's a big gap between the levels of the components and us. So I don't think we play that well during the team fight.
The component mean comp, guys. So he is talking about comp gap. 결국 조합 차이 얘기를 하네요. 첫 번째 질문은 조합 차이 얘기를 안 하던데.
就是比较遗憾，今天可
조합은
能是在
프로 선수들도 아는 거야.
但是
조합
有
차이
很
나는
多
거.
不远万里
어쩔 수
来
없죠,
到
근데.
现场，以及在正在看直播的粉丝们，你有没有什么想跟他们说的？
就这一次就 可能有让你们失望，我们没办法进到榜。
$93,200 of gold in the trophy.
打好每一把。
We're quite sorry about
That's a lot of
not
gold.
moving to the quarterfinals, but I'm pretty sure we can do something better during the next season.
Sorry to hear that. We will see you next time on the international stage and back to you guys at the desk.
Gam lost the same way yesterday, threw the game after 15. Man, it's just so hard. Like, like the team fights, I feel like are really off right now for CFO and Gam.
International stage, they do fall short here at the esports.
C9 was just bad from the beginning, though.
Now, and will not be moving on to the
C9 didn't even have team fights.
MKOI will. And joining us now, support for MKOI. Alvaro joins us. Congratulations on the win.
That's worth a penny in Saudi. Like, how rich is Saudi? Like, everyone's talking about Saudi being so rich.
Let's start with the dance. Where did the idea from the dance come from?
I'm pretty sure it was Mirwin idea, but
Alvaro, your Nico was
because as people probably know, like in MSI when we lost into them, you know, like Driver did a dance.
What does it sound in my ears?
Yeah, we just had to do a little revenge.
Yeah, a little revenge.
방금
Did
내가
you
뭘 들은 거야?
realize the state
There's like
of
this
the
like
game,
tape
early on,
rewind
things
sound
weren't
going
your
on.
way? What were the comms like there?
I mean, the comms were fine. I think when we were like 4 kills down, but when there was one bad play, I remember it was a bit more. I will say we were a bit more tense, but something that we really tried and we have been working all year long. I think is the resilience.
Secret DJ?
Yeah, I think it shows up.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that Atakan rush. It feels like you guys stalled for so long, not allowing them to start the dragon. At what point were you like, oh, now wait, they can't join us if you got Atakan? How do you see that sequence?
So I think it's a lot of conditions. I think Jojo was getting tempo on bot side. Also, Rel didn't have any more wards, so if they wanted to face check into us, I don't think it's a good fight for them. And we were really valuing the risk of actually getting a fight. And you know, if you win this fight, of course, it's something that is good, but it's not really that easy because they are on their spikes, like they have items as well, and we need to walk into them.
아니 뭐야? 소리 뭐냐고? I'm scared. What the hell is going on?
And since we delayed in that match, we have the opportunity to go into Atakan, and maybe also they get in panic and they come to face us in Atakan, and if they face check into us, it's actually better. So
that was a great call.
Thank you.
길 없는 조합으로 진을 넣으면 거의 무조건 진다. 진은 역시 진다의 진인가? 진나 좋아? 진나 그래. Maybe the audio is haunted again? I'm not doing it, guys. It's not me.
It's T1.
It's T1? Okay, so I mean, I'm happy because I think, for example,
T1?
that I only looked up to, I think it's Keria, and it's someone
Keria?
that I respect, but you know, I'm not any fan or anything. I think everyone, like, I need to look at them on the same hate as me, you know?
Keria,
I cannot
gonna
look
beat you
anyone
up
up
in
to
game, of
because
course.
they're my competitors.
Boom, 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 boom.
I mean, I'm really hyped. Like, for example, I never played into T1, and as I said, for me, it's something that is...
Yeah, Koi hasn't played in
it's once in a lifetime, you know,
T1?
because you don't get that much
At MSI, we didn't see that much.
So, right now, I think we...
Koi 대 T1 이거 재밌겠는걸?
Today, for example, the lane was a bit confusing, but I think we have the tools, and the team that comes better prepared will take the
네,
win.
우리 T1이 이길 거라고
Let's
믿습니다.
go through some of the highlights here. We've got 3 clips pulled out for you.
T1 will win, don't worry,
in the
guys.
mid lane. Jojo kind of getting bullied pretty hard time and time again, just getting picked off and
this early game was atrocious actually from Koi.
That just seemed to be the clear game plan here.
Yeah, here I told him Rel can move because we died on bot and he was full HP, and since he didn't show like in 10 seconds, I think he assumed that he wasn't there. And the problem is that in that play he didn't have face rush, otherwise he could.
He's seeing into the scorner.
Yeah, he's just.
스카너한테 E를 박는 거 맞는 거야 이거?
Yeah, I think he could have actually, if it W's first to cancel the Skarner E and ease out, it probably could have.
Yeah, the W. I was gonna mention that.
But, oh, it's just W first.
Yeah.
E cannot stop the E from Skarner, but W can. Hard CC can.
It was funny because you know he's dying on Galio, but we were maybe going to pick Kassadin.
The Saudi royal family is worth $1.4 trillion.
Kassadin can cancel the Galio with
May I buy me an ice cream, please?
That's kind of with you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Maybe a little bit of information there, but maybe
just a one ice cream.
Research there by CFO. Then later on, this was one
저
of the coolest
아이스크림
replays
하나만
I've ever
사주실 수
seen.
있나요?
This was a race
Saudi.
for feats of strength. You guys made the call to go to Otacon, drop the red barrel in the mid lane. And then Driver pops ult here with Junjia to try and burn it down. You guys barely beat them, 97 HP. Then the gank down here.
I want an ice cream too. Maybe ice cream for all of us? All of us in the chat?
I mean, we didn't know. Like, the thing is that
oh my gosh, that's all the year.
It happened to us also, you know, when you are a bit tense, I think you don't even think and you are like I want to finish this objective as fast as I can, and he was thinking
first positive Nico ult
into
a win.
We have a lot of tools that we can go into them. We have globals.
Good job,
so
Alvaro.
it's hard for them.
I really like his Alistair gameplay though. His Alistair is really clean.
We were ahead on tempo.
아니 이게 진짜. 아니 카이사 개사기야 저거 어떡하냐. When you blind pick Kaisa, what do you play into that? Like you hard punish it with Caitlyn or what? Something strong in lane. 카이사 블라인드는 근데 캐틀 같은 걸로 막 라인전부터 두드려 패야 되는데 이거. 아니면 이즈카르마 이런 걸로. CFO는 정글 원딜 좀 친다고. 맞아. 준지아 선수가 진짜 잘하긴 하는데 여기에서 좀 아쉽긴 하죠. 이 판단이 조금 게임을 지게 만든 판단이긴 해서. I mean, like the thing is, I think CFO played really well 20 minutes, like. But afterwards, Junjia kind of like threw the game multiple times.
Okay, don't go deeper, okay? No. Push me. Guys, I TP top. Can we play the map?
Not only him, but everyone in together. But yeah. On top of having a difficult comp to navigate, they're also commenting on the Galio in the side lane too much, right? And they're not actually helping Victor enough. They actually have to play to help Victor if they want to win the fights.
Yeah. And here I think Stavis out there as well, like fucking good, yeah. Yeah. Oh my god.
이거 they just keep showing this.
And now you get to see it. The meme taking over the world. Indonesian boat dancing, boat racing.
I mean, maybe it looks good, but we are not seeing, in the back. That's the sad part.
He's taking the show from you.
When you look at the meme, do you know who's rowing? No, you know the kid that's in the front.
Yeah. It's a meme to believe you. Yeah, I think we're gonna see it like 40 times today.
Huge win.
That's once we can count it.
The final fight and just kind of talk over it in general. Just how this feels for you guys, because the MSI performance wasn't exactly what you wanted. What does a win like this do for you, knowing that?
미리는 지금 이번 대회에서 오로라만 탑 오로라 2판 했어. 근데 the top Aurora.
And how I actually see it is, since I really love competition, I think being able to compete the most that I possibly can.
카이사 들어가면서 그 위에 갈리오공 써주니까 그냥 실드도 안 벗겨지네.
I think it's what.
Oh man, Kaisa's disgusting champion. It's really annoying playing into Kaisa.
I think also winning them when we actually got eliminated some weeks ago in the MSI 1-3 in a series that we actually didn't really enjoy playing. I think it's also like.
그러니까 젠지 상대하는 입장은 진짜 대재앙이죠.
Even if one day goes bad or anything. When you are actually doing the things correct.
다행히도 T1이나 하나는 젠지를 일단 안 만나기 때문에 이따가 이제 4강이나 결승에서 만날 수 있죠. Buffering has started? No! Chat. Starting again. The buffering is starting again. 버퍼링이 시작이 되었다.
I think, for example,
do you think the hydraulic press thing is hype or not? I think it was really hyped last year when we first saw it. This year, since I expect it and we know about it, it's like not as hype, but it's pretty interesting. I think it's interesting. It's going to be definitely hype if it involves T1. Like whether we press it or ours gets pressed, If it's your team.
Also
your
the
players,
that you give to your teammates,
it's going to be quite emotional moment,
I
think.
Express your body language, how you are actually communicating in the game and everything, I think is the important part when it comes to the game, because I think the work is already done, like studying the game and outside of the rift.
So I was wondering a little bit, because obviously you play in Europe most of the time. Is there
네, 이렇게 되면 CFO 아예 탈락입니다.
International play than just in Europe?
이게 단판으로 그 그룹 스테이지가 결정돼가지고.
So I can get
패자 부활전에서 올라오긴 한 거라 이미 패자 부활전 1코도 쓴 거죠. 지금 CFO 그래서 바로 탈락이에요.
It was the first international I played in Worlds 2024. I think it was the opening of the enemy support. Like in early game, for example, I think in Europe. Mostly the support doesn't do much, like it's just mostly opening mid or bot side, but I remember when I was playing in 2024, like openings on top side, coordinating with the jungler at level 4 or level 3 diving.
네, 오늘부터는 지면 집 간다 생각하면 돼.
How fast they play and how coordinated, I think it's something
주도편이 홈큐를 잡았죠. 그러니까 홈큐 선수가 빅토르로 딜 많이 넣긴 했는데 확실히 뚜벅이의 한계가 나왔다요. 챔프 타임.
You actually need to be all the time focused, because if you do one mistake, they get a big lead, especially into LPL. I think they play faster, and then LCK is more stable and more slow.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that victory, you make it on into the knockout stages. Congratulations. Any final words to maybe all the fans, all the Europeans in the world that were looking towards you.
I mean, I'm happy because today actually our fans came to see
근데
us.
진짜 이렇게 앉아가지고 선수 초청해서 막 얘기하니까 그거 살짝 축구 같은 거 느낌 난다. 축구에서 경기 끝나고 한참 동안 떠들거든요, 아저씨들.
And yeah, I wish that tomorrow we also have a banger series.
제가 또 예전에 축구를 많이 봤어가지고 토크 이런 게 좀 많아, 세그멘트가. There it is, we're back. We are back.
LTA North triumphing again. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Oh my gosh, the fans are so hype. Hopefully the energy like goes on till later. 축팬이 뭐 예전에 축구 많이 봤습니다. 요즘은 축구 많이 안 챙겨보긴 하죠. 와, 그 챔피언스 리그는 무조건 다 봤었고. 선생님 무서워요. There it is. 해축은 저 바르셀로나 팬이었어가지고. 메시. 바르샤 팬이셨구나, 네. 바르셀로나, 레알 마드리드, 엘 클라시코 더비 볼 때마다 막 그냥 손에. Yeah, I used to watch a bunch of football, by the way. Before I started watching LoL esports, I was a avid football fan. I followed La Liga, Barcelona games because I was a Messi fan, and then I also watched like Champions League. I watched all the Champions League games. Also watched some EPL as well. EPL was pretty good, like very high quality games.
Streamer for Brazil and a epic icon in the Americas.
치킨 그거 치킨 딱 시키시면 될 듯. 오늘 이거 하나생명 경기 이제 이따가 나오거든요.
Welcome to the desk. How are you feeling?
Thank you.
주로 고트만 해줘. 딱 걸렸다. 아, 좀 그런 성격인가요? 아, 좀 창피하긴 한데. 아니 그냥 너무 잘하니까 막 응원하게 되고 팬이 되고 막 이러는 것 같긴 한데. 그래도 토트넘이랑 응원 열심히 했습니다. 토트넘 요즘 손흥민 선수 응원하죠. 우승 못해도 열심히. 우승 못해도 열심히 응원하기. 근데 이번에 우승했잖아 한 잔에. 트로피 들었잖아요. 메시인가 호날두.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a look at the
rosters
here.
I'm gonna FURIA. I am a Messi fan.
Huge upset victory.
Sorry, Ronaldo fans, but
Cloud9, and I think everyone was battling
Messi is the
in the interview.
Ronaldo is crazy good too. Don't get me wrong.
It was not an
He's
easy
a fucking
game for
menace.
either opponents, but
Guigo! This is Guigo, by the way. I'm covering the screen. I'm not the top laner.
Yeah, I mean, congrats on the win against Cloud9. Not exactly.
Cloud9 got absolutely dismantled by FURIA. Meteor saying congrats to winning to Cloud9.
How have you felt so far about, you know, the LTA merger?
If you guys don't know, Meteor used to be a jungler for Cloud9. The guy who's talking right now.
You know, Brazil has kind of been
Wow,
a wild card slot.
It must be so hot here. Look at that. It's so white because of all the
NA,
sunlight.
And they're the LTA, and you know they're a major region now. So
I'm always surprised. Like, how do you wear like such like long sleeve clothes when it's so hot in Middle East? I don't know.
It's impossible. We have no chance.
It's like 45 degrees over there apparently.
It's so fucking hard. But now we can see. Like I said, that's why it's so important.
How many games did I miss? You only missed one, Martian. It's fine. Just in time.
Even FlyQuest, which is the best team I think outside the Asia right now. So we need that hub, and playing best of one, like we have a chance.
Clothing is designed to keep them cool.
It's too hard, but best of one like this game, we can believe
and
we have a
preventing
chance.
sunburn.
Now,
I
their
see.
opponents are FlyQuest,
Clothes
who
are
are
usually
the
light
reigning
colors, so they
champs of
reflect the
LTA
sunlight and
North,
actually
had
keep you
themselves
cooler.
a pretty solid run over at MSI, and Valdez, they're looking to try and
That
get
makes
themselves
sense.
into yet
Insulation, I
another
guess.
knockout phase of an international event.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest definitely making a big name for themselves nowadays. I think they are the first name you think of when you think about competition from the
But he's not
LTA
doing his
in
signature
general,
walk. Why Bwipo?
And obviously with some big best of
Bwipo
fives against some
선수입니다.
strong teams,
탑라인.
they have proven that themselves already. I think a lot of
어저께
people have
커드
been
선수의
inspired
아제르
by
캐리
Inspired
봤었죠?
and his
근데 두
play
번째 판은
on the big
아제르를
stage.
했었는데
And,
잘 안
yeah,
풀렸었고.
definitely a very strong team. I'm curious, Bayano, going into, you took down Cloud9, but now it's like FlyQuest the next step.
Why
What is the big hurdle for you that you would say? What is the biggest issue potentially going up
Wait,
against
Femi, did you know
FlyQuest?
that lighter
How can
colors
you take them down?
reflect more light? Yeah,
I think
Zershenko.
Inspired, they are
I
so
went
fucking
through
good, like, so
education.
hard to play against
I know,
them.
it's crazy,
Like,
right?
We were talking to Tatu or
Graduated from college.
He was saying like, oh, Inspired, like,
No way.
I learned to play with him. You know?
Also, I'm
And
an
now
avid
he's gonna play against
Veritasium
him,
watcher.
so
Veritasium
it's so
YouTube
hard
channel.
for
Yep.
us. But I think the
That's
jungle
me.
in the top can be really hard to play.
Nerd.
But you still have a chance, if the team they are focused and
Nerd.
we got a really good early
Nerd.
game, get some kills with Tatu playing aggro, like invading jungle, we have a chance.
Well, speaking of Inspired, we have him standing by right now with Kitty, so take it away.
I went through education, LMAO,
This is the
yeah.
pre-match interview with Fly Inspired. So
Inspired!
Tell me a little bit more
You
about
in
yesterday.
the-
You guys went up against C9 and G2. Now you guys are about to play your
I
third
don't know.
best of one. So
He ran it down in solo queue. I called it out. I called him out on it on Twitter, and
I think yesterday our loss to G2 was a bit unfortunate. I think
he's still the best jungler in the West, in my opinion. But
today we are
doesn't change the fact that he ran it down on solo queue, though.
Nice, and I did want to bring up the conversation that a lot of fans are having on the internet where they're considering you to be one of the best Western junglers to come out of European history. So how do you respond to that?
I mean, I don't really think
키리
about
살찐
that.
거라고요?
If
아이,
people
저게
think
살찐
like
거.
this, I'm really happy, obviously, to play as
선생님,
well as possible. I think I play very well,
이분
so
인스타 가서
I'm happy
사진을
people think like
보세요.
that.
허리가 이만한데?
Amazing.
개미
And
허리.
also, you guys
절대
are going
아닙니다.
against FURIA, which is quite unexpected to be fair, because yesterday FURIA were going into the game as underdogs. So tell me a little
인스파이어드
bit more about
아무무.
what you
인스파이어드
think of
선수가 또
FURIA and how
피드
they play
스틱이랑
as a team.
아무무 좀 좋아하시죠?
And FURIA looks like the
카메라가
best
좀
Brazilian
이상한 거.
team
그럴
ever,
수도 있어.
honestly.
카메라
I
렌즈가.
think usually the Brazilian teams were pretty easy to verse. Like
Fevi
it
was
felt like they
fine.
were not very good at
That's
laning.
okay,
They like in mid game they would not make correct decisions. And nowadays, at least when you play against FURIA, it feels like they are actually the team that can compete easily. They have good mechanical players. They are an aggressive team, and you have to play very well if you want to beat them. So hopefully we don't get surprised today in the best of one, and we will play a good game so we can take them down. But it's also gonna be a tough game.
Okay, hopefully we will see an exciting series between you two, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Polska, Godom, they're Inspired. All right, less than a minute to the stage, so let's get to it. Medios, what you got?
Inspired looks like so sleepy
Well,
there.
I just wanted to ask Bayano.
오늘은 뭔가 진행이 근데 빠릿빠릿한 것 같은데 어저께보다 진행이 빠르다. Today is like quite cut fast. I like it.
Who can you rely on to
No
carry this
delay
one?
so far.
I think we have Tatu, like I said, like when we.
Or maybe
when
we're
he
just
hits
used to it
top
now.
mid, he can
Like the
invade
segments,
jungle,
like
he
the
can
talking
play the game
segments,
so
felt
fast.
kind of
And for
long
me, that's
yesterday,
the point
but
that we can win, and we hope that.
videos look so different now. That's what I'm saying, Marshall. I couldn't recognize who he
Let's go.
was.
We are the underdogs, but people.
I think it's
just
like
cheer for us. This is
his
game
beard.
For Brazil. If we win
Yeah.
this game, it's gonna be epic for Brazil for all the history. So let's go. Cheers for Brazil.
All right,
He also looked like he gained a little bit of weight,
FlyQuest.
but also not blonde anymore. Yeah, true. Hair darkened. 인스파이어드 잘생겼다고? 플라이커스 선수들이 좀 잘생긴 편이죠, 진짜로. 부시오 선수가 속눈썹이 진짜 이뻐요. I mean, have you guys seen Busio's like eyelashes are so long? His eyelashes are so long. I remember how like when I first saw it, I was like, what? Huh? And then he played the Bard though. Crazy Bard player. I think we might actually see FlyQuest Bard talking about Bard. Enough chit chat. We are actually loading into the second game shortly, I think. Gonna see it soon. 커드 선수는 리엔지 선수랑 닮았다. 살짝 머리 스타일은 좀 다르긴 하지만 분위기가 좀 비슷한 느낌이 있긴 하죠. 커드 선수 진짜 잘생기긴 했어, 근데. 커드's like really handsome as well. And of course we have the Weeper. Why Weeper? Most handsome? I don't know what handsome, but definitely the most Giga Chat. Yeah? We'll put it at that. 안녕하세요, 어서오세요. Hi.
To lock in the final spot.
You're absolutely right, and a big win here secures that spot in the quarterfinal. And I can tell you now, we are lucky enough to see the players backstage, and tensions right now are palpable. That's because a win here is worth $110,000, Fancy.
That's a lot of money, so let's welcome them to the stage. First,
$110,000?
Can they soar to the quarterfinals?
Yo, can they buy me an ice cream, please?
From shattering. It's FlyQuest.
That's a lot of dollars. There it is. $1 million? If they win here, that is. So even if they if they lose the next round, but they still advance, which means that they get more prize money each time they advance. 그러니까 올라가면 올라갈수록 그 상금을 좀 늘어나는 거지.
It's FURIA.
Can I get an ice cream also? Okay, Umbro, I'll ask them for an ice cream as well for you. Me and Umbro. There it is. Vamos Brazil! Vamos! I think I'm gonna cheer for Brazil, but NA fans are gonna hate me for that.
EWC quarterfinals hangs in the balance.
Busio looks nervous. Don't be nervous, Busio. Bring out the Bard. Do it.
Thank you, gentlemen, for those introductions. And we are here.
Busio Barden's the best.
By Wolf, and we're ready to get into FlyQuest versus FURIA. North versus South Wolf. For all of the marbles.
You know, if this was a best of series, say a best of 3 or a best of 5,
NA vs SA. South America vs North America, guys.
If it was a best of 7,
남미와 북미의 대결.
Best of 11, same thing.
재밌죠, 이거.
But it's a best of 1, right? And I think FlyQuest are definitely the favorites, but anything can happen in a best of 1. And FURIA has proven time and time again. We saw it at MSI. This team could take a game off almost anybody if they have the right settings, if they're in the right condition. And I do think that, you know, FlyQuest comes into this as favorites. I think it would be a massive disappointment to lose here, considering their MSI performance, considering how well they played at Worlds last year. There's a team that is very, very strong, and one of the best representatives we've seen from North America against other teams, you know, internationally for a while.
The crazy zooms happening again today.
It's all down to one final game.
Exactly right.
They keep zooming in so hard onto the players. I'm like, I don't know, guys.
On the side of FlyQuest, G2 were
부담스러운 줌인 오늘도
in Vancouver,
많이
and they
하네요.
were less easy to take on here in Riyadh. So we'll see whether they have got back on the horse after a good night's sleep, and will be able to take it to FURIA here today. There's one thing I want to mention. It's a bit of an aside, and that is, I just saw Thinkard's notebook. And it looks like he just got it from a pirate ship, like a sunken pirate ship from the bottom of the ocean.
It's like so worn.
So regal and beautiful.
Yeah, he's got.
Like how many times has he even flipped through that book? 아니 저 책을 도대체 얼마나 사용했길래 저게 너덜너덜하게 지금? It looks like 200 years old or something.
Let's dive in to the draft here.
He must have prepared a lot here.
Let's see if X
얼마나 많은 준비를 했길래?
Ban in that final spot, because that is what
Vamos
tried
equipo.
to rely on their last 2
Vamos Brazil.
A treasure map. Is that what the reference was? I liked it.
Quad has been really
those are some fast bans coming through from
it is going to be that final ban. This is what I expected. I think FlyQuest have really.
I think Weeper just hovers Kaisa every game for his girlfriend though. 저 카이사는 항상 Weeper 선수가 매판 카이사를 호버를 하거든요. 저 이제 여친분을 위한 Weeper's girlfriend is like a Kaisa player, so.
In this scenario, I like the Varus
여친 샤우트아웃입니다. 참고로.
I like Varus. I like Rumble as well.
부럽다, 부러워.
For FURIA could also be
부럽다.
something pretty powerful. You pair it alongside a
there
Sequani,
is
for
Varus.
example. There are quite a few things. The Pantheon being banned
Relationship
away
goals.
alongside the Vi. These have been sort of the top ticket junglers so far here at EWC, but that is a very early cow. As the Zinzao are going to be locked in alongside it. That is like a 1-2
Where are the Silas? Are we going to see the
really
quad Silas coming through? 알리스트 하면은 근데 사일러스는 나오나 만한데 과연 저 미드 할 만한 게 지금 뭐가 있지?
1A inspired is just going to lock it, you know? I feel like it's just
Do it. Do
I just want it to be
do
insta-locked.
do
I know
it.
he spends a lot of time hovering
Oh,
with
we were
Italy.
seeing the
I
recall.
wonder what sort of AD carry we're going to see out of IU here, though, with this Alistair, because you do budget a lot of your
Rumble's
power,
open. I don't
you
know.
away from that bottom 2v2.
Rumble
and you do
is
lock an
open.
Alistair in this early,
Rumble 하나?
just simply because playing into the Varus, it's already a strong lane bully. Your level 1 is very weak, so what kind of prio we're looking for
Trundle's
is going to be interesting. Now, this Trundle pick here, you already have 2 pretty decent subjugate targets, so I like that a lot. Also pretty strong into both of these tanks because they don't have great ways to get out if they are pillared. You know, if they're going in, they find themselves trapped inside. It can be very frustrating.
The
Or are they picking her? I don't know.
Also
It's
really good for Trundle.
Yeah.
The good old being able to chomp away their ability to fight back is just not very fair. And Toots, that's a Yasuo. That's locked in, Wolf.
Okay, well.
Is that like a
That
misclick?
certainly is.
Did they make a mistake?
Maybe they were looking for his brother, and then like Yasuo came to the door, and he's like, "Nah, I'm sorry, he's not home. Unfortunately." It's like, do you want me to help you out?
I don't think
maybe
it's
that's what they
that
did.
is
necessarily a weak pick here, but we're gonna have to see what the rest of the draft.
That is an early Yasuo
that we're
pick.
gonna try to build around it because this is not your
트런들이
traditional,
나오는데 야수를 한다고
Yasuo
미쳤다
Gragas
진짜.
or Yasuo Diana situation. I mean, it could
Oh,
still be a
my
Gragas, of
Furia,
course, if
you
that is
guys
left
are
available. I wanna
crazy.
Go for that in the top lane, but
Why
it's a
not
pretty
last pick
unique,
it? Why do you have to
look
pick it so
here
early
from
though?
Furia, so
It's
저렇게 일찍
blinding.
픽할 이유가
Yeah,
있나?
blowing my mind. Like, really?
It is quite unusual, but
They didn't have to do this.
they certainly
Could be
did
on
not.
top
They could've
Yasuo,
just looked
could
for
be
an
mid
AD
as well,
carry
we don't
pick, Which
know.
also makes me wonder, you know, what that is going to like. It's not like
That is an IU! Yasuo! IU is a Yasuo ADC player! Oh my! IU plays Nila and Yasuo. He's like a melee champion player. Yeah, his champion pool is really crazy. IU 선수가 근데 야수 원딜을 합니다. 바텀 야수야. 그 왜냐면은 그 MSI에서도 야수 꺼냈었고 닐라도 했었거든요. 그래서 되게 신기한 챔프풀. 원래 원거리 딜러분들이 근거리 챔프들을 많이 못하는 경우가 하도 한데 오히려 근거리 원딜을 잘하는 원딜러? 신기하네요. 네, 저 원딜이에요 무조건.
So still kind of keeping things a little bit of a mystery here in terms of what FlyQuest plans are going to be.
I'm excited to see this. They need some range though. I think FURIA needs to pick some range
on
here.
the side of Furia already, right? And we're expecting, like, I don't know whether Toots is going to be.
Are we
playing
seeing like a Diana or
from what I
Grace?
can see, hasn't played
그라가스 나오는 거 아니야?
competitively in the past.
Oriana! That's actually really nice though. Oriana Yasuo.
Could just be playing this.
Yeah, maybe.
Wait, this comp is looking broken. 난 프리아 조합 되게 좋은데? 저는 프리아 조합 좋다고 생각합니다.
When you have this Alistair, now if they prepared it really
깡한타
well, if they
하면은
practiced it, they
그
scrimmed it a lot, it can catch you off guard because you're just not used to playing
오리아나
against a
대박공
duo like
나오면은
this.
이제
But
한타 끝나죠.
very unusual setup here is it looks like we might see Renekton to come up here into the top lane, and then we'll find out what that counter pick is going to be here for quad.
Yeah, and IU did play it at MSI, so
장막
it does make
밸류
some sense
좋다.
that the Yasuo would be on the bottom
장막도
side.
바루스 상대로.
Again, just because you've played and just because it has been viable in the past doesn't necessarily mean it works here.
I don't know about that one.
Ginger
makes sense.
It didn't win.
I thought maybe we'd see FlyQuest just go for a Rise pick here to give them a little bit more global power for sides and insane wave clear, extra damage, but
they're gonna play. What are they gonna play here? Is going to be Grace.
That we saw already in this tournament. We're not a big fan of the champ right now in terms of what it does in team fights, but there's some cool new Syndra builds we've seen.
Guigo has shown at MSI that he's a very good Aatrox player. 아트록스로 MSI에서 이미 그 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여줬었죠. What do you think on draft, guys?
Bottom lane duo is a big question mark for me though. You can block some of the Varus damage with the wind
I
wall.
think FlyQuest's comp is just very standard. Front line,
like we talk about the R button
front
being
to
the
back.
gameplay button. Well, wind wall means that there's more gameplay than just the sarcastic gameplay button that we talk about all the time.
I mean, it pairs well with
Yeah,
the
Yasuo
pairs
ADC
decently
for
well with the
IU.
Alistair if you can hit a big knock-up with the Pulv. You know, there are ways to set up big ultimates in team fights, but the composition really just
여기에서 근데 프리아가 여기에서 이기면은 진짜 브라질 대축제 아니냐고.
And they can in
If imagine FURIA actually beats FlyQuest here, that is gonna be crazy.
It's premedicated on a lot of map control. It's premedicated on not falling behind early. If anything goes wrong for FURIA in the first 15 minutes of this game, they find themselves at a 2,000 gold deficit. I just feel like this draft becomes unplayable. So insane confidence. You know, insane risk-taking, your key on the line, your tournament life here at Esports World Cup, League of Legends 2025 on the line. They lock it in again. We saw it at MSI, as you mentioned. But I'm just not
Flying
sold.
Quest is simple. Furia needs to execute more for the comp to work, I think.
There's going to be a lot of fun to be had for Inspired on this Trundle and for this Rakan as well. I mean, if Rakan loves anything,
Definitely
it is a whole
need
bunch
to
of
connect the
champions all
ulties from
grouped up
Furia.
standing next to each other so they can all get charmed and in position for all of this AoE to come through. Scat of the Weeks could also be very, very dangerous. So I'm a little bit worried here for Furia, but if they start running away with this game, I mean, their composition is a meat grinder, even if it is a very up close.
It is a best of one, so if you're ever gonna play Yasuo ADC, it's a best of one. You should bring it out right now. 100%.
And given again the
Especially
right
when your
circumstances, do
ADC
decent
is
amount of
comfortable
damage,
with Yasuo
but
ADC,
it's also
right?
more of a burst composition
He's known
where
for
the
that
Orianna
pick,
sets
so-
up a combo, you have the Yasuo, the Aatrox goes in, and you win the fight basically instantaneously, because if the fight is longer, it's going to be so much tougher to play out here.
Oh, there's
into the
prediction going on in
composition
Twitch
of
chat if you guys want to
FlyQuest
bet your
later
times
on.
or channel points.
And from a deficit, like
in
I
Twitch chat.
said,
Go and do that.
those opportunities, those combos you have to fish for become so challenging as everyone's super locked in here.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the Furia
Meditating.
players, like, really doing the woosah, you know, like, making sure that everything is calm, they're ready, and looking confident here with this composition. I don't know whether that's how I feel going in, but we don't know. We don't know. And up against FlyQuest here, there is a chance to take them, catch them off guard. That is the spirit of best of ones,
시작도
right?
전에 퍼지냐고 퍼즈가 걸린 것 같긴 한데 이렇게 로딩이 많이 오래 걸리진 않았거든요. 첫 번째 판은.
Try and take them down, and also going with comfort. Like before MSI, this Yasuo bottom lane situation that they were running.
It could
was
be a pause
undefeated.
right now. I don't
Wasn't
know.
exactly a large sample size, but I do like that.
Yeah.
There it is.
It's a risk.
We're loading it
for
now.
sure. And
Praise Furia win.
Yeah, let's dive onto the rift here.
Let's go! We're doing it, guys. Game 2.
FlyQuest, which
Elimination
will be
series.
advancing to the knockout stage
Best of one.
as we are playing some cowbells.
단판이다, 단판. 지면은
The
끝입니다. 여기 집
volatility
가야 돼요.
of these drafts as well is something that's really exciting for a best of one. You know, if you are able to get those conditions right, if you are able to make a really strong early mid-game
I'm gonna cheer for
play,
Furia,
you know, around
guys.
grubs, around first, second dragon, you can force a team fight and get this Yasuo
I don't know if it's a good thing or a
composition
bad thing,
accelerated.
but,
Aatrox gets accelerated. I mean, you can just win with this wonky draft
과연
and be
야수
that
원딜로
underdog story,
승리를 가져올 수
that you want
있을까?
to be, and to take that win, to move through the knockout stage. And everybody could always use a little bit more cowbell.
야수 bot is enough to see. Yeah, I really
I hope
want
that we
this
just
to
stay here
actually
the
work
whole
out,
time
but we'll see.
as we pan away immediately. It's a bit sad.
야수.
Inspired is traditional Trundle, so still having the Pillar of Filth is absolutely fantastic.
Massive gold lead for Toots as well, by the way.
8강 가도 상대는 젠지.
That's infinity more than everyone else.
Ward spawn.
나는 뭐
Okay, and
오늘
Ayurveda
하루
has
집중해서
gone
살아야죠.
for the
내일은
most
걱정하지
edgy
말기.
Yasuo skin. If you've ever played solo queue, you know
People
this is
did.
the one.
He did go for the exhaust, which is unsurprising.
Let him cook.
Allows you to all in a lot better.
Oh, Buipo?
In a lane like this in the
He's
bottom
doing
lane.
it. Oh, look at those
So watch this
moves.
top matchup is very critical
Dodging the
that
keys.
this Yasuo does not, or sorry, not the Yasuo, the Aatrox, excuse me, does not fall behind.
당연히 라인은 땡겨도
this
되고 라인은
matchup.
땡기고 신짜오도
Because when
탑을
playing Yasuo
향해
bottom
가고
lane,
있네요. 신짜오
you
starting
kind of
top,
just have to
so
pick your battles
is
perfectly.
Trundle.
Look for your all-ins and your trades when you can. Utilize your shield to last hit minions, because otherwise you're melee into range and you got an Alistar support. I mean, like look at Master and
it's not too bad.
Lucio just going, yeah, try to play the game. Good luck.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
he missed the
level
minion, though.
one is not the most powerful in the game. You're absolutely right. As
Level
Level
2!
Slicing and dicing and
Holy moly, Buipo.
will be able to be followed
Buipo
up here
선생님
by
매서운데?
decently well.
이번 대회에서 레네톤
Doesn't
되게
hit
좋은
level
것
3 yet,
같아요.
so it doesn't have the Ruthless Predator. Can't show us that indeed the minions are not in as much danger.
Oh, look
as
at
they
that.
were
Going in for
yesterday.
D4.
As I found it
Really
crazy
good word, I
that
think.
Flippo's played 2 games in a row of Renekton when he played only unique champions.
Yeah,
throughout
I
all
was
of
going to mention
MSI.
that earlier. It was, funny that that's the one that ends up being
It was like
the mainstay.
13 in a
Varus was
row.
open? Yeah,
unique
Varus was
champions,
open.
Which is like pretty nutty.
FlyQuest,
all the way
like,
up
picked
until
the first.
Gragas. It was bookended by Gragas's actually.
Locked in
This
first
last
by
game
FlyQuest.
in the LEC being a Gragas game.
So far, this mid matchup relatively even between these two. Toots wants to look for an extended trade.
This is one of the oldest matchups ever.
Yeah.
The orb off in the mid lane.
When I
The
think
Orianna, Syndra, the ball into the balls.
First year of the LCK, and I think
Syndra has 3 balls,
PDD
but the
versus
Orianna only has
Showmaker.
1 ball.
Yeah.
Flying around.
As, okay, we are going to have a bit of a trade up here on the top lane. Bottom as well, the all-in.
Yeah,
Oh, that level 2!
He's
just gonna dash out.
Not gonna land.
그 야수가 이게 야수 원딜이 저게 되게 무섭죠. When you have a minion wave and he starts going E onto the minion wave, and then you're trying to turn around and like actually punish him, and then he just E's out behind on the minion wave again. 웨이브 타고 들어오는 저거 그러다가 이제 잡으려고 하니까 웨이브 타고 또 도망간다. 그다음 패시브 세워가지고 또 다시 이제 한 턴 더 보고.
I think the observers are showcasing here really well how aggressive all 3 lanes are right now, like how on a knife's edge and how volatile all these matchups are.
I only have 2 eyes though, Wolf. It's really
what happened to
hard
the screen?
Like, focus on one thing in particular.
We're going to see that TP back in for both mid laners here, as that's going to be the end of that knife's edge battle that we are having, as Bwipo continues to have a slight advantage here on the top side.
Lovely visual update coming through.
Wants to turn that into a larger
I think this is definitely going to be valuable.
Let's see how Gigo responds. Does of course have his flash.
죽은 것 같은데 이거.
In comes Inspired.
Oh, maybe we can hit the Q.
Oh, does have that Q charge.
Oh!
Flashes pretty late there, but Inspired holds onto the turret aggro, and that is a
Pretty clean dive from FlyQuest. Well played, I think.
Yeah, just holding that aggro.
완벽한데 다이브
FlyQuest.
FlyQuest.
They've got the pillar. And down
아트록스는 저게 거의 뭐 최선의 플레이가 아닌가라는 생각을.
And on the cross map, there's just simply nothing Tatu can
Top
do
is
right
a problem now. Yup.
Clearing that Gromp at the moment.
I mean, he just took a really bad trade at level 2 timing, and then now it got dove. It's super doomed for him.
Nearly 1,000 gold behind. Another all in.
The flash pulve as they're layering the CC. Teleport to immediately come down.
There's TP coming through.
I think got the memo that they were getting out of there.
No, top guy. Top tie.
No more cowbell. At least
the thing is, Renekton's just gonna swap bot now. Varus recalls and then swaps top. 이게 어차피 저 텔포를 사도 손해가 아닌 게 요즘 수업 메타라서 바텀에 이제 저 플레이를 한 다음에 바루스랑 라칸이 탑을 수업을 가거든요. Like the swap meta just allows for TPs like that, very early cross-map TPs.
You don't get out. You lose.
In the past, like Renekton would have to recall after that and then go top again, but you don't do that. You just stay. And instead the bot lane recalls and goes top. 솔랭에서도 저거 나오면은 진짜 좋긴 하겠는데 솔랭에서는 그저 이제 탑이 만약 바텀 텔포를 사면 탑이 그냥 집 가서 탑으로 다시 가죠. 그럼 이제 탑이 엄청 손해를 많이 보는 거야. 바텀 텔포를 탈 때마다. 저렇게 하면 손해를 하나도 안 봐.
Well, there's a headbutt pulve as the trample looking to come down as well, but the scat of the week was so good. There's the flash in from Tatu though, but he gets knocked off.
Oh, Tatu's baited. FURIA keep getting baited here. 아, 뭔가 마음이 급한 것 같은 퓨리아 좀 천천히 해도 되는데 I feel like they're a little bit too just wait until 6 in my opinion. Like you don't have to take the game so fast.
Well, another fight here towards the bottom side of the map as Bwipo now with 2 kills after teleporting opportunely towards that bottom
Spacing
side,
back and forth,
that as a lane swap as well.
Like Chimes.
Not losing tempo and still being there for the counter gank was pretty ridiculous, and that means this crocodile is so powerful.
Really is. You know, IU here, you could see it looking for trades like this and just losing so massively at this point. I mean, look at the itemization. He's got a Hearthbound Axe versus just the Greaves, but it's the range advantage that Masu has where he's like, okay, nice try, but on your way out, you're going to lose a 1/4 of your health bar. As this looked like a really big opportunity here for the side of Furia, I think Quad, knowing that both his support and jungler are nearby, feels pretty comfortable to kind of push this and bait this. And he's looking for something, right? And then look at how well he plays this here. This double scatter, flashes away, buys a ton of time. Busio comes in here, gets the knock-up, and at that point it's over. He ults in, they get the kill, they get the feat of warfare, and it's just a sick play.
알리스터 애초에 미드에 보였기 때문에 신드라도 저걸 생각하고 있었거든. 근데 팀원들도 저거 가주는 거고. 좀 뭔가 알리스터 위치가 안 보였으면 몰라도 대처가 너무 좋았네요. FlyQuest가.
Oh my god, he just killed it. Okay.
Angry people! Why is Whippo so angry today? Holy moly.
He could have, and he may have still killed him though.
Whippo 선생님 오늘 좀 많이 화나셨는데? 앵그리 Whippo 출전?
Unfortunately.
Whippo.
Yeah.
Oh, it was very good.
When Whippo is locked in, man, he's got his head focused.
This game's looking rough, guys, for FURIA. They're already down nearly 3k gold, guys.
Ultimate gamer position.
Yeah, you know the gamer position where you're on the couch, you're kind of sitting back, but then suddenly you're like, I'm really gaming.
Oh yeah.
Whippo's always really gaming.
Yeah.
That's why he's so good.
I mean, Black Cleaver completed at 8 minutes for Renekton. Like, it's over, guys.
And I don't know what else I could tell you guys about how bad this is going to be
잠시만.
for Gigo for the rest of this
불클이 지금 8분에 나왔다고?
Steel caps are basically made of paper in this scenario, and now looking to fight
진짜
for
홀리
buffs
몰린데요?
here. Busio does have level 6. I mean, all summoners available here for the bot duo.
However, Kaisen has now decided to carry to send a message to his GF. Yup.
This is what their composition
Oh,
wants to do.
Toots is just dead. Goodbye.
Shockwave does come down, but doesn't do too much of anything at all as they knock up the
난리가
cow.
났다.
And Busio is still looking for even more. They'll take Jojo
Wow,
on their
what
way
is
out.
going
My
on?
goodness,
This
is
tournament,
an
like-
absolute shellacking here.
And, you know, we knew from the outset as Io will survive, but has to use his flash. We knew from the outset that if this comp falls behind even slightly, like I said earlier on,
Minor regions?
it's impossible to play. And now
maybe I don't even know.
essentially
아니
over.
뭔가
And I
근데
hate to say it,
진짜
this is an elimination match. This is FURIA going
메이저
home.
리그가
This is the
역시
end of
메이저
the tournament. They had a
리그인가라는
really
생각이
risky draft, but they fell
들면서도
behind early.
단판이라서
Super
그런
hard to execute on
건가?
this
I mean, if it was like a best of 3 or best of 5,
Basu and
maybe
Busio handled the bottom
there
lane
is gonna be
all-in
something happening. I don't
masterfully,
even know.
and Inspired has had an amazing game here, right? He's been
Just really
everywhere he
solid
needs to
gameplay
be.
coming through
He's
from
absorbed
both
that
FlyQuest
pressure. He and
and
Busio both have really stopped
Koi as well.
every single angle that FURIA have tried to find, and from behind in this scenario.
야스.
Like you said, your comp needs to fight.
근데 야스를 탓하기에는 근데 뭔가
give this up. But in the current game state, you just get cut to pieces if you're split, and Tuts is the victim of being split.
애초에 6렙 돼가지고 한타를 해야 되는데 6렙 되기 전에 이미 게임이 많이 터져가지고 game exploded before they were able to hit 6. That's the problem. Like Poppy's just getting gapped. Meanwhile, bot lane, I think Alistar was too patient. Like Alistar was trying to go for some crazy plays. No bueno.
Big mistake from FlyQuest.
And honestly, you know, sometimes if you hope for these mistakes,
Also
they
the
can
23
happen.
damage.
Even in our last
That's like
best of
1Q, I
one,
think.
The early game was in a fair bit of control by a CFO, but things can happen to bring it back around as
Malphite R5.
big old trade here from
Into
Fly,
Renekton, is
who
Malphite
is
actually
feeling
playable?
pretty good
I don't know
on
that
this
matchup.
Syndra right now, really starting to hit their stride.
I feel like Renekton
The
W
Blackfire torch
breaking
does
the
come
shield
down
is kind of
inside number
broken.
one.
This is the
And
new
then he
Syndra
just
ability,
rushes like
Blackfire, Cosmic
full AD,
Dive, and we get
Black
the
Cleaver and
Blackfire
all.
this early. You're happy
23
to
damage is
just
1E. Oh yeah,
anyone
Q
you
does more
interact
damage.
with out of a
You're
mid
right.
lane matchup, and in
That's
this case,
probably
it's
an E.
unfortunately you got picked in that last fight, who is now going to be struggling to hold on. Just get TP to come through.
Malphite that's
here for
okay
the
into
recon.
Renekton,
This
but
is
you
going
can't
to be
really
Drake
CS with
Bio
melees. You
on
have
the
to use your Q.
lockdown here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I
And
feel like
even
in pro
Busio's
play, a lot of
spotting out
people
where
just know how to
Patu is
flash
here,
the
just
Malphite
leaving
ult.
Nothing to chance,
You
leaving
know?
nothing here to question. They have Whippo with TP who could join this fight.
Every
Even
time I
if it
see
is a
Malphite
fight,
in pro
if it is
play,
a
it
contest,
just
but frankly,
does
I
not
think
look too
FURIA
good.
have no right to be anywhere near this dragon.
No, I don't think they're going to be fighting for this one. It's a very late.
풀티가 극제전 무대 경험이 더 많다고? 그래? 그런 거나 이제 확실히 빅경기에서의 단판승 이런 게
They were not there.
That's why that was a thing. FlyQuest now going to be moving.
그리고 이제 생각해보면은 솔직히 브라질 팀은 브라질에서 비행기 타고 온 거니까 진짜 너무
Look where Buppo has the lane. He's like, I'm the only person that could try to.
아니 왜 비행기 시간이 훨씬 길거든요. 진짜 비행기 안 타신 분들은 이거 몰라. 이거 비행기 진짜 힘들어. 그런 것도 선수 컨디션 그런 얘기 할 수밖에 없는 걸. I mean, if they can somehow kill the people, oh my gosh, JoJo's tanking like 50,000 tower shots there. Oh my gosh, they have to run. Okay, go. Okay, FURIA. That's huge, I think.
I gave Buppo a lot of credit for
Huge
how he had
steer
the
coming
wave there
through.
and how he was like, nah, I'm not going to allow it. But I do almost feel like I still was right. Like I feel like Buppo was just like, no, hold on, I'm so fed. I can actually bait them and Inspired will clean up. And he went for it anyways. And then he ultimately did pay for it with his life. But this is one kill. This is one bounce back. It goes over
if they did not delete Go Drinker and Buppo had Go Drinker right now, he would have lived that.
But you need so much more than this. And,
Thankfully, Riot
you know,
deleted
looking
Gold
at
Drinker
where
because that
Inspired
item is
on the map
disgusting.
Right now, he's heading up when Blippo does decide to make that call.
아니 여기에서 근데 만약에 불클이 아니라 예전에 그 선열 포식자 그거였으면은 If he pressed Gold Drinker, he would have been full HP on 3 people. 3명한테 선열 포식자 불킬 되죠.
Inspired wasn't quite there in time, I should say. The distance was too great.
착대해서 다행히 나이트 미리. 예, 이게 마지막 단판이고 다음 판부터는 이제 세 판 이상.
Yeah, Toots gonna get a plate here in the mid lane, you know. Small victories.
선열 포식자라니 무슨 그런 끔찍한 선열 포식자 쇼진 메타 진짜 기억하시나요, 여러분? You guys remember the? Ooh, Masu. Very clean, by the way.
Because look at how much damage he takes on the attempt. It's crazy, and this has kind of been happening.
It's so funny. Like I can flash the Alistair W as well, but the thing is, like for some reason, I have a hard time flashing Poppy's E. Am I the only one who has problems with Poppy?
I don't know, but
like, I know. I'm like, okay, Poppy's gonna E me. I'm gonna flash it. I have flash, and I don't flash it. But Alistair W Q combo, I can actually flash that.
Furia, like there is no one that
can Poppy E just feels really weird.
The range of Masu right now. Like as far
Poppy
as
E is harder to flash. Does it just travel faster? Does Poppy just travel faster? Or what?
I mean, look at the range advantage. Look at Ego's items or lack thereof.
It's really fucking weird. I don't know.
I don't think he wins a 1v1 against Masu right now. You know what I mean? Like there's just.
I lost too many games into Poppy support. It's cringe.
Good.
Bordeaux player
angles,
getting destroyed
in this game. And like when you see a draft like this that's so all in. You know the game can end up this way.
We just 7-1 again.
They're unfortunately reaping the consequences
what do you mean?
of their choices now.
Oh no.
That was really cute by Jojo. Actually managing to taxi his way out. Didn't have to use the flash. And by didn't have to, I mean he didn't have it.
Why is it always 7-1?
Now Tatu's going in as well. Visio and Quad still in position, but it is just going to be half the health bar as these dark spheres are really starting to hurt.
They don't know where Inspired is, but they're about to find
선열
out.
포식자 쇼진이 없었다고? 있었는데? 아, 자르반 선열 포식자 쇼진 갔었는데 아닌가? 자르반이 그때 개사기 럼블 자르반 우리아나 그 조합이 엄청 사귀었던 시절이 있었는데.
Watching them kill his turret, he's gonna wait for Tatsu to make his way up.
I don't know, guys. I'm sorry to say to Furia fans, but it's looking kind of grim right now. It's looking grim. They need a miracle team fight here. They need a miracle team fight. 8-2 incoming, yeah, maybe.
I guess what they also lose bottom turret because
I'd hate to be Guigo today. Honestly, he just took a really bad trade, and then he got jungled out into a dive.
Just slow.
I still think he did not trade properly.
Get the bottom turret. Quad can show up at any moment.
Really bad trade at level 2.
Don't need to hard force anything. Just continue to snowball lead. There's that bottom turret. Now
that's the hard part about top lane. Is like you take one bad trade and suddenly your lane is fucked.
Can really do nothing wrong at this point. As Ego also has
oh wait, they're just giving it up.
How relevant this Aatrox is going to be in the skirmish. The window is closing though, and I think FlyQuest may just simply have been a little bit too slow to show up on this one. So
wait, that's huge actually.
Small victory here, small pickup. For Furia.
That is very huge.
Gonna be a lot of dominoes they're gonna need to try to
저거 아니 이렇게 골드 차이 나는데 전령을 그냥 주는 거는 좀.
Indeed. 10 seconds until the next dragon, so that might have been what FlyQuest were aware of, wanting to make sure that they can get some priority on that area. That is exactly what it looks like.
아이유 선수가 야수 원딜 장인이에요. 그래서 야수를 꺼냈는데. 야수랑 닐라 이거 두 개를 되게 좋아하시는 분.
That shows that it is certainly an added layer of cope because it is 4,000 gold to lead at 16.5 minutes. That is nothing to scoff at. They will be able to take an uncontested dragon here towards the bottom side of the map. Tatu wants nothing to do with it. He's just going to take himself back to base. Still holding on to the
you have to give it. You can't really fight right now.
Pop down.
Ocean Drake.
Really rough. This Trundle's humongous as well. This Trundle's gonna be really hard to kill.
The craziest for either
제일 문제가 트런들이 잘 큰 게 문제일 것 같은데 레넥턴은 어떻게 해서 어떻게 할 수 있다고 해도 Fed Trundle is so bad news because a lot of Furia's comp has like infighters like Yasuo infighting, Xin Zhao infighting, Aatrox as well.
It's kind of
and the Troller's gonna be like
boop, 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 this big though when you're trying to kill them fast, I suppose.
Yeah, that is a good point.
But yeah, I mean,
인물 한타 나야 된다.
It could be a hex tech, you know, in this scenario where you're already super far behind with this low range composition that is just going to get slowed and struggle to close the gap.
Why do teams not destroy wards when they're on pinks?
Composition here for FURIA that went wrong.
I mean, they do destroy it, but the problem is like if you cannot contest the ward, then they don't.
This year, and it's a sad ending. It's got to be crushing for the players to go out like this. You know, down 7 kills, down 5,000 gold nearly. Or 4,000 at this point. They did bring it back a little bit.
Like they know it's worth it. They can destroy it later, but
like this, where the rest
they have to
of the
kind of
world
move
is watching,
back.
perhaps not even
For example, if
necessarily
Aatrox is
understanding why
gonna
this comp
receive
can't
top wave right
function
now,
anymore.
then you
They just don't
know.
have any windows, man. It's one of those games
Okay,
that's
you're
tough
like,
as a
okay,
commentator
5
as
breaks
well
out.
to try to find what could be the angle,
Can't get there
what
on
could be
time.
the way back in. It just feels
Don't
like
wanna die for
checkmate
the
was
ward,
reached
though.
long ago.
Yeah, it does certainly feel like that. And there is certainly angles, but it relies on FlyQuest making a mistake, overextending, giving away shutdowns. Like, killing
some crazy Orianna combo.
Yeah, killing Inspired could be a big deal, right? Like, he's got the biggest bounty on his head right now. So that could be an opportunity, but yeah, like you were saying, I'm also just clutching at straws here. It's not looking too easy for FURIA to find that angle.
And FlyQuest also just, the way they're playing this is incredibly respectful, right? They've made a lot of great choices. I mean, maybe Blippo's decision on the top lane earlier was not as respectful as it could have been, but otherwise just not giving FURIA any ins. They're like, well, if we just play this slow and carefully, it's literally unlosable. We're not going to take any risks. We're not going to play greedy. We're not going to showboat. We're just going to control the map, set up deep vision, and sit back and wait for objectives to spawn. Take those, take
so
the
behind
win,
right now,
and take
this
our spot in
Aatrox.
the knockout stage.
아트록스 그냥 인생이 망한 거냐 이거 복구 하려면은
It's a
진짜.
very flexible draft and against what they're against, they have
The only play FURIA has is to try to overload and kill the Renekton.
Giving away opportunities, that wasn't quite it, but he
But
was
then Varus just gonna Varus Trundle and Syndra.
Still able to slice his way out, no flash required.
Just gonna run you down.
Okay, 2.5 minutes until the Dragon, even though we are heading, looking down that way. And the Otacon going to be spawning on the top side of the map.
Yeah, it's tough to imagine.
Okay, but FURIA has calmed down. They're not doing anything crazy anymore. They're just spawning it.
In this team fight. Like, he has a Kraken Slayer.
When you're losing, guys, you want to stop the game from snowballing too fast. You want to stop the fights from happening. You want to sit back. You want to farm. You want to defend. Kind of like twirling back. You're just like just hiding behind the towers, receiving waves.
The circumstances are so rough here.
지는 팀은 그냥 싸움을 피하는 게 맞고 이게 딱 살짝 누우면서 레벨링, CS 먹고 성장, 템 나온 다음에 이코 나오고 싸워보자. 천천히 하자. 뭐 이런 콜이 나오겠죠. 솔랭에서는 그냥 계속 그냥 싸우니까 지면은 계속 싸우니까 당연히 더 지고 더 지니까 더 지고 더욱더 싸우면 더욱더 지고 이렇게 되는 건데 그러니까 이 플라이커스도 이제 아타칸 이제 너네 안 와? 우리 진짜 먹는다 이러면서. I mean, we were ulted for no reason. Maybe this is a chance for FURIA to strike back.
Take that out, and this is that slow, controlled, great macro here from FlyQuest, where
the mid lane wave's gonna be crashing. So okay, but doing the Otacon is crazy, guys.
Gonna be a sandwich here potentially. Yeah, you're already taking a third of his health bar there.
I don't know, guys. I don't know about this.
Start like you were talking about, Wolf. There is the shockwave landing onto a couple as Busio still
Patu!
unable to get us.
Oh, it's over, guys.
Just free hitting wherever he wants to go. That's a very hungry crocodile as he takes down the Yasuo, and Guigo is just limping his way out. It looks like the consolation, or at least the prize of the Otacon, will go over to Fly without any more contest.
That is going to be such a huge win for them. Already, you know, a massive lead in pedals, and the XP is going to flow.
Very questionable Otacon. I mean, honestly, FlyQuest doing Otacon makes sense. They're like, okay, you need to come fight us. You can't just sit back and turtle and like farm.
Yeah.
If you don't come, we're gonna take Otacon for free, and then they want you to fight. However, for FURIA, you just want to stop their Otacon. You don't want to actually do it first.
Well, they now have Otacon, so they've probably got more pedals as well.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm getting at here. Is that just pushes.
아니 이거 전령을
the initial target.
전령 안 땄어도 이거 한타가 똑같지 않았을까? Are you taking the Herald? Didn't lose the game. I think just. I mean the W also should have been channeled to block the QE from quad. 또 저 신드라 저거 E를 막았어야 됐는데 야수가 W를 안 썼어. Are you? You're playing Yasuo. You gotta press the W button into Syndra. 그냥 걸어라 4-man stun is GG. Where did Orianna ulti? She ulted on the Xinjiang when Xinjiang was engaging, but did not combo. Even if they comboed, I don't think they had enough damage. Just a bad fight. Don't have enough damage yet. Game is looking like a BG GG.
There's a lot of lessons to be learned, I think, in this game about how FlyQuest played from ahead. Because, you know, we talked about so much, like, if they make a mistake,
이거를 지려면은 그냥 FlyQuest 선수들이 한 5번 연속으로 던지면 지만한.
You know, choke out the enemy.
Maybe FlyQuest like gets caught out like 5 times in a row and then somehow lose Baron at 25 minutes.
Kill them with 1,000 cuts rather than
I don't think that's gonna happen though.
We're so massively ahead. We just push in between these turrets and look for a crazy team fight. That FlyQuest are playing. I mean,
I really want to look at Yasuo's damage graph after the game.
In the game, but it is certainly the highest chance of success with a lead like this, and I think they've nearly reached
Yasuo damage graph waiting room.
Yeah. As they just won't give Furia any outs.
What a miserable game though. I wanted to see some cinema gameplay, but it's very stumpy here.
Map, but even he knows once he hits that midway point, once he hits the river, he's like, that's as far as I can go.
좀 더 재밌는 그런 경기가 보고 싶었는데 재밌는 경기가 나오지 않는 모습.
Never allowed to take your own jungle camps, right?
Never.
Slowly but surely, FlyQuest will just get
그래도 전파는 좀 재밌긴 했어. I mean, last game was actually pretty good to watch, but this one a little bit tragic. 솔직히가 이게 확률 99.9999. 99.999999. 만약에 9가 영원히 계속되면은 그건 100이랑 똑같다는 거 아시나요? 99.9999. Did you know that 90.9999 repeated infinitely is the same as 100? It's actually mathematically proved. You can actually mathematically prove that it's equal to 100. It's kind of crazy.
To slow this game down. Baron's gonna spawn in 30 seconds here though, and that's when things get really problematic. That's when FlyQuest really start to threaten inhibitors.
How boring is the match that I'm starting to talk about like mathematics?
The inner is already gone there. They have super
start talking about nerds
on the bottom side of the map.
노잼이다.
Turn their eyes towards the Baron.
이런 판은 뭐
coming through here.
다들 롤 해보셨잖아요. 어쩔 수 없는 판이 나오는 걸 어떡해요.
And he's gonna have a
Mac is fun. What do you mean? That's what I'm saying.
If he's able to get a few kills, and I mean, at this stage, as Furia, you're like, what if they group bottom and just take out our inhibitor?
억지를 잘 몰라서 대장님 실제로 움직이고 있는 모션대로 저 캐릭터가 움직이냐고. 야. 1, 2, 3, 4.
When those are up, but I can't really go any further than that.
I move RL and then
at any point can just move towards Baron, but they're keeping their options open.
And on top of that, Inspired is about to like finish a Thornmail, I'm pretty sure. Like, then who kills him? Because Tuts is just not doing any damage right now. There is nowhere near a Void Star
트래킹
or
그런
anything
거
like
사용해서
that.
하는
This
건데
Orianna has been pretty far
꽤
behind
정확하죠.
throughout this game, but also
심지어
Orianna I
혀까지.
feel like needs a little bit of help,
Even
needs a
tracks
little
my
bit of
tongue.
acceleration to really be dangerous. And then the rest of the team is just physical damage. And
Tracking's
yes, you can
pretty
say
good.
that Yasuo takes 45% of your armor or something like that, but
I'm talking about the tracking. Because someone in the chat asking about if I'm actually doing this very well.
So Whippo now going to be fighting against Guigo here towards
Moving
his
my
bottom
hands
side
and
as
fingers.
Inspired, just waiting for his angle of attack.
Yes, I am.
And now there
Okay,
are
they're trying to
3
raid
people who's
Whippo?
chasing after this Yasuo.
Okay.
The last breath comes in and it's exactly that, ladies and gentlemen. There's
last
the
breath.
pulverize. It is going to connect.
Okay, they finally got him?
Will go down.
레이드
It's a
성공?
1-for-1,
이제
so I guess that's
도망가야겠다.
good for Furia because the ones
no.
on the side of FlyQuest
Oh,
are way more dangerous, but not
no.
anymore. The piercing
Oh,
arrow coming
wait.
down, the pulverize is there
He
to
lived.
protect Tuts.
우리하나가
And now he has to
졸사네?
get out. And this turret should be
Wait, Syndra said like no
following
damage.
suit.
What happened?
Yeah, a very strong fight here for FlyQuest, despite it being an even trade. They got rid of one of the threats. And this is a risky call here. I'm not sure if this is going to work out for Tuts, but he's going for it.
We're going to try and take down Busio.
Trying to hard
didn't
punch
quite
here.
work out there, but the rest of the team
22
are
seconds
now
from
in
right.
position.
22초.
A
레네토
possible flank
22초.
angle. There are some
괜찮은데?
CDs that have been used up. And
Okay.
Busio will be the one to
No
fall
mana
down
on Varus?
first. They're
바루스
still
이거
trying
잡을
to
수
chase
있으면
this one
진짜
out.
모른다.
Dissonance will be able to help Tuts catch up.
Oh, scatter miss.
Dealing with these orbs coming on through, but
oh, Inspire looks dead here. You missed the Q! It doesn't matter though. Oh, Guigo shot him down! The throw coming in from FlyQuest! Wait, Weepo's here. Weepo's here. Oh, they're all done, aren't they? Oh no. Ray Boss is back.
He's put into the bouncy castle, but that is a double kill now.
Good
Quad really asserting his dominance on the Oriana.
Are you just going to get a mid turret here, which is bounty gold as well? You know how we talked about, or I was really talking about textbook.
뭔가 야스오가 그냥 합류를 했다면은 달았을까? Maybe if Yasuo was good. But they did get the bounty gold on the turret. So.
Also extending quite heavily into enemy territory here. He's got Blippo with him, but now we're looking at, you know, a situation here where it's still really bad for FURIA.
It started off good, and then it started off better. I mean, ended really badly for FURIA.
Greedy and could have actually cost them. The game would have ended if that failed, but they were able to pull it off. They were able to execute on it well.
Oriana 골드 많이 먹긴 했어, 근데. Oriana is 40 CS ahead, has a 1.3k gold lead on Syndra, despite Syndra having 4 kills. Syndra does have 4 kills.
I can understand the idea behind it. He actually built Death Dance instead of that GA I was talking about, so in these types of fights he is nigh unkillable.
좀만 잘했으면은 진짜 다 잡을 수 있었는데. I don't know. They could have maybe killed all of them, including Oriana.
But they're just not quite able to get away. Toots has the speed up, of course, with that ball.
Like, look at this Yasuo now.
But then decides to
He's too far anyway. Yasuo 위치가 너무 멀었다.
He's so big.
Even if he headed straight bot lane, he would not have been there in time.
He doesn't have Ocean Soul yet in this fight.
So him pushing mid is probably the best choice.
He might just end the game.
아니 오리아나 궁이 조금 아까부터 근데 상대를 도망가는 상황에서 잘 못 사용하는 것 같은데 잘못 사용했다. Oh, the Oriana Yasuo combo, but the Yasuo does that. Oh no. They're just ending it. 끝났다 이거. No. Goodbye. They can't even face check the own jungle. It's impossible. 트런들이 그냥 너무 사기다. Trundle's just a big boy.
Into the knockout
GG.
stage.
No, GG.
Really good to see the bounce back here from FlyQuest. It was a difficult day
07.
yesterday. This time around, though, making it look not even close in any regard. Wolf?
Yeah, not really. And
I like how everybody on FlyQuest has like a necklace.
The options for
They're all wearing like a
FURIA
necklace.
So limited with an early game like what we saw, but they were brave enough to pull it out. It was cool. Everybody loves to see.
하나 AL 들어가자 그러니까.
Bottom lane.
하나 AL이 다음 경기. Next game is Hana Live Esports into AL Anyone's Legends.
And they will stand tall.
Certainly will. Taking a bow here. Now get to think about the knockout stage. But before that, they get to do
Why
some
Weepo with the Orion. Top gap coming through, I think. Top gap. Just a gap everywhere. I don't know. Jungle gap as well. Just kind of rough, I think. Support gap.
We've seen quite a few of them bite the dust.
I think.
See Fancy collecting the key
Jojo was too impatient on the Alistar. They were too impatient on the bot side. 바텀에서 너무 마음이 급했어 진짜. 그것만 아니었으면 할만했는데. 근데 결국은 바텀에서 플레이도 솔직히 탑에서 텔포만 안 땄으면 할만했는데. I guess if you think about everything, it's a Buipo fault. I mean, not Buipo. Buipo gap. Because Buipo actually winning top lane trade led to the dive, right? And then he recalls and TP's bot lane and messes up the 2v2 matchup. Because the 2v2 was actually not too bad for Yasuo Alistar. They were going for a good kill angle, right? They're going for a crazy angle.
Like he did what, 40% of the team's damage on a crocodile. That was pretty impressive.
플랭크스 근데 확실히 잘한다. 하지만 다음 상대 젠지 goodbye. FlyQuest is good, but next is Gen G. Good luck.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on the
Yeah,
stage.
have fun
after
into that.
FlyQuest, flying to the quarterfinals and a few games away from earning this trophy. I have Masu with me, but before we start with the
플라이퀘스트가
interview,
이겼습니다.
I just
방금
want to say
경기는.
congratulations. You are the first ever
플라이퀘스트
Middle
이제
Eastern
젠지
player
상대하는
that
예정이고요.
goes into the quarterfinals in EWC
코이는
League
T1
of Legends
상대.
history.
T1's gonna play into
Very
Koi,
happy
and then
for this
Genji's gonna
moment.
play into FlyQuest.
Just want to know, how does it feel to win at your home region?
It feels pretty good, of course. I don't know if there's any other Middle Eastern players right now that are here, so it feels good.
All right.
Middle Eastern player, Masu. Wait, what country is Masu from? What country is Masu from?
But there's a chance that you might face them in the semifinals if you win against Genji. So do you think you guys got it?
I know he's from Canada, but like, where's like
chance
his?
to beat G2?
I guess.
But overall, I think
It
individually,
says
I
like
have not
Middle
been
East is
playing
his
well.
home region.
And as a team, I think we're also not playing that well. So I think we have a lot of time to ramp up, and then if we play up to our level, I think we'll be able to.
Absolutely. You guys have a tough road ahead.
We will be
to get
able
this
to
trophy,
defeat
but
Genji.
Now that
Yeah,
you've won
good
an
luck.
elimination match, you get to crush.
Good fucking
this
luck
key.
with that.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Trophy?
Alright, let's do it. So we're moving
Cool.
to the key crusher to crush a key
Really waiting
at
for
EWC.
Masu.
As we know, this is what EWC is
Kinda
all
scary.
about. As soon as you win an elimination match, you get to crush the key yourself. Masu, I'll let you enjoy this moment.
He was born in Iraq? So that's why he called it the home region. Yeah, I think he might be the only Middle Eastern pro player. League of Legends Esports World Cup. Question. There it is. There it is. Oh! 오각. Oh! Absolutely destroyed. 근데 저거 많이 하다 보면 기기에 망가지는 거 아닌가라는 생각을 하는데. 바스 왜 이렇게 기대하는 표정이냐고. 저런 장면을 얼마나 많이 보냐고. It's completely destroyed. Holy moly. I'm laughing now, but if that happens to T1, I think I might cry. Because if you guys don't know, I'm a T1 fan, by the way.
Key crushes I've seen in the last since the beginning of the Esports World Cup. That
잔인하다.
was dented straight through the middle, just like
이것이
FURIA's
EWC
hopes
감성입니다,
here.
여러분.
Fell short, never really had an opportunity in this game.
Imagine if the
except
machine
when
broke
score was
halfway through
maybe
already.
7-1 for a brief
That's
moment,
gonna be
and
awkward.
then, FlyQuest quickly ticked that one over to 8-1 and took the
T1
wind out of the sails of the squad.
T1이면은 바로 그냥 방송 꺼.
Their LTA South, as it
빡뿅.
is the LTA North,
Hey.
taking the victory and moving on to the knockout stages. FlyQuest 1-0 over FURIA. Welcome back to the studio. Digon here alongside Medios and Valdez. That gold graph says everything here, Medios.
That
We're
was
just
an
a
insane
stomp.
game from Whippo. He's one of the people
Are you? He also
is so
딜량.
scary on your neck, and
I
think a lot
was
of
waiting for the
times
Yasuo
when
damage
you
graph,
pick this
and
champion,
I'm
it's
surprised he
something
did
that
more
you can
damage than
go
Alistair.
even on, hard
Pretty
to
impressive.
punish,
I think
but
it's
when
probably
Whippo
like
gets
his
it, he just
ending,
runs the game
where he
over.
ulted at the end.
I think Inspired did a really good job of
Am I hating on the
beating that
Yasuo
early, and then he
ADC?
just
I
ran the
mean,
game.
the pick worked,
Standing by right
but
now
definitely
for
very
convenient,
risky. Yes,
interview
very
is
risky.
Toots. Take it away, Kitty.
And kinda crazy to playing Yasuo
Hey
into
everyone,
Renekton
Kitty here.
Trundle.
I brought Tuts from FURIA. So unfortunately, you guys are eliminated from the Esports World Cup with a quick
울지 마.
game. So please walk me
울지
through
마.
the unique draft that you guys decided to bring for
okay,
us
I
and
think FURIA
how
played really well.
ideally it could have been pulled off.
Nobody expected them to beat
I think
Fly,
we
C9.
played this one in the LTA South and it worked out pretty well. I think that we made some mistakes early game that made the game super hard because it's super is no body comp, right? If you go behind, we have like 4 melees, it's gonna be tough. So I feel like the mistakes we make early game are gonna impact the game a lot. So yeah, after we start, the game
근거리
behind will be super hard.
챔프를 4개가 근거리 챔프 4개이기 때문에 어렵다고 얘기하네요. I like your hairstyle today, thank you.
About your achievements, you guys were able to bring down C9 yesterday, and I think a lot of people on the internet have actually praised FURIA for their strength. So do you think this is a good direction and positive message for the fans that LTA South is something to look out for?
Yeah, I feel like for sure we're a bit underrated. I feel like we are a pretty good team. I feel like we have a lot of strengths, but also we have a lot of weaknesses that shows a lot, right, when we're behind and things like this. So it's something that we need to improve on, but I feel like we made a decent statement. I feel like if we won today, it would be a huge statement for LTA South, but I think it's like we had an okay run, you know. I think a good run would be if we made out of first stage.
Recognizing your weakness is a type of strength in itself. I'd like you to send a message out to the fans back at home or in the arena in Portuguese. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. Bom, queria agradecer toda a torcida, todo mundo que apoiou a gente, que confiou na gente. Pode ter certeza que eu dei meu melhor o tempo inteiro e muito triste a gente não conseguir passar de fase, mas eu espero que a gente tenha outras oportunidades futuramente.
통역사 이분은 중국계 호주인입니다. 호주에서 오신 분인데.
Thank you so much. That's all from us.
한국어도 연습하셔가지고 한국어 좀 하시던데 우리 방 그 호스팅도 해주신 분이라.
Obrigado to FURIA for getting us to believe and dream for a little bit for the LTA South.
한스 서버 여친.
Who has fantastic hair. And speaking of fantastic hair.
Three languages being spoken right now, yeah. Speaking Korean, this guy is speaking Portuguese, she's translating in English. Like, she's not translating, but she's interviewing in English.
That's what I was looking for.
But she's also Chinese. Chinese Australians.
I feel like it has to be
global. This is why we call it the World Cup.
What was that match like for
Esports World Cup.
I feel like FURIA is a pretty strong team. I don't think we underestimated them. I feel like their preparation coming into the match was really strange. I feel like coming into an angle where they're discussing their draft of first three, they obviously had Yasuo planned into Varus. Our team is probably the best Varus team on our side of the continent, right?
Yeah, opening
Varus is a champion that is highly contested even by Asian teams across MSI against us because Masu is an insane Varus player. And then you go 4-5 with Yasuo bot lane and you end up giving me Renekton as well on top of that, which again is a super contested pick when we play against the best teams in the world. So I feel like in terms of preparation, it was cute that they tried to do that, and I respect it, but they definitely had a huge oversight giving us trundle Renekton into a 4 melee comp, and had he had something
that's what I'm saying, bro. Also ADC would have worked if they banned trundle or Renekton.
Aatrox got locked in, I was just like, I mean, this one's over.
트런들인데 야수 한 거는 근데 진짜 대박이긴 해.
Congrats on the win. Who are you looking forward to playing in the
this guy's rapping, he's talking very fast.
I don't know how the bracket works at all, so I don't know who we can draw, but
Bruipo is half Brazilian? There's no fucking way, I didn't know that.
Obviously against HLE, it would be really, really cool to play against Zeus. I mean,
is this real, chat?
A pretty intense series against Bin, and I feel like I performed rather all
right.
So if I can climb up the ladder one by one and take down
is it true, Grok?
Keen, Bin, and then now have a series against Zeus, I
is
feel
that
like
Meteors? Yes, it is!
Experience for myself.
It's Meteors.
So, you know, I'm reaching Ong status in esports, so if I can hang with the best, that still feels pretty good.
Unk status coming through from Buipo, guys. He's calling himself an Unk.
I mean, that would be shocking. I mean, maybe in certain elements of life, but when it comes to League of Legends, I think I am...
His mom is Brazilian?
Okay.
No way.
Over there. You guys have been drawn already. You will be playing.
부이포 선수가 어머니가 브라질 사람이라고 하네요. 그래서 반은 브라질.
One of them as we take a look at that playoff bracket. Now that you've
포르투갈어도 또 굉장히 잘하신다고 하는데.
Sorry, Genji versus.
유럽에서 오신 분들은 그냥 기본적으로 영어를 하고 이제 모국어 하고 거기다가 이제 엄마 아빠가 다른 국적 사람이면은 3개국어는 기본으로 하더라고.
It feels like that's just a matchup that you would.
어쩐지 유쾌하다.
I mean, absolutely. He's the best top laner in the world, in my opinion. I think, you know, when you scrim against him, especially, I think the level he performs at consistently is just a step above everyone else.
RP to FlyQuest.
MSI, so I can't speak for him.
I think Koi has a better chance than FlyQuest. FlyQuest also playing to Genji. Good luck.
Level above everyone else, so getting to perform against him and getting an opportunity to play against him on stage is always going to be, you know, rare. It's very rare. I feel like you can say like this guy is the best player in his role, like undisputed. And I think that.
네, 플라이커스 이거 단판이었고 이제부터는 3판 2선승. It's gonna be best of 3 from now, guys. Best of 3s. So best of 1 is just for the group stage.
Yeah, I was curious. What do you think makes Keen the best? I feel like he's got a pretty eclectic champion pool. Like he's willing to go on to Ornn and those tanks and stuff, but he is also willing to pull out the weird stuff. Like he's pulled out Vayne before and stuff like that. So what do you think makes him different from the rest?
Another thing is just his composure. I feel like a lot of people can get dragged into your kind of pace when they change archetype of champion. Like usually, like the best players in the world, they're like tied to certain archetypes of champions, and they make their name playing that specific style, right? So if you look at someone like Bin, it's a carry top laner. Zeus, same thing as carry top laners. Like they perform on tanks, but the thing is when they're playing tanks, you're almost looking like, oh, this guy's playing Ornn like a carry. You know, like he's taking mass resources. He's like playing like very aggressively on the Ornn.
Oh, shit talking
actually
Zeus
is one of the few
tank.
players in the world that can actually change the way he will play the champion, and he doesn't get swept up in his own style. I feel like a lot of players have their own style. I mean, I'm a big example of this for sure. Like I have my own way of playing the game, and it doesn't matter what I pick. you kind of see me like gravitating towards those kind of decisions. I feel like he is much more detached from that, and I think that's what makes him especially impressive. On top of the fact that he has the best laning phase in the world right now. So
let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this last one. Early game, you and Inspired were.
넥스 경기는 누군가요? 하나 애니원스 레전드랑 하나 생명 이렇게.
I feel like generally speaking when you're playing Trundle, like if you're playing Trundle or Necton, it's
오늘 제일 빅 경기가 아닌가라고 생각합니다. 무조건 보시는 게 좋을 것 같기도 하고.
So in this particular game,
치킨을 지금 딱 시키면 좋을 것 같기도 하고요.
We pushed out the Zinzao out of top side because he didn't want to get double crabbed. Then Aatrox ended up being vulnerable and getting dove. So from there, I'm just really strong.
I don't know this TP. I feel like are you just hard commit and ignore the Renekton TP? 그냥 저거 그냥 바르스한테 다 받고 바르스라도 잡았으면은 안 된다는 생각이 드는데 텔포가 왜 오래 걸리니까 잡긴 했을 거야. 하나 AL 몇 대 몇이냐고? 저는 하나가 승리할 거라고 예상을 하는데.
It's all she wrote for them.
Yeah, Meteors, when you hear him talk about the game like this, I
2대1 그래도 AR이 한 판은 이기지 않을까? 2대1 어떤가요? 저는 이제 T1 팬입니다. 우리 T1 응원방이긴 하죠. T1은 내일 경기를 할 거죠. 저는 근데 그 LCK 팀들이 다 좋아가지고 LCK 팀 응원하고. We do cheer for LCK teams, guys, because I watch LCK. I'm an LCK fan. I want the LCK players and teams to do well. But in the end, I'm gonna be cheering for T1. If it's against like T1 Hanwha, T1 Genji, we're gonna be cheering for T1. Otherwise, probably gonna be cheering for the LCK teams. So don't be like, hey, I thought you were T1 fan, why are you cheering for Genji? Hey, I thought you were T1 fan, why are you cheering for Hanwha? Because in the end, I do want my region to do well in general. Like, my region.
We're adapting to how the game went because you traded well earlier.
It's usually a conversation we have at the start of the game, and then.
애니원즈들 만만치니까 타잔 선수랑 카일 선수고 이제 한국 선수들로 같이 있어가지고.
It's necessary for high level basic legends. He asked me what are you doing in the first 3 waves. I told him I'm going to be in and trading aggressively, trying to get an advantage. I definitely want to play and force him to use his teleport early, or put him in a position where we're going to dive him. And either the wave's going to bounce and we're going to gank him on the bounce, or we're going to dive him, or we're going to take double.
He's revealing too much.
We'll adapt as the situation goes, and that's like micro. Sometimes
someone tell him to stop yapping. He's revealing all his strats right here.
Sprint down bottom, but we got a really nice trade on him, or I managed to get a nice trade on him. We were both low. Generally advantageous for Renekton because when you're below 50% health, you generate more Fury. If you didn't
know. balls?
So it was very volatile top lane.
Or leaked strats or something. I remember.
At that point, he couldn't recall anymore because Trundle's pillar wouldn't drop his recall, and at that point, we just made the call that he's going to look around and look for the dive.
말을 진짜 빨리 하긴
really,
했는데.
honestly, just well played by him, reacting to situations. I think that it is planning. But the execution is 100% on him and me combined in the sense of in that winning position, capitalizing.
In Brazil, people used to call IU as an IUZ because of its mechanical level with a young age.
But
interesting.
then you're, you know,
some Brazil over you guys? That'd be
decision
amazing if you
paths
keep
that you
sharing
could take and how
some
to adapt
lore
each
like that.
situation. Because I think at the same time, sometimes you can have too rigid of a plan where it's like, okay, we're going for the 4th wave dive, and it's like, oh, well, it's not set up, and you're like, all right, well, I guess GG.
He wants playing tomorrow, guys.
Just being able to understand all the options and execute the right one, very impressive.
Yeah, 100%. That's like a big thing about Inspired. I think it's really impressive about him is he's really like he makes his decisions very quickly, and I think a big part about playing with him is understanding that that's one of his biggest strengths. Where as he's doing the crab and he's pushing it around, he's going to make a split-second decision of, I'm playing for bot crab, or I'm playing.
뭔가 LPL 팀들이 무시해서 조금 퍼포먼스가 안 나오긴 했는데.
I gotta react well, and then we win.
AL 2대0 승리. 하나가 근데 초반이 조금 라인 수업이나 이런 대처가 좀 잘 안 되더라고. 확실히 무시해서 경험을 쌓은 팀들은 좀 초반이 좀 깔끔한 느낌이긴 합니다. 그것 때문에 AL이 그냥 2대0으로 승리할 수 있네. 근데 첫판 아마 첫판이 중요할 것 같긴 해요.
A big threat on the international stage?
I'd say honestly, I think we could play a little bit looser, like on opposite side of where I'm playing. I feel like usually I play very loose. I'm someone that like was willing to take a fight. I'm willing to take an L. It's top lane gaming, you know. You don't mind going 0-1 or 0-2 sometimes, as long as you can get the game going and you can start picking fights that you can potentially win. I feel like that mindset is something that currently is rewarded quite well. I feel like if you can get small leads and translate them into like crabs and stuff like this, like the game is like very slow in a sense of like there's a few minutes where nothing really happens, and then like a crab spawns, and like everyone is almost ready to fight and win the game on the spot off like a team fighter.
Yeah, yeah, 100% agree with that. It feels really boring at times. You're like, oh, and then it's like suddenly 5v5 ARAM happening at crab.
For people to buy their items and then get a fair chance at those fights around Atacama.
I think it's maybe the swaps that enables that. Before you see a lot of like 1v1s, 2v2s, but now you see a lot of fights.
So much insight here with us. Congratulations on your win and best of luck into the knockout.
Yeah, Brifo is like really educational streamer, by the way. He also streams on very educational content.
Today, so we will set that up for you and more in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the esports.
Here it is. We're back. 드디어 우리 하나 생명이다요. SK 팀이다요. Time for LCK. Time for Zeus, Peanut, Zeka, Viper, Delight. And of course, LPL, Champions, anyone's Legend. I don't know why they changed their panda thingy. I don't know why they changed their panda logo. Does anybody know why they changed their panda logo? 고고자요, 들어가자요.
Experience with over 8 billion playlists only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
I'm so sleepy, I don't know if I can make another game. Anton, go sleep, my guy. Just watch the VOD afterwards. Watch the VOD. It's gonna be on YouTube. 판다가 귀여웠는데 아쉽다고? 뭔가 로고 이번에 바뀐 거가 뭔가 옥스퍼드나 스탠퍼드 막 이런 대학 로고 같은? 뭔가인데? 뭔지 알지? 무슨 느낌인지 알죠? Hello, Fevi, hi, 어서오세요. Hi, hi. They don't get comps yet, so they won for AG already, a part of EWC. Oh. Panda's gone, yeah. They changed it.
Calm down. No hack.
Interesting. I don't know that.
Guys, demote. No. Oh no.
Renekton's also there, guys. Mid, okay?
Don't drink it. I drop.
You flash, I'll kill him, okay. I'll kill him, you kill him. Okay.
I like the panda much better. It was cute, I like it. Yeah.
Yeah. Good job, very good.
Boom.
You can W? Yeah.
Number of actually not ending it? Holy. It was actually clean. Very clean hands-on on number of gameplay here. 어저께 근데 진짜 G2 잘하긴 하더라. G2 completely dismantled FlyQuest yesterday if you guys missed out on this. 코드 선수가 아지르로 하드 캐리 했거든요, 첫 판을. 그래서 여기에서 아지르를 그냥 오픈해가지고 뭐야, G2가 이거 아지르 밴을 안 왔네? 하지만 그냥 바로 그냥 캡스의 애니 박아버렸고요. 아지르 아무것도 못했죠, 어제. 아지르 couldn't do anything here. Quad had a really pop-off game, so I was surprised G2 left it open, and then G2 like perma killed Azir. There it is. Yeah, AL renamed to AG. AG,
Here's your
AL.
first look at the newly named AGAL. All
AGAL?
gamers, one of the biggest organizations in Crossfire, also now partnering with Anyone's Legends for the Esports World Cup Club Championship. You still know them, same guys, Flandre, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kyle, as they will be doing battle against Hanwha Life Esports in the quarterfinals for the first time at the Esports World Cup in
I'm the top laner, guys. Just kidding.
We're going to best of threes.
Top laner is
Dion here
Flandre.
alongside Finn and Valdez. And Finn, best of threes. Now the draft. Getting on. No more fearless best of ones. We don't know her anymore. We forgot him. We're going into draft prowess, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm grinning up to my ears right now. I'm so excited for this game. I think AL is one of my
Azir,
favorite
I think
teams to watch
if you think about
globally.
Azir, you think of
I just think
maybe
this is a team that
Nemesis?
really understands approach angles. Whenever there's a fight, you always see them go from 2, 3,
이번에 새로 바뀐 유니폼이다. New uniform, by the way.
Their position so well
From
on
MSI.
objectives, and I think they're one of the only teams that have mastered this art. And going up against a team like HLE, who is just so solid.
Bronze just standing there awkwardly.
I think we have an amazing game in front of us.
Yeah,
NPC pose right there.
Flashy team. I think that sometimes that volatility can get them into a little bit of trouble, but they're gonna have to kind of clamp down a bit up against AGAL.
하나가 이겼으면 좋겠습니다. Hopefully Hana can win here.
Take advantage of AL. We will get into that in a
Yo,
little bit.
follow 3 once we're the best of 2 months
in this best of 3, and I think this is definitely one of the big hype matchups that we've had here so far at EWC.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look all across every single lane. I look immediately at the jungle position because Tarzan has been great for such a long time in the LPL. Finally gets
EWC exclusive jerseys on it.
One of the most established junglers in the history of Korean
All
League of
Gamers
Legends
Global and Anyone's Legend combined
so
to
it is going
AGAL.
be
Okay.
a lot of fireworks in this single elimination best of 3 quarterfinal. And to set us up, we have a chance to talk to one of the greatest coaches in all of League of Legends, Tabe, standing by right now with Kitty.
Hey everyone, this is
Tabe!
AGAL
The goat!
Life. By my side is Coach Tabe. We will be heading to
We all
game
love
very shortly.
Tabe in
However,
here.
I do want to talk about this short turnaround for you guys, just coming from MSI. So tell me what the biggest, most important fact for this team to have a really good, strong performance going to today.
I think it's because everyone in our team are very willing to strive in scrims, and also we pay a lot of attention in different tournaments, and also what happened in the games. We will always tackle our weaknesses and to strengthen our strong things. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, and talking about AGAL, I wanted to ask you specifically, so what do you think AGAL as a team really excel at?
I think we excel at we are really willing
타베 감독 영어 잘하신다. 네,
really
맞아요.
hard
타베
working.
감독님
So,
영어 거의 뭐
we really
유창하시던데.
devoted a lot of time in our daily scrims and practices.
홍콩에서
it's your
잘하신
first
걸로
time
아는데.
in Riyadh, so please share us your thoughts and opinions of being here.
I think everything here is great, and but because I need a lot of time to practice and scrims, but if I have time, I will bring my team to have a good walk in here.
I heard that you can ride camels here. So
They're not even leaving their room.
And best of luck.
They're not even leaving their practice room. They're just practicing every single time.
Maybe the extracurricular stuff will come afterwards. AGAL, again, getting over the hump, representing as the #1 seed from the LPL.
Tabe
When you
method.
think about this team, what makes them
LPL
so
kingmaker?
dangerous compared to some of the other traditional powerhouses that we've seen
RNG
for a long time,
출신이라고.
like
네,
a
RNG
BLG, like a
선수였고
like
이제
RNG, EDG.
은퇴하고 이제 감독으로
I mean, there's a lot that really
꽤
sticks out,
명성을
but
쌓고 있습니다.
I
지금
feel like always they are
가는
on the
팀마다
same
지금 대박이
page,
나고
and
있어가지고.
whatever play they're making, they
물론
all make it a
롤드컵까지는
five,
들어올지
and to me,
못했지만
like,
LPL에서
Blanc is a big part of that, 'cause a lot of
지금
top
다
laners, they're not that willing to just
챔피언을
drop everything just to join the play.
LPL
But he's
champion?
one of the players that's just like he will be there with the fight no matter what. He wants to fight with his team, and the fact that they're all so coordinated and they're all so
Well,
willing
Waldrift will be
to
having
play
Bard
fast
on the
and
season.
create
Okay, yo, time to
skirmishes and try to
install
out-hamster position.
Waldrift.
I think that has given them
Love
so
to
much
play the Waldrift
local
for the
success,
border.
and I want to see that translate onto the international stage as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a very strong team. I think they were pretty close to getting some big work done at MSI. They fell just short to T1, I believe it was, right before the finals. So obviously an incredibly strong team if they get that close
I mean, it
up
was
against T1.
T1
I do
his
think
AL was
that,
crazy.
a lot of
Best
this is
of
going to
fives.
come down to the form of HLE. You know, we've
Very
seen them in
close
a
by
couple of
3.
best of ones where it's like, you know, they look pretty good, but against that that competition, it wasn't exactly too difficult for them. I think that AGAL
We
have
all
been
love
sitting
Viper in
back,
here.
watching, getting ready for this one. And in a best of 3, anything can really happen. I have been pretty impressed by Delight's play so far. I think that Peanut as well isn't, even against some of these other teams that he should be better than, he has been treating them with
What is he
respect.
looking
He
at?
has actually
아니
been
폰에
playing
저거
to his
설정
top
이런 거 다
level.
적어놨는
And
것
as long as
같은데?
they keep that up, I think that there are a lot
Maybe
of
he has like
matchups
his
where HLE
settings.
can get the advantage.
He has like computer settings written there.
Focus on over to Hanwha Life
Or like
Esports.
in-game settings.
They arrive here, or they have already arrived here, as you see on your screen. with the lineup that you know and love. The big change to this Hanwha Life Esports roster from the one that won in summer in 2024 in the top lane. Zeus comes
there
on
it
in,
is.
then Peanut, Zeka,
Mr. Zeus,
Viper,
top
and
lane,
one of the
Peanut,
strongest
Zeka,
top lanes
Viper,
in the world,
and
one of the
Delight.
most established junglers in the world, one of the strongest top laners in the world, and world champ Zeka, we know how good he can be when he's on his day. This is a roster with high expectations. We've hit this
Vipers
number
and
multiple
Mr.
times
Math
with
teacher?
Valdez, where they were pretty strong favorites to make it MSI when we got to Road to MSI, and they proved it through the LCK Cup win, through the first international tournament first stand win, and their relative dominance against everyone except Gen G
그런 취향이셨구만요.
the spring split.
존중하겠습니다.
I just feel like
오빠는 좀
LCK
아닌
right
것
now
같고.
we are blessed with a lot of talent and a lot of very strong teams. It does actually feel like a three-team region at the moment. Like if T1 didn't explode with this power in Road to MSI, we were all predicting Hanwha Life to be at MSI, and it was a big upset when they weren't. So the fact that T1 has now sprung back onto the stage,
Angry Hanwha Life
has been
Esports?
incredible.
Oh yeah, they
this is the play
completely
from
dismantled
Delight that we
Koi,
were
by
all
the way.
talking about. Just the wherewithal to
Keeper.
just identify that there were three guys right there ready
What
to
the hell,
engage on.
Delight,
He
you
is
monster.
one of the best, if not the best support at
저기
engaging and
전까지는
planning
그래도
those angles.
하나가 좀 초반이 좀 이상했거든요. Hana was having some problems early game, but then that happened from Delight,
a little bit quiet this tournament,
and
but we
game
know
ended.
almost every
Game
AD
ended.
carry in Europe, at least when I asked them who's your favorite AD
Fevi, are you
carry,
rooting for
9
T1
out of 10
obviously?
people
But
say
T1's
Viper.
playing tomorrow,
He's
guys.
so well
We're gonna root for
respected
Hanwha
in the
here.
scene, and obviously has
Hanwha
won a
Life
World
is
Championship
esports.
together with Flandre on the opposition team. Together they won 2021. So
네,
a little bit of a
하이라이트
fun
어저께
matchup
경기
there.
하이라이트라서.
But in general, I really have high hopes towards this bot lane today, because I think that is going to be the main driving point of HLE, because I think the solo laners are a little bit more evenly matched.
Yeah, speaking of those evenly matched solo laners, let's take a look at the mid lane. That will be our head-to-head for this matchup. It is the young gun in Shanks up against Zeka, the world champ. However, one of the unique things about this matchup, when Zeka spent time in 2021 in the LPL,
He had an interview where he was talking about like how, as a kid, he was playing in PC Bang and PC cafes, internet cafes, and when he's playing League, and he looked forward to Faker.
A lot of people see Shanks as this
He would watch
rookie.
Faker
People see it
win
as
World
like a player
Championship in
just
the
came
internet
up,
cafe, and
but
then
he's
now
been there a long
he
time.
debuted,
really earned
win
his
LPL,
colors. He's really
and played
put
into
in the
Faker.
work for a long time
So he just felt,
and
he just said like
grinded
it
to
just
be
feels
at
really
this stage
unreal
now.
and like dream
Grinded
come
to
true.
be at this international stage
Even
where
if he
can
lost.
compete with the best.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka, another guy
I
where
think it's so funny,
he
like
was not
Faker's been
convinced to
playing
win a
so
world
long that like
championship, it
all
feels
these like
you
young
know, you think
people
about
are
2022
debuting
DRX and the fact
and
that
playing
he was on that
against him.
roster, and he has that title under his belt.
Uncle status.
And he's really developed in a huge way as a player, I would say. You know, he used to be just kind of a two-trick pony. Silas Akali, he would just play one style. You know, Whippo was just talking about it before.
Genji and HLE lose and T1 is the last LCK team standing. That would be an interesting storyline. But that's like a repeat storyline that we've seen many times already. Every Worlds, and we've seen that storyline.
That was the narrative for Zeka last year.
LeBron James of League, for real?
Playoffs, where when we were stuck in the Azir Corki meta,
Honky was 6 years old when Faker won his first
World.
Worlds.
You're getting worried about it, but he was able to level up into the playoffs. He's carried that over on into this year.
6 years old.
Looking pretty solid here, Finn.
Yeah, he has been a player that I watched for quite some time when I analyze. Not really like, because I'm not a mid laner when I was pro player competing, but the way he finds flanked through Fog of War is immaculate. He really plays
Shanks
around
to Zeka is definitely a
with these
matchup I
champions
wanted
that
to
he's
see.
so good at. When he's put on these champions where he can play make, he will just appear
I
behind
also say,
the
oh,
enemy
hi,
team
hi.
and have like these
아,
monster angles,
그리즐리.
like a charm from nowhere. I just think
아,
he sees the
그리즐리
game so
선수
vividly and has
오랜만에
this evil
들어보는데.
eye on what his team sees and what the opponent's team sees as well.
Yeah, I like the way that you bring that up.
NBA 얘기가 들려. 아, 그거. 페이커 선수 이제 오랫동안 해오는 그 오랫동안 예를 들어 이제 롤드컵 이기는 모습을 샤크스 선수가 인터넷 PC방에서 인터뷰에서 얘기했지만 PC방에서 롤 게임을 하면서 그 롤 페이커 선수가 우승하는 모습을 보고 막 롤모델을 삼았었는데 이제 APL 우승하고 MSI에서 이제 상대하게 됐다고 너무 감동이라고 인터뷰를 했었거든요. 그만큼 정말 오랫동안 플레이하고 있는 Faker. LeBron James. LeBron James?
I mean, I think it's going to 3 games for sure. I think these teams are very close
농구
to match,
선수랑
but I
비교를
actually have
이제
AG,
채팅에서
AL as the
하셔가지고.
winners. I think what I saw from them against T1 was just a masterclass. I think they were so evenly matched at that MSI, and I really think they have what it takes to beat HLE.
We're blessed with one of the best
he thinks
possible
AL's gonna
quarterfinals.
beat
The reigning
HLE?
champs
Good
of
job.
the LPL against the reigning champs of
Good
the
job.
LCK. Who will come out on top? Let's find
근데
out.
그래도 아무리 그래도 LPL
against
1시드인데 설마 LPL 1시드가 LCK 3시드한테 지겠냐고. 설마. 근데 여기 지면은 바로 그냥 집 가는 겁니다, 여러분. 패자 부활전 없습니다. There is no losers bracket, guys. If you lose here, you're out. From now on, so if you lose, you're out. So no second chances now. Group stage is over. Best of ones are over. 페이커랑 같이 뛰던 선수들이 잔한때 있는 거. 아니 그 잔한때가 어때서? 재밌잖아 한잔해. 그래도 프로 선수들 은퇴하고 계속 얼굴 보여서 좋긴 한데. 아 고스트 선수는 여러분 멕시코로 갔다는데요. 고스트 에스트랄 e스포츠라고 멕시코 프로팀 있는데 거기서 서폿으로 고스트 선수 우리가 알고 담원 고스트, EWC 고스트.
At the Esport World Cup presents League of Legends have been decided, and it's time to put them to the test.
There it
Stepping
is.
into best of 3 territory now.
We're starting now.
And this is where things get really serious. In case you didn't know, in fact, come here. I want to tell you this up close and personal. Our total prize pool is $2 million. A win here in the quarterfinals alone guarantees you $160,000.
That's a lot of money. So the process to crown our next
$160,000 more money than my bank account.
Should we do this? You really want to do this right now?
Anybody have $160,000 in their bank accounts right now? Because if there's anyone in the chat with that,
fantastic third place finish.
can you guys buy me a ice
Please
cream?
welcome onto the stage. It's AGL.
Ice cream, please. I do, yo Zerbrios. Here it is. There they are. $1,600는 있는데?
And their opponents, they've blown away all opposition, representing LCK with pride.
저도
It's
$1,600는
Hana
있습니다.
Esports.
There it is. Hana Life Esports. Zeus. Oh, Delight is carrying it. Delight is carrying it. The fans are going crazy.
A semi-final spot hangs in the
감사합니다.
balance.
The balance is so cute. 아니 마스코트 뭔데? 메로나 2,000원 감사합니다. 메로나 2,000원 이거 1,000원으로 살 수 있는데 아, 감사합니다. Thank you. 메로나 2개 확인. 올 때 메로나 사야겠구만.
All right, LCK versus LPL. Big seeds.
Yeah, look at the little panda mascot. So
Doing
cute.
best
by the
three.
way.
I'm Sterix. I'm joined by Orcs, and we're going to be taking you through what we hope will launch the quarterfinals in spectacular fashion. And this is going to be fun because I think these teams.
하나생명은 귤 있잖아 귤.
We've seen a lot of rematches so far in this tournament. You know,
하나 귤.
rehashing some rivalries we had at MSI. This is a new matchup. They get a chance to see this. HLE the opportunity.
Yeah, I
to
expect
face
a ball
off
gap.
against
Come on,
the
Viper.
first seed
Come on, Delight.
from the LPL.
Come on.
And
I believe in
you
you
know, we have
guys.
some differing opinions.
오늘
coming
바텀
from
잘
the
보여주자고.
studio on who's
바
gonna take the
선생님.
lead here. I will say, you know, HLE obviously coming from the region I cover. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen them in really convincing form.
하나생명은
They
전타.
obviously got reverse swept by Gen G
아니
in the road to
선생님
MSI,
그러면 안
and then got
됩니다.
demolished by T1.
어허.
And then even in the matches we've had at EWC, yes, they won both their matches.
David, how much money do you
but they
need?
weren't really that
$1 billion.
convincing considering the level we've seen from this team before.
True.
You know, these
Thank you.
are the first stand champions.
Thank you ahead of time.
And yet, we have such high expectations for this team, and I think if they don't come in today on their A game,
아니 목소리 신청
I think
감사합니다.
AGL
Thank you.
may give them a really
목소리를
tough run of
이제
it.
호불호가 좀
Whereas
타는 것
anyone's
같은데.
legend on the other side, fresh off of MSI, they made a bit of a run of it. T1 obviously got in the way, but
칭찬은
went to a
기분이
full
좋다고요.
5-game series. Had plenty of those over at MSI, counting 9. But for me, what really sells AL is Finn mentioned on the desk, like Flandre will be willing to sack waves. Shanks will be willing to just move. AL are always up for a fight. That's how they've overwhelmed opponents before. Let's move into Big Ban. We can talk about the Griffin reunion later. We can talk about the EWC.
Somebody else thanks for the $20 really appreciate it. Oh, thank you so much. Not $2 but 20.
As jumping right into another
That's
fearless.
10 ice creams.
Let's just see. Already Yone's gone. Vi's gone as well.
I'm gonna get diabetes. Thank you so much.
Be allowed here to someone like Tarzan.
A lot of respect given to the top side of HLE. You know, we saw that Yone ban so often during the LCK season. The Vi ban as well. People did so much work with that pick during first stand and going away from Zed.
Insta ban coming through again.
A lot of jungle bans towards Tarzan. Really
굉장히 빠른 팬이다.
he can have on these picks. Still, there is Zinzao available, but Varus being left open.
바루스 열리는 거 이거 맞아? I mean, like they opened Varus last game too, but they didn't turn out very well. Right?
HLE definitely will have expected that. We'll see what the plan is going up against.
이러면은 준비해놓은 카드가 아제르가 오픈이긴 하거든. Azir and Talia are both open, so I think maybe they're gonna play Talia here.
I mean, Zek is definitely confident on the Talia.
Talia, Rumble 뭐 이런 거 나올 것 같은데. Rumble for Zeus and then Azir.
Looking towards the Azir though, interesting. We often saw, you know, the Talia.
I think we're gonna see Talia for Shanks then or what?
In the LCK, Zek opting to take the Azir part of the matchup, so I imagine Shanks could just go.
Yeah, Varus first pick, but then you take two picks. They may pick the Varus, but then you take the Rumble, Azir.
It suits the playstyle.
그러니까 좋은 픽 하나 주고 두 개 좋은 자기가 좋은 두 개를 가져가는 레드 사이드.
I feel like Shanks is really honing his craft on his
하지만 탈리아?
champions outside. Just the Galio, his Cassio OTP, his Rise is like Shanks got such a diverse pool and. On carry mid, you can rely on him to win the lane.
Are we gonna see an early top pick here? Or are we gonna
Let's see if Tarzan gets the pairing
jungle?
here now.
Okay.
You think yes. Now the biggest question is, can Peanut match
with Pantheon, Wukong, and Poppy all banned out along with Vi?
That's an easy, obvious
Shinshao,
answer.
definitely the best.
Wants to go into melee.
Yeah,
maybe a Skarner here? Skarner가 딱 적당한 것 같긴 한데? Peanut Skarner, come on, let's go. Skarner, waiting room.
In this situation, and I will say,
or maybe we will see a Sejuani and such.
Does mean that the
아 장난하지 마. Evelyn 오 깜짝이야 진짜. I saw Evelyn. I was like, please. No.
They will just go for that Trundle coming out. And
Evelyn은
obviously
좀
some of these
아닌데.
jewels that bite, reducing the AD of the Zinzao. He is auto attack based, can be pretty solid.
I don't know about the Trundle, yeah. I don't really like the Trundle Rumble pick, but we did see last game how Trundle is so good in Shinshao. Shinshao 상대로 트런들이 진짜 1왕이긴 한데 과연 이게 럼블 궁 콤보가 좀 맛이 없긴 하거든 지금. They were gonna see Rel here. 4픽 Rel 나올 것 같긴 한데. Oh, maybe AL is going to be banning
and Jin taken away from Viper. Pick he is very potent on.
Wonder might be opting in for an option now.
I think Jin ban is really good for us actually. I really didn't want to see Jin.
Into the Rumble we've seen a lot, even especially at MSI.
Fearless format? Yeah, best of 3 is fearless format. Fearless 맞습니다.
Long range engage, added with something like Varus with Talia pick. Something to discuss, something to think about. Nico's gone, another engage option off the table. Jin was utility range. HLE.
They don't ban Rel. It's going to be big.
Ezreal's biggest question is Sivir, actually.
They want to trade Rel and Alistar. Rel Alistar 교환하고 싶은 건가? We might see an Alistar from Delight or Rel. I'm not really sure. Alistar going to be picked by Delight. 확실히 근데 미드가 이미 나온 상태에서 사일러스의 위험도가 없기도 하고 렐보다 좀 더 단단한 알리스타를 픽하겠다. Rel does have a better combo with the Rumble though.
Taking the Alistar here and the fact they deny the Braum Nico.
There it is, Rel Alistar.
AL considering their options, the Rel, you know, I mean,
Rakan might be better. Into Trundle pillar. Feels really bad to play champions like Rel. 렐이 근데 트런들 기둥 때문에 좀 띠껍긴 하거든. 라칸은 그래도 W로 도망도 가고 E도 있고 E 두 번이 있고 해서 조금 더 움직임에 자유로움이 있습니다. 신짜오랑도 되게 매칭 좋고.
Could go for something a more carry matchup.
Galio's open, but do you have enough damage? Are you worried about how your damage scales into this?
Yep, if you lose the best of 3, you're out, Pedro. There's no losers bracket anymore. From now on, every loser is out.
I think it's
double AP Soul Lands. Galio feels nice. Now,
Varus, yeah. Game over Varus to pick Rumble Azir. Zaya.
I don't know.
What is that?
Zaya instead of the Senna, so a bit shorter range, but you know when you're diving into
The mystery pick.
a lot of power, but it does mean into the
선생님,
is that poke
탑이
virus,
뭔데요,
it might be
그래서?
a little bit painful.
So who's the top laner?
Sometimes you get a draft where a lot of the picks are just powerful sort of meta picks.
크라우스라고?
I feel like we've kind of gotten that. Have been revealed Aurora.
The visual
is that
bug,
hidden
yeah.
pick, so we had that match
Overlay
earlier
bug.
today as well. The Aurora into the Rumble, looking for a bit of power in the top lane. Flandre wanting to put some pressure on Zeus.
Flandre picked the random?
Makes sense. Yeah, I feel like a lot of
투명 인간 탑이라고 이블린 탑.
Not too surprising for a game 1 in a series.
Zaya will be feeling all pain and the laning base. Yeah.
Come out so far.
100%.
It's a lot of prep for the rest of the
Zaya
series.
struggles
What's
a
nice about
lot into
Fearless,
Varus,
we get
I
into
feel like.
best ofs,
But definitely in teamfights, her RA value is really high. 자야가 근데 그 라인전이 바루스한테 되게 안 좋긴 해서
game 1 of a new kind of rivalry that we're building up, and AGL versus Humble Life. They haven't had the chance versus each other, mainly as well because anyone's legend.
대회 상금 진짜 개많은데 베스트 그 BO3 지면은 탈락이라 뭔가 허무하다. 포맷이 아무래도 이게 4일 동안 일어나는 거니까 좀 그러니까 MSI처럼 한 3주 정도 진행을 해야 좋은 대회. 오, dry eyes. Putting eye drops.
EWE was like 4th place, 6th place, 8th place for the longest time. Worked his way up. Flandre obviously won a world champion in
이블린 아니 이블린 아닙니다.
With Viper, by the way.
Yep. A lot of relationships between these two teams.
탑 랭가? 궁스 랭가?
That's what's so cool about this is there's so many stories.
티모 부시 안에 들어있는 티모.
Viper, you know, used to be on that amazing Griffin roster in 2019 that we thought
There
would
it
go
is.
so much further, but IG stopped them to eventually go and win the world championship. It's story galore with anyone's legend versus Humble Life. Our first best
There it
of three,
is.
our first quarterfinal. It's still a knockout stage. It is single elimination. The loser of this will have their key crushed. The winner moves to a semi-final.
New kid in the block vs LCK favorite.
T1 MCoy, whoever comes out of that series alive as well.
The weakest among the 3 LCK teams,
We've got a lot
though.
of good quarterfinals ahead of us, but
we do.
You know, I'm kind of locked in on this one. This one really felt like it was set up to be.
We're gonna cast it together. It's like 3 hours together. I know
We
locked
did
in
see
on
the
something
Aurora
else.
Rumble matchup.
You know,
Mirwin played Aurora earlier into Rumble. 그 오로라가 럼블 상대로 방금 그 전전판에 플레이 되긴 했거든요. 코이 탑라이너가 오로라 탑을 되게 즐겨 하더라고요. 아무래도 럼블보다 탈이 길고 이제 한타에서도 럼블 궁만큼의 파괴력이 좀 있지 않나. 리안들이 오로라를 가는데 그런 점에서 나오는 것 같습니다. I think it's because Aurora has longer range, also has good laning, so can match Rumble in lane, also can match Rumble in teamfights along with her ulti going Liandry's. So she actually does a lot of damage with her R,
I mean,
just like Rumble.
I don't think the game is like cooked. The thing is, I feel like the poke virus in this situation, you know, has a lot of value into like the Zaya and the
W 쓴 오로라.
poke can have a lot of power.
그러네. W 써서 안 보인 거였네. Viper, 그리고 짱.
Aurora and the virus can feel a bit underwhelmed when they're behind, but I don't think it's like.
So Xinjiao's pathing down and Trundle's pathing away because you know you don't have priority with Alistar level 1. 바텀 주도권 없으니까 괜히 바텀 동선 탔다가 이제 바텀 바위게나 이런 상대 정글이 들어와서 게임이 터질 수가 있거든. 아예 그냥 트런들 탑으로 보내고 바텀은 라인을 땡기는 것 같습니다. Very normal pathing coming through from both junglers. Obviously Xinjiao's gonna path downwards.
A lot of people were very impressed with
Maybe
Frank's
Trundle can actually look to kill Aurora here with an early gank after 3 camps, but we'll see.
With this delay into his matchup, has the chance to really take over the game.
지면은 탈락이라 그러니까.
Flying astray a little bit. Peanut is quite behind towards that mid lane. Behind meaning he's just moving up towards the top side, out of vision. Shanks doesn't have a deep ward here towards Raptors, so jungler's just going to be shipped in the night. And defensive ward's actually set up from Humble Life to make sure that this Sin isn't getting in and trying to clear Peanut's camp before him.
Yeah, and this is one of the concerns is that you end up in a situation where
no priority in all lanes.
Spot lane with Rakan and Alistar, Talia mid.
HLE has no priority any lane. Holy moly.
Across the board for
오로라 빡세.
right now. Nothing that Tarzan is really able to make use of it yet.
Full clear Trundle into what? Top gank? I don't think.
Yep.
Flandre actually warded the river, so I don't think that lane is gankable anymore, unfortunately.
Now, quick spoon feed for everyone out there if you're wondering why AGAL. Now, all gamers, you know,
Nice, got the cannon. Nice,
got
nice.
onto the team just as we started EWC. So instead of anyone's legend, as you would have been used to, or OWL, as the people who knew them thought they were cool, it's now changed to AGAL. And a new logo by the looks of it as well, which is kind of cool. It's like a shield, but I hope we don't lose the panda forever.
Well, they had the pandas when they came on stage. They had the little plush pandas.
I saw that, yeah, but here the logo is different, so I hope, again...
The logo also has a little panda on it, if you look closely.
I mean, nothing crazy happened with like having no priority lanes. That's good.
Okay, trust orcs,
막 신자가 뭐 인베 들어온 것도 아니고 해서 솔직히 주도권 없어도 이 정도면은 괜찮은 것 같고요. So far so good. Very calm early game.
I can't see it.
I think for HLE comp, you kind of wanna definitely want to be scaling with this year. Get some items onto Azir and Rumble, and then try to fight after. 하나도 천천히 가고 싶어하고 AL도 솔직히 급할 필요는 없긴 하죠. 둘 다 조합이.
And Shanks, even after the unraveled Earth circle, he's just going to throw a single rock out. One hits, one does not. Let's take a look towards top, because Viper's already making his move. 4 minutes 30, and lane swap begins. Zeus on a ward, spotted out, cancelled.
3판 2선인가요? 네, 맞습니다. 3판 2선. Best of 3, best of 3. Both teams just want to farming out. Maybe something gonna happen mid if Zeka tries to go too aggressive. Kyle's gonna be on the ward though. So he sold it. 와드를 잘 박았기 때문에 다행이고요.
In the AD carry and top role that AGL already forming a little bit of a lead. Still early days.
You're swapping top.
Yet, but
Okay, Viper, the light swapping top. And I think Rakan is just trying to scout out the jungler.
I think he was just trying to stop Zeka's recall as much as possible, being a little bit annoying. There's a lot of supports who will do that and just harass you whenever you're trying to recall.
True.
And Rakan's so good at it because it's so hard to actually punish him for it. A lot of supports
5분
die
23초.
trying to stop enemy recalls.
5 minutes.
But,
Dragon's up.
Yeah, the best is when they have Ignite and they just do the walk up and Ignite.
By the way, Dragon 5 minutes, and then we have Void spawn at 8 minutes, Herald at 15 minutes.
Don't have Ignite.
Atacon 20, Baron 25. They keep changing the timers and like how many Void Grub spawn like when. So it could be quite confusing.
Quite a lot at MSI.
If you don't like actively play League of Legends every day like me.
Always taking it as Helgen start up Dragon now. This is widely uncontested. Peanut just walking down.
I think a lot of people don't really keep up with like all the changes all the time, so just explaining a little bit.
Priority here until seismic shot comes through onto Zeka. The walk down. It's not going down that quick.
잘 없는데? Zaya's not there.
Teleporting in. It's going to be a full contest, but it's smited by anyone's legend, but shot back in. It's easy from Zeka.
It doesn't even matter. No ADC. Flashing over. Oh. Zeus is gonna go down though. 4대5.
Shanks sends the rocks out, survives for now. Now Delight has run out of damage. Blandre joining in. The 6 did wonders. And while the 80 carry and top stayed there, Viper missed out on the action and AL complete.
Yeah, the extra TP
Viper is
AGL gives them the advantage.
Farming top side during the whole fight.
The equalizer
저거 만나고.
the fight,
아니 원딜이 없다니까요. 바루스는 지금 폭딜하고 있는데 우리 자야는 탑이라고요. 자야 doesn't have TP.
And they'll definitely take that advantage.
Zeka had a nice shove. I'm sure we're going to get a replay.
그러니까 이거 되게 한타 처음에는 좋았는데, like if you watch here, look at Varus. 바루스를 한번 보세요. 이거 보시면은 Zeus is really like the ult from Azir and Zeus's ult kind of like didn't hit each other. 자, 플래시로 이제 포커싱 가치는 괜찮은데 호프 선수가 이 와우 free damage, full HP Varus just running it down. 애초에 이 싸움 자체를 하면 안 되지 않았을까?
Very scrappy fight, and it was kind of one of these things where
애초에 이 싸움을 하지 않았으면 되지 않았을까?
And again, Viper was just in the top lane farming.
아쉬운데?
I think HLE had a lot of confidence.
궁이 서로 갈린 거, 그러니까 럼블공이랑 아지르 공이 서로 갈렸어 방금. 솔직히 궁 제대로 들어갔어도 바루스 이거 프리딜 구도라서. 탈리아 잡으려고 앞플래시 쓴 거 그거는 뭐 한타 와중에 포커싱 할 수도 있긴 한데 I don't know. I just think we should never fight 4v5s again. I'm getting PTSD from the
If you go down, Orcs, I'm looking up. It's Infernal.
45 giving me PTSD from the T1.
Infernal Dragon did cut off.
T1 on MSI finals.
I know, but
it has a little fire symbol.
yeah, but I'm used to the color of it. It's like a white symbol here. So I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah, used to something. MSI and EWC being different.
저도 딱 T1 그 MSI 결승 4대5 계속 했던 그 상황이 생각이 나서.
Like an old man. One grab taken. Second, waiting for the smite here. Tarzan gets it. Trying to disengage his peanut.
천천히 하면 돼. 하나는 천천히 해서 아재를 태움 기다리자고. 급할 필요 없습니다. 아직 막 게임 터진 건 아니니까.
The thing is, AL, there's no
it's okay. I mean, the game hasn't boomed yet.
When they've already got those 2 grubs, I'll give one over to HLE. They've already got the advantage. We'll back off.
Slow gameplay is exactly what Hana wants, especially with this
game. The game's still very close at this point. You can see feats of strength though built up pretty heavily in favor of anyone's legend right now. 1 away in terms of objectives from securing that. Becca playing very aggressively on this Azir. Kind of has been all game, and he is the only person with an advantage on HLE, apart from Delight, who got that kill earlier, and he's now looking for a play.
Yes, between worlds.
Oh, he's gonna go back.
Look out there, the minion wave is Delight still in his ulti, looking for his trample. He's gonna run out shortly as the Featherstorm will fly. HLE, that 2-man dive, pulls out an ulti, gets some damage, but in the end, 2 ultis for 1 is the trade.
Such a hard champion to dive.
Yeah.
A little bit ambitious to go for.
지금 반대편이긴 해서. I mean, I don't think they can do anything here, but.
For the ultimate
I thought maybe they could re-dive here, but maybe not.
They went for it. Didn't exactly lose. They didn't die.
다이브 한번 더 보나 했지만 좀 애매한 것 같고요. 약한이 가지고 있기도 하고.
But yeah, a hard one to try and pull off there. Even though Viper did get a good amount of damage down.
Aurora 진짜 좋아 보이는데. Aurora top actually legit, guys.
You can see supports down in the bottom side of the map starting to get a little.
Does Doran know how to play Aurora top? Asking for a friend.
You know, we'll pick up that scuttle crowd.
Asking for
And already Ghostblade completed 4.
I don't know if Doran plays Aurora top, guys. It's not a normal champion that top laners play.
Kind of in a pretty great spot.
Aurora 탑에 근데 막
Is that the virus when you're playing
이렇게까지 좋은 모습 보인다? 이러면은 좀
setting up these waves, the virus
T1도 걱정이 되기도 하고.
Yeah. I mean, at least with the essence you
궁이랑 W로 이게 다이브 대처도 괜찮고.
You know, you have infinite mana.
AD 정글이 나오는 추세니까 판테온이랑 신작 이런 거 나오는 추세라서 50이랑. AD 정글이랑도 잘 매칭이 되죠. AP 탑이라서. 그 럼블 상대로 뭔가 반격을 할 수 있다는 점. 라인전을 오히려 이길 수 있다.
Like there's a lot of tools. Like everyone has some kind of lockdown or CC.
랑들의 형이 오히려 은근 스몰더 오로라 잘한다. 맞아, 스몰더 탑 했었죠 그때.
You know, like Xin Zhao and Rakan at least has to get close with it.
원거리 탑 라인.
Pretty telegraphed. The virus was pretty telegraphed.
Long range top.
Pretty good at kind of responding. So
SMH.
We've got a good amount of value now.
Viper's not the problem. Yeah, okay.
Anyone's legend have started this up. Oh, Peanut could be in some trouble.
He's chunked out before.
Peanut's chunked half, but he has ulti, so once he uses ulti, he's gonna get a lot of HP back.
On the back is Flandre coming in.
Okay, they're going on Zeka.
Sent back from Zeka. Kale re-engage with the quickness.
Oh, Zeka just took him down. Peanuts run here. Plangdre, no flash, but oh, they have to run here. Oh, Zeus got nice E coming in from Viper. Really nice flashes. Oh, but they all get out. They all have flashes as well. 잘 죽었다 이거. Oh no. It's nice. Delight this good ward on the ward. Oh, good ward in the bush from Delight. Oh, the ward. This is why you have the ward well, guys. 그러니까 피 없고 도망가는 상황에서도 아들을 부시에다 박아서 저런 킬을 깜짝 킬을 먹을 수 있었다. 저런 디테일. No vision, then you can't really point and click W on them. So. Let's watch this again. What happened here? I really don't I don't like the Azir Rumble ult. It doesn't really have any combos. 럼블 아지르공이 아까부터 뭔가 좀 확실히 콤보가 약하다. Like Azir's pushing them away, Rumble's ulting, so they're like not on top of the Rumble ult. There's no follow up on it. And I think here, that ult from Xin Shao is just immediately turned on it. So good. 와, 저거 진짜 너무 아깝다, 라칸. Kyle flashed out really well. Then Xayah just stuck here, no sums.
As you said, the Yomas did work for him earlier. It's
And the
doing work for him
ward
again. Backing on a ward here, though. This is how Peanut gets the shutdown delight with no HP. It's a clean return kill. Then they lose Zekka's TP after the fact as well. Target looks concentrated.
무슨 생각으로 스키 다 쓰고 풀러 넘어갔다. 이 W 3타 평타를 치는 것 같은데 그 역시 딜이 그렇게 센 건 아니라서.
It's still in a huge gold lead. They do get the feats of strength. They do have the 2 dragon leads. So definitely a big edge for AL.
트런들 픽이 꿀이다. 아 요즘 이번 대회 근데 트런들 되게 막 좋은 모습 보여주고 있긴 한데 확실히 원거리들이 많으니까 좀 빡센 것 같기도 하고요.
Doesn't shove as well as Weaver's Warp. Both are now out. Or rather, it's the Emperor's
called angry.
Shanks
Angry Zekka.
but he's just going to disengage.
So far, Shanks is actually playing super solid on the Sully though. Okay, I just ulted him, so maybe he dies. Huh? Getting caught out? No, Carlos is gonna ult out.
There you go, a couple of ultis down now across the board, and Herald's up in 1 minute.
I feel like both these teams just being so aggressive. You know, Zekka just trying to.
근거리 많으면은 근데 무조건 트런들이 좋긴 한데.
You see a play like that. You know, we
오로라나 막 탈리아 멀리서 때리는 바루스가 이런 거 상대로는 퍼포먼스가 좀 저조한 것보다. I feel like instead of Trundle, what if Hana played Skarner? Skarner would have been so much better here with that comp. 뭔가 피너 선수 스카너 개잘해가지고 스카너 나왔으면 어땠을까? 럼블 이미 가져간 상태에서.
Shanks is not bad at finding roads either.
아쉬운 부분이고.
Can't do it on his ear.
I don't know if it was banned. Maybe that was wrong. It was banned.
Been building roads. Been looking at who builds roads in League of Legends these days. I mean,
4 Merchants coming through from Hano Life Esports, by the way. Look at that.
You've lost me.
Yeah, I know.
Merchants.
I was told by Atlas that I need to be a lot stricter with you today.
Yeah.
Apparently, you. I'll let you walk a bit.
There it is. Peanuts going in.
A little bit off rails.
Well, no, yesterday the off rails wasn't
Champions,
the point, but,
terrible.
I think you were mean to me. I think that's what he said, and that was the problem.
Yeah, I do that. Specifically to you.
바루스 4킬. 너무 부담스럽긴 하죠. 저거 어떻게 막지? 바루스를 포커싱 하기에는 근데 오로라도 신경 쓰이고 신짜오도 아프죠? I think we just need a really good engage with Alistar's Zero combo front to back.
Something that HLE probably have to contest for because it is a mountain soul coming up and extra bonus stats to stop some of the all-in from HLE. It's quite nice to play through game.
이 한 번에 지금. Do you see how much damage Varus is doing to Zaya? Zaya가 그냥 계속 밀려 근데. I don't know, Zaya is such a bad pick into Varus in my opinion. Like you should never give Varus if you're gonna just play Zaya. You get outrange, you're getting poked on their tower, you have to receive the wave. Never have the prior. Unless
Herald taken down and smooth criminals.
Look at Peanut's HP!
Just so hard to approach.
The Q from Varus literally just killing the Trundle, by the way. Trundle's item didn't go Triforce, he actually went for Spear. Sundering Sky. 갈라진 하늘부터 가가지고 몸이 굉장히 물렁인 상태인 트런들. 원래 저게 맞는 건가, 빌드가? 요즘은 투포보다는 갈라진 하늘로 이제 유지력 키우는. I don't know, guys. Looking well for Hana, not gonna lie. I think definitely need to somehow shut down the Varus here, 100%. I mean, that is a really nice pillar, by the way. Trundle's pillar completely stopped the... Zeus! Location! Jeosu! Fucking run!
Nice escape from Tarzan, but
okay.
it doesn't end there. HLE have been poked out by Hope, and this
I mean, we didn't use anything, so Hana can re-engage 100%.
Just let Hope get the poke down.
열관리 하는 럼블 분갈 준비하고 있고요. Rumble's gonna press ulti soon.
Thanks. It's about his Weaver's wall as well. It's going to come in. Peanuts on the wrong
oh,
side.
Peanuts getting
stuck. We'll see. Equalizer down.
Peanuts stuck
again from Kyle, but Peanuts still
okay,
not
ulti.
3.5k. The between worlds hits 4 people. Flandre, he's exhausted, but he's done the damage. The redemption comes down.
Oh, delight going in! Oh, nice flash from Zeus!
Third dragon over to anyone's legend as Tarzan.
Oh my god, please kill! Oh my! this fight is a disaster.
Ends up dying, but Zayas tagged out. Viper as well. Tarzan will clear them for a triple. And Anyone's Legend have taken game one.
Such a good fight from Anyone's Legend. They're able to get the Dragon, able to play it patiently, have the cleanup, the value that Flandre got there with the AoE. And it just forced them into this position where they had to try and go in.
아니 트론들이 지금 탈리아 궁 때문에 Trundle's just stuck there, but he can't really flash out, or else they just give the dragons. They're trying to stay in the pit. 그래서 보시면은 이제 럼블 포지셔닝 보시면은 딜을 많이 넣고 있긴 하거든 사이드에서. 아 근데 이게 들어가는 판단을 했는데 이미 알리스타가 피가 너무 없는 상태였고요. Like Alistar was just so low by the time he engaged. I feel like they should have pulled the trigger and engaged faster. Like Alistar needed to hard engage faster. 그러니까 이게 피가 저렇게 달기 전에 먼저 아플레스 박아서 그냥 들어갔으면 어땠을까? 그런 느낌.
Top lane is the like as well. Now I did say feels like AL taking game
I,
one.
yeah, this Trundle pick is atrocious. Honestly, it's not doing anything here. Sucks.
And with that gold lead also comes solve point, 3 minutes 45. Atakan's up in 55 seconds, and I see a 2-item Varus. I see a 2-item Talia just about as well. And
it's looking rough, guys.
Again,
it's looking rough.
So
I mean, it's still winnable, but 4K. 4,000? 4,000 골드 차이.
Hands diff, and I'm alive have hands. Feels like set up in
I hope they don't die right away.
Varus causing so many issues.
Varus has no flash now, so maybe they can live.
Just keep poking, and it puts a timer on your setup, so like you have to start the fight sooner rather than later. It makes you desperate, and then when you finally force the engage, everyone's already lower, and you have so many tools that just cause issues. Like the Unraveled Earth comes out, the ultimate from the Aurora comes out as well. Just so much AoE damage, and then the cleanup is just there. And HLE really struggling.
8강도 단판이냐고? 아닙니다. 이거 3판 2선입니다. 그래서 이거 지더라도 한 판 더 기회가 있고요. 대신 패자 부활전이 없다는 점. There is no losers bracket, so yeah, great streamer. Thank you, Seth. Hi. I'm glad you like the stream. Turning into a co-streamer at this rate, full-time co-streamer, which is not what I want to do. I do want to go back to solo queue content soon.
You are a little bit tilted from
Solo
this
queue
one.
part
4 on Atakan.
You know what?
Worried.
It's a best of 3. The game's looking dire. Just send it. You know. Do I think this is gonna work? Probably not. But why
they're
not?
sending it.
Teleport's gonna be committed. It's double TP again. We're 5v5ing. Flandre from bot, Zeka from the top of it.
Please,
At 7K,
just ult them away or something. I don't know.
all those zones him off.
아니 이거 아타칸 이거 개 아프잖아 바루스. Varus is a fucking pain in the. Oh, that is a good old dip on Rumble actually, but. 와 말이 안 된다 진짜. They have spellbook smite as well, so it's impossible. Go next. This is looking doomed. What do you mean? Why are you taking Atakan first? Why are you doing Atakan first?
Very patient. You know the shred from the Atakan comes in, the poke is there, and they just.
아니 지는 팀이 아타칸을 먼저 하는 거 이거는 안 좋거든. 참고로 아타칸을 태킹하기 시작하면은 마방이랑 방어력이 깎이거든요. The armor and MR it gets shredded by Atakan every single time it stacks. So if you do Atakan first, you're going to be fighting at a big disadvantage. Hanwha's already at a big disadvantage, so that's too much.
And I feel like their minds right now looking towards.
아 2,000원 감사합니다. Thank you. 형들 적게 매너해주는 거라고.
Not yet. Can weird out somewhere, can't he? But he's gonna walk up,
Hey,
shut down the Zeka.
I mean, we got the Flandre here, not too bad. 이 방금 같은
50 seconds until Dragon.
현상금 골드를 많이 먹으면은
Really gonna change things drastically right now.
할만할까? 아무리 봐도 저는 진짜 트런들 아니고 스카너였어야 됐다는 생각을 하기 시작하는데 아니 I don't know man, the Trundle is so useless and the teamfight is so bad because there's nothing to hold the enemy team in place on top of the Rumble. 렐도 가져갔으면 어땠을까 알리스타보다. 럼블공 콤보 아니면은 솔직히 빡세긴 하거든요 안타가. Wow, Aurora is rough. Viper's trying to leave but he can't get out.
Not really many options in this situation.
It was a 4-man
No!
smite. The light didn't get the smite in the end. And again, yeah, it was Rakan, it was Kale who took the smite and got the Atakan. Now,
Thank you very
Game
much.
one looks all but secure, but for HLE, their last stand.
2,000원 감사합니다. Thank
here
you.
in this first game,
엔사에서
at the very
EWC
least, to stop
저는 그 영어입니다. 영어. English. EWC 측에서 이미 그거 다 허락 받고 하는 겁니다. 절대로 저도 이런 거 그냥 막 함부로 안 합니다요. 당연히. By the way, I got co-streaming rights from EWC, and I'm already in the EWC official Discord. So yeah. I think we have the go game too. By the way, this one's looking really done. 그냥 영어를 하는 것뿐이지. MSI 때도 비슷한 이슈가 있었어요. MSI 중계도 제가 원래 다 되는 걸로 돼 있었는데.
That's game one going to be over. Should be able to end off the back of this. AL with a dominant start to this series, a best of 3 as well. So
한타 너무 잘했다.
very quickly.
I think this one is impossible to beat. Problem is like there's no absolute Rumble combo coming through for the Rumble ulti.
But I feel like the game is as good as done from this point.
Gosh, Aura is a counter to Rumble top, is that what it is? I think we might see more
if it keeps happening the way it is.
Auras.
Baron's up in 1 minute, that'll help them close the game, but
Questioning Worlds too? I don't know about that. I hope so. Please.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka ends up getting just clumped together.
Holding go gap? I don't even know what is going with Hana. Like, they literally lost the game when they decided to 4v5. While their ADC was pushing top, they decided to 4v5. That's when it really went weird, I think. That's when it went very weird.
Doesn't even stop there. Ends up being an ace.
Is this Fearless? Yes, it's Fearless Trap. So we're not gonna see any more Aurora, we're not gonna see Rumble, we're not gonna see Azir or Talia. No more Barusu.
Is the best jungler in LPL when there's all these big movements being made, you know, going from Shun to
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. 아니 왜 이렇게 큰데? Thank you. 감사합니다.
As Delight pops his ulti again, you're finding out why now. There is a pop over the wall. Hope is caught out. This Varus does a bit of damage, but he's shut down. Kale goes in with the quickness, and Bahama Life maybe an advantage that they never knew they'd find, but Fly
no Varus, but
before he gets to interact with the game.
Problem is their mid and top are monsters.
Gets back line again.
I mean, just
caught between the worlds, and
원딜은 잘랐지만
had no chance to begin with, even with a catch on Hope. It's still not enough for Hummer Life in game one.
Yep, not enough with how fed the other members
I
are.
guess, guys.
They are just going to push through.
Aurora is stronger than Rumble.
Own, especially without the equalizer.
And maybe don't give Varus. Maybe don't give Varus.
As you said, the Varus is a big regret, but for Hummer Life,
바루스를 주지 말았어야 됐다.
25-minute loss, count at 26.
결국 바텀 주도권 없는 거가 이렇게 수업을 굴리긴 해서 I mean, Varus is just so hard champion, I think, to play into. I don't think we should see any teams giving over Varus anymore, by the way.
That's domination from AL.
Completely, you know, it felt like there wasn't really a point in the game where HLE were in control. The early skirmishes went in favor of AL, and they just never gave over from when they had control. I think there were some decisions, you know, it wasn't all about just leaving the Varus open. There were some decisions. They opted for that fight, a skirmish around Dragon, where they didn't have the numbers advantage. They put a lot of faith into the ult power from the Empress Divide, from the equalizer. It backfired, and it just felt like once they lost that grasp on the game, they just never were able to regain it.
Alright, we're going to send it back over though. Game 1 is done and dusted. But
Genji lost game 1 vs G2. Game 1 means nothing. Copium and Copium. Okay, I did think AL was gonna have an advantage because they played on MSI and Hana didn't. But I didn't think it was gonna be this big of an advantage. I also don't know about the blind picking Alistar anymore. He seems to lose lane way too hard vs range. Honestly, I think Alistar is definitely a good champion, but you're right. I think Rel would have been way better. If you're gonna pick like a melee champion, you should have picked something to combo with the Rumble ult. Alistar doesn't have that combo. The Rel ult has just infinite more.
This land is calling.
웃기잖아요. 젠지 T1도 이거 5판, 5판까지 갔거든요. AL 상대로. AL이 그냥 잘하는 거야. 일단 타잔 선수 말이 안 됐고요, 전판. I mean, Tarzan just completely outsmited Peanut there. 젠지 T1 지금 롤판 양대 3매 팀? I mean, guys, remember, Genji and T1 also went to Game 5 into AL. People are like, oh, AL's a new team, new rookie players, blah blah blah, but they're not a joke. Especially top 8 prepares a lot. I think top 8 completely outdrafted, right here, top 8 completely outdrafted Hano Life Esports here. Game 1 at least. We'll have to see more. 그 타베 감독님이 진짜 그 뱀픽을 엄청 잘 준비하고 잘하셔가지고 굉장히 매섭습니다. 제 생각에는 이 세트 블루를 가져가는 게 어떤가. I think maybe if Hana can choose blue side, game 2 would be really good. Just yoinking one of the, like, it's fearless draft, so all these other picks that we just saw is gonna be unavailable. So maybe they can actually take a champion that is very good, right? 맞아. BLG 전 감독이 탑의 감독님입니다. 탑의 감독님이 그래서 그 LPL에서도 유명하고 해외에서도 이번에 MSI 인터뷰를 통해서 굉장히 유명해짐. 그 캐드런님이랑 인터뷰를 했었거든요.
It was all AGAL Hanwha Life Esports fall in match number 1 in the quickest game in Esports World Cup 2025 here for League of Legends, as the LPL champion showing off their prowess and their understanding of objective control, and really didn't give Hanwha Life Esports too much room to breathe. Welcome back, Digon here alongside Medios and Valdez to break that last one down, and that was a tough one for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, this is a rough one for LCK to watch, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely
that was
demolished
not what I was
coming
expecting out of this game. I know that Hanwha Life came here with a lot to prove. They didn't make the MSI, and this was their first match up against, you know, one of the top teams internationally, and wow, they got stomped. That was rough. It kind of started with that.
I mean, every game is like a stomp though. Have we had a match where one team wasn't completely stomping the other team?
Yeah, I mean that was
maybe
pretty brutal.
Things would be different game 2.
Yeah, you know,
a lot of these games have been
stomped. We're going to look a lot better than this, obviously. The draft, I think, was fine. You could look at Zeka getting the Azir. He has played a lot of Azir over the course of the last 2 or 3 or so years, but it's not like the Omega Zeka wheelhouse, but it still felt pretty good, especially in this meta. But into Talia, can run into some problems. Also, you can really feel the difference when Peanut is not playing Vi. You know, he got Vi earlier in this tournament, and we were like, wow, just do whatever they want, and the engages are so clean. And then he's playing Trundle, and it's like, huh. It felt very forced from them. Yeah, I didn't love Hanwha Life's draft, especially the first 3, because both Rumble and Trundle, in my mind, are champs that do really well when they're paired with CC from other lanes. But when your whole top side has no lockdown whatsoever, you're pretty much just relying on Alistair, who he's a really good setup champion. He can get things going, but it's best if you have things that can follow up, more CC, because as it stood,
빵태는 루시드 거의 필벤이었다. 빵태를 풀어주진 않는 건 좋은데 개인적인 의견이지만 50을 굳이 밴을 했어야 된다. 뽀삐까지는 인정하겠는데 I don't know. I just don't think Wukong ban makes sense. Because like you could also pair it with like Rumble as well. Like we could take Wukong, right?
And he just ends up dropping a bomb
So I think maybe banning Varus was actually the but. Like Varus or Talia could have been banned instead of Wukong. 뭔가 타잔 선수 저격 밴을 많이 했는데 좀 아쉬운 느낌.
Like you guys said, no hard CC there to hold someone in place for the Rumble, and wasn't able to have impactful ults as we take a look at some of the early
maybe
fights.
because of the clone.
First highlight, it was back-to-back Drakes here, and the setup was just chaotic. Like, they're like, all right, I guess we're running in. We're gonna try to fight on top of this, but key here is keep your eye on Zeka because he didn't last very long in these team fights.
Okay, but keep your eye on Zaya. What do you mean? Look at the map. Look at where Zaya is. Hello?
Close fight, you know.
Zaya 위치를 봐야지.
HLE, and then you pan over to the minimap and you see Zaya.
And this fight went horribly wrong. Watch this again.
That's pretty much all your sustained damage. And even though she wouldn't be that strong this early in
I mean,
the game,
Azir just couldn't move at all.
Standard practice to force a 4 vs 5 this hard. So, yeah, a little bit surprised by that decision, and a lot of the fights afterwards too just didn't really go their way.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at this fight as well. Felt very forced. You know, they get the big pullback on the feathers from Viper, and that was about it. That was kind of the one angle. And for AL, it felt like all of their, for AGAL, it felt like all of their team fights were very
자야 저때 태골 한 개밖에 못 뜨던 역대급 손해긴 해. 왜냐면 바루스가 2킬 먹고 올라온 거라서 바루스를
They know exactly how to angle into the fights to take
저 때부터 게임이 터진 거긴 해. 근데 저 싸움에서 I think that fight literally blew the game over. Yes.
All of his walls were in the right spot, always right behind Hanwha Life Esports, making the one engage tool of the Alistar a really difficult job.
Okay, one sec, guys. I do need to check. I'm getting
third Drake, which is where the game finally
the ends right now that I need to
listen.
I need to reply back to. One sec.
잠시만요. All right, which way is it going to go? Goes the way of AGAL.
Yeah, in this one, Peanut got kind of cut off from the rest of his team, and then there was a massive Aurora ult, which just kind of did a lot of damage to everybody, made it pretty chaotic for HLE. AGL grabs the dragon, and then, you know, they're just kind of able to clean up.
Yeah, again, this just comes down to the excellent setup from the side of AGAL. They had so many zoning tools that by the time Delight
So if Hanwha loses game 2, they are out. They're completely out.
Basically towards the end, and he was only engaging for Zeus, who was on the backline, but the rest of the team was so far away.
Heavy Hauser English Soccer Teacher live abroad, yeah.
And then finally,
I also studied quite a lot.
Fight. You had to do something if you're Hanwha Life Esports. They tried to step up here and force this one, and Medios was in the back being like, is this really the call?
This was just pure desperation. I don't think Hanwha Life would look at this situation and be like, yeah, this is good for us. This was definitely a situation where you just feel like, all right, this game is lost. Let's just try something. And this wasn't it. You know, you see the
complete disaster, bro. You're behind and you're doing Octagon.
A lot of the fights too. Zeka was one of the first people to die on Hanwha. I think he was, you know,
Meteor's flaming Zeka. Oh no.
Go in, make something happen, but
oh no,
he ended up just getting taken out every single fight very early on, which isn't ideal for an Azir. He's more of a hyper carry. So, yeah, I think it just didn't go their way. They lost some early fights, and I'm not totally sure if this is a comp they normally play, but it didn't seem to work that well for them.
It felt like a lot of comfortable pieces, but the entire composition as a whole wasn't great. We look at AGAL Tarzan. He was actually fantastic. You mentioned the 3 bans against him. Still ended up with 10 KDA.
진짜 잘한다고.
Which they did pick up early for him, which did make a lot of sense. Tarzan, I think, trying to send a message to his brother Viper, potentially, and Peanut as well, across the aisle, saying that he is here to play.
Yeah, again, he was the piece.
이 경기 승자가 T1 경기 승자랑 붙는 거다. 이 경기 승자가
one of the most dominant junglers, able to do so in game
cricket.
number 1.
잠시만요. 한번 확인 한번 하고 알려드리도록 하겠습니다. I'm just gonna check one time. Practice.
And it just felt like lack of CC here in the composition for Hanwha Life Esports once it got to equal and
there it is. So basically Genji
was done by AGAL.
Is going to play into Koi.
Just got the update. Hanwha Life Esports
BLG G2.
The blue side. We've seen a lot of blue side.
T1's going to play into Koi and Genji's going to play into Fly.
So Hanwha Life going towards that.
And then whoever wins between T1 and Koi is going to play into whoever wins here.
What do you want to see
here? Yeah.
Where's the draft going to?
So for example, if AL wins here game 2, then AL's going to play into either T1 or Koi, depending on who wins up tomorrow.
They would try to put Zeka on maybe more of a playmaker. I know that
네, 이거 이기면은 그 하나가 이걸 이기고 올라가면은 이제 T1을 만날 가능성이 굉장히 높죠. T1이 이제 코이를 상대하기 때문에. 네. EWC도 Fearless 맞습니다. Fearless 맞아요. Is Fearless draft by the way best of 3s? No, her.
Yeah, I mean, other picks, I'd like to see, like, Delight's Rel, maybe, like, a Poppy.
Her face is pretty much all of our faces, LCK fans.
Of course, Peanut, although I don't think he can do what he does to some of the
despair
low-level LCK junglers
absolute despair.
Against Tarzan with that champion. Yeah, definitely a lot on their shoulders. Again, it is Fearless, so there are going to be some big champions taken away for this game number 2, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, we didn't have a 2-0 AGAL on our panel here. Myself, of course, expecting Hanwha Life Esports to take a win. So kind of a surprise if it ends up going that way, but also maybe yet again a re-evaluation of the power rankings here for AGAL.
What do you mean, my face?
No, they did have a great tournament over at MSI, finishing third and only by a game in that best of 5 there against T1. So I think rethinking like
무시해서 플레이를 하지 않았기 때문에 이거 라인 수업이
when we think about our potential title winner here.
라인 수업이랑 이게 초반 대처가 예를 들어 자야가 탑에 가 있는 상태에서 바텀 한타? 바텀 용 한타? 이게 좀 아쉽지. 이게 솔직히 첫날 그 CF전부터 솔직히 초반에 라인 수업 대처가 잘 안 되긴 했거든요. 그 모습이 살짝 보였는데.
I mean, a lot of the fights didn't go their way, but like we've seen from Nkoi, I think a lot of times you have to be patient, especially if you're playing champions like Xayah and Azir. They have great late game scaling. You don't really want to get in a situation where you have to force super hard like that. So I think they just need to, you know, have a game plan and stick to it. If you're going to play scaling champions without a lot of CC, you probably don't want to be forcing tons of fights and trying to play like you're a pick comp or playing stuff. You know, if you're going to treat your comp like it's Vi, Ari, whatever, then you should probably be on those type of champions, not other styles. So I think they should draft whatever's comfortable for them. You know, fearless drafting's hard. I don't know exactly how their comp's going to look after this one, but whatever they end up with, they should just chill out and try to play to their champion strengths.
Yeah, a little bit over a minute before we headed back on over to
No, I'm not even joking. If they just drafted Skarner, they would have won the game 100%.
What we pointed out early on in that last one is the amount of respect in the very early game. Remember last game, the first game that we saw, Zeus on the Gwen, just constantly pushing, creating lane pressure and dying, but still creating lane pressure. Not doing that in this one. Maybe that's an edge that they need to go back to there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because sometimes we look at Zeus and we're like, you're just going crazy. Like, why are you doing this? You're so good. You could control the lane, but yeah, maybe a little bit too
사강전이랑
reserved here.
결승전,
I'm not sure
사강전은
exactly
베스트
what the
3이고
idea was,
결승은
as
제가
Vegas has been
알기로는
touching on. It felt
5판
like they were a
3선으로
little bit
알고 있는데
confused about how the
I think
competition
best
was
of
gonna
5 for
play
finals,
out
right?
and how aggressive Zeus
But
should be, and how the
semi-finals
rest of the
gonna be
team
a
should
best of
be.
3.
I'm just worried for them.
Best of 3, best
I
of
thought
3, and a
HLE
best
were
of
in a much
3.
better spot just based on the little that we saw from them so far.
I could be
But
wrong.
right now,
I'm
it looks
looking
like
at it right
AGAL
now,
are the
but
big favorites for
doesn't
game
show
two.
it.
All right, here we go. Well, AGAL locked on in game number 1. Hanwha Life Esports, they need to find an answer here. Otherwise, their key will be crushed, and their Esports World Cup
it doesn't actually say if it's a best of 3 or best of 5 in the brackets.
For AGAL, they look great. We're worried maybe that the time off would harm them.
니달리는
It was not the case.
좀 힘들 수도? 요즘 뭔가 미드탑에서 AP 챔프들이 많이 나오는 편이긴 해서 레넥톤 탑이랑 나올 수도 있긴 한데 maybe we'll see Renekton Nidalee because Peanut's been popping off on Nidalee in LCK.
Thank you, very nice redhead man. Well, it is good to get into game number 2.
Renekton does look like it's a very broken champion. We did see Weepo 1v9 on him just today, so maybe more Renekton gameplay coming through. 오로라랑 럼블 둘 다 빠진 상태면은 근데 레넥톤 되게 올라가긴 하겠다. 티어가 올라가죠. Renekton prior gonna be very high.
Wait, so he's a traitor or
he's
like
betrayed the LCK?
He has.
He has.
What is that guy doing?
Why didn't he dye his hair orange?
That's a good question.
Maybe they needed that support and they didn't get it.
Hey, let's get a... If this is the 2-0 or even 2-1, whatever happens, let's get an interview with Digon. And let's ask
Come on,
him,
Zeus.
as someone's keys being crushed,
Come on, Zeus!
why the color choice for the hair? We've got many questions that need
The light has to
answering.
carry.
One is whether Hanwha Life can get a game, take us to a game 3. Remember, single elim. You don't get another chance, you don't move to a loser's bracket, this is it. And as I was saying before, Hanwha Life have had quite a bit of time off. I mean, Orcs, you were there. I know it's your league. 3-0 from T1. Kind of the beginning of bad news, maybe.
I mean,
I don't want to see the key press happening. No, thank you.
Especially given
you were saying before,
they
Please
had
no
a
2-0,
strong
yeah.
performance in the regular season. They had a great performance in the LCK Cup. They had a great first stand. And then both T1 and Gen G went to MSI.
Who do you have your money on? Okay, Bon Boy.
Met in the finals.
Stop yelling.
3-2 to Gen G. It was a close series.
Bon Boy yelling in my chat?
And I think
No
for
way.
HLE, not having that chance to prove themselves there, and then if they were to come to EWC and get 2-0'd by AGAL, a team which both Gen G and
Yorick
T1
banned.
beat,
Holy
I
moly.
just think it'd be a real big blow to the confidence for HLE.
I
So
guess-
they need to bounce back in this series. We've seen the draft start off.
Oh, no way we're putting Zeus on the tank. Oh, he's trying to put Zeus on the tank? Why are we banning Yorick? I don't know.
There's no HLE side selection.
Londre is very scary player, for sure.
And starting off, but you see that Gwen ban maintained.
루시안 밴 이거 얘도 뭔가 준비를 한 것 같은데 루시안 밴 하는 거 보면 요릭 밴이랑 루시안 밴. I think any ban is very interesting as well. I guess we're gonna first pick Vi or what's the plan? Vi 선픽할 것 같은데 이렇게 되면. First pick Vi, and we don't want any Wukong on the other side when we pick Vi. So there's going to be a Vi ban. Oh, it's not. No Vi.
It's a completely different draft from last time, just purely for the fact that
I guess we're gonna have a Vi lock-in right here.
Now it's just that Poppy that he pilots so well. So as you said, jungle here is an open book.
And something I will say is that T1 left
the
Vi open in the road to MSI series against HLE.
No, not the Nivea top, my guy. Please. Nivea top, 설마?
The Vi has been left open. The Yone
is open too.
Oh. HLE make the decision to lock in that
Zeka or Zeus both plays.
For Zeka, but it's also something that they could flex to this.
Both play Yone. 이번 대회에서 근데 조재편 선수가 요네를 굉장히 잘 사용하는 모습을 보였고, we did see a Yone gameplay from not only 조재편 but also for. Wait, who else played it? I think Loki played it.
On with the Pantheon jungle works quite well. AP mid laner kind of a must though, but.
아니 근데 판테온이 열렸는데 요네 가져가는 거는
I
mean Pantheon was open and we're taking Yone first. I thought we were just gonna pick Vi here. I guess we're playing Vi. Vi Yone 너무 쓰레기인데?
Yeah, also, I mean,
Wukong Yone, are you sure?
This
is such a solo-looking comp, by the way. Pantheon Sun is so tanky when we're drafting melee champions into the
game one, going for the Wukong instead. A lot of dive, a lot of teamfight power, but heavy AD so far.
Yeah.
And you got to remember, Gwen is banned. Rumble was taken away because of Fearless in game one. You know, even options like Aurora that we see top lane taken away.
Yeah, what do you have?
And if you are a heavy AD composition when the enemy team already has a Scion, does make you feel a little bit concerned.
But the actual absolute
being now. They do end up securing the Rel for the light
Rel
one
secured
and
as
some of that
well.
engage power. Their composition is very dive focused already. I think that makes sense given that Rakan and
okay, well, this is not looking too good, but I do like the Rel pick. Alexia's gone as well. 알리스타도 없는 와중에 렐 상대로 나올 만한 픽이 서폿에서 브라운? They don't really have any brawl type of champions.
Has an Akali Will's skin.
You were complimenting this
Shanks
guy
is
though
crazy.
at MSI.
Shanks is crazy. Akali? Into Wukong Yone Rel. You're playing Akali.
Shanks. I mean, I have confidence in the pick, but I'm excited. We get Zeka versus Shanks, Akali versus Yone. Again, it could be a flex Yone, but we know it's most likely going Zeka.
초반에 누가 굴려주나? 바텀에서 굉장히 강력한 원딜을 뽑는다면?
AL want to make sure that this Scion has
maybe a very strong ADC coming through for Viper.
Yeah, Aatrox often does pretty well into the Scion, so denying that one away. We'll see what Zeus ends up picking up in this situation. I also wonder about the
why do I feel like the Yone pick was a bait? I think Yone pick might have been a bait, guys. You're already getting for gifting us all for the push it out.
Emote underscore feviknight dab emote underscore fevagen. Thank you everyone.
Hard to keep up with the mobility, so
thank you.
I don't think it's going to make that much sense in the situation. Could go, I mean, even something like a Kai'Sa, because that comes very dive focused and it has like the hybrid damage.
Yeah.
They do end up banning the Ziggs though, so they're clearly thinking about that AP damage profile. I do think that the Akali can cause a lot of issues, but Sion specifically is good into because you can never really get off the decimating smash because of the satchel can always just interrupt it. So they opted to eliminate that. Renata taken away.
Gragas with a Bomba? I don't know about the Gragas guys. Although they do need some kind of AP champion there for Hana. They have 0 AP damage coming through from Hana and Life is full comp. It's better not. I think Nico needed to be banned, no?
Yeah.
Nico까지 준다고.
Let's see where they go. I like
Nico
the
준다고?
call out Orcs.
어지러질 하거든요.
It feels like that's like the last option. Again,
Disgusting comp coming through from AL.
is there an AP lane he can pull out? Sivir would be a scaling option.
Oh no, I don't know if Silver is the one we want.
But the damage profile makes us question. Final pick.
What about Ezreal? Okay, actually locked in the Silver?
With Mist. Volley Bear AP. I'm trying to think what goes smooth.
큰일 났다, 큰일 났어. Comp is really bad.
Maybe just forgo it. Could be an option, you know.
We're gonna swap the Yone top. Okay, this is looking better. I like it better. I think Yone is good into Sion though. If you give him some time to get some item like work, winnable.
Phenomenal on it, but you know it's also
Definitely gonna be on the winnable side, but I'm not sure, guys.
As well, and that ability to flex. Can obviously prioritize items like Blithering King into Sion as well. Kai'Sa comes through, Kai'Sa and the Nico
okay,
really
it's a good night.
together, a lot of dive potential, so pretty dive focused composition. I
think it's a big emergency. Kai'Sa is exactly the champion that you don't want to play Silver into.
These comps just feel so explosive on both sides, and I feel like
하지만 라인전에서 뚜뚜루 팬다면? I mean, if we somehow win in lane though, like for example, if Ahri can beat Akali, and I think Silver can definitely shove in the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I'm just hyped to see how this
I mean,
goes.
teamfight is looking kind of scary for the enemy team though. 100%.
Whereas at least AL have that sort of bulkiness.
2-0?
I'm not sure it really matters that much.
No way. Okay, we're doing predictions on Twitch channel if you guys want to bet your channel points.
If they fall behind, can feel super
이거 그러니까 진짜 그 요네 아리가 라인전을 잘해준다면은 모릅니다. 이거. 라인전 말고 이제 한타 쪽으로 들어가기 시작하면 이제 니코 카이사 버스트랑 판테온 사이온 난리 났죠. 아칼리 진입하는 것도 그렇고 굉장히 뜨거울 예정. It's gonna be really hard team fight, but I think it depends on how the lane turns out.
As we started off our quarterfinals,
who played so far? We had, I believe, FURIA got eliminated. FURIA got eliminated, and CFO also got eliminated. Very surprising. CFO got eliminated.
Be one step closer towards that EWC finals.
There goes the drum.
Fearless is good.
Tarzan, AO fan.
Under both these teams, but we have to see if it's really going to be enough. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to have you here. Orcs sitting next to me. Not because he wanted
to, do or die for Hano Life Esports. This is it, guys.
So he's trying to make the best of it.
Have to win here. For AL, if they win here, they move on to the next stage.
I hope that means something.
$160,000 in the back, I think.
Probably not. The keys are in the sky.
Yeah, I do think, you know, the matchup, I think it can be a bit rough for the Yone into the Akali. I think the Ahri is going to have a much more stable time. You know, it can be hard to really get the jump on the Ahri with the amount of mobility.
You can just kind of tell, though, guys. I'm not gonna lie. You can tell Hana didn't play at MSI. Just from the comp and, like, their priority on picks, on champion picks,
talked about in the LCK,
feels really off.
When we had a lot of Ahri being played,
you know what I mean?
Every player in the league, apart from one, used the Faker skin.
And it's Faker who didn't use it because he used skins. I think someone said he played it once. It's probably on release. I don't know when. I don't know if you have context on that, but he never plays skins.
I'm sure they watched MSI Karan, but I don't know.
Oh my god, the giant panda.
Oh my god.
Look at the mascot coming through.
There it is. We've been looking in the logo of the wrong place.
판다 너무 귀엽고.
That's cool.
Huge giant panda.
There's nothing in the eyes.
파이프라이팅 뭔가
You know what?
뭔가 11을 픽도 뭔가 불안불안하거든요. 괜찮아.
Panda as in Panda C, the player?
No, is it
이길 수 있어요.
Can
win, can win.
When I thought AL would make playoffs, and I said if they don't make playoffs,
여기서 지면 탈락입니다. 여기서 이겨야 돼 무조건.
Oh yeah.
And they didn't make playoffs, so that's what happened.
I've got that saved somewhere on my computer actually. If you can't Google Orcs Panda costume chat, you'll
the
have to
heal
look
for
at
the
it a different way.
trade coming through.
DM me,
They're gonna get level 2
I'll
first.
send it.
이러면은
It's on my
바텀에서
home
카이사
PC.
니코가
I've
1을
saved
먼저
it over my
찍고요.
desktop.
Wow.
It's
Your
to be
next
expected
Odo
from
One
Nico
name is
though.
C3PO.
Nico Lane is a range lane, so Rel's melee champion.
I got a huge folder.
Panda costume coming through for Orcs? Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
You know, making bets for
Definitely wanna
the
see
big
that.
playoffs, and now #1 team in the LPL.
Yeah.
How far they've come.
Boy. This is Grass matchup, by the way. Just
평타.
talk individually about what's going on
킬
top.
평타.
So Grass versus Grass.
아니 근데 사이온 저거 탱 맞아? 오케이? 딜라이트? 먼저 친다면? 오, that's a kill. Goodbye. 아 근데 뭔가 스포시 먹은 거 좀 아쉽긴 한데. 그래도 잡았잖아 한 잔에. No! No flash! Viper's dead! No! No E coming through either.
Tarzan gets a kill.
That's the thing, Pantheon's popping bot lane. He actually skipped all his camps to come straight bot. 판테온이 근데 캠프 다 안 먹고 3개 먹고 바로 온 거라서 저걸 아마 바텀도 예상 못했을 겁니다. 당연하죠. 예상했으면 뒤로 뺐을 텐데 하나 먹고. I mean, the thing that Pantheon literally had a straight bot lane after 3 camps.
That aggressive play.
So I think Hana also didn't expect that, or else they would have walked into Nico like that. After this kill, they would have just backed out. Really well played from Delight. Too bad he took the kill, but it's okay. And here, they didn't expect Pantheon to show up in the Tribush this early. 이건 타잔 선수가 되게 잘한 거야, 진짜. Tarzan probably expected a fight coming through. So.
I wonder if that puts the wave in a bad spot.
Very good pathing coming through from this Tarzan.
We've got a slight push in bot at least from the looks of it from Viper and Delight.
Peanut is going to have an early recall.
I think it might have slowed
faster tempo for next play.
Hope is actually going to end up because look, Viper's actually level 2.
Yeah.
Not even level 3. And Hope is picking up farm and is actually a bit ahead. So I think the ricochet is actually kind of when
that wave was really bad.
The wave wasn't in a great spot. So
50이 이제 돌거북 쪽으로 먹은 다음에 바텀 봐주면서 판테온 리시브 가야 되기 때문에 괜찮았어요. So if Pantheon wants to go home, they can't really regank bot lane, but Wukong is bottom side if they want to look for maybe a dragon for when Pantheon's top side. 용을 일찍 먹을 수 있나 이러면.
Had so much backline access.
I mean,
I don't know if Wukong's going to go for that.
I feel like Pantheon's the sort of pick where
탑 이기기 진짜 빡세긴 해 근데 진짜 사이온이 요즘 체급이 말이 안 됩니다. 막 카메 이런 거 그냥 찢어 놓던데 라인전에서. 원래 그러는 라인전일 수도 있긴 한데 우리가 옛날에 알던 그 사이온이 아닌걸? They're looking, no flashes. Look at that, Peanuts. Committing here. Oh, absolutely impossible for him to live.
Peanut cleanly
I don't think they're gonna re-dive this.
That was beautiful. That is the sort of thing you want to see where it's a punish. You take the
Well played. Okay. 이러면은 바텀 좀 좋다. 방금 이거 갱당해가지고 웨이브 손해 많이 봤는데 이렇게 되면 오히려 카이사가 탑으로 수험을 하는 모습이죠. 카이사 just heading top because he's gonna lose bot wave anyways. 바텀 웨이브는 이미 어차피 다 타서 이 타이밍에 수업을 하더라고요. 바텀이나 탑에서 뭔가 손해를 보는 상황에 어차피 손해 보니까 그 기회에 리스폰하고 수업을 한다. I mean, Zeka is absolutely destroying in lane right now, but that's what you expect from Ahri, right? Into a melee matchup, pre-6, you're just gonna see Ahri just completely melee range shot. Nothing unusual going on.
And having the advantage there.
요건 나갔다. 요건 아직 그래도. I mean, no one is grabbing dragon yet. That's good.
For all of us to see.
You know what? I will.
Okay. I'm happy to reciprocate if like you want, you know, for like HLE or. I just don't know what I would wear.
요네 이제 어떡하냐. 일단은 50은 집을 가서 바텀으로 다시 가고 있고요. Wukong going bot side because bot camps are spawning again. Don't want to waste too much time top side.
Alright, yeah, production can start sorting that out.
I feel like that's
Yone just pulls the waves fine.
That's a pretty even bet, you know, because if I said like you have to do this if Gen G won, I feel like that's pretty unfair because they're like quite hard to
That's right, but HLE right now, you know, in a bit of a dangerous spot. Maybe it's even unfair to set up AL, but who knows? Gen G T1 are in the tournament, AL just got a 5-game series by T1, so I think that is fair. Alright, we've made a deal. Whoever the person was in the crowd who has the panda suit, can you please share? Maybe a wash before, I don't know, but we'll get that over to Orcs as soon as possible. We'll have to maybe buy it from them. Still couldn't find that photo Orcs, but that's okay. We'll lock in for a little bit. Peanuts on Dragon. Now, off that bottom side gank, there was a bit of a swap, and the swap was for the bot lane of AL getting out of the 2v2. Viper also has a 400 gold lead, so I understand why, but I think with the back now, you're looking at Hope probably going towards bot, going towards mid for now, just to fish for who's in what lane.
8 minutes.
But as
Robbies are spawning.
He's going to be first dragon of the game. Over to HLE.
Yep, summoners are back
I think this is going so much better for Hama though. Oh my gosh, compared to last game, like complete disaster coming from last game. 전판 생각하면은 그래도 이 정도면은 Hama 되게 잘하고 있고요. Hanus has a slight lead. Okay, Zeus? No way. Yeah, Kali didn't trigger Zarya yet. Her aren't.
It is, but also a little bit uncomfortable.
Dragon's good, but I'm not sure Hana's gonna contest the Grubbies or not.
Charm, flash, immediately under Zeka. Look at the tangle bar fall off as well. Zeka ulties, but not in time.
He didn't count the minions! He didn't count the minions! There's Nico there and he didn't count the minions! 아니 저거 그 미니언으로 변신한 니코. 와 이거는 살 수가 없다 그냥. I mean he just can't move at all. Perma CC. 풀 W 박히는 순간 그냥 이미 죽어 있었어.
Hard to see if they could kill him. Maybe if he overextends, but I don't think they're going to find an angle. So it's just 3 grubs for AL on the back of that play.
Also opens up top of it because
날카롭다. 타잔 선수 진짜 너무 무서운데. 이거 판테온 주는 거 맞냐고 이제 하늘에서 판테온 털어주기 생겼는데. The thing is like Pantheon is such a broken champion, not because of just the point and click W and the into full combo, and the fact that E like basically you can tank up every single damage with E, right? But also, Pantheon's ulti is pretty much a global ulti. You can literally ult from mid all the way to top or bot lane from mid.
I think Cast was a great example.
That's how crazy it is. It's really large. 아마 판테온은 궁 너프를 좀 해야 되지 않나? 궁 너프를 제가 생각하기에 사거리가 너무 길다고 생각을 합니다. 판테온 이제 궁으로 떨어질 예정. 2킬 먹은 판테온 기분 좋거든요. 그래도 아직은 그래도 라인전에서는 골드 차이가 좀 벌리고 있는데 there is a gold gap on other laners. Only one is jungle because of the 2 kills. Pantheon does have a slight lead.
Recently,
it was global, yeah. It was entirely global before the rework. When the Pantheon had this like little Q thingy where you point and click throw like a spear. Before the Q was a skill shot. 판테온 리워크 전 판테온 갑자기 기억나는데 Q가 그냥 스키샷이 아니었습니다. 판테온 Q가. I don't really feel comfortable with Ahri in the side lane. Always have to be careful. 잘못하면은 이거 아칼리가 아리 같은 거 정말 잘 잡거든요 사이드에서. 조심해야 되긴 합니다. Wave is really uncomfortable. Zeka's being careful as well because of Pantheon's gonna ulti back.
But do you want to see, especially now he has that ultimate available, see what impact he can find with that.
Looking throws down bot while Zeka all in perfect execution. Ulti
there it is. I mean he dodged the E. I think it's good.
That's 2 down of the ulti from Zeka.
Oh, the wave is getting zoned though.
Fear Rush will just be used eventually anyway. Shanks gets over the wall and yeah, it's
wave freezing을 계속 할 겁니다. Shanks is going to keep freezing the wave here, deny as much minions as possible. It's going to be really uncomfortable for Ahri because Ahri doesn't have ulti anymore and Pantheon can ult on top of her or behind.
It's going to be the story of this mid lane matchup we saw last game as well. Now though, Peanut looking bot. Andre just have ult and flash.
I don't think you can kill the Sion though. 아니 근데 템을 보시면은 사이온은 지금 벌써 가시가부터 나왔거든요. Dorme already completed and then you don't have board completed yet.
I don't think he is because
이게 뭐랑은 나와야 그래도 사이온을 잡지 않을까.
You have to kill him before the 2-0 Tarzan with Sunday AI shows up.
강압 사이온 지금 look at that.
So I think Peanut
템 나오기 전에는 딜교하는 선생님 느낌이긴 해. 근데 가시가부 보시면.
Disengaged. And, you know, I was talking before about how you don't necessarily
rushing thermal is actually kind of crazy, but it does work here because you are playing into not only AD top but your enemy jungle is also playing AD champion Wukong. So thermal value is super high in this game.
There's pings going down like, hey, yo, Delight's MIA, and the pings are actually right on where Delight's position was at the time. If you could see it on the map.
Yeah, good read. 조합이.
It's just cool to see the sort of, you know, thought process of the players when they're like, hey, we might put set a play.
I think this is one of the reasons why you don't see an AD top anymore. You see a lot of AP top laners like Aura, Galio, Rumble, like these champions nowadays. Or attack. 그러니까 뭔가 탑에서 AP 챔프가 많이 나오는 이유가 정글이 AD를 했을 때 저렇게 가시가봇을 가면은 뭔지 알죠? 가시가봇 밸류가 너무 높아지니까 이게 만약에 이제 정글이 AP나 타면은 탑에서 이제 AD, 브루저나 이런 거 나오는데 확실히 그런 게 있는 것 같아요. So other than like Galio, Rumble, or these champions, you don't really see other bruisers top as much. You do see like a Gragas and stuff, like part tank, part 크라마스도 괜찮을 수가 없긴 한데 좀 뭔가 픽이 이렇게 해서 꼬인 것 같은데 I think 하나 definitely didn't expect 탑에 to open up Pantheon like this. They opened Pantheon and Yone and decided to go with Yone. So far it's not working out. Yone does have worked out, so he's gonna start winning into tank. Definitely need a Yone to win into the tank, into side lane, or else game's impossible.
Side lanes with Blade and maybe, I don't know if he goes Mortal Reminder later as like a third, fourth item.
Maybe like third, yeah.
아니 3코어를 나와야 된다고?
It just kind of feels like you have to devote so much time to go on raid. It feels impossible.
I mean, it's still winnable.
And especially Sion, who just has so much extra
still winnable. Silver is being huge.
Is really hard to cut through.
True.
You know that raw health in the mid game is just such a strong stat.
Also,
they're super far away from a Kai'Sa's power spike. Kai'Sa only has one item.
In the last game as well.
이러면은 무조건 용 싸움 해야죠.
No further.
카이사 템 나오기 전에 더욱더 많이 싸워야 되긴 하거든.
So we're just heading towards second as HLE are gearing up for the second
Okay, proper setup for Dragon. ADC's actually grew. There is a TP coming through from Ahri if needed. Enemy might actually just give it. AL is gonna contest. Let's watch. 상대도 이거 근데 그냥 주진 않는걸요? 이거 싸우려고 하네요.
Yeah.
AO wants to look for a fight, I swear. I'm just scared. Oh, I was scared of that. I'm scared of the Nico and Tarzan just ruined it. What the hell? It's a disaster. Nothing wrong with it. Okay. Oh, he had an E on the W? Okay, Zeus. Oh, if we can get Flandre. He just walks out. Okay, it's a disaster. Okay, never mind. Oh, that flash shot from Tarzan on the charm. Oh my gosh, Zeus is gonna die too.
It's not enough. AL somehow, some way found a way to
oh yeah, that's what I was scared of. I'm afraid of the Nico hard engage coming through every single time is a big problem.
As a resource, the in and out going in aggressively, but just never too much. So many people escaping with just.
아니 니코가 저게 진짜 너무 무섭다니까 저 챔프가 말이 안 돼요. Just look at this Nico hard engage over the wall. Let's watch again. 카인 선수가 이 니코 위치를 잘 알긴 해도 이게 대처가 잘 안 된다니까. Even if you know the location of Nico, look at that. Zeka trying to zone out Nico, but doesn't matter because Nico's just gonna flash onto your team. 알아도 대처가 안 되는 거라서 MSI에서 서포트 중에서 정말 티어가 높은 이유가 있죠. 니코가. 한타도 상대가 너무 단단해. Laundry living here is crazy, like 10 HP. So from Tarzan. 아니, 판테온이 그냥 대놓고 3위 국방. How much damage did he do from his ult? Like ult alone did like 1k damage. And that flash from the charm is 집중도가 진짜 미쳤다. 아리 E까지 플래시로 피해가지고.
And it just feels like, other than Hope going down there, the
no
rest
way.
of them just able to shrug it off.
Holy 2k damage from Pantheon. 2004.
Great flash, good damage.
Meanwhile, the Kong did 352. What do you mean?
You said it so well, Orcs. There were
and also lots of split fights.
What do you mean? And it comes out of the back of the fight where
Peanuts.
Tarzan still has a huge lead in this game.
Tarzan is a crazy jungler though. And honestly, I think they did him dirty. Like Peanut literally should have polished play Sejuani or some shit. I don't know. 이번 판 막 그냥 요네 세주 해만 안 됐어. 안 나왔어. 뭔가 우공보다는 세주아니가 훨씬 좋았을 것 같은데. I don't know why they picked Wukong. If you're gonna pick a Wukong, if you're gonna pick Yone, you should have just paired it with like a tank jungle. Like double AD boosts are just so terrible. Sion just never gonna die again.
I mean, again, as we talk about HLE in this game, note that their dragon stacking would have provided a better outlook for them to get some of those fights. But Viper to have them all in one spot. Dragon a little bit delayed now because of the take from AL, as Herald is now the thought process. But Viper's going to look for push mid. It is movement from Peanut to walk up towards the top
저도 요네 잭스 세주 이렇게 했었으면 좋았다 생각해요.
I also think this is a
요네
game
픽
where it's very
자체를
difficult to push the pace forwards.
할 거면은 판테온 주고 혹시 생정거리 나왔으면은
Yeah.
Can be quite tricky to see. So
됐을까.
a lot of focus is going to be on these neutral objectives, because often that is kind of the modern game of
이거 50 탓을 하게 해도 뭔가 타잔 선수가 그만큼 잘하는 것도 있긴 한데. 아 근데 이거 사이언 진짜 안 죽었겠는데. I think Sion's just never gonna die this whole entire game. Like, Ahri has to build the Andres. Like, we don't have enough AP damage to kill Sion. 아리가 그리고 지금 리안들이 가고 막 이런 빌드를 가야 그나마 탱커를 좀 녹일 수 있는데.
Quite interesting, it's already coming back up. 5 minutes goes fast when you're having fun.
I mean, just look at Flandre's health bar. He just looks.
I don't know.
It
Hana is
does not
just.
look fair.
Yeah.
I think they're losing from draft ever since game 1. I feel like.
Shattering strike. Yeah, it's not really going to do much, is it?
I mean, the goal gap isn't crazy,
Let's
but
see.
just
That dragon seems to be the next
the value of having like a super fed Pantheon with a tank top Scion.
Probably so that he can get himself maybe that Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
Before they fight next.
AP 딜이 없다. 맞아. 그게 진짜 밀.
Might end up being an ulti.
아리가
Quickly clues his wolf.
템을 그리고 저렇게 안 가게 해도 뭔가 좀 애매하죠? 리안드리를 가고 막 이런다고 해서.
That would not be a fun time. And it's not even just a mountain soul.
Okay, we just have to trust Yone. Like Zeus has to carry side like this.
I talked about how
이렇게 사이언 계속 밀어내면 좋아. 타워 막 밀고.
To cut through Flandre, but it just becomes so
just
much
play
more
side, I
difficult
think. 1-3-1.
If he gets those extra resistances.
True.
It kind of puts it just delays it more and more. How many items?
Hana starting another fight.
Might push
Sion's
back
gonna
5.
TP pop then.
Or might just buy a bit of extra
Okay,
time.
maybe they just give it.
Second or two, an extra auto attack can make all the difference.
TP though, hang on.
They are looking.
Yeah, but Flandre, he's
This is over.
His back just got cancelled again.
Shanks is engaging. Okay, that E was pretty good. Oh, they can't even pick up the eye.
Who immediately dies and he didn't get to pick up the
No! Someone grab the eye. Okay, that's actually good. No. Oh, but he's gonna flash out. 어, 근데 괜찮은데? 잠시만. Okay, but 태우스! Oh, he dies from the auto attack though. Kai's auto attack followed him.
And he doesn't die, Orcs. His fed Pantheon.
You first pick Yone for that.
Even those big charms, still not able to find the kills.
I don't even know. Is Yone even that good? I don't even know. 요네가 그렇게 좋은 건가? 판테온을 앞이가 안 할 정도로? 라는 생각을 하게 되는. I mean, the thing is, Sion's just gonna grab Frozen Heart as well, like building full armor. And Frozen Heart value is super huge. 판테온을 잡는 세계. 일단 판테온 플래시 빠지긴 했거든. 판테온 has no flash. Maybe we can look. Copium.
Yeah, it's a
look at look at this, by the way.
From him means the Hope's able to survive. And then I think maybe they could have pushed for the Herald, but instead they go for this fight. Zeus finds a big ult. But Tarzan, the Sundered Sky, and just the bulkiness he has keeps him alive.
Yeah, Viper like could have auto attacked a couple times, but no damage.
Yeah, feels like a tilter.
Pantheon. He says, ha, like sigh. And then Pantheon is Pantheon.
Really is. Both games now.
0 damage! But that's because Peter was dead. He was trying to grab the eye and then died. 한타 전에 이미 50이 죽어가지고 전령을 먹었지만 전령 눈도 못 주웠죠.
By HLE, excuse me. Won the game for AL, I should have said. Peanut's still going, they're still tanking.
They're doing it again. Super behind, and then they try to rush the Atakan. 또 분리하면은 그냥 바로 그러니까 아타칸 이런 거 먼저 쳐버리는 이 판단 이거 좋나? Okay, wait, Zeus has actually got one. Nice, Zeus got the Atakan. Blue team has leaded. Oh my. Okay, not too bad because Zeus actually secured it and got Pantheon as well. Pantheon 잡은 것도 진짜 크고 이거 아타칸까지 먹어가지고. Oh my gosh, Zeus, you're doing it. Mr. Zeus is trying so hard to carry, but it's looking really rough, guys.
Considering how bad the game state was, could have been on the back of them losing a fight there.
Yeah.
Who didn't know
I think he'll take it, but that was scrappy.
Okay, let's watch again what happened to Ukong. 우공이 지금 삭제됐는데 보시면은. Got Nico ulted, got Sion ulted, Q. 그러니까 니코 궁에 뜨고 거기에다 사이언 궁에 맞아가지고 한번 뜨고 거기에다가 Q 하면서 이제 아타칸 풀 콤보. 아타칸이 이거 쏘는 거 있잖아. 뚱뚱뚱뚱 이거 쏘는 거 다 맞아가지고 그거 개 아프거든. 아타칸 먹을 때 그거 막 피하면서 먹어야 돼. 그거 맞기 시작하면 난리 나거든. 오, 저거 오공이 진짜 아무것도 못하고 지금 Okay, good pick, and got the mid tower as well. It's winnable. AL kind of throwing it a little bit. Yes.
But ALR as well.
And Feeder Strength actually secured by Hololive Esports as well.
It's a shame it's only a best of 3. Because I feel like the vibes will only go stronger the longer this goes.
Yeah, if it was best of 5, 100% Silver Scrapes maybe.
Has that LDR in pocket. It's a very tanky Scion still.
It's a huge gold coming through from Silver, 1.5k.
But there's a huge influx of gold for the 80 carry. The team gold is about even. It was feats of strength.
판테온 잡은 거 너무 맛있고요. 미드 타워에다가 바텀 타워까지. 이제는 그래도 요네가 뭐랑 나오고 해서 요네 has I think he's going for Black Cleaver with the phase. Zeus might be going for Black Cleaver. I don't know what the hell is building.
It works every time.
Every time. And that 1k gold for Viper, that 1100.
Does the clone keep the Sino from hitting you if you have it right? Yeah, I mean, he was kind of next to the clone though, so he actually got tanked by both.
Third dragon rather for AL.
But he didn't want to like be away from Otacon because he was trying to like smite the Otacon, I guess. So he didn't want to W back. The clone can tank for you 100%.
Gets a little bit longer here for AL. And then that Sivir maybe gets mitigated a little bit longer as well. Let's see. 3 items for her already. We mentioned Viper. I'm looking across the board. Hope's a little bit behind. 2 item Akali, 2 items Zeka here, who's got a lot of burn through things like tanks. Comes down to this next 45 seconds and setup ensuing.
Okay.
Yeah, and you really
just have to chill.
Farm it
up a little bit. 요네가 템 나오면 나이스로 근데 사이온에 한계가 나오기 시작하거든요. The thing is like tanks do have, I feel like tanks actually fall off harder late game than early game. They have a strong early mid game. But once like Bruiser starts grabbing items, like Yone starts getting 2-3 items. There it is, Stridebreaker coming through from Yone. Yeah, Black Cleaver makes no sense. Because he does like % damage already.
And these fights are explosive, chaotic as well.
11을 3코 오고 조용히 잘 컸다. 4킬 먹고 지금 현상급 골드에다가 타워 골드 나쁘지 않죠? Silver is back, guys. Silver's back, 3 items. Okay. Need to calm down because Dragon is up and Baron is up. So if we lose a fight here, we lose Baron and Dragon.
It's a fight over objectives. It's the pincer maneuver. The light has to crush down. Viper not going to be caught out. He's
the light might have to flash here.
Much, but even with the
okay,
above, the light now looking to recover the fight. Peanut looking for an angle.
Okay. 상대가 이니시 걸기 전에 우리가 먼저 걸었는데 오공은 죽었고.
He's caught out as Flandre. Now a new target. He fights the way.
Okay, is Flandre ever gonna die? Please? Huh? Oh, nice charm, nice charm. His Tarzan through it! Tarzan through it. Okay, 잠시만. Okay, Shanks has ulti though. We have to watch it. Akali do has ult, right? Akali 궁 있는 것 같은데. 조심해야 돼.
It's so scary still, and the fact that Sion's gonna be able to rejoin on full HP is a big threat. Shanks is looking.
Trying to bait it out. It's only the clone. Shanks has a shuriken flip to go back to the shroud, but HLE even at half HP he won't take it.
Oh no, Akali did ulti. Akali 궁 없었네.
HLE don't start anything up in the top side instead.
이러면은 카이사가 빨리 저걸 먹고 싶었는데. The light has TP. It's back. 그냥 주려고 하진 않죠 당연히. 정글로 없잖아 너네. 정글로 없잖아 너네. No jungler! Another steal coming through from Ana literally doesn't need jungle because we're just getting it from Yone. And Silver just got huge. 와 이걸 이렇게 비벼? Hana was totally back now. Hana's totally back. I think Peanut just has to be a little bit more patient in the fight.
They are able to start to cut through them.
Peanut seems to be getting caught out a lot in the beginning. 뭔가 50이 좀 천천히 들어가도 될 것 같으면서도 방금 이거 이니시 각은 먼저 이니시 각은 좋긴 한데 아무도 도와줄 수가 없었거든요. Nobody could help the Wukong when Wukong went alone.
Just went down so quickly.
Cold as
and then the Fed Pantheon just ulted and threw it. So. 판테온 떨어지는 거 위치에 그냥 아리가 2를 맞춘 게 너무 큰데? 떨어진 다음에 만약에 타이밍 잘못 맞췄으면은 다 쓸려가지고. If Pantheon could press E, like, after his ult, like, he would have been completely unstoppable in that fight.
Seekers here, another tool for Shanks. Orcs, I know you like talking about summoners while I'm looking through items here. those flashes I'm seeing on AL's side at
We'll have
least,
to see what
mostly up and
happens here.
available, apart from Flanders and Kyle's.
Yep. I feel like in this one,
Akali falls off
less
hard, brother.
important, I feel like
True.
for, you know, I think it's
After
the
people
biggest
start
one for me is
grouping,
Vipers.
it's
To be
definitely
honest. I think
difficult for
Viper
her to
having
navigate.
zones is the biggest thing, especially when you're playing against stuff like Akali.
Although her combo can definitely one-shot people,
Yeah,
but
does have his flash. He is
also late game
the
like
main
fights are
character
super
for HLE.
like
You gotta feel
infrequent.
doesn't quite have the IE. He's gonna have that
Teams
through,
like
and
to
once
wait
he gets
until
that, he will
their
just shred.
carries have flashes and
if he's able
Zonias
to
and all
free
that.
hit,
So
it might just be game over for AL in
GA,
these fights.
Zonias,
But they have a lot of
Flash,
tools to
all
try
of
and get
these
access
things
to
can
him.
counter an
See both
Akali.
teams setting up
Akali has to
posturing
maneuver
around the
really
Baron.
well.
Flandre is on that front line, but they might just look to focus him. Honestly, if Zeka lands a charm.
The Tangle Barb stopped Delight from finding an engage. Flandre is able to walk
Yeah,
it
I
out.
think Akali
The
is
perma
very
wave
good, and
clear.
Shanks can
I think it's
definitely
not just the wave
mechanically
clear, but
outplay.
also
We'll have to see
if
how
you
it
stand
goes.
near the wave of his Fear in it, you get shredded.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
it's
this
the
is
zoning
looking.
and the wave clear.
Predict. Zayas looking for Shanks in the shroud. Some good damage
Oh,
now.
이거
Sione
탑에서
also
다이브 하나?
starting to tickle a little bit. Peanut looking for the
Okay,
dive.
they're
bit of
looking,
control
but
from
I don't think we should
Spots
dive
him
it.
out. Tarzan
It's
with
a
a lot of
Kali.
lead here
Let's
over
watch out.
enemy junglers.
Also has a
HLE
Zonias.
are looking for that pick, but every time it's a clone. Tarzan zoning out.
Don't flip Baron.
is still
Do
clear
not
of
flip
vision, and
Baron.
AL have to
바로는
trickle
안
in
돼.
to find themselves an angle of attack.
Honestly, so much value from the Nico just being able to scout with the clone.
Yeah, they're really good.
And just throwing it in constantly so you don't have to face check yourself. Especially as, you know, obviously Flandre is quite tanky, but even him, if he walks into a charm, he'll go down a lot faster than he would have 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Protobelt used Shanks is not overstepping his mark. There's actually pings in the alcove. Really smart from AL, spotting out what HLE want to do here. I mean, Delight on his rel has made game-making plays many times before and will many times again. Peanut clears out the last of vision from AL. Baron is still staring them in the face, but remember that dragon, it's been long enough that in a minute 45 we had that discussion again.
11에 궁 이유가 안 보인다. 아,
Yeah, you know, I feel like the focus very much towards the Baron, but I'm not sure we're going to see it started up before that dragon spawns. You get the unending despair coming through for Flandre.
카메라 구도가 너무 풍기.
Very
카메라
tanky.
구도 좀 새롭긴
And now
합니다.
AL trying to
원래
find-
모니터 위에서
moving
이제
into the top side of the
잡아주는데
river, trying to
정면에서.
find a way in. Light does not want to face check this, but we'll get the Pop Blossom thrown out. We'll sort of warn him. And it looks like a lean towards that top lane tower. Quite late for it to go down.
And just like the tower doesn't really matter too much, like 30 plus
Isn't that
minutes.
crazy to survive this long?
Definitely
Considering
team
how
fight
far
is a
ahead
lot
AL
more
were in this
important.
game, but I think just showing how much difficulty they have really
1차 타워
making these
쯤이야
hours with
뭐
the
아무
composition.
상관없죠. 일단 미드 1차 타워가 시비리가 잘 막고 있는 게 제일 베스트인 것 같은데. Look at that gold gap coming through from Viper. Viper is actually getting even more gold. Oh, they're just flipping it. Look at AL's. They're flipping the Baron now.
Maybe hurting. Zeka has to walk up. He doesn't want to TP until now.
I don't know about this call from AL. It's looking kind of saucy. 아칼리 근데 이거 들어가는 거 보이. Oh, that ult actually stopped them from dying, by the way. 2로 날라오는 거를 이제 502 궁으로 와우. 분신 궁으로 끊었습니다. 잘못했으면 죽었는걸. That would have been a kill, by the way. This is level 7 Akali we're talking about.
He was trying to rush over, make
That
his way
would've been a
there to try and ward them off.
좋아해야 된다고요?
Such a tense game, and even more
살았잖아,
so, HLE, AL have an extra chance after this.
50 죽었으면은 저기에서 그냥 바로 나가는 거죠. They were not threatened again, but there's vision. Look at that. There's 2 wards. 와드 2개라서 근데 보이긴 하거든.
But teleport's getting burned. They look towards mid. Flandre is just gonna
Oh my gosh, they're just gonna try to burst us. Delight doesn't have smite. Spellbook smite put down. No, Peanut can't get in. Peanut has flash. Flash it. Nice. Another steal coming through. Okay, game 3. Game 3 going on. 3경기 가겠다 이거. 3세트 가겠다 이거. Dragon as well. Secure. Let's go.
Answers back.
Not too bad.
6-2-5 to Tarzan.
Thanks for the
1-4-1
leash.
to Peanut, but when it comes down that clutch moment, Peanut answers back.
That's big to get the third
Check the
dragon
paper.
alongside it as well.
Yeah, they completely flipped it. I think Flaunter should try to like zone and Peanut as well. 뭔가 그리고 사이온이 여기서 조닝을 좀 더 해야 되는데 궁을 이미 사용한 상태죠. Sion already ulted, so I feel like if Sion maybe had ult and then combo with Q, stop the Wukong from stealing it.
So just well played there from Peanut, especially when normally the
와 진짜 이거를 근데 스틸을 3번 연속으로 해가지고 Oh, I don't know, Tarzan, you are Wing in on the super fed unit.
Great tangle bars from KL saves the play.
Nice.
Tarzan and GA might have been run down as Viper's running up into Shanks and the
DC 없는 팀은 AR이. 아 근데 아까부터 AR이
HLE, the priority is on them for game number 2.
뭔가 급한 느낌으로 해야 될 거야. I don't know. I feel if AL is so impatient, so like.
Yeah, I mean Viper's doing so much damage at this point. But you see the tangle bobs? It lasts so long.
이제 11을 못 잡을 것 같은데. I don't think Silver's gonna die anymore.
But they'll just shred through these towers. We do see a response from AL in the mid lane, taking that tier 1.
판테온 지금 빵통기가 나가지고.
Actually, are not stopping. The top side.
Pantheon's level 15 now, Peanut's level 16. This one for calling is actually level ahead. 빵통기야 맞다, 빵통기야.
Ulti is now down, but Shanks is chunked out. That opens up for the inner turret, and with the enhanced recalls, HLE are going to call it there.
Silver's huge right now, yeah.
Everyone gets out.
Incredibly enormous one.
They still have time on the Baron. They can reset, head towards the bot side of the map, and maybe look to pick up an inner tower there if they have time. But yeah, now this gold lead, it's not huge, but there is a lead in favor of HLE, about 2,000. But I think the significant thing is just at this point of the game, how strong this
total damage is topped by 3 HLE, Bubble, Zeus, and Zeko. All of them are topping the grabs. Not too bad, I think. He doesn't need to engage now, just peel for Silver and an easy win, yeah.
33 seconds of a Baron buff too.
Agreed.
As well as taking away all the jungle from bot, they're going to move into this inner turret, and Flandre doesn't have an ult for a re-engage. We're going to get a real little taster of what Viper does with Ricochet here. Through the wave at the very least. Flandre's not going to give it to us. But inner goes down regardless. 15 seconds left.
사이온도 지금 다 약해져가지고. Coming through from a collie, there is wards though. 아재가 보였는데? They do see her. Oh, Nico just died. Oh, Viper!
He had no GA. Zeus jumping in with Peanut, but again, watch Shanks.
No, ADC's dead though! Oh, 근데 이거 제우스가 이걸 Zeus is just gonna 1v9 this, isn't he? Oh, 잠시만.
Did not die. I feel like AL got
I
away
thought
with
Zeus was
a
gonna
massive
sweep it and then
there.
Pantheon came up from GA.
I was like, oh. Shanks just cleaned up Viper immediately, and without that DPS, without damage, Zeka and Zeus tried so hard.
뭔가 되게 구도 좋아 보였는데 거기에서 갑자기 판테온이 짜잔 가연에서 부활. 평타 빵. 갈라지나를 힐링 빵. Thunder Sky healing coming through from Pantheon as well.
That's a big bag. You're right. We're going to do a replay. Don't worry. Out of time.
잠시만. 방금 11을 잡힌 거는 가엔을 가면 해결되지 않을까. I mean, no flashes coming through from enemy team anymore. Akali is doing flash, Crisis is doing flash, not doing flash either. And also, I think we need GA ace out for Silver, 100%.
You know, you focus so much
that was actually very well played by Shanks
Nico
flanking.
wasn't the problem. The Nico wasn't a threat. There was nothing left to peel the Sakali who came around the side. And as soon as he reached Viper,
peels Akali
there was
though.
nothing Viper could do. And now Viper flash was going in the next fight. Yeah, just immediately.
아칼리 진짜 원딜 입장에서 정말 재앙이다. 저거 진짜 어떻게 대처해? And Zonya timing as well. Oh, what is this?
How much time he buys.
Hello?
Yeah,
okay, there we go, we're back. Okay, it's really good for Q3, hit the E.
Like this?
More live! 잠시만! 선생님! Hello? 이거 아까 누가 한국 중계 방에서도 이렇다고 하는데 I mean, like, this was happening for Korean broadcast as well, and that was happening here, I'm not sure. It's continuously doing it. We might have to refresh the page. One sec, guys. 잠시만요. 이거는 그냥 한 번만 더 끊기면은 그거 얘기하는걸? We'll have to refresh the page if it happens again.
I'm surprised it wasn't that much from
새로 고침을 해야 될 것 같습니다.
He was just cleaning up. You know, he was just finishing off the targets. That's what he needs to do. Crazy how much Tarzan is still doing on this Pantheon. Yeah. His pick's still holding up in the late stages. But now, setting up.
Okay, well, this is gonna be a very important team fight here. 100%.
Super significant.
You're right, that barrier almost up and available to give him a bit of breathing room, but still, ulti's all that remains for now. Viper has a GA though. Last fight, he only sat on the BF sword, now he has everything. Delight maybe caught out as a clone, gets between their way.
Okay, Okay. Okay.
Tarzan's into spear.
Okay. Just before a game-winning team fight. Just before game-winning team fight. Just before game-winning team fight. It's pausing before the game-winning team fight.
Remember, no flash on Viper is super significant.
You're right. That barrier almost up and available to give him a bit of breathing room, but still, ulti's all that remains for now. Viper has a GA though. Last fight,
하나 생겨. 아니 잠시만 스포는 안 돼요. No, I got spoiled. Chat told me who won. Oh my gosh. We'll have to skip over afterwards. 이거 이 판 끝나고 나서 다시 라이브로 합니다. We do need to watch the last two fight though. Nico had a really nice ulti and the Pantheon ulti. 바이퍼 선생님 보세요 지금. 폭풍 뒤. Viper just completely untouched. Okay. 이대 밀고 끝났다. 6,959 damage from Silver. Meanwhile, Kaisa did 100 damage by the way. Kaisa 150인가? 딜? 근데 방금 그 11을 1,900딜 찍었거든. GG and a GG.
To perfection.
There we go.
That one was tense. That one was
okay,
tense.
we'll skip
you know,
over
they finished the game with a kill deficit. That kind of shows how it went on top.
Broadcast. So there we go. Damage. Civil. 아니 근데 이거 이기는 거는 진짜 I can't believe AO threw this game. Actually crazy guys. Flipping the Baron, but even before that I think. AL 입장에서는 거의 뭐 다 이긴 게임 던진 거라서 I don't know guys, looking kind of rough for AL mentally, but they'll have to bring it back for game 3, yes? Tarzan through. Okay, the Pantheon ultis were a little bit of a throw, 100% agreed with that, Rachel. But 판테온 궁이 조금 던지는 느낌이 있긴 했는데 그거 전에 이미 뭔가 옵젝티브 스틸하는 단계에서 하나생명이 많이 가져왔죠, 게임. 알게 모르게 미드를 굉장히 잘 먹고 11을 템이 굉장히 잘 나오고 있었기 때문에 Silver was like scaling super well. Like the Kai'Sa was completely gapped there. Just from the wave clear, like also was able to defend first tier 1. Yes. 바선생 역시. 1-1, it's a best of 3, so we're gonna be seeing whoever wins the next one is going to advance. And then we're gonna have a best of 3 between G2 and BLG coming through for quarterfinals, yes? 실버 스크래프는 결승 아니면 안 나올 때? They're zooming in so hard into it. Her faces are faces. Oh my. Okay, we're back. Oh, what, like imagine this happens. Imagine this happens for next game as well. I'm gonna mold it, guys. I'm molding it. I'm molding right now. Moldy Knight is coming. Where's Genji and T1? Genji and T1 plays tomorrow, guys. Right now it's quarterfinals, the beginning of it, and then we see rest of it tomorrow. 젠지 T1은 참고로 내일 경기가 있기 때문에 내일 6시 경기 똑같은 시간에 마지막 날은 근데 1시간 더 빨리 5시 오후 5시 한국 시간. So it's gonna be an hour earlier for the finals, by the way, just keep that in mind. No! What do you mean? Oh my gosh, we're gonna keep saying this. I'm gonna mold it, guys. For real though. How do I fix this? It was happening yesterday too! Huh? We'll check. Anybody good on the computers? I tried to fix it for today, but it's still not fixed. Kali did amazing, but the problem AL threw really hard. Yeah. AL kept throwing like mid-game as well as getting objective stolen from them, so that was an issue as well. Objective stolen by Shiver. 너 Zeus? 그리고 결국 요네는 증명을 했다. 요네는 승리를 했고요. 탱커의 한계다 진짜. 요네가 템이 나오기 시작하니까 이게 사이언이 뒤에서 받아먹을 수밖에 없고 잘못 까딱하다가는 이제 요네한테 쓸리거든요 이게. I don't know. AL did look like they were gonna be winning that one. 100%. 제우스는 확실히 칼이 맞아.
Against AGAL in the most unlikeliest.
Just draft another similar comp like this, I guess. But I think Peanut definitely needs to be put on a tank. 100%. Okay, guys, I'm gonna refresh the page one more time. One sec.
Here's the HP of this objective.
What do you mean?
What do you think happens? No, it was stolen. Here's the HP of this objective. What do you think happens? No, it's stolen. And we'll show you all of them here.
1 second, guys. One second, guys.
Stegon alongside Finn and Valdez. Like maybe at 10 minutes.
It's a big issue, guys.
And the objectives were going to Hanwha Live, and eventually that Sivir Beast became such a menace, and eventually like they couldn't dive anymore because she had the GA, she had all the peel, and with the Atakan buff, all the bouncing ricochets.
When I was watching the stream, it was lagging so hard for me, but casual stream was fine. Okay, Mohammed, it's lagging for me too. Like, what is going on with my stream? Is it just my stream or is it just everyone's stream? Casual was fine though, right?
Yeah,
casual was fine.
Yeah, Brenda, let's take a look at the
버퍼링 계속 걸려가지고 지금 나 미치겠네 진짜. 이거 오피셜 링크거든요. I could contact right now about the buffering issue, but I don't know if it's easily fixable right now. We do need to fix it before the third game. Okay, one sec.
Because it was able to drag out a little bit later.
잠깐만 그 트러블 슈팅 좀 하겠습니다. 예, 전 좀 구워야겠는 걸. Time to try to fix it. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. We're gonna try to fix it. Troubleshooting the issue right now as we speak. I'm basically an IT specialist, and don't worry, guys.
Like almost every single moment was a
don't
critical
worry,
moment.
don't
Let's
worry.
start off early on at the second Drake. This
Never mind, start worrying.
It felt like the obituary was being
start
written
worrying
for
immediately.
Life Esports after a huge follow-up by Viper on the Pantheon.
Okay, no buffering right
One of
now.
my favorite fights. This is
No
exactly
buffering
what
right
AL is
now.
good at. They come from 1, 2, 3, 4
버퍼링
different
멈추긴 했는데
angles
또
and
언제
create
저렇게
these
될지
super
모르기
scrappy
때문에.
skirmishes on multiple fronts, and in the end I think they just know exactly how to navigate that fight. Look at that snapback from Shanks going back, and the Yon tries to find an angle, but now we're gonna see the most damaged Pantheon ult I think I've ever seen. Brrr, flies right back in, and it's a nice cleanup from AL. And here I really thought the game would be a simple cleanup from AL, but boy, Cypher been wrong.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. I mean, at this point, Tarzan was just taking over the game again. We were already talking about AGAL. They were going to take the 2-0.
Okay, it seems like it's fixed.
Tarzan is the MVP
okay, I
of
think
the
I fixed
series, you know, all this kind of thing.
Hasn't lagged a single time yet.
Like that at the end of it.
Okay.
Spoilers for you all who missed the entire
okay.
game. But yeah, actually a pretty close one, all things considered. You know, Hope got a lot of damage there at the end.
천천히
You know,
하자.
Shanks coming back in.
일단은 세 번째 경기 전에 무조건 보셔야 되기 때문에 일단은 좋아 보이거든요. This look okay.
And I like the noise there. It sounded like the zombie slayer Pantheon.
바 선생님 포지셔닝 완벽히 잡고 딜 넣는 게 예술이다. 뭔가 11의 표본이라고 해야 되나? 원딜러의 표본? 그런 느낌이네. 여기에서 근데 진짜 여기서 우공 터져가지고 나는 난리 날 줄 알았거든. 근데 여기 like 우콩 exploded, guys. But then 우콩 Pantheon also exploded. Oh, 40. Q3으로 이걸 먹고 일단 11가 살아나갔다. Silver did live as well. I did not believe in the Silver pick. I'm sorry. I gotta write an apology letter to Mr. Viper.
So much XP, so much stats, and that slow AoE after you get a kill.
Video quality is low.
So crucial, especially with all those ricochets.
Yeah,
doesn't look low to me. It should be 1080 here. Make sure to on the bottom, like on the settings, you can actually increase the video quality yourself.
Would continue to scale, maybe make AGAL rethink some some of the fights that they wanted to take because of the snowball nature of the Otacon, which then leads to this mid-skirmish.
I'm an IT pro in networking. Fevi altered her internet. It's dead now. Okay, Lazarus. Fix it for me. Thank you.
We're not done yet.
Yeah, the game, I feel like AGL slowly but
같은
surely
영예 중계자인 캐트럴 쪽 확인했는데 그쪽은 깔끔하다고요.
The fight is looking great. You're like, okay, you got the kill on Peanut
again.
They're going all in onto Sion.
비트레이트를 너무 높게 잡았나? 그런 걸 수도 있어. 비트레이트 너무 높게 잡으면은 렉 걸리는데.
And you're like, okay.
Maybe my bitrate's too high because I did increase my bitrate recently. That could be an issue.
From Tarzan, which, you know, maybe he
Who's
was getting
winning
a little
on?
bit
I think
overconfident. And then eventually,
we'll see her.
Just trying to like solo the dragon by himself.
HLE is tied 1-1.
Over and steal it. The
Yes.
second time
AL won the first game and HLE brought it back.
Kind of
Wow.
unacceptable, and that's another.
The little boomerang bouncing, huh?
Boomerang bouncing. Because if you have a Scion, the front line with 2 Mountain Drakes, then you're just kind of getting too far behind his HLE.
Yeah, again.
컴퓨터 얘기는 모른다. 컴퓨터는 참 어려운 것 같아요. 참. 아니 멀쩡하다가도 갑자기 막 렉 걸리고 멀쩡하다가도 막.
Let me tell you, Hanwha Life Esports must have made a stop over at Jamil Motorsports because not only did they get a deal, but they had multiple different steals from Jamil. And
oh, this Wukong. Oh.
And AGAL trying to jump on to Peanut.
저기에서 살아간 오고 마음이 급해진 AL이 이제 바론을 치기 시작하는데.
Oh, there's so many questionable decisions this fight. Side ulting to Baron and all the catharsis of it all is this steal.
Oh.
A flash bonk by Peanut secures the Baron for HLE, and now it's
empowered
like, oh,
auto
get the dragon as well, and all just kind of fumbles apart because.
누님은 누구 팬이신가요? 우리 방은 T1 팬입니다. 저는 T1 팬이고요.
We can just get the Baron instead.
참고로 SKT 시절부터 10년 동안 10 years been cheering for, been watching LoL esports for 10 years, and we've been cheering for Faker and SKT.
The game wasn't over. It was still kind of even at that point, but it just felt like mentally AGL were kind of out of it after that.
Yeah, with Baron, Hanwha Life Esports then push the bottom lane. They get to the bottom tower, and then they get flanked on. And but it was just like a
Digon's losing his voice.
Which meant we're back to equal yet again. However, the
Digon
Drakes have been stacked for Hanwha Life
지금
Esports.
어저께부터 해가지고
At our final highlight, keep your eyes on hope.
게임 끝날 때마다 계속 말을 많이 하셔야 돼가지고
Maybe not the greatest here.
목소리 지금 나가시는.
Yeah, it's
목이 나가신 것 같은데. He's like, yeah, he's having to yap so much between games. So. I mean, this game is just completely untouched Sivir.
Fully loaded, and there's just nothing to do at this
와, 33,400딜. 33.4k damage from Sivir, by the way.
Finn, you know, they were marked. The Sivir was out of control. There were just way too many dominoes that had.
I mean, she had GA as well, so it's not like AL couldn't even focus her that fight either.
From them,
yes, she could die from the burst from Akali, but it doesn't matter.
It was very back and forth, but at
some
point,
back alive again.
You know, we had I think it's like a 2,000, 3,000-ish gold lead for AGL. That's not massive, especially when you're giving up a Otacon to a Yone.
Yeah, definitely not. 8 different gold swings in that one, and every
귀엽긴
single
하다,
one twist
진짜.
in turn. One of the best games that we've had so
Did you guys see the new
far
T1 mascot, by the way? The
Esports
T1
World
mascot.
Cup. We'll get the side selection here.
이게 마스코트 들어온 판다 같은 거 있으면은 굿즈 파는 것도 되게 좋을 것 같고.
You feel like all the momentum's on your side. And, you know, maybe a little lucky if, you know, Coach Dandy's like, hey, if any of these steals didn't go your way. If you're AGAL, you're kind of worried you weren't able to close it on out.
Yeah, I'm just like looking ahead a little bit draft-wise for next game because here we see that AGAL chooses blue side.
캐리아님이 말씀하신 바드장인 분, 네 맞습니다요. 캐리아님의 샤워라서 받았다요.
So I imagine that will be taken out
엊그제 같은
in the banning
꿈
phase,
같은 일이.
which turns us to either you go for a Sejuani Maoka Skarner
slow motion like zoomed in like that.
Tarzan has done in the past. You can go into the Zeds.
뭔가 슬로우 모션까지 잡아주면서 주민이 너무 얼빡샷을 하셨는데.
Beautiful, but I do wonder how they will adapt now in the game free fear.
그러니까 사람을 너무 크게 잡아줘. 되게 이쁘신 분들인데 당연히 슬로우 모션에다가 얼빡하면은 잘 나오기가 힘들어요. 저런 구도는 진짜.
At some points at this, even game 3, game 4, game 5, especially later on, you have to pick.
연예인 아니면은 진짜 저거는 너무 치욕이다. AI 영상. 캐리어 샤라 네 맞습니다요. 캐리어님이랑 이제 최근에 넥클래스님까지 샤라웃을.
This is going to be a little bit difficult, I'd say, for HLE on the red side, who have had some rough drafts.
캐리어 샤라 받은 지 어느새 1년 반이라고.
That although it's a different roster with Zeus in and not Doran in for this team. This feels very similar to Game 5 of Summer Finals last year, where we're like, okay, cool, you won on blue side, you got to win on red side, you got to pull something out here with a terrible kind of run, and now momentum on your side. Will they be able to do it? Our knockout phase
draft, just put
our first
Peanut on a tank.
Put
Put him on Skarner, put him on Sejuani, put him on Makai. Is that too much to ask for? I think it just, the way he plays, it's just so easier for Hanwha Life Esports to win. But maybe they can play like, maybe Nidalee? Renekton Nidalee angle. Renekton Nidalee도 괜찮긴 하는데.
So damn punishing in game 2. More so, they were just resilient orcs.
Yeah, resilient was exactly the word I was going to say. I feel like
라인전은 바드가 굉장히 약합니다. 바드는 라인전 하려고 픽하는 편이 아닌데. 감전 들고 세게 할 수 있긴 해, 근데 라인전. 막 질리언 같은 거 나온다? 그러면. 그 질리언보다는 세긴 해, 바드는.
And said yoink.
Yeah.
Did the Mapingu, you know, a classic from Peanut. I think if you look at the average of the series so far, pretty favored towards AL.
Yeah.
Because game 1
바드는요? 바드는 뭔가 궁이랑 그 관문?
HLE was down on the wire.
관문으로 정글이랑 들어오기?
So game 3 we'll see what HLE can do. It's
상대가 대처가 잘 안 되는 경우가 많아서.
I think
Okay, we're starting! Game 3! Final game! Whoever wins here goes ahead. Whoever loses here goes...
team we saw at MSI.
Let's watch what's gonna be prioritized here by blue side. 블루 선픽 뭐가 나올지 굉장히 궁금한걸? Lucian being banned here? Yes, again.
Ban all 3 games from them. Gonna take away the Jace from Zeus as well.
Yorick banned again from Fomdre. Fomdre Yorick. Okay.
In game 2.
플랑들의 선수가 지금
they banned in the first 2 games. It's actually gonna be AL who banned that Poppy away.
탱커를 할 것 같은데. I think Fomdre's gonna play another tank game. Yes.
In the studio. So I wonder with the Poppy up the
Are we gonna
cards,
see like
maybe
Smolder
the
top?
priority on the Vi goes up a little bit. They're trying to bait out a Vi ban in this situation.
Yeah, because what else is there? Like, in terms of skirmishing junglers, Zin's out, Pantheon, Wukong all taken away, even the Trundle. And with that Yone combination, Sejuani hasn't really been seen. 5 bans. So we go down tier list of junglers. But Tarzan getting him prior here makes a lot of sense. But also, is it just going to be one of those mid lane picks, like seeing early Annie Orcs? We're going to see early Rise for someone like Shanks.
Could do. I mean, the option's there. Maybe with the Jace banned. I mean, Jarvan is open and
No, Jarvan first pick is crazy. 다르반 선픽은 진짜 미쳤다. Oh, we were pausing it. Okay.
That's a miss. But Jarvan B1 seems maybe a mistake. No,
oh, it's not a mistake. It's not a mistake.
But don't you have mobile AD carry like something here would be nice against Jarvan?
Orianna 나오나? Do we have Orianna? I think we might have to see Jarvan Orianna combo.
Where the impact of the Cataclysm is reduced.
Yep.
The Galio gonna come through. That partially feels like a little bit of a denial as well, because I feel like Jarvan Galio can be pretty punishing.
You take Ori here with it as well, and then just show that you're going to go Galio top. But
no, I wouldn't blind Galio top. Yeah, no, definitely not.
설마 여기에서...
Yeah, I mean, pick this up. It'll be interesting.
I mean, what champion is going to Jarvan though? Shinzao is gone. Shinzao는 안 되고요. 첫판에 나오고. Lee Sin! Holy moly. 넌친 나왔다. Peanut Lee Sin, guys. Peanut Lee Sin. Buckle up. We're in for a ride, guys. Buckle up.
Something like that.
다르반 Lee Sin.
Crazy for a jungler.
Yeah.
We're back in 2015 Jarvan Lee Sin combo.
Definitely a classic for Peanut and the Jhin. Seeing a lot of Jhin bans in the second rotation, but it looks
탱 정글을 원하긴 했는데 솔직히 자르반 나오는데 탱 정글 하기 조금
many times before shooting a fish in a barrel.
선픽 자르반 바로 그냥 리신으로 혼내쳐 버리기. 이번에 리신 E 버프 있었습니다. 리신 거는 E buff, by the way. E slows like massive amount. I think 60% slow or something like that. Ridiculous. Definitely strong in the skirmishes early game.
2 melee champions already, 2 short range champions. He can really stack up the flux quite easily in these teamfights.
Yeah, Rise is a comfort pick for Shanks, by the way. Shanks loves this Rise pick. 그 라이즈를 지금 상대할 수 있는 미드 라인하고 많이 없거든요, 지금. There's not that many champions to be able to play into Rise. But I think that could be just that could just be Galio mid, Galio mid into Rise. Galio 그냥 미드일 가능성이 높긴 하네요.
We've had some of the higher prior top laners off the cards and banned.
Unless being banned out.
Situation where HLE have some choices. You could go for like a high prior pick on 4, and then go counter pick either support or top lane. What I imagine is whichever engage support is left available could end up coming out on 4 for HLE.
Oh, I think the Braum ban is pretty bad for us. Pretty bad for Hana, obviously, right?
There could be a lot of options. I mean, with the Ezreal,
it's okay though.
See the light bring out like the Bard. Into Jin, you can cancel the ult. It's something he has brought out.
It's almost like Baldo.
You're into a mobile
carry,
so it's a lot of value. I mean, heck, even defensively, you could throw it down on a Cataclysm, although I don't think that's really a great use case for it.
True.
We'll see, although I think Bard Blind might be a little bit optimistic. And there are still quite a few engage options available in like Nautilus and Leona.
Well, that's one taken away.
You take away that one.
They're fishing maybe for Leona. I mean, look, Karma against Jarvan, do you think that's also an option
I mean,
for HLE for the
what champions are up right now? Like Leona and stuff?
I
with this Ezreal,
would not pick Karma.
Like hard engage wise?
Definitely not Blind and also into Jarvan. Because the thing is, you have the Ezreal.
Leona는 근데 진짜 안 나온다. You don't really see Leona at all nowadays.
But it really depends.
Although it was picked a few times in MSI into Nico. 레오나 니코 상대로 되게 좋아 보이긴 했는데. wonder if we're gonna see Karma here? Karma? Ezra Karma? 이즈 카르마 이런 건 안 나오나?
Was a heads-up ban away from AL. So we'll see if they opt to go for the support pick here on 4. I mean, there isn't anything that like really screams out to me that you need to grab it now.
역시 레오나 나오네. There it is. Talking of the devil. There it is.
Looks like they want counter pick for.
Talk about Leona, they pick Leona. 이제 레오나 굉장히 세죠, 라인전. 이제 패시브 볼더!
Yeah, we'll see what they opt to run into it.
버드 살짝 보였는데. I did see a yellow, big yellow bowling ball.
Don't really like the Bard here that much. It's hard.
I don't know about the Bard though, guys. You're gonna pop. You're gonna pop. 다들 터지기 딱 좋은 조합이긴 한데 레오나면은. 가요 버더! 여러분 큰일 났네요. 저 바드 장인이라서 이거 하나 응원하려고 했는데 이거 바드. I was gonna cheer for Hana. I'm a Bard main by the way, so let me just tell you, I have like 7 million match point on Bard. 이거 얼마나 바드를 많이 하냐면은 바드 700만 점. 10년도 700만 점 넘었습니다. 지금 10년 이상 바드만 하고 있는 바드 맘입니다요. 바드 맘. I'm basically the Bordeaux itself, so I might have to cheer for Bordeaux a little bit. I do want to see if he goes like spellbook here. Oh, Guardian. Because I think Guardian also works here.
Oh my god, please.
You could even go Leshkin if you want.
Oh my god. Okay, Orcs, is this Kindred top? It's not Lee Sin top, is it? It's Kindred top, isn't it? Or is it?
Why are you asking? We ain't seen this.
Lee Sin top. Seriously, Lee Sin top.
It's your team.
Lee Sin's playing team. This is playing Lee Sin top.
Lee Sin top, Kindred jungle.
아니 잠시만 이거 정신 나간 것 같은데요. This is crazy. Like what? 저건 잘못 픽한 거 아닌가라고 생각이 들 정도로 킨드레드 정글?
Ages ago, that was like 3-4 years ago.
No, there's just a lot of trust, but into the Cataclysm, the Kindred has some ability.
아니 잠시만요, 선생님들 이거 12만 불이라고 12만 불 여기서 이기면 16만 불인가? 160,000 US dollars if you win here, guys. Are you sure you want to play the Lee Sin top?
This is some cooking, I feel like the composition.
Are they cooking or are they cooked?
Pretty standard.
They might be cooked here,
guys. HLE went a little bit off the rails on the back end with that flex.
I think they're a little cooked, guys.
We'll see what they can do. A lot of confidence being put in Peanut. If I'm just going to be
strictly
honest,
Lee Sin top, like he's good at it. Don't get me wrong.
He needs to pull out a strong performance on this Kindred because we have seen many times before how feast or famine this pick can be. If
they're
you
cooking
fall
something,
behind,
that's for sure.
you're not going to have an impact in this game.
Well, it's a game 3 draft. It's like
지면은 11만 달러고 이기면은 최소 16만 달러. 최소 5만 달러를 건 리신 탑? 리신 탑보다 저는 킨드레드가 왜 이렇게 불안한지 모르겠어요. 아니 피넛 너친이 아니라 이게 넉드레드라고? 넉드레드? I'm not sure about the Peanut Kindred. When is the last time you saw Kindred playing by Peanut though?
It's not infallible, I think the Ezreal pick was pretty heads up.
Yeah, the Jarvan B1, do you like that? You know, the blind Jarvan before the comp?
Not fully convinced
We
by
don't
it,
judge
but
the
also,
chef
like,
until
Kindred
it's
is such
not
a feast of famine.
overcooked.
It does well in
Okay.
things like the Jarvan.
Yeah.
We'll try to trust it, but I don't know.
You know,
We'll have to see the board build as well.
다들
다들 과연 봉불주 들고 나올지 굉장히 봉불주 아마 들지 않을까? 힐 들고 I think you could go ignite on Leona into Bard here. 바드 상대로 Oh, there it is! T1 Bard! Carry a Bardo! T1 바드 스킨 등장.
Or anyone's legend.
굉장히 이쁘죠? 하나생명 화이팅!
Needed that bit of spice in the end.
Lee Sin skin, by the way. Lee Sin
HLE
skin.
going out, they go out with a bang. If they take out
T1 Lee
anyone's
Sin?
legend, they
Owner?
take him out with a bang. Either way.
You know, I wouldn't have put it past Zeus to bring out Kindred top. I really wouldn't have.
Yeah.
바드는 귀엽다. 바드 귀엽긴 하지.
That shield of Daybreak
Okay.
is charged
Bard
up, but
taking
the Viper's
damage from the
managed to
start.
auto attack
Okay,
to
well.
lock down KL. As he backs off, and HLE look for deep vision here after Hope is just spotted out.
Could actually end up
Let's
going
go
for
hard
it. I
on
think
thumb,
Aware
thumb, thumb.
would've
Okay, I
cleared
need
out
to
pretty quickly if they did.
go down a little
Kind
bit.
of fake.
There
They
we
could
go.
have worn that brush there. But early information is so important. You know, we
있잖아요.
always talk about Kindred and the stacks.
네,
4
APL,
stacks is when you get that first
있잖아요.
range upgrade.
아니,
And
동민이
it's
오셨어요.
every 3 after that. But that first 4 is like the biggest spike. And it's kind of like, you know, when you have Cave and a transformation, it's not quite the same.
Spellbook coming through from bards, and we have ignites from delight. 이거 봐, 레오나가 이게 힐을 절대 안 내지. 바드라고 그냥 점화로 죽여버리는. So Leona's definitely gonna be looking for to kill Bard in lane, by the way. 바드가 참고로 레오나가 진짜 하드 이니시 저렇게 들어오는 애들이 굉장히 빡세고요. So I thought Bard was gonna go bone plating into unflinching into Leona. Even if you go. 근데 이게 뼈방패랑 이게 불그레이즈를 안 들었기 때문에 바드가 당연히 뼈방패 불그레이즈 레오나 상대로 들 줄 알았거든. 뭔가인데?
Like the interrupt on the Shanks ulti as Akali. That was about it. I'm curious about top lane matchup. This is one that, like, you know, Finn would obviously probably know because Finn plays some wacky stuff.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had too much.
Finn is the top laner, by the way.
Top, you know,
Former pro.
was known for it in the LCK. There was a period where they were playing it a lot. Remember, Cabashard was playing it a lot in the LEC a while back. There was a period where they buffed his Tempest a lot, and people were maxing E, and it was really good.
Wave clear.
Yeah, but obviously that's not how it is right now.
무난하게 라인 밀고 있는 바드. I mean, Bard's gonna push into Leona, obviously. Just have to watch out for hard engage, especially at 3.
He has that lower threshold health, but
3렙부터 이제 들어오는 그런 거 조심해야 되고요.
Kind of why he's picked in the jungle.
그러니까 이니시 걸리면은 플래시 뒤로 써도 레오나가 Q가 5초 쿨이라서 그러니까 딱 앞플래시 들어오면서 붙어가지고 Q 또 받거든. I mean, that's actually really good.
Maybe overcooking a bit there with Shanks.
Yeah, and
Shanks is overcooking 100%.
And honestly, if I was Peanut right now, I would be.
저건 킬각이 아닌데 무리한 모습이고. 다행이다. I mean, well played, I think. Didn't even have to flash there from Galio. 갈레오 플래시도 안 썼어.
Such a signal of a free kill to be set up later on. And Shanks feeling himself, but doesn't quite calculate the damage perfectly there.
Probably like, you know, an extra Q off.
바다는 조심해야 됩니다. You have to pull the wave on the board though, because if you push it too much, you're gonna get hard engage on.
I think it's always harder to judge with Galio.
그냥 앞플래시 박으면 레오나가 바로 죽는 거고, 이 맞추면 죽는 거고, 막 이러니까 라인을 땡기고 타워 밑에서 있으면 편하죠. Like early game, getting for the level 2 push is okay, but afterwards, pulling the wave better. And then you wait for your jungle, and then you pull in and go for the play. Okay, with the board though, had the Q.
And he got it. Tarzan and the pigs are coming down, probably like, oh.
오버 파밍을 하는 이유가 이제 상대 정글이 바텀이라는 폴이니까. It's like the thing is, Zeus is actually doing this. You saw the Jarvan buff site.
Like they either scuttle crab gives
so you can do over farming.
And once you take one, the other
AKA proxy farming. We call it proxy farming.
And
in English,
balance him around that because I feel like the.
How was game on and game to game on against the both were absolute cinema. That is absolute cinema.
But if it was, so you're
game 3 is even more cinema because we have the Bardo here into Leona. We saw the Leona pick R4 and then we saw Bard by Kyle.
No matter what, you just you always get a mark of that first scuttle you take.
Bardo next to me. 바드야. 바로 얼굴 옆에 바드가 있는 걸. Kyle, there it is.
And Peanut clears for a second
말했죠.
kill, or rather, I thought it was
I
going to be
told
a
you
second
guys,
mark
right?
away from Delight. He
Bar.
gets out, but Peanut has the flash as well. That wasn't actually a mark.
Pops like a balloon.
Peanut had marked Tarzan previously.
Yeah, double sums.
그래서 내가 가엔이랑 뼈방패
It's a
이거
typical, I feel,
불그레이즈
Kindred
가야
to mark
된다니까
enemy
레오나
jungler.
상대로.
Hadn't switched it
아
at that
가엔이래
point.
그 수호자. You have to go Guardian into Leona. I'm not even joking. Like I know Spellbook is really busted, but at least you should. If you're not gonna go Guardian, you at least should go Bone Plating and Unflinching. I don't know why he took Red Runes, by the way.
Yeah, I mean still a kill on a
레오나를
Kindred,
너무
even if
무시하는
it is an
행동이다
extra
이거.
mark, you'll absolutely
솔직히.
take it. So,
다들 해보시면 이게 풍선처럼 터지거든요 샘프가. 그래서
And Hope is tagged out low on mana as well with Safeguard and Iron Wills there.
I mean,
Just pops him
it's
for a
just
bit of
trading
attack speed.
for Zeus.
Hope in a bit
Hope
of
is gonna
trouble.
recall
And
anyways,
looking in the
so-
lane swap, if he can just
Zeus
gap close,
just
please.
got his ult,
Yeah.
right? And genuinely, if he had his ult there,
다들
he might
실수는
have been able to kill.
봉풀주 불그레이즈를 안 간 거랑 이제 수호자가 없다 그리고 이제
Maybe. Dangerous game played by Hope there.
보시면은
We'll see the play here. It's the thing with Leona into Bard is that
벽에서 너무 멀었다.
bulky target, right?
벽에서 너무 멀어서 it's too far away from the wall. 그러니까 플래시로 관문을 타야 된다는 느낌? 앞으로 갈 거면 무조건 벽 옆에 딱 붙어가지고 관문 뒤에다 깔고 바로 클릭해서 바로 갈 수 있게. 관문 밖에서 이제 바로 플래시로 뒤로 빼면 되거든. 근데 만약 관문을 플래시로 들어가야 되는 거리면은 벽 옆에 바로 안 붙어 있기 때문에. So you're not next to the wall, so you can't actually click on the portal. So you have to flash into the portal. So that if they follow you, they can actually can't flash out. Can't flash out. So like yeah, maybe you still die because Kindra's gonna flash on you, but then your jungle and your ADC can actually kill the Kindred as well, right? No flash underneath your tower.
And Peanut already with a Phage longsword, bit of an advantage here over Tarzan in the early game.
Yeah, definitely the start. And the thing is as well is that even if you don't have the marks from that kill, like the extra gold is going to make getting marks easier.
Yeah.
And push in that direction. Obviously though, Tarzan does have that level 6, that Cataclysm. And you know, you have targets without flash. You can potentially look for, particularly Delight level 4.
I mean, honestly though, talking about Bardo, going TP is crazy. I mean, it's because Leona has TP as well, so you're matching the TP. 그냥 그 본풀자를 무조건 처음 스펠을 텔포로 바꾸는 것 같아요, 다들. They're all going TP, so you're just going TP to match the TP.
I don't know. Personally, I think that's the sort of
거의
thing
무슨
that
체계화가 된 것 같은데, 봉풀주가. 처음에는 다들 선수들이 막 타이밍도 다르고 스펠도 바꾸는 것도 다르고 막 다양했는데 텔포 같은 거는 이제 운영적인 면에서 쓸 수 있으니까 서폿이 반대편으로 갈 수 있더라고요. So both are both going TPs now, and so it feels a little bit more structured. The way you use spellbook, it seems more structured. But I feel like people still don't really know how to use spellbook that well, like 100%. I mean, I'm not good at using spellbook either, but at least I got coaching from Polypuff, who is the spellbook king. Right. He's been playing spellbook for like 5 years.
So both junglers have that to the table.
Polypuff coaching went.
And we're just gonna have to see because
I'm not even joking. Like these pros probably need to watch the Polypuff spellbook guide because he breaks down like how spellbook works, what timing's good to use spellbook.
Peanut not looking towards the
Is this
top
live?
side,
Yeah, it
maybe
is
the
live.
club?
It's supply.
Gonna be rough here. Black down first.
TP is just gonna be from Leona. No TP for top lane is currently.
Mr. Bardo!
Happen off this.
Walking on. He doesn't have flash in use, watch out.
Delight does not have ulti available. KL does. Tempered Fate. The advantage misses though.
파드야! 어? That ult? Okay, reverse engaging? 근데 이거 킨드레드 노공이긴 한데. 아, 노공이래. 노플래시라서. Okay, I mean, like, Tarzan is dead though. Is he? Yeah, look at that. Zeus is right behind.
Flag and drags over the wall. He has no way out. He's on the wrong side of the rift. And Peanut gets another mark. Meanwhile,
See, Zeus actually came up and look at Kazante location. Kazante 보시면은 바텀에서 그냥 웨이브 밀고 타워를 치고 있습니다. 텔포가 없는 상태거든요. So he doesn't have TP. Lee Sin also didn't have TP, but Zeus decided to actually come up. Meanwhile, Kazante stayed bot lane. So that's a big gap. Number 2 gap was that the Bardo did not connect the ultimate. We needed the ultimate to connect if you wanted to actually pick up. Bar's actually building the kills as well, which is very usual. 이 칸에 가는 거는 레오나 상대로 굉장히 좋은 빌드입니다, 바드가 진짜로. 본인한테도 사용되거든. So you can use it on yourself as well. When Leona tries to ulti, you can use it on yourself if you time it right. 바드 0패. 0승. 지금 2번 나왔는데 2번 다 졌고 지금 이번 판도 뭔가 느낌 안 좋거든요, 바드. 근데 뭔가 바드 이번 EWC 말고 MSI에서는 승률 되게 좋았는데 I mean MSI Bard win rate was crazy, but EWC the Bard win rate is not coming through from currently 0-2 about to become 0-3 at this rate. Skill shots need to connect if you're gonna play champions like Bard.
Because by that point, Peanut hadn't actually hit him for a while. True. I don't think he would have got.
아니 그냥 바드가 궁을 안 사용하고 저렇게 싸움 시작됐으면 좋았을 듯한데. Bard can ult the Galio to stop the channel, by the way, on the ult as well. I mean, Shanks does have ulti, but he might just be dead here. Not enough. Wow, Peanut Kindred now. Peanut Kindred, look at how many marks he has. 2 marks.
3 marks better than 2.
Yeah, well, still a good kill, but
one is enough. 1 mark is enough.
일단 10분에 마크 2개 정도면은 근데 프로 경기 솔랭에서는 뭔가 교전이 많이 일어나지만 프로에서는 킬이 많이 안 나오잖아요. 근데 이 정도면은 킨드레드도 잘 성장하고 있고 킨드레드 is actually doing pretty well. Try first complete. 11분에 트포 나왔다. 이거 포켓몬 땡크 보이러 검은 타고 탈출. 5-7. 다들 한 건 했고 세포 뺐습니다. 그러면 이제 라이즈가 탑을 밀겠죠. Ryze's gonna harsh up top. Ryze doesn't have TP either, so I think they are just gonna give the dragon.
But at the end of the day, you still leave the area, you still sacrifice the objective.
Lee Sin is definitely not doing really anything right now, but has a power spike. Thunder Sky has been completed, first item completed.
HLE you feel really good about.
Oh, high value. Oh, it's infernal.
Leona with the smite?
So good, especially with like an Ezreal, Lee Sin.
Yeah.
And the thing is as well, when you're playing into a
Kindred
as well, you know, you have that
다들 관문이 진짜 핵심 스킬인 것 같아, 진짜. 궁이랑 관문이 2개.
Because you go in with a
QW는
smite,
그냥
you pop the
좀
ultimate, you waste your smite, and then he waits for it to end.
그닥.
Before securing it. Adds an extra element of chaos when we already have 4 potential smites in this game.
I really want Bard to get a win, but I want Hana to win here as well. Like, I'm confused. I like how Kyle loves Bard though. Kyle's like a Bard player. Bold enjoyer. Flandre is very aggressive here, like what?
I was gonna say where the items for AL, they're still a little bit behind.
Zeka doesn't die or anything, it's just tank to tank.
12 and a bit minutes. Nothing's up, so
근데 이거 하나가 킨드레드 잘 크는 게 진짜 제일 중요했는데 킨드레드가 I feel like Bard actually needs a Mertram at this rate. 헤르메스 신발 가야 될 것 같은데 바드? Mertrams might be needed.
With the magical journey can kind of disengage before the CC's laid, and Jarvan also a hard target.
Shanks is starting to do some damage onto the Lee Sin is a little bit concerning for Lee Sin. Lee Sin이 근데 뭔가 라이즈랑 크산테 상대를 가면 갈수록 좀 구려서 걱정이 되는 파트가 리 신이 좀 나머지가 잘하고 있으니까 그래도.
But the 2-item for Ezreal will be a really big breaking point for HLE to play around. Because as this game gets later, Ryze and Jhin will be...
저희 나라 아니고 우리 나라라고 알겠습니다. 제가 그렇게 말을 했나요?
No true tank in the team, Leona, that's it. As Dragon, look, we're far away, but we're just fighting around this area.
Wow,
anyway.
they like flash shots. Oh, they're re-engaging. The Bard completely missed the ulti again. But the exhaust is pretty good. 오, 바드 도망갔고. 이게 근데 킨드 갈리오공 둘 다 빠져서 이거 하나 살짝 뒤로 빼야 돼요. I think both Galio and Kindred ulti has been used. Bard actually survived pretty well. I think the exhaust was a good target.
Yep, I think AL stayed exactly as long as they
바드공이
wanted
지금
in that
근데
fight, and
잘
usually disengage.
들어간 적이 없는 것 같은데 이번 대회 바드 볼 때마다. Every time I look at Bard this tournament, EWC Bard has not been connecting ultis.
And you can
like Kaiwing Bard, and then we have Vulcan Bard, like the ultis were not connecting. Kyle Bard right now, ultis not connecting.
Kills in this game of 14 minutes, but both of them respecting their opposition.
All out might be used here.
Phoenix will top, I think.
Trading onto Zayas, but then again, Zayas doesn't really mind. They both are okay. Zayas actually has to kick away.
아니 탱인데 딜템을 가는 리신이랑 어떻게 딜교환을 하는데?
after the laning phase is all said and done.
아니 심지어 그 선대는 궁도 안 해.
not really cutting through the.
그 선대 드리븐 user ulti, and then he's somehow winning the trade while building full tank into.
Who knew?
Leeson was building a whole lady, by the way, full damage.
It's not the usual counter.
How interesting.
It's not the Garen, you know.
It's not the Garen. It's not. I guess people say Renekton still is a.
바드국 영웅의 작전.
Not the Vayne top that we almost
선생님,
got.
괜찮습니다. 바드는 이거 한 번만 적중하면 됩니다요. Okay, you just have one good art and on Bardo, and then you can actually save the game. You win the game just from one good art.
Big engagements to happen. Like, is Herald going to be?
Am I getting boosted by how easy Bard is? Maybe. I don't think he's easy, but definitely winnable if you just hit one good art.
They don't have great TP wards, and it's going down so quick.
In comes
Very
Zeus,
high
Zeka,
impact.
Excuse me, Zeus no busy in the meantime in a side lane. Herald's just down.
I think
they're slowly losing the turret, but there's only
well,
one
turret is
drop
gonna go
by
down
HLE.
though.
It's not going
Oh,
down
the
quick enough
Kazonte
to
is CP.
teleport
Okay, never
from
mind.
Flandre to match. HLE don't get
Okay.
anything for the trade.
Yeah, bit of damage in the tower is all, so I think AL go for the rush on the Herald and get a reward for it. Peanut's still sitting on 2 marks, hasn't really found a way to push it and take any camps away with the marks, and also he's had that mark on KL for a while, and he's kind of played very defensively. I don't think really because of the mark, but just because generally dying in League of Legends is something you want to avoid.
It is actually.
이번에는 배우고 싶은 언어지.
Sometimes there's good deaths, but most of the time we're not having good deaths. You know, like we were talking about it yesterday. Right? My deaths, I try to be like him.
I mean,
but
for AO, like they're
I'm
gonna use
0-5
Heralds for the
on
dragon
1-5,
timing. Is that what it is?
and,
Dragon's coming up in 15 seconds,
no
by
one
the
on my
way.
team is saying that was a good death.
MSI 때 바드 좋았다고. MSI 때 그 바드 승률 장난 아니었죠. 6승 2패인가?
I don't know why. I mean, I know why, but you know.
뭔가 승리
We
요정이었어.
can't all have supportive
Yeah.
team members, can we?
Dragon has spawned it.
One day.
Galio's still pushing top wave. He's gonna push in top wave and then probably TP late. He's gonna try
bro.
to
You definitely
crash the
need
wave
to
and maybe
die
even grab
there.
tower. 할리오는 탑을 웨이브를 밀고 타워까지 욕심을 내고 나서 늦게 합류를 할 건데 그러면 AL은 빨리빨리 이걸 치겠죠? 빨리 이거 치면서 너 안 와? 너 안 와? 이러는 건데 I mean, Kyle is kind of chunky. He's chunky. 바드골! 와! Bird ulti! Here! Oh, the light is dead, but so is everybody else. No, this fight's looking bad. Hope is alive, but 와! 바드 Q 맞았고요. 아직까지. Oh, they're just gonna. Kazonte is doing Kazonte things again. 와, 진 위치 공 좋다. 공 위치 너무 좋고요. I think they don't really win this because Jin's full HP. Mr. Bardo landed a good ulti! 바지공 드디어 적중했다. 와, 방금은 좀 잘했는데? Yeah, Bardo's actually gonna smite as well. I mean, HLE felt really split the fight, I feel like. Let's watch that again. 뭔가 근데 더 들어가는 거는
Or is he? Yeah, Tarzan maybe too far forward. Peanut
Tarzan's
just
going
wants
crazy.
a kill in response, but out of range, he jumps back in. Kale takes that journey.
검은 도망. 포켓몬.
Delight's gonna do it for him.
포켓몬.
But Kyle's too fast away. He's got the
뒤뚱뒤뚱
cinders on the ground.
도망가기
So
좋아.
Peanut will not catch a break. Or will he catch death? I'm not sure.
크산테가 결국 아니 근데 뭔가 리신 크산테 밸류가 차이가 나기 시작했는데 벌써부터. I mean the thing is like 크산테 is just so much better than Lee Sin top. I think the Kindred jungle pick itself is okay, but in the top lane, Bard like runs out, and the Lee Sin's trying to flank. 리신이 엄청 잘 찼는데 그 사이에 바드가 궁을 정말 잘 박았네. Lee Sin actually had a really nice ulti. And then see here, like Hope is basically.
Yes, Hope gets engaged on. But then Flandre gets this great angle here onto Zeka. Drags him out of
갈렸네
fight,
살짝.
removes an element.
위쪽을 가려고 했는데 밑에서 진이 너무 건강하게 뒤에서 궁 쓰는 포지셔닝 잘했고 and Jin's positioning was actually pretty good this fight. But then HLE was kind of split. They were not focusing.
Oh my lord, yeah, Tabe is screaming.
아니
as he should be.
방금 과일 덤이 뭐야? Did you guys see that? There was like a pile of bananas and apples. Like what is going on?
We're at 18 minutes in that fight. And Kazonte did almost 5,000 damage. That's how long he was staying engaged.
Pro players just loading up on fruits.
I thought Kazonte got nerfed. What happened?
과일 한 방.
Little do we know he does true damage now.
15분 만에 리턴기한. 아니 리신 이거 정글이었으면 얼마나 좋았을까. I don't know. The Leeson top is.
Maybe the Leeson top is indeed.
I think Leeson's gonna have a hard time into Rise as well in this fight.
So far, I don't think Zeus
Hana's gonna grab it. I mean, it's still winnable for Hana. Hana just has to front to back.
Nice kick.
Yeah.
Front to back and
they're also
if Baron actually gets caught out, 바드가 근데 딸리는 날이 있으면은 그대로 한타 개망이거든. 방금 바드공 대박이라서 만약에 바드가 이제 못하는 한타가 나온다? 바로 그냥 쏠리는 거야.
Being short range into Cassante, Job and Rise isn't fun.
It's not a good thing.
스포 그만! 선생님!
Viper also not quite at that significant spike, the 2-item spike we always talk about with Ezreal's.
Deadly Flourish. It did connect. I saw Hope just take a chunk from True Shot Barrage.
AL are posturing around Alakan, but
this has been a
스포는 사람은 다른 중계방을 보면서 스포하는 것 같은데 너무 악의적인 거 아니야? 우리 여기서 즐기고 있는데 즐기고 있는데 미카엘 completed for Lord Blood. 미카엘이랑 헤르메스 실패까지 나와서 저는 되게 좋은 거. I think Bard build is actually really good. If you look, Mertrez is so good into Leona by the way. 그 레오나 상대할 거면은 바드를 하시는 분들, 바드 헤르메스 신발 선을 올리면 좋고요. 거기다가 미카엘까지 가준다. 레오나 맞고 아무것도 못하는 그런 상황을 배제할 수 있거든. And I think going Slay this game is not too bad because if you proc Slay, you can actually dodge out on the W, you can kite out the Leona, move away from Kindred.
The Ghost that's just popped as well. I mean, Hope is getting the push.
It's a Kindred, so it's hard to really die with the ultimate. But they have cleared out the vision. Delight gets a ward over the wall.
Peanut on vision, though. On vision, he clears it out, but he's caught out.
Oh, the Bartle was bad. Bartle was bad. 바드군 별로였고. 바드군 궁은 별로였는데. 킨드레드 반피가 돼가지고.
Yeah, bit of poke coming through. I mean, Peter does have a bit of sustain in the kit.
Oh, okay, Zeus is pushing. I'm covering the camera, but Zeus is pushing mid, by the way.
The realm of. Kyle flashes forward. The cosmic.
Kyle flashes forward on Bard. 아니 잠시만. 아니. 설마 이걸 킨드 궁이. Okay, not too bad. Oh my gosh, Casante's full HP untouched. 아니 쌈테가 태산이야. They don't have damage to kill Cassante, guys. He just straight up walked into the tower and then tanked 4 tower shots.
Good sidestep upwards.
What the hell is this? 아니 그 방금 킨드레드 궁이 이즈리얼을 살려야 됐는데. I think Ezreal needed to be saved by Kindred ulti, but we have to watch what happened there. Maybe. 방금 다시 보기를 보고 싶어.
Peanut's still down, but members of HLE are moving back onto the map. AL rushing over as well.
쌍크스를 윗무빙 살짝 윗무빙 사. The rise movement is just on point. Okay, charm collected by the border. Charms collected.
His mark is not up there. He wants red buff.
바드 패시브 종은 안 보여주네. 킨드레드는 보여주는데 종 얼만큼 먹었는지 뭐 궁금하지. Too bad they're not showing us the Bard like passive, like how much chance he collected.
That ward stays there, flags down. They now know Tarzan's on
They
it.
used
Okay, red buff
not
being
anymore, I
pulled,
guess.
and it's not a global red buff yet. It is just a singular one with a sharing element.
당의 안식. 킨드레드 금 타이밍이 조금 아쉽긴 했어. 일찍 쓰지.
Yeah, they're leaving it.
We're missing a lot of key.
Good try, don't bother. Good try. Okay, Mikhails is coming back out for Bard. Holding on to Cleanse is huge, by the way. I think Cleanse is like really broken into Leona as well. 봉푸주 바드. 과연 바드가 이걸?
You're right. Flandre is definitely. He's like Saitama at this point. His punches do a lot.
Flandre just taking no damage.
Shielded around, but unstoppable. Flandre gets taunted in the end. Tempered fate.
I don't know about this though. It is a Galio. What? He was trying to ulti the other way. 아 이게 리신이 궁 방향이 방금 되게 좋았는데. Oh, Kindred ulti though. Oh, this was looking completely doomed actually.
somehow on the backside, and the Lee Sin top didn't work, but nothing that HLE send is working at this point.
Flandre still alive through all that. The focus comes through, but they're just not able to cut through him.
I mean, Flandre is probably just never gonna die this game.
Up, the extra stats, the extra XP gonna come through, and it
근데
feels
소름
like
돋는 게
this
뭐냐면은
top lane.
지금 크산테가 보니까 닌탑을 간 것도 아니네요. He didn't go steal caps. Like, how is he so tanky though? He went for like the Mertress into the Mertress upgrade.
He's a superstar this game.
He is, but all three games, I feel like Flandre's impact has been.
방금 리신이 대박공이었으면은 또 이제 막 리신 픽은 이때를 위한 거다 막 이렇게 얘기할 수 있긴 한데. I mean, if the Lee Sin maybe had a proper kick but didn't actually flash, watch this. 진 플래시 여기 보면은 바드공으로 이니셜 열긴 했는데 와 플래시 반응을 Jin actually reacted with the flash timer, and then Lee Sin didn't have anything anymore, so it was dead. And meanwhile, Flandre's just going in 1v5. 그리고 킨드공이 또 뭔가 근데 킨드공을 안 쓰기에도 좀 애매하고 그렇다고 쓴다고 막 어떻게 되는 것도 아니고 뭔지 알죠? I don't know. I feel like Kindred ult is like 2 times it looks like they're saving the enemy team, but your team's gonna die anyways if you don't use it. If anything, I think earlier he should use it to save Ezreal. If anything. That's about it. Right there, it's just like
Viper's doing a lot on
How are you doing 5.2k damage and he's still not dying? Is this champion?
바드와 킨드레드가 딜레마?
Where's Showmaker when you need him to shout out?
그 선태 왜 이렇게 안 죽냐? 선태는 진짜 재앙이 맞다. 저거 챔프. We need the K'Sante copy paste in the chat, guys. 2 games in a row where Zeus got picked for in the first round and didn't have an impact.
The Lee Sin R5 pick. Sorry, it was Kindred R5. We saw the Lee Sin
I mean, at least his Yone game he did outscale, but Lee Sin just doesn't outscale, unfortunately.
Doing Peanuts caught out back of the pit lanes despite up and available curtain call. He's just not going to press it. He
너무
knows it's
좋았고요.
doomed, and the shots from Hope are going to get the kill.
딜라이트 선수 초반에 진짜 바드 날려 죽였는데. I mean, it's just I don't even know. Bird is having some good. Bird is having some good ultis now. 바드 개사기네 저거 너프 해야겠네 저거. Bird broken confirm. He's gonna recall and gonna TP back. 뭐 봉부주 템포로 돌아올 거라서 어차피 집에 갔다 오는 거죠.
Rough game right now for Peanut tries to find an angle over the wall.
킨드레드 잘 커서 난 진짜 하나가 이길 줄. I thought Thanos gonna win because they had a fed Kindred. Bard was exploding.
Still struggling to find that 4-stack, and you know what? We talked.
And the one dragon fight, Bard had a really nice
ulti.
The Lee Sin just getting outscaled.
I think this might be one of them.
This might be one of them. The fact he even got the 3, I don't know how that happened. Must have been from an assist in the last fight, but.
이거를 이기려면은 정말 무슨
Look, I think sometimes when you have a big goal,
무슨 한타가 일어나야 되냐? 일단 리신이랑 갈리오가 너무 썩었어 지금. 리신 갈리오 can't do anything into Rise. 그선제. 이제 크산테 밸류 후반 밸류 지금 다 떴거든. 16렙 이미 찍었고요. And the thing is, Bard is also scaling as well. People often forget. Bard actually gains XP from chimes, by the way. So you oftentimes, late game, you're 2 levels ahead of the enemy support. Which is not too big of a deal, but still makes a big difference.
All we're looking at right now.
바드 종 먹으면서 이렇게 경험치를 잘 먹어서. 바드 나온 판들 보시면은 레벨링이 가면 갈수록 바드가 상대 서폿보다 2-3렙 차이 나기 시작하고 잘 먹을까. 8렙까지도 차이 날 수 있어요. 서폿이라 별거 아닌 것 같긴 하지만 그래도 궁 더 자주 돌릴 수 있고 탱탱해지기 때문에. I mean, you're exhausting Leona, like what? You're exhausting Leona, Mr. Bordo, what are you doing? Mr. Bordo! Hello? 레오나한테 탈진을 걸 정도로 유리하다는 건가? I mean, the Kindred is ulting for what reason? No, it's over. It's looking over, guys. Oh no! They're gonna end it, I think. 아니, 리신 그냥 정글로 돌리지. They should just play Lee Sin jungle, because Lee Sin, Peanut is really good on Lee Sin, and Zeus can play so many top laners. 크산테 상대로 진짜 할 게 없었다.
Was such a struggle, but the 2 games Anyone's Legend are taking as they're on the cusp of finishing this one, have been very convincing. HLE with the last-ditch defense to keep the hope alive.
Peanut don't survive.
I think you're right, Orcs. I don't see
This might be the final push though. I don't know if they can block it.
30-minute win. Delight sent packing. Flandro doing it for him. This top laner
No.
smurfing. And so
Or the
is Kyle. Time stands still, but only for anyone legend as they take a
감동인데? 그래 이게 T1 바드 스킨 쓰는 바드지. First time we have T1 Bard in the tournament. Like Vulcan and everybody, they were using like Snowday Bard, Shanghai Bard.
Huge win for them, you know. They were on the receiving end of 2 series losses to LCK teams at MSI, and they get to hand one over to HLE.
하나는 근데 무시를 안 하고 와서 티어 정리가 안 된 것 같아요. 아무리 봐도. 리신 탑이랑 갈리오까지는 그래 괜찮아. 그래 탑에서 좀 후반을 도모할 수 있는 그런 챔프를 뽑는다. 하지만 여기에서 리신이 나와버리면은 갈리오랑 사이드는 어떻게 할 건데? 누가 막아? 라이즈 누가 막아? 크산테 누가 막아? 뭔지 알지? 다들 사기네.
most exciting rosters since the EDG World
Try
Twin
Hana.
that Viper was on the roster for. That since IG, since the days of
유아프레스 장면은 굳이 봐야 되나?
Yeah, sure.
No!
Maybe we're not there.
They're going to destroy the key from Hana Life Esports.
The EWC is a good statement, especially when again they came so close to getting into that finals at MSI. Then who knows?
What went wrong, guys? I think just comp just exploded, right? Comp gap. Listen top.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tarzan is standing by.
They were not cooking, guys. They were not cooking.
This time it's going to be Hummer Lives.
Or maybe they were cooking, but they overcooked.
Standing by with Tarzan. This is your Amazon winners interview. AGAL make it into the semi-finals. We'll talk about who they could be facing off against a little bit later on. HLE are out of the tournament here. Tarzan, you started this series so strong in Game 1. Game 2, it looked like you could have closed things out, but then they steal your Baron, the momentum shifts. Going into Game 3, how did you approach it?
首先恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛，然后进入到了半
네,
决赛。
2세트 던져가지고 3세트 들어갈 때 무슨 마인드로 들어갔냐 그런 질문인 것 같은데
感觉好像可以赢下比赛的同时被偷到了大龙，然后你当时是怎么决策的呢？
就第二把的话，其实也前面也很优的，但是我们就有一些失误了吧，然后我们。 또 다른 내부也是
허나 이렇게 지가 그러니까 대회가 워낙 짧아서 이게 한 번 지면 그냥 지는 거야.
During the second stage, during the Baron got steal stage,
2세트 좀 실수가 있었는데 바로는 스틸이랑 해가지고 결국 마지막에 이겼으니까 그렇게 이겨낸 것 같은데 3등 토용이라서 좀 뜻이 좀 정확하지 않을 수 있습니다.
在 MSI 的时候，你们拿到了第3名，那
They're speaking English,
EWC 你们可不可以拿到一个更高的名次？
and then I'm trying to translate.
肯定有机会吧，就我们后面比赛也很有机会吧。
I do think that we have a very good shot at getting a higher place at the EWC.
Now you can either face off against MKOI or T1 in the semi-final.
EWC에서 더욱더 높이 올라갈 수 있다고 얘기를 하네요.
Against T1 to get revenge for them knocking you out of MSI.
T1은 상대로 복수를 할 수 있냐고
将会遇到 MKOI 或者是 T1， 我相信你肯定是非常想遇到 T1 的。那你觉得就是想不想遇到他们呢？感受是怎么样？
感觉 T1 会上来吧，然后我们这次如果打到 T1 也是153嘛，所以感觉更有机会吧，比 MSI。
I believe that T1 will get the shot against MKOI, and I do think that we have a great chance against T1 in the best of 3.
So they think that T1 is gonna come up. 그러니까 T1이 올라올 거, 코인 상대로 이기고 올라올 거라고 생각하고 이제 본인들이 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다. 3판 2선에서는.
你想不想做这件事情？
我去吗？是我要去的吗？或者不知道，感觉不知道。
He was very shocked actually. He said, "Oh, am I doing it?
Yeah, you are.
You're doing it.
Are you ready?
准备好了吗
Okay, come with me.
이제 프레스 아니 한국
If you are not a cruel competitor,
한국팀 상대로
an enjoyable experience.
Tarzan destroying his fellow countrymen in game, of course, and now destroying the key.
It was their first loss at EWC.
No, 화면.
And it was a
Cover
devastating
the eyes.
one. It's time to say goodbye to HLE.
오, 7? 아니, 기계 소리. 그 뭔가 되게 느려. No, they're all filming it too. No! What do you mean? 잔인하다 진짜. No. Goodbye. Salute, guys.
With the first best of 3
This
done
is
and
just
dusted, I have Zeus
brutal,
from
guys.
HLE
It's brutal.
for our losers interview. So please walk me through that match point game where you guys decided to play something like the Lee Sin and Kindred, where these champions are often seen kind of off meta for their respective roles.
Mr. Zeus, why did you play season top?
일단 3경기에서 일단 리신과 킨드레드라는 어떻게 보면 굉장히 좀 특이한 조합을 들고 오셨어요. 그래서 이 조합을 좀 짜게 된 배경에 대해서 좀 한번 설명해 주신다면요.
일단은 리신은 뽑을 때부터 좀 선픽으로 박아도 지금 괜찮은 티어라고 생각해서 자신 있게 뽑았던 것 같고, 아무래도 갈리오랑 조합하는 것이기 때문에 그런 정글 픽이 나오게 된 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was really confident about the Lee Sin pick because I thought it was one of the top tier picks. But,
Yeah, as a
considering
jungler,
the fact that we're,
not sure about the top lane
combining
Lee Sin
with
though.
Galio, so I think
탑
that
티어
was
픽은
the
맞는데
reason we
진짜
picked
뭐
Kindred.
판테온 없으니까.
Very insightful information. And of course, this was your first time versus
정글로서 말이야.
AGL at the international
탑은
stage.
탑 티어
So
픽이
do
아니잖아요.
you think this team
뭔가
has that
뭔가인데.
little spark behind them where something took
진짜.
you by surprise for this series to go like this?
이제 국제전에서 이제 AGL을 상대로 처음 이렇게 경기를 치러 보셨는데 AGL의 좀 어떤 경기력이 좀 이렇게 하나생명에게 좀 부담으로 좀 다가오셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 AL 같은 경우에는 뭐 잘하는 팀이고 좀 단단하게 잘하는 팀이라는 걸 잘 알고 있었고, AL이 잘하는 것과 별개로 좀 저희가 너무 참담한 그런 경기력을 보여줬기 때문에 지게 된 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I knew AGL was.
Man, Zeus was lifting the trophy last year on Q1. Now he's
We should
here.
have brought the best of us, but we couldn't. It was a very awful performance from us.
okay, Mr.
So I think
Zeus.
that was the reason.
Someone
we
give him
lost.
a hug, please.
I see. Well, it's time to say goodbye to Zeus and HLE from the Esports World Cup, and back to you guys, Digon.
Thank you very much, Kitty, Maddox, and Cheryl, and In Chambers for all the insights that we had from both Zeus and Tarzan. It is AGAL outlasting Hanwha Life Esports in that game number 3.
Man, it's so sad to see Zeus so like down. Like he's such a good player. I'm not even joking. Just don't put on Lee Sin. You know what I mean? I don't know.
But in the end, all that matters is that AGAL.
아니 제우스 진짜 잘하는 선수인데 왜 리신 탑을 골라준 거냐고. 아니 이거는 진짜 기인 선수나 도란 선수도 리신 탑하면 이거 큰 선수 상대로 할 수 있는 게 별로 없어. 딜교는 다 진다고. 그 선수 체급이 너무 좋아서.
But then they ended up flexing the Lee Sin top lane, taking Kindred, which was certainly a curveball.
Man.
Didn't go very well.
I think
though.
Hanwha
Kindred
just
didn't
confused,
really get a lot of
man.
stacks,
They're
even though he had a
confused.
pretty decent early game.
Because like I think the
And
champions they're picking
I'm
are
not too sure about
even
that Lee
game
Sin
2
top.
they should have
It
been pretty much losing
didn't
that
seem too
matchup.
impactful.
If only AL didn't throw it, I think
Zeus seems like
game
a
2
bit
would have
of
been
a
gone as well.
Grasp merchant this series, you know, pulling it out on Yone last
Grasp.
game instead of the lethal tempo, and then this game on Lee Sin versus, you know, something like Conqueror.
1, 2, 3
which is
세트
pretty
뱀픽에 나한테
non-standard.
나오네.
It is really good for laning, but
티어 정리 제대로 안 하고 온 게 진짜 너무 확실한데
The value compared to the Cassante was just not
준비는 한 2주 전부터 했다고 하지만 확실히 MSI에서 실전을 스크림을 계속 매일매일 하고 이건 아니기 때문에 한계가 있다. 그래도 뭐 $11만 챙겼더라 한 잔에.
I personally think that Peanut had a pretty poor game number 3, and unfortunately against a team
외화
like
보러
AGL,
오시잖아요,
you're just not gonna
선생님들.
win if that's the way it goes.
I mean, in his interview, he did say, hey, we lost because we played awful, picked a very specific word to describe that.
I'm glad Bard won, but I'm
I feel
just
like
sad
the
to
draft
see
was
Zeus
a
lose
little
like
too
this
cute,
and
a
looking
little
so
too
down.
creative.
Like,
The Kindred did
I mean,
get started there, but then after that,
he just looks so sad in the
had such a
interview,
hard
and
time finding
I know he's
kills
such an
and
emotional person.
maybe a
So
couple of
I was like,
ultimates
you know,
as
I've been a
tempered
T1 fan.
fates,
I saw Zeus for many
that
years. It's very
really
emotional.
stunted the rest of Hanwha Life Esports from getting in by the Bard.
It's very
I
baby,
just feel
big
like
baby.
this was a tough one to play unless you snowballed it all the way through. And
11만 달러 바꾸고.
GAL
아니
had so
선생님
many
11만
tools to
달러가 뭐
stifle the game plan, the idea
선생님
for
11만
Hanwha
달러
Life,
얼마나
Hanwha
많은지
Life
모르는가요?
Yeah,
Very
I
big
think
money
on
and big
paper,
money.
maybe this could work if Kindred got super fed,
지금
but
당장
I
통장에
don't even
11만
know
달러
if she's
들고
that
있는
good
사람
right
별로
now in
없을 거 우리
general. You know,
방송
a lot
보는
of times
분.
when Kindred's strong, you see a lot of the one tricks and
일단
solo
저는
keep doing
거지라서
well, but
없습니다.
I haven't seen many Kindreds lately, and I think the champion might just be kind of on the weak side. And so,
Oh, Meteos thinks
yeah, I mean,
Kindred's bound as
especially if you're
well.
gonna play it,
그러니까
though, you have
리신
to
탑만
play it
얘기하는데
smooth, you have
솔직히
to help
킨드
them to get
픽도
all the
지금
marks,
메테오스
you know, move as
선수
a team with your
이분이
support.
그
Make sure you get the full
점프로에다가
stack.
이제
That's super important to be able to play the game.
분석가를
Wasn't able
하시는데
to get it.
킨드
And then
픽이
they kinda
별로 안
ran into
좋다고
this
얘기하네요.
damage problem where
애초에.
you have Lee Sin, Galio, Ezreal, and they just couldn't get through Cassante. I think Flandre had an insane series. I would not have thought that Flandre would get the better of Zeus coming into this. I thought that would be a Hanwha Life Esport top gap for sure.
No, I think
but
the reason why
not how it
Kindred's so
went.
bad is
Flandre played
probably
great.
the ult just
Did
doesn't
a lot
have
of
as
tanks
big of an impact
and,
anymore.
Yeah, you know, just didn't have
Instead of
good
like
answer for it.
helping you
Yeah,
in the
it felt
fight,
like
you
Coach
actually
Tabe just kept
oftentimes
that
you
Gwen
start
band
losing the
consistently,
fight
didn't
even despite
allow,
the Kindred ult.
Zeus touch that
keeping
one,
you
and
alive
because of
for a little
that,
bit.
you didn't have the same level of impact as we're used to seeing. Let's take a look at some of the highlights as we recap this one. It started off early. Wanted to point this one out because the Bard was criticized early on against pretty mobile champions and doesn't quite land his ult here. That allowed the re-engage for Hanwha Life Esports, and the fight goes the way of Hanwha Life here.
This was actually from the Lee Sin Prio. He got the first move on Cassante, and Cassante didn't have TP.
I mean, look, it started really good for Hanwha, by the way. The board is just ending it, completely whipping the ult and getting called out on the bot side. 바텀에서 바드 터지고.
Then, you know, as soon as Lee Sin cut him off, he was like,
전령 싸움에서 갑자기 바드
rather
궁
give the
이상하게
kill to
사용하고
someone other than Lee Sin.
한타가
So,
좀 이상해졌죠.
Lee Sin did get a little bit
좋았는데.
of value in the early game with, you know, he had that freeze top lane where he got his bot lane like 3 extra range creeps, and then he had this early move. So it did do a little bit, but I don't think it was.
And then they just completely outscaled. Ryze and Cassante just completely outscaled.
Because, you know, Cassante's just so strong later on.
Yeah, I mean, there was still a lot left open. You know, this wasn't like a game 4 or game 5 of Fearless. I think they just got a little bit too cute and a little bit of like,
what
hey,
happened
what
to
if we did
Cassante, guys?
feels,
Why do we
like,
always suffer into
Galio, it's
Cassante?
like, oh, well, it has great synergy, but you got to consider first, like, is Kindred even a good pick, right? Like you're saying, I think tier-wise, we see it every so often.
킨드가 초반에 잘 풀린 거를 못 풀린 것도 있긴 한데 그만큼 뭔가 사이드가 불리한 것도 T1, 그러니까 HLE가 여기서 watch this, like the Lee Sin has a such a good kick. Look at the Lee Sin kick. Lee Sin 진짜 대박이야. 저기에서 3명이 안 올려 있었다면 imagine the 3 people were not ulted by Bard during the Lee Sin kick. That Lee Sin kick was amazing, by the way.
This could have
한타
went
그냥
the way of
쓸었는데.
HLE. Ryze used his flash and then got kicked in by Lee Sin, so I think they could have blown him up pretty quickly.
Man.
But 3-man Bard ult, and then you know,
Bald
Cassante
ulti.
was able to kidnap
Boom,
Galio
boom.
over the wall, get the shutdown, and then I don't know. Kindred ult is one of those tools that's very hard to use effectively because sometimes it's actually correct to not press ult on Kindred and die. You know, if the other team is very low and you're the only one who's gonna die, sometimes it can be better to just let yourself die. But obviously, it feels wrong to do that. And then, you know, you see an all-out Cassante. He loves the Kindred ult. He's more than happy to be sitting in there, just doing so much damage.
Yeah, because it heals everybody
He
in the
can't actually
Kindred ult.
die, and then he'll have like his E and W by the end of it. So, yeah, I mean, it felt like the
How to
Kindred
carry.
pick helped Flantre out more than all of Hanwha Life Esports.
And
Board nerfs
we
incoming.
have a perfect example of that in our last replay
다들
here,
너프
where
들어오고
we
있었죠?
watched Hanwha Life Esports say, hey, we're not going to fight
Board
the
nerfs
Drake.
incoming
The
for
Drake
sure.
goes on over, and then they kind of walk into a fight.
Really nice ulti from the board though again, but what we need to watch is how Hope flashed that
really
kick.
Fantastic flash from Hope, which was pointed out by Ox on the cast. You know, if he gets that kick and he knocks up 3 people, then maybe. But again, you've got to be really crisp. You have to be basically perfect on the Lee Sin to make it work. And again, this is one of these points where like Flandre's about to die, Tarzan's about to die, everybody's about to die, and then
아니 진짜 과잉. Like the pile of fruits is so funny. Apples and the bananas. 롤을 잘하려면은 과일을 많이 드셔야 된다. We have to eat bananas ourselves, guys, in order to challenge.
Was extremely excited. Just another day at the office for the
banana,
players. As you know, I think HLE they could have played better
과일이
today,
실력의
but
비밀이라고.
also kind of a
저거 그냥 모든 프로 선수들 다 주는 것 같은데 저렇게 바닥에 놓으니까
today because again from
테이블에 올려놓은 것도 아니고 양이 그리고 좀 많죠. 고밸류 바나나. Heavy, what is the T1 game tomorrow? T1 game is gonna be 4th, I think. So it's gonna be at 6. Same time as today. We're gonna see it same time as today. There it is. There it is. We just had the AL Hana Life Esports. Hana got eliminated, and now AL's gonna.
Or Movistar Koi, and that quarterfinals will be played tomorrow. So the matches tomorrow will be T1 and Movistar Koi, as well as
and right now we're gonna see the BLG Gaming into G2 esports. We're gonna see the BLG into G2. 네, 여기서 저 G2가 근데 이번 대회에서 굉장히 좋은 모습을 어제 보여줬거든. G2 actually played really well yesterday, so I think we might actually see G2 beating BLG today. I don't quote me on this, but 오늘 진짜 BLG 상대로 G2가 1 낼 수도 있습니다. 폼 많이 올랐거든? 이번 대회 무시해서 많이 못했는데.
BLG, they've been kind of hit or miss. I think they're still a very strong team overall, but they haven't had the cleanest games. I don't think they've really gotten the results that they want. So I'm sure they've been super focused, trying to get back to where
BLG G2점도 봐야죠. 저는 뭐 플레인 스테이지부터 해가지고 다 굉장히 e스포츠를 굉장히 좋아하기 때문에.
Will be a good one as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Valdez, any final thoughts on Hanwha Life Esports?
I'm gonna cheer for G2.
Last time we saw them,
I'm sorry to BLG or LPL fans. Probably gonna be cheering for G2. My boy Broken Blank. He's not my boy, by the way.
I think it's just a bit
I
of
just call him.
street nowadays. I think really that loss
No Warwick,
to
I
T1
think.
and Road to
Winnable.
MSI did
No
a
Warwick.
number to their mental and.
Davi, what are your
they
top
got
3
They got smashed
most played champions?
We were all expecting
Board,
them to win.
Board,
so to
and
go
Board.
from that, you can tell that the players weren't feeling great from there, and then they come here and
Boulder
they
and a
don't
Boulder and a
stuff.
Boulder.
So it's rough for them, but hopefully they can bounce back at LCK. I still think that AGL though were
She
a
only
great
plays
opponent,
Bard?
and
Yeah.
they can do some damage here at EWC.
Yeah, maybe for Hanwha Life
Something
Esports,
ulted Galio out
a win
multiple
with the draft
fights.
like that would have signified
HLE
maybe
lose a
some
link
swagger
between
coming
front
back
line and
into
back
sales.
line.
Instead, they head back
Yep.
to the LCK,
And
getting
Kasonte
ready for the
is just
second half
unkillable,
of the season. We're going to take a
unfortunately.
short break. When we come back, we'll set the
Lee
table
Sin
for
and Galio
G2
just doesn't have enough
against
damage.
Billy Gaming in the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
그 응원봉 뭔가 귀엽다. She's having a heart attack. Don't have heart attack, it's fine. The crowd looks like they're having a lot of fun. I want BLG to win, or else Genji will be going to the final, sleeping and chilling again. Oh. You think BLG can stop Genji? That's a good job.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Oh yeah. At time. Edge, let's go. Ad time. Here it is. My laptop? You have a Lenovo laptop? No way. Lenovo Legion laptop. You lose one series, you're out. Okay? No losers bracket here. 유나라 대회에서 보고 유나라 나왔는데 저 지금 롤 안 한 지 좀 돼가지고 며칠 사이 어젠가 나왔거든. Have you guys tried out the new champion Yunara, by the way? I do want to try it out. Double eliminates better. This is the format that we had for Worlds and MSI for like 10 years. It only recently changed where we have losers bracket. 근데 옛날 그 국제전 대회 막 무시나 롤드컵 보면은 그 패자 부활전이 없었거든요? 옛날에는 그냥 지면 끝이었어 이렇게. 답이 그러니까 원코 생긴 거는 최근에 들어서 포맷이 좀 바뀌어서 원코가 생긴 거 막 그런 거죠. MSI도 그렇고. 유나라 한국 관련 챔인가 모르겠습니다. 그거는. No. With the top lane pick and giving international peanut kindred. Wait, come on. GG, chill out. Holy. Watch your language a little bit, but yeah, the kindred and the Lee Sin shop top is probably not the best, guys. I'm guessing tomorrow we're gonna have a packed crowd though. It's gonna be a huge day tomorrow. Huge games.
Hi everyone, Momo here. I am currently at the Amazon Esports Arena where the playoffs of Dota 2 are happening. And honestly, it looks really
Dota 2?
exciting. The crowd is amazing and I'm joined here by Nomad to tell us more about this.
Yeah, I mean, we just had an incredible series coming out where actually one of the favorites, BB, got eliminated by one of the teams we didn't really expect to do that well, win Tundra. So already an upset. It's really heating up.
Oh wow! And who looks like the strongest team in the tournament so far?
I would say probably Liquid coming into this. They've had a really good year, and also they won TI last year, so I think a lot of people are looking at them.
All right, well, thank you very much for all these informations.
G2! There it is! Caps! 와, 근데 BLG는 뭔가 지지 않을 것 같으면서도 I don't know if G2 can actually do it, but
Oh wow, is that G2? They're coming on in thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport and ready to go against one of their new rivals that have been playing against each other year in and year out at international play. It is
유나라 근데 좀 구리다고 해외 쪽에서는 유나라 구리다고 막 말이 많았던데.
They're getting to go onto the stage for the first time and show the world what they're made of here at the Esports World Cup. Welcome back, Digon, alongside
Let's see how On
Medios
plays
and
today.
Tim to close
On
out
did not have a
this
good MSI
series
performance,
between
but
these two squads. Let's run through that G2 roster
Can't really,
one more time, who also ran through the group stage, which is why they're here today.
You can't really look down on Elk and On though.
Blade, Skumond, the Western Goat Cats,
There it is!
Hansama, and
Broken Blade,
Rob
Skumond,
rounding it
Caps,
on out.
Hansama,
And
옆으로.
in our resident,
어제 라브로브 근데 라칸 나쁘지 않았습니다 진짜. 최근 들어서 라브로브 선수가 좀 몸이 안 좋아 보였는데 라브로브 had actually a very good Rakan game yesterday. Crazy saves coming through, crazy plays coming through.
That's my boys, that's my region, and I am excited to
My
actually
region
be a little bit
counts as fair.
happy
My
to
region,
watch G2
guys.
finally, because that MSI, boy, that sure was depressing, but
Let
now
me
we
leaning
are actually loaded and ready. And I feel
Skumond.
like we have seen solid improvement. A lot of the question marks are kind of getting answered. BB doesn't seem to be slumping as hard anymore, and we've seen Skumond and Abro kind of look a little bit more proactive. Now, is that strong enough to beat BLG?
영어가 거의 원어민
That
아니
question will be
감사합니다.
answered in a bit.
영어가 거의 원어민급이긴 하죠.
A nice test for G2. Obviously, they've looked better. They went 2-0 yesterday, but again, those were just best of ones. Those don't test your fearless drafts
캡스
whatsoever. And yeah, I think G2 is capable of winning games. We did see them win games at MSI.
스트레스를 많이 받으면 또 그럴 수
This will
있기
be a great
때문에.
test. They've got to beat BLG twice to move on.
최근에
So,
G2가 좀
you know,
부진을 좀 하고 있긴 하죠.
I like that you
G2
bring
is
that up
struggling
again,
recently, by the
reminding
way.
everyone at home, this is a best of three, so
This
fearless
roster
rules
iteration,
are in
people are
play,
saying, are
and we had that
one of the weakest
very
G2 roster
eclectic
iterations
draft from
ever.
Life Esports
People
there
saying that.
in the last series, so hopefully we'll be treated to all three
But
games.
I
and,
really
you know,
believe
there
they can
aren't too
actually
many
bring it
better
back here.
teams,
They're coming
that
off of
come
some really
prepared
strong
than
performance.
G2. They've always got the drafts kind of locked down. They generally have the right ideas. They're not afraid for from picking different things, especially in the top lane.
The seats in the
Whether
stage
it
broke
works
my
out or not,
ass.
they take the learning lessons and
Hi,
try to
you
get
are born here,
even
from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
So
I'm never really
how
worried
was
about their drafts.
how was the
It's
whole like
more
event though?
about their
EWC.
individual laning that I am keeping a close eye on, because I feel like that is where
Other
BLG
than the
can
seats
be really scary.
being
Not
uncomfortable.
worried about the drafts? I saw quite a bit of Twisted Fate at MSI. And that would be a little worrisome if I'm a G2 fan.
야 이크랑 미키엑스가 나가. 미키엑스
We shake that off.
선수가
Okay, no more
이게
TF. That's good.
폼이 왔다 갔다 하긴 했지만 확실히
It is BLG Billy Gaming.
서커스 같은 걸 좀 잘해주긴 했거든. G2가 살짝 서커스 스타일이긴 해. T1이랑 비슷해요.
And looking to prove themselves
해외 팀들 중에서.
here at the Esports World Cup.
와 아직도 생각나네. 그 원더 선수 G2 원더 파이크 탑.
The stalwart in the mid lane,
Bin Beitron Knight Elk
really strong duo in the bottom lane. We know that if they
very
get a
strong
lead, they
looking,
will not
yes,
let it go
but they
and
are
get close
also
games out
playing
here.
pretty
BLG is a super
badly.
interesting team to
Recently,
watch.
we've had
I think they're one of the most entertaining in the sense of you don't really know what you're going to get.
그 경기.
They have extremely strong solo lanes. I think Ben
어
and Knight
그때
have
아직도
both
기억나는
been
파이크 탑이랑
staples for
막
this
그
team.
미드에서
Some of the best solo
클레드.
laners in the entire world, but
미드 클레드.
the rest of their teams
그래서 막
not
클레드가
always having
사이드
their
그
back.
라이즈 사이드
As we've
운영하는
seen
거
in recent
뒤에 붙어주고
competition,
해가지고
Beitron is new.
대처가 아예 안 됐어. 그거.
He doesn't have as much experience as everyone else.
원래 혼자서
And
사이드
he's
미는데 아예
looked to
그냥
be
클레드까지
a
같이
little
붙어서.
inconsistent. He has some good games, but other games he looks a little bit lost. And then On is he's a coin flip for sure. He makes some great plays.
Oh yeah, he's
and
talking
then
about On
he'll
being
just
kind of bad. I mean,
have a
I kind of
series
also
of
talked about
feeding his
On
brains
kind of having a
out
bad
nonstop.
MSI.
Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna get, which makes it all that more exciting to watch.
Yeah, sometimes on, sometimes off. But what's on right now is an interview with Beitron standing by with Kitty.
It's okay.
Thanks, Dagon. We are here for the pre-match interview between
There it is, Beitron is
versus
here.
G2. By my side is Beitron. 欢迎 Beitron 选手. So we will be asking Beitron, what do you think the biggest difference between best of 3 and best of 5s are? Because today your match is a best of 3.
就是欢迎北川来到我们的赛前采访。然后首先要问到的是，你觉得 BO3 和 BO5 最大的区别是什么？因为
EU
我们
is
今天的
not
比赛
beating
其实是 BO3
LPL. We'll sit back certainly, because I think we're going to see
可能
G2
用
get
到
a
的英
game.
雄都是一些比较强势的吧，然后 BO5 可能就打到后面两把用的英雄都是平常就是见到的比较
희찬이가
少。
잘생겼다. 뭐야, 베이츠원이라서
I think
희찬이야?
that for a best of 3, we would just pick some aggressive champions comparing to a best of 5, because for best of 5s, we focus more on about the later stage and picking the metas that may be unexpected.
And for the finals at the Esports World Cup for League of Legends, it is a best of 5. And I know there's a lot of discussion online.
I love her
around how
Australian
best of 5
accent.
wasn't really changing the champion pool when the game was turned over to
호주
Fear.
영어
So what are
발음.
your thoughts about that?
호주식 영어 발음 되게 좋은 것 같아.
最后的决赛其实是一个 BO5，
영국식이랑 호주식이 뭔가
然后你觉得
영화도
跟
그렇고
BO5 的这个
영화에서
英雄池选
자주
择
들어서
的变化
그런지.
不会有那么多，然后你觉得是怎么样的呢？就是你觉得 BO5
He's confused. He's like, huh?
或者是会
感觉就当前版本在 MSI 也打了很久了嘛，感觉就是应该不会有太大的变化。
We've been doing this
Beitron,
patch for a while.
Beitron.
Comparing to MSI, I don't think the meta would change in the best of 5 much.
So do you think with the addition of Fearless that the champion pool has actually been expanded compared to the original traditional drafting from back in the old days?
你觉得无畏征召模式或者是
MSI랑 똑같다고 하네요.
以前
그
那种
뱀픽은.
传统的
하지만 MSI랑 똑같은 뱀픽인데 어떻게 걔네들랑 리신 탑을 하냐고.
就是游戏
상대한테 판테온을
更
주고.
有意思了，因为就是会玩到很多不一样的英雄。
I think that during the matches and the game itself, it's more, I don't know, playable comparing to the old way of picking the champions.
And for the last question, I want to ask, because we are in Fearless, what is your favorite champion that you've played so far because of Fearless?
就是因为我们在全局 BP 嘛，你最喜欢选的英雄是什么呢？
目前版本最喜欢玩潘森吧。
I think Pantheon
아니,
is
뭐
my
칼문-
favorite champion so far.
Thank you so much.
유튜브 채팅
Appreciate
뭔가
it. Back to you guys.
유튜브
Thank
채팅
you very much,
괜찮은가요?
Cheryl and Kitty, for that interview. Beitron, Pantheon, maybe a priority pick here. Maybe
Is YouTube okay?
A little bit tip. We've seen a lot of Pantheon here so far, Medios.
I can see why it's his favorite. Yeah, it looks incredibly broken on this patch. Everyone who gets Pantheon seems to have a really good game. So, Probably my favorite too if I was playing.
Yeah, and then a bit of a focus, right? Some of those questions being about best of 5, now coming back down to best of 3.
I'm concerned of since she sometimes show reactions with speaking Korean. What's going on? How many languages? Oh, I speak like 4 languages, by the way.
Very similar to what happened to their world finalist opponents.
Well, I'm not fluent. I'm only fluent in 2 languages. I can dabble in 2 more because I did take 7 years of French and I took 2 years of Spanish.
They might skip a step or 2 in game.
So if you drop me in France right now, perhaps I can survive.
Game 5, maybe we'll
Oh, oui. But am I fluent on it? No.
You don't really get pushed that deep in your pool. You kind of still can always play something you're really
하나는 이제 탈락인 건데 하나가 이거 지금 좋아서 패자 발전이 없습니다요. 그래가지고 솔직히 포맷이 MSI처럼 엄청 막 실력을 겨룬다 이런 거보다는 그러니까 4일 안에 다 경기를 다 해야 되니까 좀 이렇게 운영을 할 수밖에 없는 것 같습니다. 막 한 달씩 가져가서 MSI처럼 길게 뽑을 수가 없으니까 다시 리그 경기 하러 다시 각자 나라로 가야 되고 하니까. I don't know. 4-day tournaments. People call it the Mickey Mouse tournament, but it is what it is. Like the format, you can't really help it. You have to squeeze in all the games in 4 days. So. Well, I kind of like his mouse actually.
How about you, Finn?
Look at Elk's mouse. Keyboard 라면? 키보드 이거 이쁜데?
I think it's gonna be a
custom
strong
keyboard.
G2-2-1 win.
All right, strong 3-2. Wait, 2-1. 2-1 G2 win. All right, I was checking. I was just making sure because I was like, if it's 3-2, it could be 2-1, then that's the series here between these 2 squads. Again, very familiar opponents as BLG was dominating in the LPL last year, the year before, thanks to the hands of Tabe, who was the coach of AGAL now on the opposite side. G2 winning and running Europe for years. It wasn't until this year where G2 started to struggle just a little bit. But now these 2 do battle for a spot in the semifinals. This one is worthy of its own finals, and everyone's going to get to enjoy it now. Will it be the former kings of Europe finding their glory once again against an opponent that's so familiar in BLG, or will the LPL stalwarts of Billy Gaming be able to battle?
HLE got cooked? Okay, I'm not. They didn't even get cooked. I feel like they just they did get cooked, but they just cooked themselves. They were cooking. They were cooking some kind of food, and then the food kind of burnt. 한 경기밖에 안 했는데 전패라고. 그러니까 T1 마스코트 이번에 나온 거 살짝 새 모양 마스코트가 나오는데 불사조 같은 느낌의 마스코트를 노리지 않았나. 붉은색 계열 새라서 귀여운 거 같으면서도 좀 정이 들려면 좀 기다려야 될 것 같기도 하고 확실히 판다나 이런 거보다는 조금 시간이 걸릴 것 같습니다. 불사조라고 역시 불사조라고 딱 생각이 들었는데 Zeus is picking me, listen? Yeah. I mean, I don't even know whose decision it was to swap the listen top, but I'm guessing it's the coach. I don't think Zeus would ask for listen top.
No mercy. Day 2 of League of Legends at
Here it is, guys. Last game of the day. Last series of the day.
Best of 3.
Absolutely, and it's a big one. You know why? Because we got 2 teams from opposite sides of the world dead set on a place in the Final 4.
3 keys have already been crushed. The last one was brutal, and one more will feel the weight of our crusher crashing down before tonight is over.
It's a best of 3 match for a final or semi-final match. So let's
EWC headquarters are on fire right now because of the chat cooking? What do you mean? Come on. Oh, because of that cooking? I was like, well, chat didn't cook. Okay, yeah. HLE was overcooking for sure. There it is! There it is!
An LPL powerhouse with eyes on global glory. It's BLG!
BLG and G2. My region. Okay, EU fans, you guys ready? Let's go G2.
On global stages, BLG have been dominant over
그가 받은
G2 since
장인이라고?
2023.
롤 방송하는 사람. 네, 맞습니다.
Let's jump into the rifts.
대회 끝나면 다시 이제 솔랭 방송할 예정입니다.
Thank you so much, Ian and Fancy, for that phenomenal introduction. I'm Atlas. I'm back with Wolf for our final best of 3 of the night.
No.
Once again,
바드 애호가 바드
a
좋아하는 사람.
revenge from the very
바드
recent
마음.
MSI.
TSM?
And last time is time that G2 would like to forget. That was a quite brisk 3-0.
But we already saw that G2 can bounce back. With
He's
a
on his
victory
third
over
cup of
Flyquest.
coffee,
We've
guys.
seen
What?
this
I mean, maybe it's like
roster
tea, I
jump
don't
back
know.
into this tournament with
커피 세
some
잔?
revenge-oriented mindsets, right? The
카페인도
bounce
너무
back
많이
has been
마시면
really
손이
sure.
막
It's been
떨릴
up until this
텐데.
point, best of
If you
ones,
drink
but
too much
we
coffee,
have
your
seen this
hands
team
start
have a
shaking,
much
though.
stronger performance than what we saw from MSI.
Shaky
Looks like a
hands.
lot of preparation went into this one.
Don't want to overdose on caffeine, guys. It's also bad for your heart.
In this series, especially considering, like you said, that very recent history.
Oh, it could be decaffeinated.
Drafts
You're right.
will be important here, as both these teams will, for the first time, be pushed into Fearless. As you know, you get a second chance. Sure, you drop game 1, but you have to choose your champions wisely. I do think while we have seen some pretty good performances
Here
from
it is,
G2,
guys.
they've also left us a little bit puzzled sometimes with the side lane decisions we've seen from Broken Blade. You know, sometimes it works out for him when he pushes super deep. They get a lot of map control, but he gets punished.
No pressure,
oftentimes.
Caps.
We've seen Caps looking a lot
Caps
better
can do
here
it.
at this tournament than what I think what we saw at MSI.
What is that
I think
mouse
his
pad?
champion pool is going to come through big. But they are up against the
방금
Titans that are
핑크핑크한
BLG,
굉장히
and,
귀여운
yeah,
마우스패드가
this
지나간 것
roster is
같은데
star-studded.
아니 얼빡샷 멈춰 zooming in on his
Zoom
nostrils
in on his microphone. That was quite interesting, to say the least. Bin is definitely going to be.
Why are we zooming on his nose, guys?
Broken Blade.
I feel bad for his
I
players,
do
man.
think that practice on this stage is really important. We've seen teams ramp by
Holy
playing more
moly.
games with the pressure of the competition actually on your shoulders.
There it is.
We'll see whether G2 can
Saucy.
utilize that as we have dove in.
Pantheon bound.
Already. The Poppy and the Rumble both
Very
taken
bound.
away. Anti-Yordle here on the side
그래
of
바루스
G2,
판테온은
as the
배나는 게
Varus
맞아
and the
진짜.
Pantheon also removed. We'll see whether the
broken.
Gwen is going to be the next one. There it is on the blue side, and now
Talia
a
ban
Devi
or
or
Azir
a
ban?
Talia or
What's
an
the
Azir.
fun?
Something like that could be taken away. and
There it is,
the ban.
Viban
So the
instead. He
Azir
opened
is
both of
open
them.
here for Caps to take, should he want it.
I don't know if
And
Caps actually
Talia, though, and
enjoys
then you're
Azir
like,
though.
I've got the better side of the matchup.
It depends on how you want to play out the game and what kind of draft you're looking for, because obviously Talia is
Are
strong
they
in
gonna
the
just
matchup and
first
has
pick,
a
like-
lot of global power, but doesn't quite have the same damage output later on that the Azir
First
is
pick
going to provide.
ADC?
So, and also Azir has strong
Talia?
engage. They do look
There
for
it
this
is.
Talia, and we'll lock that one in first. And this may mean that BLG are looking for the Azir perhaps later
BLG
on in
Knight.
this series, and might actually look for something else instead.
I think they're gonna take
There's
Aurora.
No Pantheon
Aurora
here,
가져갈
but
것
you could
같은데.
still go for an Ahri composition if you want to play that way. If you want to look for dive with Knight.
Oh, Orianna
The
going there.
Orianna
No
is more
Azir.
common these days.
Orianna
That's
녹턴
gonna just be the Orianna
좋아.
Nocturne combo.
First
Yeah, we haven't
time
really
we see the
seen this yet
Nocturne Orianna
this
combo
tournament,
at
and,
EWC.
You know, it's tale as old as time. You put
Wolf.
the ball on the Nocturne goes
Casters
in deep,
repeating
you
what I'm
press
saying at the
R,
same time.
and you set up the combo.
Yep, it
Do
is
mean.
pretty unavoidable as well if it does work out. We've seen it messed up many times as well, which is a
Mundo?
lot of fun. But here's a hover of a fun one here that G2 have played in the past as Dr. Mundo being considered.
I was gonna
That's
put on the
going to be
sunglasses for the
lock-in.
push.
Zyra Khan possibly just locked away here, and that is exactly what's going to happen.
I mean, Hansama has showcased already that he is phenomenal on this.
I mean,
champion
Zaya
this
is a
tournament,
direct
and
counter to
we know he's
Nocturne,
played
by
it
the
a
way.
ton
Very
successfully in
good,
the
a
past,
solid
but
ban
very
pick coming through from
as
G2.
recently as yesterday.
아니 근데
extremely dominant on
G2
this.
되게 좋은 게 이게 자야를 픽할 거면 애초에 라칸을 그냥 같이 뽑는 게 너무 좋아. 자야가 너무 약하거든, 라칸 없어. Without Rakan, Zaya is so weak. With pairing with Rakan is so much better.
Specifically, it's
Like, 10
actually
times.
really easy to mitigate that combo. The addition of the Nico
Zaya ult
make it a
is
little bit tougher.
incredibly
Also
good
make the
into
laning phase a
Nocturne
little bit
Orianna
tougher
combo as
here
well. One of the
for
only ADCs who
Hansama
can
and the
actually
down there in the bottom side. So I like this pick here for
dodge
BLG.
it. Yes.
Yeah, this is a fun one and a lot of combo potential out of BLG right now. I like the global as well coming through from the Nocturne, but will mean that the early game should be something that G2 can
니코 5년 전에 유명했다. 이거 니코는 국밥 픽 같지만 뭔가 MSI에서 온 선수가 니코로 조금 안 좋은 판이 있었어가지고 이번엔 어떨지.
Everyone's favorite right now. It's a bit controversial, but I do feel like you could play Kalista Nico in this bottom lane with this draft. It goes pretty hard, really strong into the bottom.
설마 진짜 칼리스타?
Hopping to ban
영승 10패 칼리스타?
interesting, especially considering
0-10?
here. I'm not 100% sure if Elko's
Do
really
it.
considering that one.
Do
you have
it.
strong engage. You have the Weaver's Wall, you know, into looking for
They
a
said
putback.
it.
You have the Recon,
Hold.
so it's a safe pick there, but not necessarily
Hold
I think
up.
what BLG were looking for, as the jungle's getting pinched.
Yeah, I would say that something like Kai'Sa is the most common answer into Xayah has been
Anyway, what
since
jungle can you pick
2017,
here?
but there's also the Jinx. Jinx into Xayah has been always just incredible.
Yeah, I mean,
but that is not
Kai'Sa
going to be considered for
Bring
now.
out the
Kai'Sa's
Kindred.
super easy to follow up on this
Kindred?
dive with. Like you said, already strong on the
아니
matchup
근데
in
녹턴
general.
보면은 녹턴 오히려 보면 킨드레드 궁 밸류가 많이 높긴 한데
I mean, the Jace
장난으로
ban
얘기한
makes
겁니다.
sense
전판
considering how
좀
much you can outrange
뼈아픈 일이
this
있었어가지고.
Xayah.
Oh, I think they're gonna play
Lucian
Lucian
is going to
Braum.
be an interesting consideration
No, but they
here.
already picked Nico unless they're chopping Nico top.
Game
Fuck
power as well, especially in
I
the
don't know
lane
about this
phase
Lucian
alongside
Nico
the
though. Kai'Sa makes more
And it will be
sense.
the Kai'Sa in the end.
돌진 좋아.
Seen this many
돌진접 상대로 근데
times.
라칸 궁이 밸류가 굉장히 높아서 Rakan ult is super good into die comp like that. Orianna Nocturne gonna dive in. Kai'Sa's gonna fly in.
Just really couldn't be simpler for BLG right now.
We've seen this so many times. Almost this exact composition. Maybe the Nico support isn't as common, you know, back when we used to see this in the past.
Cassante or like some kind of a tank.
And Orianna all together is, yeah, it's
Broken
pretty
Bullet
standard.
tank duty.
And speaking of standard, the Cassante
Skewmons is locking in the Maokai.
Watching the previous series.
Just kidding, don't do the Maokai.
Don't
Don't do it.
Flandre
Don't
making
do
a lot
it.
of broken Showmaker quotes all over the internet after that.
Yeah, I wonder what Bin wants to play into this. As the jungle pick is also quite interesting because so much is taken
10,
away.
9,
no Wukong,
8.
no Xinjiao. And Jarvan
There it
here,
is!
the consideration, but considering how mobile this composition is,
Jarvan
as well
again?
as how well you can re-engage after the engage,
와
it's going to
이건
be a little bit
MSI도 그렇고 자르반이 진짜 탈리아랑 조합이 나오는구나. The combo with the Jarvan, knock up with the seismic shell from Talia. Talia W.
They could have opted for something a little bit more aggressive in this top lane, like a
Cassante,
that would have actually been great for
4700
their team
HP.
fighting, would have been strong in the matchup.
320
but looking like
armor.
the Sion is the way they want to play this. Also, just such a
Unstoppable
strong
shield
front
goes
line
over
to help
Ross.
set up
How's
these team
everyone?
fights and
Cooldown
fight
is
in
only
the
1
neutral
second.
here for BLG. The Xayah pick felt really good when it was just the Nocturne
Sion.
Orianna. That was the main problem, but now you have the
오,
Nico, now you have the
상대
Kai'Sa, as well as
BLG
even the
조합
sticky
무섭고요.
Sion that you have to deal with. So I think
Disgusting
Weaver's
comp
walls are
from
gonna be incredibly
BLG.
important. If you can control the space around the map, also the Cataclysm that Skewmon has to kind of warp the battlefield, can give some additional space here to Hansama because it is an extremely low-range composition here for BLG. We know what Hansama could do with a lead into a composition like this. Even the extremely tanky Sion is not necessarily going to be a match for Hansama's late-game damage.
Especially when there's so many things they can construct. You mentioned it already. The Cataclysm is going to be so incredibly good at just denying the train. They can just lay stuff over the tracks.
그나마 자야라서 다행이다. 아니 근데 뭐 G2도 충분히 이거 할 만한 조합인 것 같은데. The only thing I'm afraid about is like the Nocturne Orianna combo, but other than that, definitely winnable, guys.
So that Featherstorm usage is going to have to be immaculate from
Definitely
Hansama. But once they do get through that
참고로
initial
카이사
salvo
상대로
of the
자야가
teamfight,
되게 좋거든요.
there is a
근데
chance
카이사
this
자야's
game
really
is
good,
right
by the way.
now
So
will be able to take control. Some fun drafts here for game number
Honestly,
one, I'm not gonna lie.
of all the games you and I have cast this tournament so far, I feel like this is the closest draft. I feel like both teams have a really strong draft and really strong win cons here. And they absolutely know exactly what, because the identity is so different, they know exactly what they need to do to make sure the enemy team can't get those same advantages. And I think for BLG, it's to get that
pretty scary wombo potential from BLG.
And for the side of G2, it's to position well, it's to utilize the terrain that their champions can create to buy space for Hansama to be that triple fountain laser once again. What a
Yeah, Hansama definitely has to carry this.
Not quite the names, but
He does have a very good comp to help him.
Representing Fnatic as well as Skewmon.
There it is, the matching Xayah Rakan skin combo. Let's go.
Thanks for the representation. We appreciate it.
No fake Oriana? T1 Oriana 아니구나. Mr. Knight, why are you not using T1 Oriana? T1 Oriana 안 썼으면 줘야지. 라고 하면 안 되겠죠.
I haven't had that many opportunities to commentate
라고 하면 안 되겠지.
a lot of LPL teams, throughout my relatively short compared to a lot of others League of Legends casting career.
Yeah, I like how like 4 or 5 years is short.
It's just, I mean, a lot of
Yeah, LeBron definitely can interrupt all the dives with his ulti, and then W,
so
Q back.
It's my first time getting to commentate Knight, Bin, Elk, these legends on.
No!
We're gonna hold it here so that you can bask.
What do you mean?
In being able to do that.
Yeah, I've
5 years
always
later.
really been a big fan of Knight's playstyle.
At least we don't have any buffers anymore. That's really good.
No more buffers. Been over the last few years. As also a fellow left-handed
MSI에서
player
페이커
myself, I don't use the mouse.
페이커 오리아나 무섭긴 했습니다요.
Every time I
최근에 본 오리아나 판 중에서 제일 대박이었었어.
and it was just like, well, I guess I'm gonna adapt and use my right hand, but in a different world, maybe with a more tolerant, more left-handed family, maybe I could have been.
Come on,
like
LeBron.
Yeah, well, you could.
We saw your account yesterday popped off. We need that to come back today.
Naniwa, famously in StarCraft 2, was a left-handed mouse guy. It is one of the hardest, in terms of tech pauses and replacing hardware, it is one of the hardest mice to replace, one of the hardest hardware issues you can have. So if you're a left-handed player, you really have to make sure, especially if you use an older mouse, that you hoard it. Like you're on eBay, you're trying to make sure you've got all the left-handed mice of that model that exists just in case.
And like, that must have been even
롤티어 물어봐도 되나요? 저 롤티어 그랜드 났어. 820점. 현재 맞다기. 현재는 5층. 6층에서 방금 떨어졌죠.
telling me about the super old Logitech mouse that he used back then. That was rare. Anyways, we are digressing quite a bit here as the fans are ready for this game to get going.
Bro, what do you mean take the pause? What do you mean?
Really, in any real sense, we just had 5-point starts and vision.
She's tweeting right now. I'm just kidding. 하나생명이네. 잠시만. No, 하나 fan. Hopefully all the way.
Though Cap giving the thumbs up gives me hope that perhaps that means
그래도 이건 보고
has
가야지.
been resolved.
G2? BLG?
I kind of like that little card there. Of course, the first that we're seeing of BLG.
아 그렇게 저 원챔이랑 그 바드 원챔이라서 막 엄청 잘하는 거 아니에요? 바드 안 하면 갑자기 마이너스 한 3,000점 깎이지 않나? Okay, so I think definitely gonna see some 2v2 in the both sides. Tank matchup, both junglers gonna pop bot lane. 바텀에 둘 다 정글이 바텀으로 갈 것 같은데 탑이 둘 다 탱커라서 탑을 향해 갈 필요가 없어. 탑은 절대 가면 안 됩니다.
And being a top team in the LPL to earn those tickets. And this is no exception here for this BLG roster.
롤랜드 할 때 정말 민폐 그 자체급으로 굉장히 못했어가지고 그 이후로 따져 있습니다 진짜. 진짜 그런 거 하면 안 되겠다는 생각을 하게 되었고.
weren't exactly in the greatest position last year, but still managed to make the distance. So we have seen some of these more underdog teams finding the angles. See what can happen here as G2 looking to do exactly the same thing.
actually pushing the Nico though? I don't think so.
Was that 3-0 for BLG.
카이사가 Q 박으면서 포킹하면 라칸 이거 뒤로 빼야 돼. 그래서
already putting on some pressure here towards this bottom side.
I mean Nico is just a broken champion because Kaisa's lane phase is so weak as well. 이런 거 Q 못 맞추는 거 하나하나 되게 아프긴 하거든. Q 맞춰서 힐 조금씩 둘이 같이 하면 좋은데. Rakan definitely need to hit some more Qs. There it is. Caster copying what I said. 내가 방금 얘기한 걸 해설자분이 똑같은 거 얘기하면 어떡하냐고. Say something and then Caster just says exactly the same thing. Feels awkward now. Troublemaker, thanks for thermals, really appreciate it. Welcome back to the meeting.
Real nervous about getting that chunked out.
Caps, you can see, taking a bit of damage, but does have control of the wave
Appreciate the
for the
continued support.
moment.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, he's chosen to hit the minions instead of the
probably
champions.
cast for
Push this
LCK.
wave in as Knight's getting the harass off with this
I'm gonna be like,
Orianna with the
booking
ramp
wall.
up damage.
No, terrible
Caps with
casting.
a couple of minions here, so Knight not going to go for any sort of weird all-in. Did look a little bit strange when the seismic shove put Knight
Only
in
thing I
melee
cast
range.
is my solo
But,
Q
it is going
in
to be
gameplay.
just some very early resets as Knight actually thinks better of it for the moment. Caps goes back. We'll be teleporting back in once again. So nothing really gained
What
just yet.
what
You can
CPI
see
do I
in the
use? I
lanes,
use 1600.
it's BLG getting the majority of the shove here. As
Oh,
there is the
Rakan's gonna
snare on
pop,
top of the
Rakan's gonna
Rob.
pop, Rakan's gonna
He sends it on, and
pop.
that's his first blood. He goes over to On, and this has started early for BLG.
Yeah, this is massive, and Hansama
Labro.
gonna potentially lose some farm here as well. We'll see how much of this he can pick up once that cannon's so desperately. We'll get that at least, but
we'll never know.
It's the this is the
sure
problem
yeah,
into
like
Nico.
Sure he got it.
You
Based
get
on the timing of
completely
that
bullied for
auto flying
free.
when we panned away. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, a great target there on the Labrov. We'll watch this again as On plays this very
이게 진짜
aggressively.
니코가 너무
Clones gets the
강력한
heal to
이유죠.
move forward, and
Flans
even with the
1E.
attempt to escape, the Labrov is still caught by the edge of it. If he avoids it, totally different scenario, but he gets caught by just the edge there. And thought he would alone with his heal be able to get through, but doesn't flash and is punished as a result. So big win here as a Cole gets picked up on the back for
There's a
Elk,
joke.
and he is just really cashing on hitting that big game spike with
I
his
don't know
team
if I should say the joke,
composition.
but
Yeah, it's looking real scary.
Caps is like losing hair
There's some pings out
from
here
stress.
from Knight. Had an idea that maybe Skewmond was in the area,
Oh,
but
man.
does decide to go back.
Every time he presses tab,
And first
Cap
blood, 500
despair.
gold lead, something like that, approximately here for BLG. And it looks like they're picking things up basically right where they left off. As far as that MSI
He
start is
actually
concerned
is.
against
I mean,
G2 this
I'm joking
season,
about it, but maybe I
or
don't
this
even know.
year, could say.
GT's been struggling
But
quite
it
a
is
lot
still
recently.
early days, and of course
Well,
there's
he's
a
been
lot of scaling
performing
on
pretty
the
well,
side of
though.
G2
Caps
as
has been.
well. Yeah.
Even he's only goal lead right now.
On BLG's side.
Caps
The
has a
bigger
goal
concern
lead,
for
and
G2
he's the
would
only
be if
one.
they ended up giving over 2
Everyone
kills
else is
on a
losing
Grub
on
or
goal.
early dragon fight, for
아니
example.
캡스 선수는
That's
항상
what
되게
you really don't
잘하거든요.
want, but
미드
losing
라인전을.
Huracan
근데
early
뭔가
seems
탑에서
that does accelerate
바텀에서
BLG slightly,
진짜
but it's not
정글까지.
the end of the world, especially because the kill went to On
뭔가
instead of
많이
Elk. Still a
힘든
significant lead
G2다.
here for Elk, but at the end of the day, like you said, you know, some accidents can happen in this
Oh,
early
it
game. You
even
have a lot of
turned
wiggle
to
room with
Oriana.
how the scaling works
Turned
here.
to Oriana.
Just the mid game that you're more concerned about than some of these early snafus.
Yep, I would agree.
Just watching
not
happy
necessarily
Cap
end of the world,
videos.
but world is
So
not
basically
exactly
League of
like
Legends,
a
right?
happy place, especially here in the mid lane. As
Caps?
Clockwork is just
I may
wound
have
up, and there is the
ulted
flash away
Caps.
here from Caps. Doesn't have teleport this time to try and make his
Oh
way back, and that gold lead that was
no!
minuscule
Once you miss the
is
seismic
now
shove,
going to
the
balloon
Oriana just
unless
gonna run you
Skewmond
down
can,
with face rush,
get
right?
something done here.
I guess Knight had it calculated. I thought he had, maybe with that windup would have had
탈리아가
just a flash auto for
W를
the
못
kill there, but
맞추면
maybe
그냥
just a
상대가
little
저렇게
bit
막
not enough damage there, so just
난입
opts to take flash from Caps instead. Look for the
난입
Q.
돌리면서 들어오거든요.
And BLG with all this prio looking for the dragon.
이러면은
No
6렙
denial
타이밍
available,
오리아나
even
공
with
되게
the
무서울 것
Frogs
같죠.
unsealed, he doesn't
오리아나
have the
ult is
smite
gonna be
ready.
very painful.
Oh, this is 3v3. The flash actually out from
Wow,
Beishwan as the double
I think
knockup
Skewmond's
comes
just
through
gonna
from LeBron.
chase. Skewmond's
They
gonna
find
chase.
the route on
Look,
Elk,
look,
but I
look.
think he's
Okay,
gonna be
never
able to
mind.
make his way out to
오리아나
safety.
합류 먼저
Some
할
good
것
aggression
같아서
here for
뺀 것
G2, but
같은데.
it is only
I
that
think they're looking
flash
for more.
that's going to be picked up here
탈리아 does have
by the
ult,
squad
level 6.
on the back end.
탈리아
Taking
궁이
a fair bit of
있습니다.
damage here, but of course he's Rakan, so not exactly in the most danger.
Because they really,
I am so
really
scared
tricky
here.
dive to pull off here for G2, especially with how
I don't
low
think they're
the
trying to
block
dive,
is. I
they're
just
just trying
don't
to
think this
invade
is going
and
to
take
work
the
out.
comp.
They're looking for Elk.
Or
There's a flash
let's?
forward, flash traded, and you'll be happy about that.
Level
If you're
5
G2,
though.
getting the AD
Level
carry
5.
flash could be a big opportunity here. As Knight taking a bit of damage, the threaded volley here from Caps, but he's on the wrong side of being able to make money in his lane.
I like that move from Labrov there because the positioning of Elk away
Yeah,
from
Labrov
the
was
turret
actually
makes
pretty
him a
pog there.
vulnerable target. Speaking of vulnerable targets.
Yeah, On in a lot of
Oh,
trouble here
On.
as Labrov looking to try and make his way in.
No mana, by
a
the
lot
way.
of damage here already by
플래시는
Skewmond.
있습니다.
Just needs
Does
another
have flash
flag and
though.
drag. And Elk, remember, does not
Skewmond.
have the flash, so needs to
Slow
get back
did
towards
connect.
that turret. Try and keep himself safe. And Hans Sama, he's come down, he's popped the ghost.
Oh, and I think On is that too. On is that. Flash isn't gonna do anything because Hansama's ghost. 미쳐버려서 저거 잡았다. Oh, didn't even need the flash from Hansama. No flash needed.
And it's a double for Hans Sama in that bottom lane. G2 on the board.
G2야!
Like that play that happened earlier.
I knew
where,
it.
it's not the
G2
end
can
of the
do it.
deal.
G2 can
Labrov
do it.
dies early. This is a huge deal for G2's composition. For 2 kills to go over to Hansama this early, he has swung the pendulum of that gold lead about 1,000.
내가 알던 브로큰 블레이드 어디 갔냐고? 브로큰 블레이드 요즘 괜찮습니다. 어제 폼 좋았어.
Because we know what Hansama can do with the lead. We saw it already just yesterday on this champion. And they stuck out the extended dive, right? Like it wasn't
G2는 근데 뭔가 저는 경감이 가는 것 같아요. 같아요. 아무래도 언더독이라서 그런가?
G2 very methodical and now in a really nice
Let's
position in
go
this early game.
They really are. Paranoia comes down. That is going to be Beishwan finding Skewmon here, who just flashes away. Not going to get feared, but it should be his blue buff going awry. Lebrov looking to try and make something happen, though.
spent so much time bot side. He's still level 5. 바텀에 근데 턴을 많이 소비해서 근데 지금 녹턴이 6렙 타이밍 플래시를 뺐죠. That means that they're gonna get void grubs as well. I don't think Jarvan is gonna hit 6. Maybe they can look after Jarvan hits 6.
At the ready. I don't know if he really wants to go in here anyways, as they're just gonna group around it. I mean, Caps does have ultimate if he could find the right angle.
Well, one could be in a little bit of trouble here. Sansama putting some feathers on the ground.
Oh, G2 really wants to contest this. Oh, doesn't have flashes.
And he is not getting out of this.
On!
BLG, can they actually get anything off the back?
Mr.
The
On!
answer is no, as Caps goes down to 50%.
I mean, the Talia wall kind of shut him off.
And that is going to be feats of warfare already put together here for G2.
여러분, 니코 완전 4렙이라서 I mean, he's not even going to be close to 6. He's level 4 right now.
I don't think that is
Connor's
going to worry
almost
them
6.
too much, keeping things very even
support 레벨
here in
차이도
this game.
1렙 이상 나오는걸?
It's a third kill on the side.
Not worth?
I think this is 100% worth for G2.
Yeah, this is really good for G2. Really
Triple.
not
they
worth
only
for
get the 2 out of 3
BLG.
for this, and I mean, Caps knows he can engage from so far away there. The sacrifice of On, I think, is not worth it. And BLG had a great start, right? But things are looking a little bit more rickety in this game now, considering how much late game scaling they have. As Caps comes in here late, and On is just left alone. They get the grub there, but ultimately, just 2 out of 3. The kill goes over to Hansama. You can see Knight wants to set something up, but the split here is so
확실히
good
작년
for
우리가
G2.
롤드컵 결승에서 만났던
The Orion's not going to get a multi.
BLG?
And D2 fans
작년 MSI
feeling
BLG?
positivity back to back here, and now this
그 BLG가 아니다.
Zaya
I don't know what happened. BLG like
she's just getting bigger and bigger.
just became so
This is a very big AD carry on the side of G2, and that is only going to get worse.
so much weaker in the mid game.
You're going to feel really good.
I don't even think they're that bad early game. It's usually like the mid game where I'm just like, huh, what are they doing?
Before the Kai'Sa.
You know what I mean?
Feels absolutely amazing. What doesn't though is the bottom lane or the top lane.
정글이
or what you want to
문제다.
call it. In this game, it's the K'Sante versus the Scion.
정글 하나 바뀐 거는 있긴 한데
just having a really good time. Has his Sunfire Cape now completed, as we can see, and we'll be driving towards that top side.
자르반이 바텀 공략하는 동안
Because normally a train is on tracks, right? You wouldn't really be driving.
다른 데 갈 만한 데가 없나?
He's charging quite
그건 있다.
aggressively.
탈리아 플래시 없는 타이밍에 한번 노릴만 했는데 미드 탈리아를 못 잡은 거? 그 정도? I think Talia not having flash earlier from Orianna. Maybe it should have looked to gank Talia and kill Talia before her flash comes back on. But now we have Talia with flash, so it's just really uncomfortable now for BLG. They do need to ult combo win.
They can continue to snowball. They're not out of this game
탑의
by any means,
감독의
but fights like
부재?
this early on around a dragon are how they need
탑의
to
감독님이
control
좀
the tempo. Because if G2 get a
흑이긴
dragon
한 것
here
같아요.
and buy
Anyone's
that extra
레전드
time,
보니까.
it really puts a big wrench in their gears.
There it is! Flash the play didn't work! Oh, the flag and drag, but no. Skill just has to back out. 저거야 플래시로 도망을 못 가요. That is why it's broken, because Orianna has a ball. So even if you flash, Nocturne's gonna follow you through the flash. And you can't really ult. Oh, you can't avoid the Orianna flash.
Potential setup there with the Nocturne.
하지만 상대 이제 Oh wait, they don't have ult, so wait, that's G2! Let's go, G2. Okay, that's actually Dragon for G2. That is crazy. 그러니까 미드에 궁을 쓰고 턴을 썼기 때문에 그거를 용 싸움을 못한다? 더 이상 오리공이 없고 녹통공이 없기 때문에 이러면 G2? 어? 생큐 벨의 감자. 물론 캡스 선수를 희생하긴 했지만 I think G2's gonna be pretty happy with this trade. I think Talia needs to grab like Zonya. Caps needs to grab Zonyas or something, I don't know.
And with
looking rough, I think.
With a trade of 1 Drake apiece, it is going to be for whoever gets it a 3 Mountain Soul for either a K'Sante or this Scion. And frankly, that's incredibly powerful. So these next few dragons, how they stack up is going to be really, really important. Even the Jarvan is going to really enjoy those additional resistances.
Not really at all.
In the
Banshee
game,
just
the
gets
shield that
popped
comes
by
with it. So pretty impactful soul here.
Like,
let's see.
very easily popped.
You're exactly right. I think either team
Zonya's
is going to
probably
feel
helps
absolutely
though.
fantastic about that Mountain Soul. BLG mainly just for Scion, but
Western fans are so damn energetic. Yeah, I really love to see it. It's like a football match or something, like, you know, soccer football match.
As he's bringing the battle to bin. It's a lot of B's in that last sentence, but that's okay. We're going to check this 1v1 out, and I think it's just one guys. I think we need to worry about it too much.
Sunfire getting some work.
Jim Bros going at it.
The old standing next
Jim
to
Bros going at it.
I've seen this play before, ladies and gentlemen, but now
oh, the exhaust was late. I mean, it doesn't matter. Knight is dead here.
As he gets caught on the minions, but I think was dead anyway.
니코한테 당하면 안 되는데.
And now Beishuan will get knocked up. Not another spell shield in sight there.
They're going so aggressive because Kai'Sa's in base and Zaya's here, right? 뒤에 자야가 있어가지고 니코가 모든 게 다 있긴 하거든. 니코 could have gone there with ult, but Kai'Sa was so far away.
To try to look for the turn there, but they didn't know exactly where Hansama was, but likely knew that he was going to be nearby, so don't actually commit to the play there. As Lebrov was playing very
Pastors copying me again, guys.
After what's initially here, again another play.
I mean, the exhaust felt really late, but it doesn't matter too much.
And Hansama is missing on the map, right? So it's a
well played by Lebrov and Skimond.
Where he could consider trying to actually look for the counter ult, especially after Lebrov comes through here, but they decide not to, knowing Hansama
Cole is actually a great purchase,
He's not showing there on the bottom lane, so they don't overcommit. It ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yep. And I think that, like,
you're just trying to scale it anyways with Kai'Sa.
The huge base drop as Bin makes his way towards the bottom side of the map.
아니 근데 탑은 서로 그냥 소식이 없어.
Give us that satisfaction of eviscerating the minions.
아니 탑은 그냥
if it was Hansama that they were diving
그저
on
탑이다.
over again,
Top
you'd
is
be feeling
just
way better
top.
if you're
It's just
BLG,
farming.
because Caps is already having a little
I
bit
mean,
of a rough time.
Sion
He's the one
does
that's
have goal lead
that's
though.
on the brunt of the
사이온이 그래도 700골드 정도 차이로 내고 있네요. I think it's from the Turpling gold they got top side. The Turpling gold plus CS lead. CS 20개 정도 차이 나고.
Exactly. I mean, Talia will do a decent amount of damage later on to this front line. It's going to take a while, but Caps is the architect of this game. He is not actually the real damage dealer. He's not the real damage threat.
Or he's the construction company.
Sure, yeah. And at this point,
okay, but
you know, I feel
Sion
like
has no ulti.
Sion
has no ulti.
In this game.
So even if Sion does TP, Sion has no ulti, they're less carry power in team fights. So maybe this Herald G2 is gonna force a Herald. 뭔가 Sion 궁이 없는 타이밍에 G2가 전력을 빡세게 할 것 같은데. We'll see how BLG channels TP. Sion's actually just walk up if you watch the map. Sion's walk up. 합류를 그냥 걸어가면서 합류를 하는 Sion. They can't really do it fast enough then.
And there is another shockwave. They find their target, and down goes Skimond. That is going to mean no smite for this battle around the Herald. But can they still win with those key cooldowns now used up as the rest of G2 now in position?
and Oriana no ulti.
Throwing out a lot of these rocks and just putting himself in front of Hansama. And now with only one item, like Bin is just so hard to get through.
Too scary.
So that will be the Rift Herald going down.
자르반이 근데 핵심 픽이라서 자르반 자른 거 되게 잘했다. BLG. BLG actually focused really well actually.
Yeah, the train coming on through as Lebrov is going to be able
to
make
wow, they're but the Zaya's actually doing a lot of damage, right? Look at this. 자야 E, 평타. No way! Kusonte! Oh, broken blade. That was a good try. Flash for the Orianas. You take that because Kusonte's a tank. Oriana's a squishy main. Squishy main. 이러면은 자르반이 다음 한타 때 오리아나를 노리면 되게 좋을 것 같다. 방금 플래시 빠졌으니까 계산하면서. 진짜 죽을다. 와, 한사마 좀 되게 날카로운데? I think Hansama 4-0. I think he's Zion's.
It's a quick rotation over from
very clean
and Broken Blade as well. With no ultimate here for Bejuan, I just can't see
I think they're just gonna give this one here.
That is not happening. So that is going to be the second dragon going over to G2. So they got the Infernal, and they now get the first mountain that is on offer. And there's
so if you watch here, Jarvan was actually quite alone. 자르반이 혼자였는데 이게 안 보여요. 우리는 다 보이지만 선수들은 화면에서 이제 안 보이기 시작하거든. 그러니까 되게 막 조심스러운 거야. 저거를 막 라칸이 플래시로 같이 봐주는 그림도 좀 어렵고. Here, Caps actually had an early flash to dodge out the Sion. Really nice Nico ulti, but they do still have a very healthy tower, so they can't actually dive in harder. Not to mention Nocturne was super far away.
Just so scary to be forcing these fights into this Han Sama that's so
중까지는
huge
충격파라고.
already.
Exactly. I think if Knight hadn't have moved like perfectly away from the never mind. We got another battle
아니
here.
거의
as the
뭐
quickness is
축제인데?
going to be the
클럽이야
answer,
클럽?
and this time the
They're
Paranoia
clubbing it or
shockwave
what?
doesn't kill Caps.
They're partying it,
That's a
guys.
change.
They're partying it.
And already a bit of a maybe shift of the
They're not even
tides
watching the
in
screen.
this
They're like
game.
turned around.
Zelk with a 1v1.
Yeah, actually getting a lot of work done there with the Acathian Rain. Nicely done. Skimon making his way over on.
Okay. On getting caught.
There's a knockup, and the Nico is dead. Very dead.
Yeah, on heavily
Mr.
criticized
Nico.
for some of his performances at MSI.
아 근데
but
이게
his
진짜
early game was
MSI에서
fantastic in this
똑같은
one, especially in the laning
장면들이
phase, but
나오고
has
있다.
been looking for some
운
really
선수가
aggressive angles, and this one has
라인전에서
been
되게
punished
좋았는데. I
several
mean lane
times
phase
at
on had a
full
really
death.
nice kill, but after lane
You know,
phase,
really outside
he has
of
caught out
the
quite a
Knight getting
lot.
caught that one
We
time
saw this
and
on
the
MSI as
outdeath,
well.
like that's all of the gold for
맞아.
G2
되게
being picked up has been
잘리고
on
막
this
그때
support
노틸러스로도
punishes.
엄청 잘리고 막 그랬어.
actually looking for Skimon here, but Labrov
와,
is
Matron?
in the area.
Matron's gonna lose?
Come on through, but
Whoa, LeBron! I don't even think he needed 12, but it's
I mean,
pretty good. Matron does have flash, so
Knight
they're
had
going out.
TP, but didn't commit it there, and perhaps there's a
아니,
miscommunication
BLG
or
이거
disconnect
진짜
there on this one. We are going to see a
설마?
TP potentially interrupted. It is interrupted.
Finn was
wow,
trying to
Elk.
make his way in there. As now Elk
Okay,
is
one.
also trying to do the same, but Han Sama is pretty happy with that. Elk gonna have
I
to
mean,
ult away.
Zaya didn't even use anything. 자야가 방금 아무것도 안 써서.
But some nerves here on the side of BLG with some of the decisions we're making. Like
I told you guys, G2 is gonna beat BLG today. I told you, it's happening. Trust.
Is a bit of a weird
Believe,
one.
believe.
Now Broken Blade's gonna end up with TP
오늘
advantage
얘기했어.
out of this. They end up
G2가
putting
오늘
the
일
skirmish to the
낸다.
top side, putting a huge dent into that turret.
아직 근데 골드 차이는 BLG.
Return.
BLG가
The
근데
turret wasn't
골드가 더
actually
높은데.
taken by
BLG has higher
G2.
gold though.
That's feats of strength also going on
That's
over to
massive.
BLG. That is a big deal.
Yeah,
1.3k gold ahead.
Upgrading the shoes.
1.5k,
That's feeling pretty good.
1.4k
I feel
gold
like
ahead.
G2 is still going to be happy about their position in the game. We can see that the money is still in favor of BLG. We know that if they get
Why
their
and
ducks in
how?
a row and make this team
Top
fight
gap.
work the way it's supposed to,
Let's look
still
at the
gonna be very, very
papers.
difficult for G2. But I think that they're looking at a 4-0 Zaya.
gap.
They experienced the last time they played.
Mid lane, a little bit of a gap in the gold there.
Absolutely terrifying. Probably thinking they're in a pretty good spot. I wouldn't blame them.
When you consider that G2 has that extra
BLG는
mountain
정글이
dragon,
문제다.
that's part
진짜요.
of where I
다들
judge
그
this
얘기를 하는데
situation to be
저는
slightly favorable
서포트
for
살짝
them
아쉽고
because they have some additional
전체적으로
time, they
폼이
have some wiggle room around how they want to play around objectives. They're the team with
폼이
the
좀
Druid.
저하된
They're
것
the team
같기도
with the
합니다.
Jarvan, you know, that could steal
다들.
so easily, that could set up fights so easily, can disengage so
빈
easily
선수도 되게 폼이 안
for an
좋았어.
objective
And
take.
Min
But
was
I
playing
really
with
like the
FURIA and
flexibility
Gwen,
they
and
have here. I mean, it's a Zaya composition,
it wasn't
right?
working out for
But
him on MSI.
at the end of the day, the comp is still formidable. If Han Sama loses his ult for any reason, he's a prime target. This Orianna has farmed so well, sitting on 2 items. Super aggressive build here as well with the Luden's Companion, the Shadow Flame. So much burst. So maybe you avoid the Nocturne ultimate,
빨리
but then
바드로
you
오리아나
get killed by
올려보라.
Orianna anyways, you get followed up on by Elk.
선생님,
So positioning is going to
바드는
be paramount here
없다고.
for Han Sama as we have a bit of a fight here.
Yeah.
Okay, they're
Looking for
committing.
a little bit of an angle as there is the
Oh,
wall.
Ony's trying to turn it, but he has to flash out. Ooh, Zaya has to flash as well, though.
The paranoia not necessarily doing
와,
anything.
방금 자야 풀스펠 다 빠졌다.
BLG now
He
is
had to
a
flash,
bunch of
goals.
stuff on cooldown that they would
Does
like
have ulti
available
though.
for the
Zaya
next
does
fight.
have ulti.
Certainly would, as Bin is just
방금
like
뭔가 니코를
waiting
노리는
around
행위를
anyway.
하니까 바로 그냥
This is
자리를
going to be
물어버리는
pretty
BLG.
dangerous here for Bin, who
역시
does get
쉽지
knocked
않다.
back and doesn't have a lot of exit options here, although he
부진이
does have the
있지만
ult, so
몰락은
never mind. Broken
없다
Blade is
어쩌고
gonna
저쩌고.
struggle to stop him from
강팀.
just driving away.
It's funny, until he all out, Spin is
Bro,
just
Dwarf
like
needs to
walking
camp
away
Zaya.
and
Yeah, I
burning
think
him
you're
and
right,
being
help
like,
us.
well, I
We
win
saw
this
how
fight, though.
immediately when we tried to, when
he is
GT
up an
tried
item.
to
The all-out did
focus
make it
on
look
Nico,
like he did take a damage, though.
they
Yeah,
immediately
that's
turned
kinda
on Zaya.
nice.
Immediately.
Now ult advantage goes to Bin,
And
which
Zaya to
can
use
be used,
everything
of course,
to
as an
survive,
engage
so.
or team fight joining kind of semi-global tool. Turret goes down here in mid lane after that exchange in the bottom lane, so significant amount of gold going over. Han Sama's lead isn't what it once was. Skewmon very aggressively positioned.
Yeah, he is going to get a little bit afraid here, but otherwise not too much else going to happen. 50% health bar on Han Sama is a little bit worrying, but he should be okay. Hasn't actually been back for a while. He's been sitting on just that crit cloak in the first 2 items for quite a while. So it could be that
Okay,
Infinity
what's the
Edge
plan
is
here,
getting
guys?
Closer, or the Lord Doms if he does want to go that way, but
I mean,
I'm assuming Infinity Edge, you know.
Consider the Kaisa is is only 250 gold behind. It's 0-1-2 to a 4-kill Xayah. They've injected so much gold into Elkir. He's staying so relevant. That is one of the big boons here for the side of BLG is they are Potentially going to look for a contest here.
BB's angle's actually kind of insane.
Broken Blade
on
just
this
sitting in the
one.
bush
Spacetron
there.
is going to get pushed back here
Huh?
by the Cassante. Spell shield's a little bit early.
Ooh,
And Broken Blade knows it does
Spacetron.
have the ulti back off cooldown once again.
Specs
This
out
is risky
though.
for G2 though.
I mean, I feel like they're
Tuna
just kind of
그냥?
saying
Oh,
thanks for the
BLG's
leash
just
at
gonna
the
give it,
moment,
I
because
think.
right now the map is looking pretty dark. They do
Unless?
manage to get this ward in. They might be able to just take that one down.
들어가서
3,000 health on the dragon. There's the paranoia. The rest of G2 are
There it is, the Zonias!
a beautiful stopwatch there as the fear does come down to Caps.
Min is like not dying though. 아니 근데 니코가 궁이 oh that pushback was so crucial from Broken Blade. That Nico was about to have like a 4-man ulti there. 아니 근데 사이온이 왜 이렇게 안 죽어? Oh, Hansama just literally running them down like that.
As he uses it aggressively, but these health bars are so ridiculous.
Oh, EQ
to go down here, Skewmon, the absolute hero.
Skewmon with the EQ flash coming through. Oh my gosh, Elk is going in again as well. And how does Bin just walk out? The Sion is crazy. The Sion is crazy. 저걸 산다고 Sion 진짜 레전드. 와. Now this is some League of Legends. Holy moly, bro. 한 끗 차이다 진짜 계속 아까부터. 니코 대박공이었는데 니코 ult was such a good angle, but we have to watch Cassante pushing her back. By the way, watch this. Let's watch this. 여기서 탈리아 뭔가 혼자 있는 것 같으니까 바로 노려봤거든. 라카는 자야를 봐주려고 하는데 and Talia stopped us perfectly. And look at this Nico. 니코를 보시면은 여기서 딱 들어와서 No way, Broken Blade, you are a hero. Broken Blade, the hero? Cassantega 방금 다 했다 진짜. He saved the entire fight.
He gets 3 extra kills in this fight. It's actually insane. As Knight's trying his best to turn this one around, Skewmon says
Skewmon
no.
had a really nice combo as well.
But yeah, like you said, it's still a cold lead here for
Yeah, that was a
BLG,
quadra
but
kill
you
for
can
Elk,
see Elk
100%.
here
Elk could've
isn't
just
too worried for G2.
wiped
Yeah,
them.
Dylan Falco though, he knows it's still looking worrisome, right? Like you could see that he's not
오늘
reacting.
뭔가
He's like,
BLG도 그렇고 AL도 그렇고 BLG도 그렇고 카이사를 하는데 카이사가 지금 생각보다 힘을 못 발휘하고 있어. Kaisa is not having like Chinese Kaisa. Usually is really clean. Today it's not working out for them. So far at least.
He was just
So
putting
far.
feathers all over him.
And now you have Caps with the
Hofa
Zonias.
was playing Kaisa into Silver, and now we have Elk Kaisa into Zaya. I think Silver Zaya definitely a more of a defensive style. Zaya is a traditional counter to Kaisa.
Trying to be persuaded to take damage, and he
카이사
hasn't
메타 때
actually-
항상
he doesn't
이게
understand the
T1에서 즐겨하는 자야.
It's not really a
구말시
thing.
선수가 자야를 좋아해가지고 잘하시고. 다시 보기를 해도 확실히 자야가 궁밸류가 너무 좋다요. 라인전도 더 강력한 것 같고.
Hansama and his positioning and his damage so much, knows the game state and says, I'm just going to be safe. I'm going to go complete safety.
As well. He's died over and over again to that combo.
And I feel like it's a lot of damage he'll lose because
The longer
of
the
this,
game
but it's
goes, the harder it
absolutely
is for
correct
the
choice.
combo,
When
I
you
think.
have a 4-0 Zaya, you feel less bad about it.
The Nocturne
And I
Oriental
just
combo
feel like
can
you could
definitely get
feel
countered
how
very easily.
well-communicated
By
G2 are
Zonias,
and what their
by
win
Zaya
cons are in this
ulti.
situation.
Well, there's
Combo attempt.
another shockwave combo, but it's under a Rakan.
Rakan did flash. Rakan did
has
flash.
decent mobility.
아니 근데 그 와중에 사이온이 지금 바텀 타워를 밀고 있는데
Ultimately, but
알게 모르게 지금 빈 선수가 사이온으로 근데 우직하게 밀어주고 있긴 하거든.
clear. I was going to say,
I mean it's a tank matchup, but this Bin has actually been completely destroying Cassante in lane.
Available as well, but there's not a lot of vision.
Now has 3
for G2.
items completed
So it is going to be a reset for BLG.
and pushed on
An opportunity
ball
for
tower
G2
as well.
to now make their way into the river. and try
하지만
and take down some of
결국은 사이온은 킬 먹어, 그러니까 골드를 먹어도 탱커의 한계가 있지 않을까 하는 생각을 하게 됩니다.
flash ulting, and so they could just start this Baron. They're like, okay, clear your vision. I'm going to start this up. I have way more control. Caps could just zone them out. He could just lock them out here completely.
Well, there's no paranoia, and Beishuan
I
doesn't
mean-
have flash, so it's so hard for him to get here.
Oh, he can't get in!
Oh my god, stolen by
Knight!
And G2, they were so close, they thought they had him in
Knight got it! Knight got the Baron! Knight got the Baron! BLG's just gonna yoink it!
walk their way out. if they
They're just
like
gonna run
to.
away.
Bin
And I
just
think
standing in
Knight
front
might
of the
actually
G2
re-engage
members. It's
with
highway
ults.
robbery here for Billy Billy.
No, not
Games.
ults, I meant. Beitron's gonna engage.
Walk away.
No
Tail tuck between
way!
their legs. There's
아니 다 했는데 이거를 다 이긴 건데 이거 한스마스 울티야 돼. Please. Oh, Hansama so dead. Oh wait, he got out. Oh, the Baron throw coming through from G2 and they're gonna lose the game from that. I'm depressed. Okay, broken blink. Oh, 이러면은 게임은 안 끝나겠다. I don't think they can end anyways.
That triple fountain laser that we
I mean, where's the
spellbook
smite?
Angles there. Like I said, if for any reason Hansama has to ult early, he really didn't want to. Then he becomes vulnerable. Then he becomes killable. Broken Blade not going to get the interrupt there, but it's tragedy after tragedy for G2. Full control over Baron. It's stolen. The follow-up there, the HP leaves there for BLG. They have the proper ultimates to go for the chase. They get the kill on
Classic Baron throw. EU Baron.
Second dragon of the game as well.
The Brov is looking, guys. The Brov 1200. 1200.
He has a ward. Absolute insanity. As Feishuan does have his smite up and available.
They're just gonna pull it out.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
He can look for. He's trying.
아니 이번에도 Nightus keeps getting every single one of these. 아니 근데 1200이라서 진짜 그 정글 스마랑 똑같거든요. 스틸을 잘 노릴 수 있는데.
Alright, the feather pull 220. Yeah, a bit early on that one. Skuma not happy. But I mean, it's a great
that Zaya EU trolled him. Okay, before you guys flame jungler, you have to understand if you do that much massive burst damage.
Zaya fans in disbelief because it looked like that was
before 200. 근데 이게 녹턴이 가까이 있는 것도 아니라서 급하지도 않았는데. 그러니까 상대가 본풀치 스마가 있는 것도 아니고. 방금 자야 2가 트롤이었어. 그러니까 정글이 스마를 못 썼다? 그것도 뭐라고 하기가 어려워. 저 대처를 못 하거든요. 자야 2. 그러니까 제가 정글러의 입장을 이해를 합니다. 저기에서 스마 이거 어려워. 많이 어려워.
Well, see whether G2 can battle their way back in this
one.
As of course, in a turret in mid lane, Otacon now going to be their target. As in comes on, looking for LeBron.
이게 왜냐면은 녹턴이 가까이 있는 것도 아니라 스마 걱정도 할 필요가 없는데. I think G2 just has to give this one. I mean, the Baron's gonna be expiring soon in 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, Baron buff is over.
Now that something's actually gone BLG's way, they're 3,000 gold in the lead,
it starts to snowball pretty significantly. Now
uphill battle now. I think LeBron has to smite something and get rid of his smite. 100% need to have his flash back up for next fight.
Bin furthers his lead to over a level as well, and so you're getting all those additional stats, you're getting all those additional points and all your abilities. And looking at this next fight here, it will be potentially a 3-3 dragon situation here if BLG pick it up, and then Bin just becomes so difficult to kill, even for our fountain laser in Hansama. IE is done here for Elk. He's gone for the crit build, which makes a ton of sense into Broken Blade. So even
디스코드에서 얼마에 못 꽂는다 스코어를 본다. 그런 거를 연습을 당연히 하겠죠. G2 프로팀도.
Particularly Hansama, if he is dead, Elk could just do whatever he wants.
진짜.
That's absolutely right.
실전에서는 또 이제 떨린단 말이야. 긴장감이.
LeBron trying to clear out vision where he can. They do manage to get some control vision down.
It's Bin though.
There's the knock up, very nicely done.
Sounds like really tanky.
Crashing into the wall
doesn't take damage.
So the train not going to be up and available for the next little while. Broken Blade trying to deal with the minion wave in the mid lane, but he can be over here in a moment.
This is so scary here for G2. They need to play respectfully.
I'm really worried about that paranoia shockwave combo as well. And that is going to be Skuma being able to collect his.
Okay, red buff is huge. I think the G2 just has to play back to square one. Goal lead hasn't been thrown, but it's still winnable. G2 just has to work back up, front to back. G2 아직도 이길만합니다. 근데 오리아나 녹턴공 한번 씹으면은 자야가 다 쓸 수 있어. 다 쓸어버릴 수 있어서 이제 막히고. Like if Oriana Nocturnal is used and they don't actually have any impact, they can 100% win a fight.
you get a killer
Especially with Xayah just ghosting and running them down.
To really open up the base, and they're just constantly putting that threat on because
just
they
play for Solia. That's a good idea too.
The map
no
right
need
now,
to
so
throw the game
with a
right now.
composition like this, you can basically choose where you want to pull that pressure point. Baron up in 45, and that's going to be the next place that BLG
Too
is
bad Xayah doesn't have IE right now. Yuntao, Navori, Quick Blade, not bad. But then you have Last Whisper because of Sion.
Get in amongst it. Still not with an IE done yet as Caps looking for a wall onto On, who does manage to get
actually surviving the way. Oh my gosh, they're doing it. They're doing it. They're doing it.
Finding the angle there, doesn't get the CC though, does do the damage. But the Talia will be okay.
What?
Shove throws back this Sion who is gonna flash away. The shockwave. But the redemption is so good. Now On looking for the angle, but he doesn't quite get it.
On is dead, but what about the others though? 아니 근데 뭔가 니코한테 스킬 빠진 거 너무 아쉬운데? Like Nico already has no ult. Why are we focusing Nico there? No, bro. You have to focus Orianna and Kaisa in the fight. Like, using stuff on Nico is not good, I think. Labro focused the wrong guy, I think, along with Skimon. 니코는 스펠 빠지면은 완전 무스무라서 궁 빠지면 니코는 없는 거랑 마찬가지로 그냥 아예 안 봐도 돼, 니코는. 다른 딜러들이 노릴 수 있으니까. I mean, this look kind of like crazy for Bin, but he is playing Sion super fed.
Getting caught by the CC here, but look at now how split G2 are into a composition that can engage from so
Seismic
far
shot
away.
on Teacher Sion, it's okay,
so
but...
much damage is absorbed by Bin here.
Wow.
Nice timing, but you're not the target. They get Hansama.
Oh
it's
man.
a trick here. Hansama now
And then
so
we're flashing onto On, like why? 차라리 그냥 스펠을 안 쓰고 자야를 지키는 식으로 빠졌어야 됐어. Maybe they have to like not use anything and like try to like peel back with Xayah. Because without Xayah damage, they don't win any fights. Look at that. 6,366 damage from Elk. Kaisa. Kaisa 템 다 나오고 지금 난리 났다. 아니, I thought G2 can win. G2 literally had it in the bag. Oh man, this game is just making me sad, man.
He pulled a hat out of a hat.
He pulled a hat out of a hat.
They needed the Byron and they keep snowballing.
That's an absurd amount of extra damage now complete. This
Oh,
is
the Byron throw really is
stacks.
painful, huh?
Magize, and then he's going to be feeling brilliant. As
Magize,
will find On, no snare to come through there as the paranoia will come down.
Well timed by Caps, very well played.
Gets off the wall, is going to be able to survive, and now they've got a brief window where the lights will remain on no matter what BLG wants to do about it.
The defense a lot easier here for G2, even though they don't have the wall to stall. They can actually play up like this, like Hansama is, because that threat of the combo isn't there anymore. So this is going to take the wind out of the sails a little bit here for BLG's Baron push. They still have 80 seconds left on it. But I think G2, if they continue to just group like this, should be able to prevent any of these inhibitors from going down unless somebody gets picked. But setting up that pick is so challenging. I like the track on Skewmon here by On, making sure he can't look for this. Oh boy!
Yeah,
Wait, sorry, I was actually
messaging
someone and now I have Successful. What do you mean I have Successful, huh?
Almost just one-shotting that one as On goes on. Doesn't quite find as many as he wants though. And the redemption is going to keep them relatively healthy. Broken Blade though, trying to be a front line.
No, it's too bad. It's actually fine though. They survive for another day.
And
Go back.
BLG not quite getting any kills, but
딜 잘 벌어서.
I did not expect
오리아나 지금 너무 강력하고요. Oriana's so strong actually. Holy moly, bro. Hansama has flash and ghost, but doesn't have ulti right now. Wow. Hansama literally got chunked to less than half with one W. One W! 오리아나 W 한 번에 지금 피가 많이 돼요, 이거. Oh my gosh, the Xayah is impossible to get in range now. Knight is just zoning her out completely off the fight. No! Goodbye, G2. At least for game 1. I mean, still not over yet. But honestly, losing this game is so painful for G2. They had it in the bag. I am so sad for G2. Unfortunate, my guy. Cage was probably molding right now. Cage is probably molding? 빈 사이언 잘한다고. 아니 사이언 이거 탱커를 저렇게 캐리하기 쉽지 않은데. 크산테도 최선을 다했지만 그 딱 한 번 한타 되게 잘했는데 그 이후로 그냥 사이언이 최선이다 정말.
It looked like yes, the pendulum had swung back to BLG's favor, which is I think why Caps was looking for that type of desperate play. But after that moment, after that big team fight win, they never had control. There was nothing they were going to get after that. Baron goes over, and the siege was real. And Knight, man, what an insane performance on this Orianna.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Watching an Orianna do actual damage was an absolute pleasure to watch. But now it is time for us to take a short break. This is not over yet. More of this best of 3 after this.
Goodbye. I have a feeling G2 might get 2-0, guys. There it is. There it is. I'm ulting. I'm ulting against. It's actually 5 heads. I'm saying they're gonna get 2-0, therefore they're gonna win next game and bring it back 1-1. Game 3, here we go. 다음이 마지막 판이 될 것 같습니다, 솔직히. 이거를 지는 거는 근데 G2가 과연 어떤 판을 이길 수 있을까라는 생각이 들 정도로 너무너무 아쉽고요, 이게. 뱀픽부터 졌다? 뱀픽이 좀 많이 불리하긴 했지만 충분히 해볼만 하다고 저는 생각했거든요. 특히 초반에 리드를 많이 가져가서 뭔가다. Hans was 1k ahead in gold, but he wasn't going in invites. I mean, he's just getting ulted every single time, Mohammed. It's really hard. Oh yeah, wait. It is what it is. G2 비비가 불붕이. 네, 불붕이는 TF 블레이드라고 그 따로 이제 방송하시는 스트리머분 있는데 그분이랑은 다른 분. 브로큰 블레이드랑 TF 블레이드랑 또 다르거든. 같은 블레이드긴 하지만 다른 분들입니다. I'm using Darkless 뭐가냐? I turned off my cam for the ad break, guys. You guys can enjoy the ad break. Maybe get some water, get up and stretch. Sounds great, no? DC's been lagging on mid-late games since last year and it hurts to see. I don't even know what the problem is here.
The dark horse is going to be us in EWC because the last international tournament we didn't perform as well, but this time we want to be more prepared and ready.
We had a very again disappointing performance at MSI, but
천상의 2, 세상의 2 너프를 좀 해야 되긴 할 것 같아요. 너무
EWC에서의 다크
Faker! T1 Faker!
MSI 때 좋은 모습을
AL Dark Horse. Yup.
많이 기대하고 있습니다.
I think FlyQuest are the dark horses because
of course Bripa going for himself.
FlyQuest is usually very strong. Honorable mention the CFO. I think they're pretty good.
CFO's out though.
팀이 좀 다크호스로 좀 잘할 것 같다는 생각이 듭니다.
I think a team that has a lot of chance of surprising everyone is CFO. They went to a really
근데 CFO가 오늘 어이없게 탈락하긴 했어. 근데 코이 상대로 힘을 많이 못 썼죠.
I think the dark horse team should be us, should be FURIA, because people don't expect us to win like much games, and I feel like we can surprise everyone.
하나생명인 것 같습니다. 왜냐면은 이제 대부분 팀들이 다
Okay, my bad guys. I'm adjusting my mic. One sec. Let me mute myself to adjust my mic better.
때문에 그런 부분에 있어서 어떻게 보면은 좀 더 기대를 좀 못 받을 수도 있다고 생각해서.
I think we're coming in as a dark horse in EWC just because we had a disappointing MSI. We almost took down BLG and then we lost to CFO, so I still think we haven't showed our full potential.
다크호스 팀은 없는 것 같아요. 좀 MSI 경기가 있었기 때문에 사람들이 생각하는 대로 좀 비슷한 평가가 나올 것 같아요.
Damn.
Hi everyone, Momo here. I am currently at the SNB Esports Arena where I don't want to be biased, but probably the coolest tournament of all time is happening. And I think I'm going to let Rose explain to us why.
Hey guys, Rose here. So I am the reporter.
Okay, I'm back. Hello.
MWI stands
I'm back.
for Mobile
My
Legends
mic has been
Bang
adjusted.
Bang Women Invitational. Now this is the biggest female tournament in the world.
Women?
We started off with 16 teams. We are down to the final 8 or 6. And today, you know, we have just recently concluded another match. And guys, Gaming Gladiators just sent 2 Navi teams home today.
Wow, that is incredible. I'm really looking forward to see who's gonna win. Any guesses?
Ooh, right now, my
You were
guesses
eating
for
though. I
grand
was just
finale
adjusting my
is
mic.
Probably Team Vitality.
I was adjusting my
going up
mic
against
real
Gaming
quick.
Gladiators.
BLG가 올라봤자 T1한테 약하고 AL이 많이 올라가야 중국에선 좋아하겠다고. 아, 근데 이게 또 모르는 거긴 합니다. 아직은. 과연 MSI 초비 선수가 말하는 것대로 MSI대로 그냥 지금 흘러가고 있긴 하거든. Same thing is happening here that we saw on MSI actually. So no crazy upsets happening so far. I mean FURIA did have an upset, but they got eliminated today. 상금 얼마냐고? $200만. $2 million prize, guys. $2 million. It's a lot.
Oh, look at Finn. There he is.
That's us.
They really did have it. I mean,
My region.
Nocturne Oriana sure looked strong. I mean, maybe
이분이 유럽에서 프로 선수 했던 분이시고 지금은 분석가라서 눈물을 흘리시는 저런.
Maybe we have a chance.
Yeah, definitely a good performance there by both teams. We take a look at the draft. Digon here alongside Medios and Finn. Medios, when you take a look at
확실히
this
근데
one,
분석가를 하시는 분들이 다 전프로 분들이 많죠. 메테우스 선수도 그렇고 전프로 선수. 핀 선수. 한국에서도 이제 뉴클리어 뭐
I kind of like what both teams did in this one.
뉴클리어님이랑
I thought that leaving up as
지금
Zero
누가 하고
as
계시더라?
G2 was pretty clever because then they
캡틴
took away
잭님도
Talia,
했었고.
which then is going to help in their next draft because they'll be blue side again and they can first pick Azir without getting met with the Talia, which is the normal response. And also Knight doesn't really like playing Azir, so I thought that was really smart. And then they drafted a pretty good response to the Nocturne Oriana from BLG, getting something like Zaya Rakan. Pretty much everyone on their team was not very susceptible to the combo, especially with Talia rushing Seekers really early. So I thought they had a really
Sonya
good
was such a
game plan,
good
and it was
good
going
buying.
super well for them until, you know, a
Man.
little unlucky Baron incident.
Yeah, that happened. I mean, look, I think BLG did a great job targeting Caps this game. I felt like whenever he stepped up to farm a single creep singular, he was just getting attacked by this darkness ball delivery combo and was just getting killed on repeat. He was forced to go Sonya second on Talia. Like, that's the kind of life he was living.
Yeah, very reminiscent to what happened to Jojo Pyun earlier in the days. We take a look at a lot of the execution of that composition. First time, the flash a little early does not help, and Caps dies.
A lucky Baron incident.
And it wasn't
just a little bit.
The first and only time. They just kept going back. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean that's the
Hansel trolled the E from Zaya.
Because the ball follows the Nocturne, you can't really flash out of the combo. There's like a really smart timing where you can flash it, but it's super hard to get done. So what happens most of the time is
yeah, I did see people actually able to flash it, but very rare, very rare.
Flash before you even see that Nocturne is going on you, which then could make you look really dumb if he goes on somebody else and you flash.
Yeah, that's what happened when Caps actually at the end, he Zonya, but then Nocturne ulted Zaya. So it was just like, huh?
There was that one combo.
You know what I mean? But like, you kind of have to react to it and you don't really see it. So
3,000 units away from Nocturne or something.
kind of hard.
And the ulti's still connected.
프린스
on
헬리오스랑
so,
크루템님.
really hard.
맞아, 프린스님 요즘 그 쿠로님도 가졌어.
쿠로님? This was one where I think this is
인터뷰를 듣고 있는데 못 알아듣겠다고. 번역을 해드릴 수 있긴 한데 제가 번역을 전문으로 하는 사람이 아니라서. I mean, this is such a good Zonya. Beautiful, by the way, Captaps. And then of course the Kazonte with can watch Cassante push away Nico here.
He's just shredding this entire fight with the Nevori Flicker Blade, with all the feathers keep resetting because he always has a
The only time where Cassante made a positive play this game, because after that, like I think Bin just every single fight was an absolute menace.
Low health bars, but there is a slight cleanup here that's gonna come with a beautiful EQ flash by Skewmon here in the end.
That was an awesome fight. That's what I expect to see from these top-level international teams. Just very, very, you know, playing on the edge, people flashing out with 1 HP, fight that can go either way until the very end, and it ended up being Skewmon having his flash and getting that combo onto Knight, which kind of secured it for G2. But yeah, very exciting, fun to watch.
And then finally, I mean, we saw a lot of steals in our last series, specifically in game number 2. Oh no.
Oh no. Look, there's a soul point. You have soul in 1 minute.
아니 이를 that E makes me so sad from Xayah every time I look at it. Look at how fast Nocturne. Nocturne이 근데 궁도 없어가지고 너무 멀어가지고 Baitron was so far from the pit. I didn't think they had to rush like burst it down like that. 버스라는 이유가 전혀 없었거든요. 자야이가.
I think in G2's
하나 둘 셋 하면서 하는 것도 아니고 뭔지 알지?
The Xayah feather pull with Smite to be enough to kind of guarantee secure it, because Xayah's E does a ton of damage to Baron, but Knight obviously knew this and he just timed his combo with the Xayah feather pull, and it, I guess just, you know, they didn't calculate exactly what it was going to do. But yeah, pretty heartbreaking when you are rooting for G2 because they had those safer options available and they went for, even though I think it was pretty likely
Finn is losing it, guys. Finn's gonna crash out soon.
Things sort of fell apart after that.
I mean, also tough at the
바론 뺏긴 거는 그렇다 쳐도 바론 뺏긴 거 너무 크긴 했어 근데.
He brought unsealed
좀 많이 크긴 했어가지고.
You could do the double smite and the feather pull, but
그 먹고 운영 딱딱딱.
wasn't on smite at that time. Goes the way of BLG, and as you said, all the setup, the scrapping, the closeness, and the early lead that they had goes away.
Marchand Star is so much cooler than Marchand T. Wait, we have two Marchands in the chat. Is that like, are you guys the same person? Wait, we're gonna have like both of you guys in the Discord call, and then I'm gonna have to interview you guys.
That's a global Orion ult.
He was at Raptors when
Mr.
he
Marchand?
was around middle lane tier 1.
I miss Mr. Marchand.
Yeah, unfortunate fight here. Hansama doesn't really get the ultimate on to block the Oriana ult.
You guys are using the same emotes? Basically twins. We have two Marchands now.
Impact as much as he wanted to.
Yeah, and always going to be tough. Going back
Make
to
them
what you
1v1,
said,
that'd be
Vision
so
with
funny.
Paranoia,
Actual content, guys.
And, props to BLG
Any
for
Gamba?
getting us
Maybe we can
timing
have our
right.
predictions
We have
for
the
game
comms
3,
from
game 2,
G2
I meant.
in
Game
that
2.
very exact last play.
이 경기 전화 포인트 하면 좋을 것 같은데.
Play slow, guys. Play slow. Nice. We got. Yeah, I hold Nico. Yes, careful. Nico, one shot. I'm out. I'm dead though, guys. I'm dead. Run. You need to run.
Oh no!
We are
Run!
giving extra sure, okay, probably. Yeah, they'll try to go. Yeah, wrong mid. They can go. I think I saw over there. I think she did not get here.
And you could just see it on the faces. Like, they just knew. They knew. It was great that they went to the next step. To be like, alright, I guess we're giving Baron and whatever, but...
G2 정글 바뀌고 약해지고 BLG도 정글 바뀌고 약해졌는데 정글이 중요하긴 하죠 정말. 근데
Yeah, I was gonna say that was pretty quiet for teamfight comms a lot of the time, especially in high pressure situations, kind of like everyone yelling something. But you know, there's just the classic I can't see when Nocturne ult's followed by like, oh.
팀이 좀 분위기도 타는 것 같아. 아무리 봐도 제가 e스포츠를 많이 봤잖아요. 근데 뭔가 폼이 막 좀 지기 시작하면은 다 같이 딱 다운되는 그런 느낌이 있긴 해. 전체적으로.
New to this, sometimes it happens. Sometimes you throw games, and you just have to mentally reset, take what you can from it, realize that they did do well early. They can definitely win against BLG.
I don't play League
they just
anymore.
Have to, you know, think about what they want to play next game.
So you only watch League now? You don't play
yeah,
League, but you watch League?
Throughout all this despair, I would still like to end on a little bit positive note. I think there's some enthusiasm towards what G2 has shown. G2 at MSI
한타 진팅의 보이스까지 들려줄 줄이야. 뭔가 이것도 새로운 맛인데 뭔가 SK에서는 좀 안 나오는 그런 그림. You don't really see like loser team interview, loser player interview, loser team voice, you know. Losing team fight. Kind of interesting to hear like and see players with like, you know,
yeah, if this is a race, you know, for the
that are
longest
losing.
time,
You always
Western
see the
teams
stumps
wouldn't
and
even
the
be able to
winning
lead the
team.
race at all. They would just
Every
kind of
focus
be
is on the
there,
winning
and
team, but
Eastern
we're having
teams
to
would take
focus
the
on the
win. But
losing
this one,
side now.
G2 were leading. They were setting the
Interesting.
tempo. They were taking that combination of Nocturne and Orianna and still finding fights, still finding ways to work on through it, whether it was through the Zhonyas, whether it was through the Xayah ultimate as well. They were in it. And I think that's the silver lining you got to have. Medios, when we take a look at our game number 2 here, tournament lives on the line, what is a key champion that you want to see here in the hands of G2?
Maokai.
Well, I'm not totally sure. I think they
Corki Maokai.
Annie before on
Bring out
caps.
Corki
Azir might be up,
mid,
not really sure.
just on a
It
mid,
kinda depends how
Maokai
the draft
jungle.
goes, bans and whatnot, but I think G2 shouldn't worry too much about, like, I don't think they need to get a specific champion. I just hope they get something that they're comfortable
유럽
with.
엔딩
They
넣습니다.
almost
바론에서
finished winning against the Nocturne, which is
던졌어.
such a hard
바론
combo to play
뺏기고
against, so
오리아나한테
I
바론
think
뺏기고.
macro-wise and
심지어 녹톤 궁도 없고 플래시도 없고 녹톤 굉장히 멀었는데 그걸 스틸 당하다니 진짜 세상에 이럴 수가. 세상에 이런 일이. What happened? Nocturne was so far away, no flash, no ults, no way to get into the pit, and they still lose the Baron. How?
I think that is his best champion. He's so comfortable on it, and right now G2 needs to lean on what has worked in the past.
All right, well, do or die time for G2. Backs against the wall against BLG.
At least they don't interview the winner in front of the losers. Yeah, that would be just super sad. It happens though.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown.
There it is.
Yes,
They're back.
It is time to get back on the horse.
There it is.
And see whether we can make this a
Do or die. G2 loses here. They're out.
The day to go the distance, Wolf. Like we had 8 games yesterday.
They have to bring it
back.
back.
7 games. That is just that's like
it's just perfect parity, you know.
Yeah.
과연 오늘 여기에서 페비나이트는 퇴근을 할 것인가 아니면은 더욱더 볼 것인가? Are we gonna see more games? Or am I going to end the stream here?
For G2, I think they had the win in their sights, and things just started to collapse and fall apart towards the latter half of the mid game and towards the early part of
혹시
the
강팀
late game.
국제전에서 LPL, LCK 상대로는 바론 뺏기면은 좀 많이 힘들긴 하죠.
And on one
빈틈을
hand,
안
you could take
주니까.
that, and I think the coaching staff and Dylan Falco probably took that as, hey, we were so close.
비벼지지가 않는 느낌이기도 하고.
And
근데
even Orianna didn't take a Baron, they win.
Yeah,
right?
and like the Baron call was crisp, it was correct, and you got to try to
Okay,
shift
Caps.
your mindset into we
No
can
pressure.
do this. This is winnable, and we have blue
Gotta
side
carry.
again now here. G2, they won't have it if they make it to game 3, assuming BLG would take it away from them, but. Let's see if that Azir does get banned in this final spot for BLG this time around.
Yeah, or whether G2 are just going to take it away here and have a different matchup perhaps in mind for the mid lane. We'll see what they do decide to go with. As this last ban, they're making sure
Come
they
on.
use all the time. And that
Okay,
is...
Ambessa banned.
Okay, Ambessa was not what I was expecting for that final ban here. We'll be leaving a fair bit up and available. But the top lane, I guess, is
First pick Shinzhao.
necessarily
Just kidding.
contentious
Maybe first pick
options,
Annie.
but the fact that they
Annie's
start
on
off
pick.
with Cassante Sion
Annie's
means
on
that
pick.
there are a lot of the carries. Like Gwen is still up, Azir is still up, Vi is still up, everything was up.
Gwen first pick.
Gwen is a big one. Is it bigger than Azir though? Right now in this meta with Talia already gone.
Annie, Azir. Knight doesn't really like playing Azir
It's an
though.
extremely flexible.
Maokai! There it is! The EU tree! They're full sending it! I'm telling you, put Skim on the Maokai and put caps on ADC, we're good.
Gwen
We
Azir
chillin'.
makes me frightened.
You know, 미드에서 코르키 이런 거 나올 것 같은데 이게 진짜 근데 그 G2가 정말 좋아하는 LEC에서 좋아하는 세전이 마오카이 정글.
I mean, Ben was gonna play Gwen, and this is giving me
This is
nightmares.
very,
Like, I need
very,
Gwen to be
very
banned
signature
because Ben
pick
playing
and
Gwen,
calm coming
like,
through from G2
I actually
probably.
can't handle
I mean,
it, Wolf.
consider the Rumble is banned, the Ambessa is banned.
But then you're giving over Bin,
Really
Gwen to Bin.
quite a potent pick here that BLG
And now
picked up,
Beitron
and
has
I'm
Rondo.
not 100% sure if the Maokai Prio is worth
Oh,
it.
it's Shinzhao. Beitron on Shinzhao.
Yeah, this is not a shock. I think the Shinzhao is more powerful than the Sejuani in general, even with the permafrost energy that
It's
Gwen
looking
does
kinda
provide.
crazy.
We've seen a lot of power in picks like
No.
you know the Jace
The
with
window
this
hover.
Maokai,
The Nunu
where
hover.
you lock people in place, you get those shock blasts, a lot of really strong combos there. But the Maokai is technically a flex as well. I don't quite yet understand. We're gonna have to wait and see what else comes through here. What the plan is gonna be is playing Jax into Gwen. It's one of those other counter picks that we've seen Broken Blade play so many
Jax is
times.
pretty good into
Doesn't
Gwen,
necessarily
yeah.
win you the lane, but it's
Jax
a
is
skill-based
good into
matchup
Gwen.
where you can go toe to toe, and he has a big
네, 스키몬드가 눈으로 되게 유명한 선수라서 눈으로 저렇게 보여주는 겁니다. 다들 선수들이 소리가 있어. 안사마는 이제 뭔가 드레이브는 맨날 호보하고. Oh, okay, we have a... Cap is actually gonna play a zero. I thought it was gonna play like an AD mid. Like a Corki or something.
I believe Skumon's only lost one game so far this year, or at least since the start of the spring split on this
No way, no way.
So there's a reason why they've locked this one in, even though it looked a little
I mean,
bit
잭슨데
quizzical
특별해.
now with the
말이 안
Jackson
되죠.
Zero
Jax
alongside
can
it.
actually eat the TF gold cards in general.
Knight will lock away the
And Laukai can also W the gold card.
Circles and a Silas. Well, like, this is so scary.
I strongly prefer the Silas to the Twisted Fate that he was hovering for some reason
Yeah,
there.
I feel like that was a troll.
TF is a terrible
really
pick
made
into
any
the
sense
comp,
here, but I agree with you, probably was a troll.
I mean, Silas gonna get beat up by a zero in lane, usually.
You know, the AD carry position
They do have some yummy ultis, like Maokai ult on Silas is really broken, Azure ult is pretty good too, you know.
The Varus was banned on red side, as is very common, but picks like the Ezreal are very safe here. I feel like Elk would be happy to play it.
Knight's gonna have a rough lane, but I think this comp looks scary. I think G2 should pick Renata. Yeah.
They take away the Karma, which might just be a trade for the Senna ban. We're not sure what that first ban was for the side of BLG. It's a bit hidden from us.
Yeah, unless there just wasn't one.
빌리빌리 뱀픽 좋다. 그러니까 그웬을 가져가는 거. 마오카이 블루 선픽?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
과연 마오카이를 픽하지 않았어도 굳이 상대가 픽하지 않을 것 같았는데. I don't think you have to first pick Maokai though. I mean, it's whatever. It is what it is.
Last ban going to be a Renata, or second last ban.
Are we gonna see the board though?
Sure. One of the bans going to be a Renata here.
I don't think we're gonna see Bard.
Braum ban.
레나타 밴은 근데 마오카이 레나타가 너무 강력해서 레나타 마오카이 is a very famous combo. Maokai ultis, and then when they're CC'd in place, Renata ult on top. Renata ults on top of that as well, so it's actually really good.
Super strong into BLG's composition, so I think that's really smart. And it will be a rel ban here to follow things up. So 4 support bans actually to come through in this second phase. So the AD carry pool is still very open. And Elk could just lock away the Ezreal here and play keep away. Jin, similar scenario where you have a lot of range to play around.
I wouldn't mind the Sivir here as well. It just fits thematically.
HLE Silver.
Relatively low range champions that really do want to get on top of you. Gives them a whole lot of mobility.
For me, it's like Senna Ezreal feels the safest and best here.
Ezreal,
the Ezreal is safer than the Senna in terms of, you know, getting away from engagements.
이즈가 비전으로 카이팅하면서 구도를 바꾼다. Ezreal has E arcane shift is just really valuable into Maokai ult. You can dodge out on the Azure as well. Time properly.
If they want to try to get a stronger pushing lane down on this bottom side, try to punish this Ezreal pick.
Is it a Draven angle? It's not. It's a Sivir. That is what they're looking at right now. LeBron
Sivir, Alistar it is.
Making it all the way to B5 is kind of nutty.
Sivir on 0 wave clear means that we're gonna see a very long game, guys. Buckle up, we're gonna see 30 minutes. And Bordo from on! 아니 중국에서 근데 중국 팀들 둘이서 봐줘? No way, lock it in on, do it. Do it. Just kidding, don't do it. Playing Bard into that? No way, they picked it! We saw Kyle Bordo, and now we're seeing on Bordo! Move Bordo.
Objective control you could do.
바드 등장.
As well as
Okay, who the hell is gonna tank the Maokai ult though? 마오카이 공은 누가 맞아줘? I mean, Bard can't really tank the Maokai ult unlike like Alistar or something, you know? 브라움이나 이런 거랑 다르게 그 몸이 풍선이기 때문에 탱킹을 잘 못할 수도. 바드 너프 당하겠다. 바드 좀 많이 나오긴 해요. MSI에서도 계속 나오고. We're seeing a lot of Bard recently, so we might actually see a lot of nerfs coming through soon. Yes. Bye bye G2 since Fevi gonna root for BLG now.
So Silas is going to just be so tough to kill. They can steal
friendship ended with G2. My new friend is BLG.
Value here for BLG. I have to give them a huge nod in the draft.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I think I understand it. Okay? You don't get Nature's Grasp as much because Knight likes picking up unbreakable will.
-5 MS.
There you go. That's how you stop getting
remove the MS
exactly right. There is a smorgasbord of incredible ults to pick up, even on the hunt. Like Silas being able to make everyone run extraordinarily fast.
Okay, guys, teach me some Chinese so I can cheer for BLG.
My God. This composition is looking real scary, but G2 certainly a lot of tools, right? We talk about all of these good things that Knight has access to. That's because G2 has
목소리
them,
좋으시다.
right?
감사합니다. 목소리.
And
Thank
so
you.
we can see this potentially find some great success, especially when Skewmond is now on like full comfort here.
Okay, we're going in.
I know a lot of people have been calling for
Here it
it.
is.
Just pick the
Bard.
Maokai. Well,
BLG on Bard.
let's see whether it's going to keep them here
I get it.
alive
BLG on Bard,
at
except like
EWC, or
on
whether this is
Bard.
going to be the end and G2's key is going to get obliterated.
So funny.
Could be
T1
one
파드
more game,
등장!
though.
Kyle
As
will use
Pulse
T1 Bard and
Fire
now
is
he's
I
using
always love
T1.
that skin.
역시
Yep.
바드, 바드의 아버지,
Yeah,
캐리아
definitely
리스펙트.
everything.
Shout out.
Even after the remake, I was so scared when she got her visual update.
어제는 바드가 다 졌는데 T1 바드를 사용하지 않아서
It's amazing. She loses her triangle feat though, which was a bit sad.
No one respects pizza.
Hey, what? No, the sneaky skin?
Yeah.
No, the sneaky skin was great, but like this skin is just too good.
I mean, I like it. I think it is the best one, but I feel like pizza gets a shout out.
I mean, pizza's pretty iconic.
바드.
My biggest fear for
Let's
G2
go
in this
바드.
game is that being
Let's
gets
go
large,
바드.
Bejuan plays
Okay,
through him,
unflinching bone
and
plating
then
tech. Okay,
this
okay.
is just a really tough late game comp to play
그래
into
이거지
because they have
불그레
no control of
이지랑
these melees and the ball is just
뼈방패
sending them wherever they
바드.
want to go, and then
공풀주
you
하는
feel
것까지는
the knockout ultimately,
괜찮은데
you're like, you
불그레
can't even
이지랑
beat this
뼈방패 너무
objective.
좋아서
You can't even come close to it. Good luck, Caps. You can't set up an
초반에
ultimate.
터지지
And
않도록
the
도와주는
volatility of this top
룬들이기
lane
때문에
matchup means,
나쁘지
you know,
않죠.
whoever ends up
Oh,
starting to get a
wait, he
small
actually didn't
lead
go
there
bump
can
plating. He went
balloon
actually
it
went
into
second
a
win.
huge lead.
뼈방패 안
And
들었고
on the
이번에
other side of things, of
그
course, if Skewmon plays the top side, Broken Blade gets a lead, then all of those things change.
Second
right? And then
wins.
the Jax
What is that
becomes
called?
this huge side lane
재생의
threat.
바람?
The Sivir and the
재생의
Azir
바람.
late game scaling becomes insane. And they can just, you know, ricochet through this melee composition. So, not to say that G2's composition is
TP
unplayable,
coming through
but
from Ezreal.
I
Interesting.
think it's going to be a
이즈리얼
lot of top
태포는 좀
jungle
되게 신기하다.
in this second game.
Okay, on.
Lebrov trying to single out on here momentarily, but then he realizes he's level 1
스태킹하고 이거
Alistair, so he
1렙
just
타이밍
used
킬각?
one ability, and now it's
Okay,
about
beat him up.
waiting
Good job, Bardo.
quite a while before you
Bardo
can do
안
anything
moving.
of
빵.
note again.
Complete
As
missed Q.
Elk missing a skill shot and On not quite finding that cosmic finding, so that's going to allow G2 to remain in this lane.
이러면은
There's that
1렙에
cooldown
킥
that we
더블
were
안 들어줄
talking
수도 있긴 하거든.
about. Lebrov getting some extra
Okay, Bardo
value.
already level 2
Yeah,
after
Heal
one more
coming
minion.
through.
Okay, the
As
sun.
we are going to see
Cosmic Binding Connect.
a path here from Skewmon actually straight
Actually,
towards the
nice
top, going
work.
across the river
They saw him, they
into
saw
the
him.
Krugs. And this is kind of a cool little tech here. Of course, Bejuan matching
Bejuan
on his
is
enemy's Krugs, so
getting
the vertical
gloves
jungle
on.
setup here is spotted.
You might get Q flash.
Yeah, level 2 actually picked up here by Lebrov and Han Summer. as they
스마가
are
없긴
looking to come
해서
over and try
뺏길 수도
and
있긴 한 거지.
dissuade Bejuan from taking everything away. There is a heal being utilized by On just to keep them in this battle.
I mean, this is pretty good.
And
Wasting a
the
lot of time.
reset does actually come on through. Of course, getting this
바드
big
no
shot gonna
mana?
be important. There's the
Bard has no
head
mana?
as
Oh,
the
this might
smite
coming through
comes
now.
on down, and
Bejuan might not be
gonna
flash.
try and make his way out of here. The ricochet not enough to take him down there.
이러는 동안 근데 시비르가 미니언을 먹고 있어. 또 minions are burning though. Sivir's gonna fall back and recall. No TP though. So she's gonna have to walk back.
Actually get a smite if you did
미니언 더
manage to
디나이
switch,
당하고 있는
as I don't think
중.
you actually can. I know there was a big old
이
zoom in,
알리스타의
so I'm like,
문제점이죠. 이게 초반에 미수가 없어. Alistair can't really contest level 1. So you get pushed in. Enemy jungle goes in like that.
And he
You
is
can't really help
successful in
out too
doing so. You
much.
can see his CS lead starting to really stack up. He ends up getting a pretty significant gold advantage from this exchange. Skewmon just power farms the whole time, doesn't look for a gank topside there, as the Jax is already having the push there, so he gets the Krugs and continues to actually outfarm just slightly Bejuan in this jungle matchup. But
-1
the
in the
biggest winner
chat,
of that
guys.
exchange was out
-1 in the
there
chat.
in the bottom lane.
Yeah. It was just kind of flexing that G2 decided that they'd go in and wait around for so long while that lane was kind of just sacrificed. You can see the result is that Elk is incredibly far ahead. Has been trying to fight back here against Broken Blade, who's having a pretty good time here on this Jax into the Gwen. This is a matchup that we used to see a whole lot. I feel like we've seen it less and less.
CS is gonna be
over the
that
last
even though
little
after that
while.
week.
It's very even, at least in the early game.
We've seen the rise of
24
tanks in the top
CS to
lane,
20 CS.
and picks like the Rumble being just so prevalent. As Broken Blade will look for the interrupt. Scary moment there, as Bin doesn't have his Q stack.
Okay, I mean,
so
I think
for
Gwen
David,
has to
I think
recall first though.
wise to look for that annoying stop, but it's not going to amount to too much as
Oh, he did
the
recall.
bottom side of the map here. Now we see the back from Elk. Got his tier picked up, is able to budget an extra
근데 이
longsword
정도면
there
사이런스도 라인전
into
잘하고
that
있고요.
back, which
Silence
feels
actually
amazing,
winning out
as
in the early
Ezreal
trades.
may
Look at
end up
that,
getting
Zero's
both
pretty low.
on that first back. Start stacking the tier, you get those additional AD stats.
Oh, okay.
As Lebrov lurking.
There's no bar though. 다들 지금 없거든요.
Gonna have to use a pulverize. Sorry, an arcane shift, but he's He's not actually able to get it in the trample.
Oh, Elk is dead! Mr. Barlow, where are you at? Barlow?
Yeah, really nice wraparound there from Lebrov. On, not there. You could see Elk realizing in that moment. He goes for the final skill shot because he knows he is dead, can't get out. Hopes to trade it back there with a turret shot, but is unable to do so. Hansama picks up the kill, and once again,
에이크 왜 반응을 못했냐? 플래시를 반응했으면은 큐프를 당할 거라고 생각을 했나? Maybe he thought like if he flashes the W, he's gonna get Q flashed on, right? 다시 봐야 되긴 하겠는데? I do want to see it again, see what happens.
So it looks like Xena Warrior Princess is looking pretty good for EWC this year.
Certainly.
Been getting a bit of a shove here towards the top side of the map, but Broken Blade pretty happy. Sitting on a Sheen, pretty decent first back for him as well.
Little Hex Flash cinematic there as Caps goes out with the teleport. That was kind of a funny scene
Alvaro and Labrov now, both EU supports are popping off on Alistair so far.
With Hansama. They have to push in
I mean,
the bottom
Ezra probably like, if that was solo queue, Ezra's like, Mr. Barlow, why are you not here? Blah, 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 blah. Blame him and then
actually have a
sell
fight
items
for this dragon. I mean, it looks like On and Elk want to consider a contest.
Just kidding.
Bejuan in the area.
I'm saying could be a negative gameplay coming through.
Top laners will not be involved.
Blaming in solo queue야.
over this dragon. And
내일도 중계하잖아요. 네, 모든 날짜 다 중계하는 걸로 EWC 측이랑 이미 다 얘기돼 있고요. 풀 중계할 예정입니다. 어차피 중계 안 하더라도 모델만 키고 아마 보고 옛날처럼 그렇게 했어. I think though, the dragon should be Xinjiao's. 그거는 용을 먹었는 걸. Maokai is top side. They could try to run and contest it. I don't think they're gonna do that though. Too risky. I think Maokai just gonna go for a safe top side clear.
Wave in the mid, or sorry, in the bottom lane, also in control here for Elk and On.
Unless
it's gonna be a dragon take, and not really much that
Skimon
G2
gonna
can do to
invade.
answer it at
There
the
it
moment.
is.
As you can see, they're fishing for something, like maybe we could take these Raptors away in exchange.
I think they did ping the enemy Raptor, like blue team ping blue Raptors, so they think Xinjiao invaded. Xinjiao's in dragon right now. So.
Skimon's still going to be able to take this away, though. It looks like the top side is just going to get eviscerated here by the tree, as the dragon is going to be taken out here. As some needlework here from Bin as he pulls the great counter strike here from Broken Blade, but he doesn't quite have lethal damage.
Okay.
And so it is just a trade, but it's Bin that holds on to his flash.
Yeah, maybe advantage. Maybe if Skimon was up there with level 6, could have looked for this. They might still want to try to make the play.
They are trying to look for it, but he's gonna. Oh, he stopped the recall. Bin stopped the recall. Oh, that might be a. Okay, that's a TP coming through from Bard. Bard's TP. Padu. I don't know if it can. Okay.
Decent amount of damage on the Broken Blade there as he makes his way. They'll take it. As the teleport pretty not going to get
Or just going to recall them.
I really like how Skimon
무조건 다이브 각이었었겠죠.
he has to cross map
TP
and
coming
he
through
has to
from
go for
Lord.
counter jungling whenever.
However, Ezreal, if you look at both sides, they are looking on Ezreal. 이지를 잘못하다가 진짜가 봐주고 있긴 한데 진짜 is hovering on Ezreal because Bard TP top.
On this top side. Oh, Trishul Barrage actually coming on over there as the headbutt gets Bejuan out. And so not going to be killing the cow. Shout out to Lebrov as well, using the barrel skin, my personal favorite player. So that's pretty cool stuff. A lot of people do really like the cowbell. Don't blame them. But that one
no.
uses every time.
Carry a board though.
As Knight now picks up an
No one's talking about carry a board.
just going to back himself away.
G2
blasting rod.
have a pretty significant gold lead. You know, it's farm leads.
I mean, Barrel skin is actually Leona's skin is
the grubs were picked up.
Probably the more famous one, but
for this Maokai. So Skimon is like, all right, well now you know our top lane has a slight lead in farm.
He does have an Ash skin as well. Remember that?
A ton of value from these grubs when he hits turrets. Broken Blade is going to be a menace in the side, especially if the game state continues the way it is right now. So doesn't have a flash disadvantage at the moment, but.
사실 5분 게임 가면은 BLG가 질 수가 없다고. 그러면 G2도 할 말이 있지 않을까요? 45분 게임. 아지르 후반? Now he missed out of the he missed the Q. Q를 따다다닥 하는데 마지막 Q를 맞췄다면? I mean, he had a flash advantage, so it was solo bolo advantage there.
huge because you know, I already talked about the lead he had in lane. His hold up. Yeah, Emperor's Divide comes out.
Oh, the Nobby missed. Oh, Nobby missed. Oh, BLG just falling apart.
As now On's moved down.
아니, Bard has no ulti. 다들 노공.
And now Beishwan down to about
Beishwan lives.
but he's going to be able to walk his way out. Teleport in from Elk as he gets towards this mid lane, and
I mean, we can rewatch the top side fights. I kind of want to see the top side
This
fights.
is one of the biggest leads that G2's had.
Okay, the Qs are not connecting from the border.
Felt like they were further ahead in game number 1.
Yeah, no, I mean.
그러니까 조심적으로 사는 것도 레전드긴 한데 보시면은 탑에서 구엔이 플래시 뒤로 뺀 거까지는 좋았는데. Let's watch this again. I actually think Gwen should have won this. Just because of flash advantage. Watch this again.
Here initially, but as you mentioned, does have the flash disadvantage. Plays it confidently, goes into the mist here, hits the counter strike. Bin has to stack up his Q here.
Q 썼고, 첫 번째 궁이 못 맞춘 것도 있네요. He did miss the first ult.
Broken Blade's super confident, right? And Bin's like, this is not the situation I want to be in. If he looks for the auto trade, he fails, has to flash away.
No, if that Q hit, I'm pretty sure he kills him.
Yeah, beautifully done.
Very tense moment there because that's the kind of volatility of that matchup where if you don't dodge that
Broken
Q,
Blade.
the kill goes over to Gwen. We're talking about this in a completely
The guy is
different
popping
way.
off, I think.
Exactly right. Sometimes that is just
Broken Blade
how
이거
top lane works. It's about
빈
taking the
상대로
risks and
쏠킬?
seeing what is going to
이거는
pay off. And for BB, it's looking fantastic on this
살짝
Jax. Work is not done yet.
진짜 인센트만 길었어도
especially
저런.
Wolf, we're very good at
I still want to see a good ulti coming through from Bard.
That still win.
On is building what? Mikhail's? Mikhail's is great here. I don't really like Redemption there. There's no point in rushing Redemption this game.
I think Zeus went a little bit too far.
아마 바드가 미카엘 가는 중이죠. 마오카이 궁을 맞아줄 사람이 없어서.
Yeah, he is looking for the angle. The counter strike going to go down as On coming on in with the tempered fate, but isn't going to be able to find BB this time. He does get the meep slap.
Fucking
run. Going to be taken here by BLG as Labrov. Not gonna get the
Okay,
wrap
but
around in time.
Silver was there anyway, Alistair was there. I don't think
they
they should have overdove it anyway.
Quite fancy footwork here
어차피 11을 알리스타 와서
on this Jax.
킬이 아니었을 것 같아.
Handles it like a champ. If he has flash there, he might actually look for the kill. Didn't have it, plays respectfully, and is able to then avoid the follow-up from On. A TP is going to be committed here towards the bottom lane, as they do have that push in the top side. Knight could come over at any moment. This is going to force Broken Blade to go up to the top side. A plate is given over to the Silas here.
BB가 해주나 이거? Broken Blade popping off?
There's that flanking TP
coming through right here? TP's coming through?
Yeah, flying on over. Alright, there's the engage. Skimon down to 50% already.
Oh, On is here! Oh, that is so deep from Maokai. What? Skimon. Oh, the double stun coming through from Bordeaux. But oh well, Beachfront was deep as well, actually. Like Skimon was deep? No, Beachfront deep too. 서로 정글 교환이라서 근데.
Call there from Knight and goes in for the Maokai steal right in the face of a Maokai, so it's just going to be kind of an even exchange.
정글로 둘 다 죽었다. 이러면은 용은 아무도 안 치는 모습. Most people are not gonna risk a dragon try here. Both junglers are dead. So.
Happy with the exchange. The other TP gonna come through here for Labrov as they want to actually
They're
set
looking.
up a dive here onto
They're
Bin
looking.
to give Broken Blade a further
Labrov has
lead in
TP
the
advantage
side
compared to
lane.
the Bardo. Bardo uses top.
Alright, Labrov looking for that angle. X-Flash will be up pretty soon, as we know. And now
On's getting caught. On's getting caught. Mr. Bardo, poking one. No. 아니 바드가 뭐야? Mr. Bardo. No.
That he is allowed to take. That one's back in Seoul, as we can see there. And he's in Riyadh right now.
You're not getting that journey, not today. And just denies him that entry, using the pressure of this Jax in the bottom lane. I mean, the Jax gold lead isn't so massive that he just runs away with the game, but he has 3 grubs, has demolished, got that plate, he's gonna grab another one here, and Broken Blade is just
I think he should have ulted faster.
Side lane, racing now against
just
the
ulted them Alistair faster or something, I don't know.
Dragon is going to go over as well here to G2, and that's the turret.
궁을 그냥 알리스한테 더 빨리 박지.
And that's feats of strength with it. And
알리스 근데 앞플래시로 궁 피하면서 들어올 수 있는데. 플래시로 빼다나? 그러면.
So hard. Well, now Cap's gonna get jumped on here.
Oh wait, Caps? Double stun coming in from the border? Pardon, double stun? Or what? Wait, On is angry. On is angry. 오케이. 오늘은 쏜? 따당. 평타. 아, 저기 사네. 오킹 원! Silver's gonna kill all of you guys. 오, 더블 쏜 again! 따당 한 번 더 맞췄는데. Oh, on flash is out, 10 HP. But I think Broken Blade has flash, so he's gonna kill him. Okay, yeah, Broken Blade got him. Oh, wow. What a cleanup from G2. BLG falling apart. Guana's no TP? 방금 플레이는 initially looks really good, right? 그러니까 아제르를 먼저 잡고 시작해서 너무 좋아 보였는데 그 11을 올 때까지 계속 싸우면 안 됐어 확실히. They should have probably just backed out after they killed Azir there. Yeah, but they kept trying to look for more. And then Silver showed up.
Not gonna feel good about that. Is there's just more
notes
as well. Oh man,
it's been just all the minion wave.
Broken Blade now has he has so much gold, and there's not going to be a great answer to shut him down in this game.
I think Bane just ulted the minion
He's a
wave.
huge
But I might be drunk.
If there's any sort of
I could be drunk, although I am not consuming any alcohol right now.
Like just good
Maybe drunk from copium.
Jax. You're gonna have to send so
Copium
many
or
people.
hopium? I'm not sure.
And G2 better grouped here for this Herald.
He's trying to ult, he tries
Hijack
something,
coming back
Broken
available here,
Blade's
but I just don't
recalling.
think he's gonna have a great target to use it on.
This is going to be a really difficult one for BLG to navigate their
But
way back
why?
into, because right now G2 they have such a great lead, and their composition scales like fine wine, man.
There's no turret here for Ben.
Yeah, he is going to alcove game for a moment. Does get a teleport. And it's going to be Elk coming down to help out.
So 2 summoners burned by Broken Blade just showing up, and because Elk TP's
미드가
away
밀어서
from the mid lane,
근데-
Hansama gets half a turret. Because
Yep.
Silver is going to clear that wave, and this
Silver's
is just
wave clear is
fantastic
so
macro here
broken,
from
guys.
G2.
This Silver is gonna be untouchable. We're gonna be seeing a game 3 coming through, guys. This is looking kind of hard. 여기에서 너무 잘 벌었는데 they went in so well on Azir. Could they have like? I think once Elk like eat in, it's really done. 이제를 앞비전 방금 너무 안 좋았고 여기에서도 그냥 뒤로 가면 되는데 they could just run out with Bard portal, but they can find him for 12.
Yeah, Caps getting closed in on here as the Hex Flash going to get channeled. Emperor's Divide pushes
Pepe is hard looking.
away from the
Oh,
battle.
Caps is getting caught off, or is he?
Gets himself to
I think the Bard is caught off. Bard portaling into the Silver.
And it's Hansama's waiting boomerang to destroy this Bard. A battle on 2 fronts now, though, as the Brov gets
Destroying
a nice
Bard?
pulverize to buy some space. As Caps, he can drive Shelly out of this one if he'd like to. That would look a little bit weird. As Beishuan going in once again, Hansama will get knocked up. And the 3-talon strike working out really well.
What is going on? He's driving away. Come on. Okay, roll. Yeah, you can't really slam it into the tower there, because then he's just gonna fall out and then he's gonna die right after. 이러면은 미드를 밀 것 같아요. They actually get this because TP's not gonna be on time. 와, 근데 이번 판 잭스 진짜 너무 잘 성장해서 Jax super fans. I think maybe Knight can attempt to carry this, but it's looking kind of tough.
Really greedy on the side of G2. Skewmon can ult from super far away to buy some space on the Brav is the bodyguard man I'd want to hire.
Caps repositioned himself really well. Elk ult completely missed. 원슈를 TP 아니 관문을 왜 그쪽으로 타냐고 그걸 이제 쪽으로 타가지고 이제랑 그냥 합류를 하지 다드야. 관문 방향 저거 실화임? 좀 아쉽다요. The portal, okay, the portal direction is just so off because you should have portaled like towards your Ezreal. So if they do attempt to take your portal, then Ezreal's just gonna wipe them. 부왕 무슨 일이냐고? 지금 빈 선수 상대로 1대1 해가지고 1대1 솔킬 장면이 나왔고요.
To get BLG back into this game. But it is certainly a big win as the 2-item spike
BB
for
고점은
Elk
빈
is
상대로
nearly
탑 차이 내기.
online. Just a few more Qs to hit to stack that tier. G2 prio on this dragon.
Yep. It is an Ocean Soul, so not exactly.
Yeah, Azir is definitely a late game champion now, 100%.
It does mean that the rift is very pretty.
Caps with
Early
TP
game is definitely on the weak
pushing this turret
side.
in the top lane. All G2
Doesn't
need
bully
to
hard
do
as well.
is to buy time here for this Azir to pick up a turret and TP into the fight.
Oh, Mr. Bordeaux completely missing the flash Q. 아니 Q4를 못 맞추고 궁도 못 맞추고 왜 못 써? What are you doing, Mr. Bordeaux?
Caps gets that turret. Now he's going to
How'd
push.
Okay,
And
well,
BLG have to make some tough calls.
that Bordeaux's terrible. Wait, oh, I'm just gonna walk out. But that was killed by the was such a terrible play from Bard. 바드 거의 트롤인데 이거는. 근데 여기서 마오카이가 왜 죽는 건데?
I mean, that's not what they want. They don't end up though TPing Caps in, and he's gonna get a second turret there in the top side.
Is the Bardock kind of trolling? Wait, Handsome is trolling it as well? Oh my gosh, Elk doesn't flashback, doesn't want to commit. 앞플래시 할 수 있긴 한데 이들을 플래시 안 막네. 앞플래시 평타할 만하긴 했거든 방금. He could have auto attack, flash auto attack and killed the Silver. But then he would have died to the Jax.
Utilization of the fact that they had the man advantage, and I hope that top inner turret was worth it here, G2.
Yeah, it was definitely a.
I don't even know how G2 is losing. Like this Bard is completely ending it.
To TP Caps in and try to turn the fight.
뭔가
How scrappy it is, and
아니 골드레이드도 지금 거의 3,000골드, 3,500.
All the
정도 차이 나고
CC
있는데.
that BLG have, they
What is
decided
going
to just
on?
kind of kite it back. Everyone's super low health and say, Caps, I mean, get that turret as fast as you can because things are going to hell down here on the bottom side of the map. It is a dragon that goes over to BLG. I think the thought process behind this, though, utilizing the fact that, as you pointed out very wisely, it's an ocean soul. This dragon itself isn't that valuable, but an inner turret and all the scaling damage that's going to come with this Azir that's now massively ahead is definitely the right idea, I think, with this. Got a little bit dicey for a moment there, but I still favor G2's position as the dust settles here.
Yeah, and I think that I was doing the play-by-play thing where I'm like looking at what's on the screen, and that didn't look good for G2, but I wasn't factoring in that they were out of a pigeon.
And look at how much time they could buy. I mean, they've just shown it in so many of these fights and skirmishes, right? It's
like, look at the bar.
Counter-strike. You have the ult here to come through. Yes,
and he kills
Gwyn is
himself.
immune, not gonna
Okay.
kill her, but they pull everyone off the dragon.
Skewon is like, okay.
That's the first turret that goes
Skewon
down.
is just emoting.
BLG are like,
이모티콘 너무 일찍 사용했다? 나는 completely trolled it here!
Knight's ultimate
뭐하냐고! 바드야!
it's hard to now punish.
And then Jax just took the portal for some reason.
Push on to Skewon. He has to
And Skewon just runs in as
here.
well.
It's not ideal, but they know that
What do you
every second they can
mean?
buy
마오카이
here,
왜 죽었냐고!
the turret goes down top side, right? Caps is getting value. It's tough, like I said, for him to
What is the
TP
portal? I
in.
don't
Skewon's
even
not
know.
happy with dying there. I think he wanted to buy time and then get out, and Caps gets the turret, but at the end of the day, this Azir is a menace, right? This Azir is huge.
And you can see that 0 on the damage graph. That's not because he was there and not doing anything. It's because he wasn't there. And he was doing stuff in the top lane. As the Otacon, now a consideration here for G2. I feel like Otacon, like teams learned that this is like a thing that we should probably not throw our lives away for. But in this tournament, we are throwing our lives away for it again. As instead...
Okay, there it is! Hanzama, no spell shield! Okay, Bard is dead.
Oh my goodness, that was not the magical journey that On was looking for. And Hansama with the on the hunt is now just going to back his way out.
Where did my board go? 다들 어디 갔어? Does anybody see the board? Okay, they're flashing on base 1. They're flashing on base 1. Base 1 just dead. Oh my, we're going game 3. Cue the silver scrapes. Oh, Ben lives! How? Live steal is kind of crazy on the earthy. Okay, Elk is running. Oh, is he? Okay, well, if only that Q hit. These Ezreal skirmishes are not connected.
To this Otacon, but with everyone else having to back away,
TP 오늘 잘한다고. 와, 네, 근데 they're actually not gonna force it. Bard does have smite. 1200 smite? 또 바드 같은 본프츠 스마가 1200짜리입니다, 여러분. 함부로 아타칸 해당하는 바드가 그냥 튀라고 도망갈 수 있거든.
Hansama just eats it and says, okay, cool, and they continue to push. And it's a very scrappy fight, using the pressure of this Otacon to pull BLG
Even
into
Otacon's
a really
sitting there like, what the fuck is going on?
position.
Yep.
And you can see they're like, okay, not on Otacon, but we don't have any vision. Then Broken Blade shows himself here. And this is a really uncomfortable position for BLG.
I mean, they're hard engaging, so then On hits is a really nice stun, but LeBron flashing in, Bard tries to ulti. He's trying to help his team, but he should help himself, huh?
G2 are chasing there. I think it buys enough time for them to actually potentially look for a turn in a fight, but he just tosses it into a spell shield instead. That's a big tool gone. And then the follow-up here, once Cap shows up, is like, it's a Sivir.
Really crazy plays from LeBron, honestly. Alistair가 되게 잘했다.
Despite some of these low health bars here.
Alistair's literally, like, look at Ben living here.
He is a monster.
I think if Skewon queued the right direction, I think
very willing to put himself in
that was going to be a kill onto Mr. Ben.
I mean, BB is this whole team right now. He is absolutely monstrous. And we'll be able to sit in side lanes and make stuff happen. You can see moving down towards this bottom side, and the Otacon is still in the eyes of G2.
아지르도 지금 템 좀 나오고 있습니다. Azir does have 2.5 items right now. It's happening.
It is a big deal.
Maokai building Blood Letter, really helpful for Azir to do more damage.
Like 3-1 and 6. at this point as
Full
well.
AP Maokai.
It's a very big Siva, but not quite as big as this massive Jax in the top lane. You got some items coming in for Caps as well, who, as you can see, is
용 다 주고
50 CS in
버틴다.
the lead because he's just been side laning relentlessly in this game.
뭔가 저도 될 것 같기도 하고 지금 용 2개 챙겨놓은 상태 BLG도 급한 건 아니죠. I think BLG should just give the dragon. Like I don't think they have to be so impatient here.
It feels like the hourglass has already run out of sand. You really need a big combo here. You need a cool flank angle or an overextension.
Okay, I just looked up Bard's KDA.
And you know, is kind of the story that we laid out at the very beginning of this draft is that top lane matchup. Who gets the lead? Who pulls them around the map?
Why is Bard 0-5?
Threat, I think, was something that maybe BLG wasn't necessarily as prepared to deal with, and going to see an attempted steal here. It's very early, unfortunately, for Elk, though. This is going to be the second dragon of the game here for G2. Again, not a consequential dragon by any means.
왜
We have so much map control. These side laners just go straight back to it.
Yep. Cap's going to get down towards the bottom lane this time. There is an inner turret still there, so
a little bit of an inti coming on from the border.
Any space, but this is exactly
카일 선수 바드 대박이었는데 이거.
is going to be the next thing they're fighting for.
We saw Kyle pop off on Bard earlier.
Pretty good for G2. Luckily, though, for BLG, they have that.
It's not really happening for On right now.
So they're not going to fall for any traps or anything like that, but.
바드 문제는 바드 문제가 아니긴 한데 바드도 좀 아쉬운 거 맞죠? 지금까지 궁극기가 좋은 궁극기가 한 번도 안 일어나서 바드는 궁이 진짜 중요한 챔프. 궁을 정말 잘 맞춰야 돼.
Yeah, and this is where things get desperate for BLG with very limited vision.
There's also full AP Maokai as well.
BLG's two best players are the largest deficit. Yeah, Caps is completely gapping the ninth right now. 2K and 2K Fremo Bin.
Maokai is a bit of a new one for me. This one's
getting gapped by Broken Blade. BB.
In LCK, we sometimes see the Leandries and then into tank.
I think you just want to farm it. You just want to sit back and farm. Like Knight is level 16 right now. 나이트 선수 근데 16렙 찍어서 골드 차이 나도.
But in some of these scenarios, I mean, we saw the sapling kill
I think they might just give the obstacle. Never mind.
Man, I'm into it.
It helps you rush down.
3 items. 라바도 셋캅 컴플리트다는 아직은 지금 라바도 나와가지고 괴물 그 자체.
With control vision on the Baron, they can't even try to like cross map Baron. They
Gonna be
can't,
level
they
16
can't
after
deal
this.
with the Broken Blade side laning in the top side of the map. They just kind of have to sit back and lose a critical objective. There is no winning play here. And I think BLG are realizing, hey, if we make the Hail Mary here and fail, the game is just straight up over, so let's look for something else.
Yep, and maybe, just maybe, there's no beating G2 5 times in a row.
Yeah, perhaps.
I think BLG has no way to come back from this, guys.
Oh, we had someone to pull us a little secret.
Yeah, he may have broken his arm guard.
Yeah.
He didn't buy it from Boris, and it was pre-broken.
Wait.
Sometimes, you know, you like.
Yeah, the arm guard bug hasn't been fixed.
Something happened in transit. So we can just say, we know he's make up a story and say like, yeah, he just got a faulty one.
He's known to collect broken blades, not usually the arm guards.
Oh, they're committing here, then do Baron. 바로 나가는데 그렇게 하면.
He was just giving BLG a chance.
정글이 바텀을 가면 안 됩니다.
It's a huge loss. Like it's a very expensive item that is about its active more than
contest the Baron smite.
Exactly, but guess what?
On does have smite though. Never mind.
He's gonna have his Zonias and not care. And that's already happened. Maybe he
one good Bard ulti and one good fight. Maybe it's winnable, guys.
Trying to see whether his arm guard
Come on,
flexes, and it doesn't. It just
show me the Bard. I believe your Bard is not that bad. 근데 온 선수가 그래도 APL 서폿 중에서 바드 되게 잘 치는데. 카일 선수 빼고는 당연히. He's a pretty good Bard. He's just not having a good game right now. Happens.
Look at this map control here for G2. They have so much vision.
I still remember JDG on just popping off with the Bard ulti in the finals.
Is going to be a desperation move here for BLG.
Broken Blade
on the flank.
Oh,
find the angle though.
blood song.
Broken Blade in a lot of trouble. The flash over from Bin as they are getting into the.
Gwen is immune. Gwen is immune. Gwen is immune. Gwen is immune.
As well as On just flashes into point-blank range of Caps and Hansama.
What just happened, guys? 아니 게이득 봤는데 이거를 개선을 번다고? It was such a good start. They don't have to overchase on the Jax, and then he's flashing over on the Jax.
Happened at MSI and at least strike back here in this second game. We're going the distance tonight. It feels like as Bejuan looks for a desperation steal, but he's zoned away and he is going to die as well.
We're going game 3.
Yep, there is the Baron
Bow,
secured.
bow,
They'll take Beishuan as well.
bow,
As the Boomerang
bow.
Blade comes on through, Labrov with his Pulverize.
Bow,
Gonna hold him
bow,
in
bow.
place.
I just can't see any way for a comeback to happen now for the side of BLG. TP here for Broken
Okay,
Blade
Caps.
into the side as
Okay,
Elk just straight up be
Caps.
The flash forward into a cosmic finding. And then Caps dies. That's right, Caps just might straight up be
Okay.
dead.
I mean, a little bit of an anything going on. A little bit of a throwing.
He's gonna two-shot the turret.
Okay, Bard finally had like 2 positive plays, not too bad.
Yeah,
Nice.
there's been a lot of things that were just taken away from us there in that last couple of moments.
That was kind of like I was rushing the call a little bit, you know, but
Uh-oh.
I thought both of those things were gonna happen.
Well, at least
Hey, what if you W on a target that's recalling just before it recalls? Do you follow the target all the way back to base? Makai W? Asking for a friend. I know that happens for Akali. Akali E.
Finn is just going to get dove on by this big
wow.
old Jax.
No ult on Bin.
Not going to really be doing anything
Oh,
at
Bin
all.
is getting
As he
absolutely
parks himself back in
dismantled
lane
this game.
once again. You got a tree.
That's gonna be
Xena
third dragon going
taking
over to
down this
G2.
dragon.
Game isn't over yet,
Now
but
Broken Blade
I
moving
mean,
on over to try and get this last auto
it's
attack.
8k
There it
gold
is,
lead.
moving in
It's
as well to
virtually
try
over,
and protect
guys.
Finn, but they are just bleeding objectives all over the place as BLG.
I mean, Caps is a death cap. He's almost got his Void Staff. He's just heading straight back to mid lane. Broken Blade walks at 4 people and says, "What are you gonna do?" As the rest of G2
it stops at some point. There's a set distance, I believe, from Makai. Okay, that makes sense.
And G2, it feels like at this point,
I know Makai W follows Bard through the portal though, so it's like
Hansama on this saver. They've got Caps set up to even potentially
you can
put up
bring
a
the
Sundisk
Makai
turret
into
here
his
for
tower and kill
safety.
him.
And it's just a matter of time before this base gets broken open.
Yeah, Labrov on a great flank angle, but
Oh, wow,
there's
they're
an actual
actually
journey to
flanking
try and
on him.
catch him out. He does have an unbreakable will, but he
and
decides
there?
he's just not going to use it. May have needed to almost, as Elk with another couple of Mystic shots would have killed him, but they didn't quite have that. As
Oh, there it is! Bardo! Double stun? Oh, but Knight is going in. Knight is alert. Knight is dead. Oh, goodbye, Bordeaux. 다들 킬됐어요. 아니, 만화처럼 감사합니다. 감사합니다요. Thank you.
Here in game 2 and look
Thank you.
to bring us to a third game once again here in our first day of knockouts at the EWC.
And this is just a dominant performance here from G2. Had some pretty big leads in
Man,
game
these
1,
Bard
but this
games are
was
making me
something
mold, man.
different. This is very different from the victory we saw from this team at MSI just a week ago. And they're bringing us to 3, the full distance here. And the Maokai first pick absolutely worked out. And I think eyes bigger than their stomach for so many of those fights for BLG where they had a man advantage but underestimated how much time the Alistair ultimate,
바드 때문에 이게 상경기가
rotation over, Cap side laning.
아니 근데 아니 바드 아까 카일 선수가 했을 때는 너무 좋아 보였는데 갑자기 이거
They played through and the G2 fans praying and hoping here to win this.
I mean, it looked really, Bard looked so broken when Kyle was playing it, but I think I'll need to go practice Bodo again or what? I mean, this result was like decent, but too little, too late. Too little, too late.
That is going to be the biggest deal moving
솔직히 근데 탑에서도 차이가 많이 나서 이건 바드만 타기에는
in a row in the last couple of weeks, right? And G2 going to buck that trend and look to see whether they can take another one.
A big win here for G2.
브로큰 블레이드 이거 오늘 뭐 무슨 날인가 이거? I mean, 브로큰 블레이드 completely outbid. I'm not gonna lie. From 1v1 lane phase all the way.
32.5-minute game just really tells the story of how much impact this Jax
국제 바드 변호사인가요?
Exactly right, but there is still
Cut.
one more game to go.
Professional lawyer, full-time lawyer for the border. To be fair, yeah, there was a little bit of a gap going through all across, I think. G2 is such a different team when they play Maokai, in my opinion. When they play Maokai, they look so much stronger. 뭔가 G2는 마오카이를 주면 안 되는 팀인 것 같아요. 스큐몬드 선수가 마오카이 했을 때 승률이 장난 아니거든. Skewmon is like a Maokai one trick at this point, like his crazy win rate on Maokai. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break as well, so make sure you guys are also hydrated. 다들 그 물이나 이제 스트레칭 이런 거 하시고요. 저도 잠시 휴식하고 오도록 하겠습니다. Please take a break. Please guys, go stretch during the ad break. I'll be back as well. BRB.
If I could remove one champion from league, it would be Timo.
Zoe. Every time I invade into this champion, Vavel comes, I die strong. Zoe.
之前的话，我觉得像三所英雄应该是萨米拉吧，因为我觉得他有点做坏了的那种感觉。然后我觉得这版本的话，我觉得都做得蛮平衡的，就没有想特别三所英雄。
If I could remove one champion, I'd probably remove Yumi. I actually really liked it when I played AD carry, so she's fun to play with, I think. But I think playing against it is not always that fun.
I would snipe Yumi on the spot, no mercy. I absolutely love playing with Yumi. It's fantastic. Gives me warm and fuzzy feelings inside when I get the buffs. But by God, when I have to kill something that has that cat on it, I hate my life.
Yumi. Tại vì Yumi là một vị tướng mà có lối chơi rất là lạ, nên là cũng chỉ theo phong trào thôi. Tại vì mình thấy rất là nhiều người muốn remove Yumi, là mình cũng tương tự.
I don't wanna say Yumi. That's what everyone says. I'm not sure. I have to go with Yumi. It's just unfun, unskilled. Like she just does nothing.
如果我要删掉一个英雄的话，我选择 Briar 吧，因为我都还没玩过的英雄。
Probably be Sona, because just in solo queue I get so many Sona supports, especially in NA and EU. I feel like in the West they like playing it a lot and it doesn't really do anything, so probably Sona.
I would remove Sona from the game, so it's not on my team anymore. No one wants blind pick Sona on their team. The chance you get piked or blitzcranked is too high.
탈리아로 하겠습니다. 왜냐면은 항상 대회 자주 나오는데 탑 챔피언 상대로 거의 좋아가지고 좀 까다로운 것 같습니다.
Would be King, especially Blue King, because it ruins your solo queue. The guy just picks King, doesn't even know how to play jungle, like farms everyone around the map, just keep flying. I hate this too.
카밀이란 챔피언을 삭제하고 싶습니다. 왜냐면 원딜 입장에서는 좀 불합리한 스킬셋을 가지고 있다 생각해서
删除他排这种影响吧，因为觉得大招是全部的一下帮灭死，就玩的比较累一点。
I would remove Garen. He has no mana, he has infinite HP with his regen, so he doesn't really have to recall that often. He has so much tenacity and damage resist built into his kit. He's not fun to play with, and he's not fun to play against, because his kit's just a little too linear, so I don't like the design.
딱히 뭐 삭제시키고 싶은 생각 없습니다.
And G2 battle back. They give something for the fans to cheer about in the stadium. They got loud, and rightfully so. Europe one win away from making it back to the semifinals of an international event. And you can see how much it means to them inside the STC arena. It was rocking. 1-1 is your score. Thank you. All right.
Okay, we're in, guys. Game 3, lock in, guys.
And we've got one more game left.
Faker says, "Let me play them all." Wait, what happened?
Possible games, and one more to decide the semifinals.
Did I miss out on the goat?
Medios and Finn, and just like that, which one were you, Finn?
다른 방송 얘기는 안 해주시길 바랍니다. Thank you very much. 매너 채팅 부탁드려요. Welcome back. Thank you, Sketch. Thank you.
Honestly, if you asked me which team is
Okay, let me
better today, I would say it's G2.
adjust my mic real quick. One sec.
I feel like both game 1 and game 2 they kind of had like control for the majority of the
They were
game.
asking pros what
And in
champion
general,
they
they've
was
been
removed from the
smarter
game.
macros, they're been getting called less, and their team
Oh.
fights have been more solid.
And Faker said no one?
It feels like G2 versus Knight
Camille,
right now.
TF, Garen,
I
and
think Knight
all.
is the only person
And Faker said
showing
no
up
one.
for BLG right now. And even game 1, his Oriana steal.
Faker should have said
QW on
Yumi.
Baron is
Hello?
pretty much the entire reason why they were in it.
Yumi.
So I definitely feel
Delete
for him.
the champion.
It's been really tough. Yeah, BLG in game 2 was very surprising to me. Oh, maybe not, because they are really inconsistent. But anywhere from their draft prep, I think it was really strange to give Scuman Maokai. Like we were saying beforehand, you know, what does GT want?
Scuman
They
is a
want
Maokai
one
one
this
trick,
year,
honestly,
and
at
they
this
got
point.
him. And it's one thing
마오카이는
if you
진짜
give them-
너무
'cause, you know, you gotta give them something,
G2가 만약에
but
올라온다면
they banned out, I think,
무조건 밴을
Pantheon
해야 될
and
듯 합니다.
Vi
마오카이.
to give Maokai. It's like they probably would have taken Maokai even if those other champs were open. So why did you ban them? You could have done better bans. So that was really shocking to me. I think the bot lane as well for G2 is performing way better. It definitely had an off game. Oh, no, absolutely, this Bard was a little bit reportable. So yeah, you know.
Meteos is trying his best not to flame the Bard. Okay, but like for real though, On was kind of like running it on this part. 온 선수가 그냥 관문부터 해가지고 궁부터 해가지고 와 정말 안 좋은 바드판이었죠. 아쉬운 부분이
I
많았고.
mean, you know, it makes kind of sense on paper.
Didn't collect
because
any
you
Bard ult
obviously- I
until
mean,
like
in
maybe 30
LPL,
minutes
they
into
don't
the
really
game.
care about
Before the
Maokai
game
as much
ended,
as
he
we
finally
love
landed
it in
one.
Europe. Like in Europe,
Too little,
Maokai is
too late.
pick and ban. You should ban on red side every single game. This is our main jungle, and this is what is being traded back and forth. But meanwhile in LPL, they really lean towards
Bard
the
is such a
skirmish heavy
difficult
jungler,
champion, I think.
And of course, the Gwen.
Wait, did they
So
add a timer? I think this is new, no? They added a timer.
We don't really value highly, and we get Gwen.
근데 타이머 이거 처음 보는 것 같기도 하고. I don't think we had a timer before, so I'm just like, huh?
But I feel like maybe they didn't have the correct
Or maybe I
read,
was like,
or,
didn't notice
maybe
it?
Europe is better
That was there
than
before.
we
I
do.
mean, it
don't
wasn't
know,
there
but
yesterday
in
though.
general, I
어제.
really felt like it
어제는
ended
없었어.
up being
타이머
very
어제
favorable
없었어.
for G2 because they got everything they wanted.
It's been there yesterday too.
Look at our first
이-
highlight
어저께
here
진짜
because
없었습니다.
when Ben
진짜.
made it onto the
It
international
wasn't there
stage,
before
he was
yesterday,
known
guys.
as one of the
It might have
best
been here today.
Jaxes in the world.
But not
But let's
yesterday.
not forget
We were
Broken
just
Blade,
waiting
where he's
without
able to
knowing when
turn
it's
it
gonna
around
start.
and remind him, I was pretty good at that jab too.
Yeah, I mean this
That
is
he's
the issue.
cursing
When
it?
you
I
have
don't
the
know.
prior pick in your mind, which is the Gwen.
Guys, I
and you get
don't
this
have
countered,
supernatural powers.
no fight, solo kill,
I'm
and
just
get
in my room
completely
yapping.
put down like this. That is an issue. I felt like Ben had no
Oh,
presence this game
man.
at all, and Broken Blade was just everywhere in every fight, jumping in, diving, doing so much for
What a
G2,
redemption
and really
arc.
spearheading this
Going
victory.
from completely
Yeah,
running it at
absolutely amazing game
MSI,
from Broken Blade.
um,
Definitely silencing the haters
and
and
now
doubters because
he's back.
this is one of the highest skill matchups there is in top lane right now.
홀
Jax
모리.
versus Gwyn, we see it all the time.
온 한 명의 잠못은 아니었다 생각한 맞아. 이 탑에서부터 이미 차이가 벌어지기 시작했죠.
And every trade can be the difference between winning and losing the lane. And you saw there, he got the solo kill on the Gwyn, which is massive, and he just
We have
was
to
able
estimate
run
how
with
many
the game.
minutes we have
And he
left.
did
Yeah,
it with that
100%.
step back on the last couple of snips.
We
So
just
an
have to wait like
understanding of what was going on there, and
like
a
10
very
minute, 50
needed
minute, we don't know.
outplay for G2 and Broken
There it
Blade.
is, timer's
As we take a
gone
look at
now.
our second
Time
highlight here in the
없잖아.
mid lane, it was
Wait, the
a
timer
zero,
just went.
hit
Timer,
away
where
to
did the timer
G2.
go?
Yeah, this is kind of what I
Time
highlighted
없어졌잖아.
when I said that G2 is actually playing the map way smarter. Caps has gotten the tier 1 already, and they are the one engaging this fight.
I think having a
Kinda
timer
like daring BLG to commit to this team fight.
would be really nice for the viewer, 100%. But if you're not gonna be able to
G2 is like showing that they
No.
kind of want to fight,
Get
but
the
they
next
kinda
game
want to get out. Meanwhile, Caps is getting so much
on
gold
time.
on the top side and gets
According to
so
the timer.
accelerated.
Just
I
rough,
think
I
it
think.
shows up
Oh, there
with
it
like
is, it's
a
back.
1.5k
다시
gold
왔다요. We're back.
1.5k gold influx at least after that play.
I mean, I do want them to keep the timer. It's
of
nice.
the aggression against BLG, knowing that BLG is decisive. They like to
Maybe can you
fight.
drive to A1 Studios and
this
tell
is the
them I said to
G2
make
that so
solo
many
leveling?
people have gotten
Why are we
used to
talking
and
about
wanted to see,
A1
and then
Studio and
finally
solo leveling in
over
the chat, my
over
guy?
by Baron,
Hello?
it was the decisive fight here.
Yeah, I mean it is just. I mean it looks like
it was such a good start.
여기서
여기서 그냥 잭스 키 빼놓은 걸로요.
And he buys so much time
I
and
mean,
allows all
I
his
don't
team to
know,
come and help. He
man.
has the Thunder Sky procs and then
저기서
goes
구엔이
out
좀
the
천천히
way.
하지.
And now
좋았는데.
BLG committed
I
so
mean, they
deep
straight
for
up
the
like
kill
didn't even
there,
commit
but they're
anything
kinda
and chunked the
left
jacks for
standing
free.
here, completely clueless of what's going on, and it's just an easy cleanup for G2.
굳이
with that
급하게
full
할
lead
필요가
that they had
있었나라는
accumulated
아쉬운
from previous
생각.
plays.
I like
존냐가
LeBron just
있었는데
keeping
존냐
Ben
이거
in the
못 잡는
Baron
것
pit
같아.
and letting him get killed by Baron. That's a rough way to go.
Yeah, Alistair and
Okay, blue
Baron
side's
on,
BLG though.
against him
I
right there.
think
Also,
BLG
great wall by
on blue
Caps
side is very
to
scary.
block off the rest of the team from going in, so it turned into a de facto 2v4 for the rest of that one. G2 with that victory, they get one more notch on up.
Honestly,
head-to-head
first
against
pick Lucian
BLG.
on
We
blue
touched on
side.
it earlier, one of the big talking points.
루시안
These two
선픽
teams
어떤가?
seem to constantly find each other
Head-to-head.
in international events. It was like the grown herd round the world when they got drawn against each
G2
other.
has not beat
as it was
BLG.
2-1, and
So if they
every
win
single
here,
time it
it's
has
going
gone
to
the
be
way
a new
of
record.
BLG, but G2 now on the cusp of flipping it on their head.
I think
한
this is
번도 못
looking real good
이겨봤네.
for G2. Like we mentioned, in the first 8 games, they've been outperforming, I would say, on average, even though they dropped game 1. I think it's looking really good for G2, and I think BLG is really going to have to figure out something going into this final game because, to me, the jungle and bot lane for G2 have been performing much better. I think that on game 1, putting Beishuan on something like Nocturne was a really good idea because he's able to just have so much pressure from his ulti alone.
Because I got an
but
ad for the solo
when he was
leveling
on the
game,
Xin
Kappa?
Zhao, I
Okay.
didn't really feel any pressure from him,
Okay.
especially like one thing to me that stood out a lot was that BLG went for the normal invade
Chooses
bot side
blue, of
on
course.
red. You split the map and then you can pressure the dive on bot lane, but they didn't really execute it that well. They weren't able to deny any XP from the bot lane. They were able to get level 2, and then Xin Zhao used his smite, so he wasn't even able to secure Krugs and get level 3. So G2 just handled that pressure really well and didn't fall behind at all, which in most cases that can be a super
I
terrible
think
early
BLG
game
might
if
actually
you're
lose
bot.
here,
So
guys.
I
What are the
think, maybe
chances?
some misexecution by
BLG가
but
여기서
also
질
good
수도
response by
있다는
G2.
생각이 또
Yeah, I
드는걸?
mean, it seems kind of similar to what Whippo was
와,
talking
첫판
about with
그냥
Inspired when they
G2가 안 던졌으면
plan
그냥
up to a certain
이겼다.
point and then
If
handle the
G2 didn't
pressure
throw
and
game
then allow
1,
their
they would already
playmakers
be
to make
2-0
play.
on
Finn,
BLG.
1 more minute left. Final thoughts before we go to this decisive game number 3.
My mind's just like last game. It's like I'm thinking about draft, right? Because I feel like G2 is kind of, they have chosen, they are on red side, right? Because BLG shows blue side, and they have so many bans that are locked. I'm thinking you're probably banning the Pantheon, you're probably banning the Varus, and I think they might ban Aurora as well. And I feel like that gives BLG kind of a big avenue to
You have
work
to ban
with
Aurora
because there's
here.
so many champions that almost are guaranteed to be taken out that they can kind of do whatever they want.
오로라
And
이
kind of
티어가
find
엄청
any
올라갔다.
kind of advantage in
3경기.
Medios,
3세트.
do they get over the hump?
I'm gonna say G2 for this
처음
one.
아는데 아유 감사합니다.
I don't
Thank you.
know. I don't think BLG is playing that great,
어서오세요.
and I think G2 is playing really well. So yeah,
Flybaning
I think
G2
they're
I'll
gonna
have
take it.
a
We saw
hope
the
on your
graphic
on.
on the screen earlier. The last 4 meetings have gone the way of BLG. G2 looked better in game 1, did not close it out. They were dominant in game 2. Will they be able to do it
I mean,
for all of EU? Let's find out. Game 3 as we send it to the
G2 already beat Fly guys yesterday. I don't know if you
Thank
guys were
very
there.
much,
for that.
gentlemen. You can understand why Finn was absolutely elated. G2
Oh,
finally
man.
picking up
BLG
a victory
players.
against BLG here in 2025. Finn
Been
struggling to
nervous?
put on his headset just a little bit here,
Okay.
but also struggled a little bit towards the top side of the map, up against Broken Blade.
Yeah, there were a lot of resources given.
Caps is
to get that
smiling.
Jax
Caps is
ahead.
smiling.
He ran away with the lead. They had triple grubs.
캡스
The
선수
side lane
뭔가
pressure
표정
would be
좋은데?
zero wall sweat, triple grubs.
Broken
It was
Blade
just
is smiling
knocking. It was just a
too.
good macro game from
BB.
G2.
EB
But now
smiling.
they're not going to have that blue side. This time BLG
Okay.
will have side
Bin
selection.
is angry though.
We'll see how that impacts this
Angry
draft.
Bin is unleashed,
And what
guys. It's
Broken
over.
Blade gets his hands on here for
Back
game
it up.
3.
Exactly right. I'm also going to be glued to what Scumon's going to be able to
앵그리
play
빈이
as well, because
나오거든요, 이거.
Maokai looked great in game
아니,
number 2.
커피.
We know that is an EU
Look at all these
favorite.
cups of coffee
Not
there. Look at
necessarily
that.
something that we in the East put as much priority on. And so we'll see whether Big Way and Easy Hoon are going to have a little bit of surprise in the jungle maybe.
No,
to get
if
Beige
BLG
One
loses
that,
here, I'm afraid for
here in
BLG
game number 2, because I 100% agree
and
with Finn. I think that
LPL
Knight has had
fans.
and with Meteos as well, that Knight has had a good
They're
day
ruthless.
today.
LPL
The rest
fans,
of the
just like
team
LCK fans,
have been
standards
there
are very
as
high.
well.
It's
We need
been-
We
to
expect
step
the
up a little bit
teams,
more.
our
For me, I'm
teams,
most
we expect our
concerned with
LCK
On's
teams to win.
performance. We've this really seen some
off.
big misses. Yeah, some off.
뭔가 LCK도 그렇고 LPL도 그렇고 본인 자부심이 있기 때문에 이게
This is partially why
기대하는 바가 높은 것 같아요. Expectation bar very high for both regions. So when we don't, make it to higher stages, higher parts of the tournament, we are disappointed. A lot of people are disappointed.
In this really important knockout match here at EWC 2025. So let's see what happens as we move into game 3.
아니 북미가 아니라고 이유라고 유럽이라고.
And so now we'll just have to see
It's Europe.
what is going to happen here as we move into the third game, and we'll do our very best to get there as soon as possible.
근데 여러분 여기에서 올라가는 팀이 젠지를 상대하는 것 자체가
of the day here on this Thursday.
I mean, whoever wins here is gonna play into Genji anyway, so.
There are tons of fans outside around the boulevard watching multiple
I don't
esports
know, man.
going on.
Genji's gonna make it to finals.
Celebration of esports across multiple
일단 젠지 결승 축하드리고요. 결승은 지추랑. 아니 지트랑 BLG 이거 젠지 상대로 괜찮겠냐고 이렇게 하는데 플레이를.
In the latter half and postmodern LPL, the most
Genji's like the final boss now. They're scary as hell.
Events. Not to mention one of the biggest brands as well. So very, very important stuff.
Labrov, lock in.
G2 with many teams across
Labrov is actually gapping on today. I believe he can win. It's happening.
You'd have to expect that they're feeling pretty good.
젠지가 질 것 같은 기름이 그려지지가 않는다. 맞아요.
We have to remember as well.
결승에서 그나마 T1 AL 이 정도 막을 수 있을 것 같아요.
That's right.
If you are going to be the
T1이나
champion
AL.
here at EWC. So
Hi, what's up? Hi.
you have to find
What's
one
up?
of those avenues in,
Really?
see whether it is going to be BLG
Really?
or G2, or whether one of these teams, well, which one of these teams is going to be going home.
One of these
Just don't end, please. Yeah, just don't end.
Further step forward to
hit your skill shots. Dodge the enemy skill shots.
Away from potentially making that grand
Destroy the
finals and
enemy
taking it
nexus.
all.
Sounds about
There
right.
is so much on the line in terms of prize money. Every single step up you can take. Winning this third game is a massive jump in prize money. So it's tense, and heading into a game like this, trying to keep your head in the game, trying to really stay focused.
Oh, Beitron is looking stressed. He needs to calm down. I think he needs to just lock in. I think Beitron needs to lock in.
BLG
if he wants BLG to win.
having pick priority on blue side. I'm really curious to see
베이천 선수 뭔가 마지막 판 보여주나 이거? On is smiling though. On is smiling. That's good. Broken Blade is locked in.
To see both of them once again taken away. The Varus, another question mark that's been banned consistently in games 1 and 2.
다들 이게 사우디라서 날씨가 건조하기 때문에 아까는 안약 같은 것도 넣고 하더라고요. 데카 선수가 그런 게 있는 것 같아요. 날씨가 좀 건조하는 거. 사막이니까.
Why are you banning them if the Maokai is up? Well, yeah, the Maokai isn't up anymore, so they're going to require those to be taken away. And I think
we're loading in, guys. I mean, not loading in. We need to see Champs League. Hello?
Possibly the final
What are we waiting for?
BLG or for G2.
Draft waiting room.
Going to be getting our players in and getting things underway.
It's so tense here. You can really feel it. You can see it on the players' faces. It's a massive G2 crowd here that have traveled all the way to Riyadh to support this roster. That it's such a
I mean, are they like traveling here, or were they already here?
Yeah.
Now trying to
I'm
get that
curious.
revenge and be the ones to conquer, the ones to walk
I mean, I guess
away.
Middle East is Saudi Arabia is kind of close to EU though.
Albeit a little bit less dominantly than what we saw at MSI, but to take it twice and to advance forward here.
Not too far away.
It's time for the draft.
Yep.
There it is. We're starting.
And the Galio, Annie, and the Wukong all taken away here by BLG. Definitely a big change-up.
Yeah, and
Annie,
Poppy
Wukong.
Varus, meaning that one of the Vi or the Pantheon, or potentially both, I think likely both, will make it through the draft here.
No way. Z2, you gotta ban the Pantheon. You gotta ban the Pantheon.
On red side, we'll get to go something with
Please
it. Instead, however,
ban the Pantheon.
they actually will ban the Pantheon and leave open
Okay.
that Vi
G2
here
fans,
to
you guys can breathe
BLG.
now. Pantheon is banned, Varus is banned, we're good.
Knight is pretty good at Ari.
50이 근데 밴이 돼 있는 상태라.
And they banned the Annie. But is there a way? Like, I just don't feel like there's necessarily a jungler.
I mean, I'm thinking like in Dubai, what would you play here?
The Xinjiao is gone.
Viego?
That you could take away the Ahri here. You know, I don't think you're going for an Ahri Viego lock away.
Aurora?
And then flex Lee Sin to top lane and play
Aurora?
No, please no.
No, talk about the Kindred and the Lee Sin top! What are you talking about?
One of our region's teams
아니
playing that.
리신 탑 얘기하지 말라고요. 아틀리스 저분이 근데 영어 해설자분이 SK 영어 해설을 하시는 분이라서 그 SK 팀에 대한 그게 있습니다. 살짝 조킹을 하는 뼈 아픈 부분을
Yumi is the perfect answer. It's harder for you to then get hit by the cease assist. There we go.
4,
that is not
3.
what they're
Okay,
going to
that's
lock in
wrong.
as actually going to be holding on to that mid lane.
I mean, I think Trundle's way better. I don't think Viego or Lee Sin, these champions are not that good in Dubai.
This is an interesting draft here. While I feel like both of these picks aren't necessarily as highly prioritized as G2 are putting them here, it puts a lot of questions into your mind as BLG as to what the game plan is going to be, and it makes the decisions you make a little bit tougher. Now, they're just going to go for the tier list. They're just going to say, all right, we're going Aurora Rumble. We have the Vi set up. Vi Rumble, so incredibly powerful. And then the Aurora is just going to be a lane bully into almost any matchup there in the mid lane.
Rumble, Aurora, Vi.
They already were prepared. They have the Trundle pick themselves. They can just
Rumble,
lock this one
Aurora,
in. It's considered
Vi.
a counter to the Rumble. But it doesn't mean you're going to get lane prio early.
No, and the two
Broken Blade, the carry is put on Orin duty? Oh no.
The Galio and then the pick away
아니 방금판 하드 캐리 해준 선수한테 오른을 주는 것도 좀 아쉬운데. What if they get Broken Blade Rumble?
But still, I feel like this was a well-orchestrated beginning of the draft here for BLG. An obvious game
Yeah,
plan
BLG
is
is
in there,
completely out drafting right now. 확실히 이지훈 감독님이 조금 누런미가 있나? 지금 완전 말리고 있는 것 같은데 G2가?
They've got a lot of great tools and there's still a lot of flexibility here, but the tier list definitely leans towards BLG. That scale has tipped. The Braum ban can completely, you know, if you don't ban the Braum, it can completely nullify your Ornn, so that one is kind of a must ban in this situation. Decent into the Rel as well. Victor is taken away. I think that's a great scaling mid lane pick that works well with the ornaments later on, so that makes a ton of sense.
You can kind of keep up with the range of the Aurora as well, Deathray, so it does make some sense to
maybe.
I mean, I think the Braum ban is very great.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna
Braum is a very good champion into Ornn, by the way. 오른 궁을 아예 막을 수가 있기 때문에 브라운 반은 브라운 밴 좋고 카르마까지는 이제 바텀까지 주도권이 없어버리면 안 되니까 자르는 것 같은데.
You know, I feel like Misfortune works well with Rel, but I don't think this is the kind of draft where you want to be picking that one up.
Corgi makes sense. Corgi makes sense.
Absolutely.
I wonder if we're gonna see.
It could go either in the mid lane or into Hansama's hands. I think it will probably be Hansama's pick in this scenario. But this is something that BLG
Are we gonna see like a Lucian Nami? I'm thinking maybe not.
Just yet, so Cap's probably wanting to be on a
Kalista or Nata?
As Odia.
Oh, there it is, guys. There it is, the 0-10.
And the Kalista Renata will be locked in here.
영승 10패의 주인공. 0-10. Record-breaking loss.
So much AP damage on the top side.
The last record was like 0-8, I think. 0-8 on the champion. Highest.
No way.
Losses.
LeBlanc, long time no see on this pick.
1승 8패. 근데 그 중에 1승은 캐리아 선수의 1승.
I feel like this LeBlanc
조합 1승 18패. 콤보.
I
think LeBlanc on caps is beautiful. This is exactly what they needed. G2 needed not Victor, not Rise. They needed a big damage priority coming through.
It's not the kind of scaling
LeBlanc did get buffed multiple times throughout the
G2
patches.
I thought we were going to see
after the rework, by the way.
Sure,
리오커 된 이후로 이게 뭔가 르블랑이 안 나오긴 했지만 버프를 알다가도 모르게 계속 버프를 받긴 했거든요, 르블랑이. 실제로는 솔랭 티어에서 막 아제르, 빅토르 뭐 이런 거 안 나오고 르블랑 같은 애들이 많이 나오죠. 물론 솔랭은 아니 프로랑 완전 다르지만. Soluk is completely different than pro play, but you did see the LeBlanc buffs coming through, and we did see a lot of LeBlanc picks. Kinda interesting to see this pick in pro play though. 프로는 아무래도 근데 후반에 가는 쪽이긴 해서 후반 챔프들이 밸류 픽이 더 좋긴 하거든. I'll have to watch this and see how it turns out. I really like this draft from G2 though. Until the end, I was a little bit concerned.
Yeah, she's a magician,
right?
She's like, and this one disappears. But to put it all on the line in this final game 5, this red side counter pick of the LeBlanc was a bit of a shock to me.
I want to see the LeBlanc hyper carry.
Let's go. Pretty significantly out of the meta for quite some time. And she had the visual update, right? So it has the different icons. So like I was expecting that she'd sort of like come back into the meta because like we're gonna play her because now she's changed a little bit, and just wasn't a thing at all. At least definitely not in the LCK, and haven't really seen her internationally either. So Cap's gonna be bringing that one out here. That's why we love
다행이가 트런들 상대로 도망 다녀야 된다고. 트런들은 정말 좀 그러긴 하죠.
Yeah, I mean the only other pick
기둥
I was thinking
세워놓고
about that
막.
maybe would have been strong with their comp, scales pretty well, has good wave clear was the Hui, but you know again not.
다이가 그렇게까지 힘드냐? 그것도 아닌 것 같은데. I don't think Dai's gonna like.
There's a lot more agency, I think, in this LeBlanc. And Caps, man, he has to be the main character of this game. I think if G2 are going to close out the series. I think he's pretty used to being the main
기둥이 큐를 끊는 그런 이상한 그림이 나오지 않으면 괜찮지 않을까?
Certainly happen. As here we go. G2 onto the rift once again. We are finally
한타 시작할 때 퍼센트 나오는 거는 딜량 퍼센트를 얘기하는 것 같은데 저도 잘 오브레이가 좀 굳이 그걸 봐야 되나라는 생각. MSI에서도 솔직히 필요 없는 정보를 좀 주긴 했어. Damage on kills, we don't need to know damage on kills. 킬에 딜을 넣는 킬 딜? 굳이 그걸 봐야 될 이유가 있나?
Yeah, crash down coming on through there. It's the logistics protocol actually picked up from On, so not able to shake anyone's hand right now.
Everyone's
as
just
a
gonna recall anyway.
come on through.
어차피 집 가서 상관없어.
Yeah, Caps is like, you electrocuted my support, but I electrocuted you. Haha, favorable trade in the mid lane, but
Caps has to reset.
Over and takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm like, well, maybe that wasn't quite what was going through his inner monologue at that moment.
Must have been close though.
He's gonna be delayed though. He's gonna be in lane later.
We need to talk about skin
이러면은 르블랑은 라인 좀 늦게 도착하긴 하거든.
Baseball, Trundle, so I'm kind of okay with it. I think that one's
no way they're doing this.
But there's a lot of
what is going on here?
Skins. Traditional Trundle always okay.
They
because
did
you
see
still
it.
Get the Pillar of Filth.
와드에 보였습니다.
A little bit different.
Skewmon?
Good.
Speaking of Skewmon, and we're talking about skins, but let's talk about the pathing here. It does have a lot of vision control set up with this deep ward here, and his
단방은 이거 갈리면은 칼리스 레나타 이거 불편하거든요.
Is here.
I mean, they're gonna be late to lane, but they don't lose any minions, right? So after they grab the minion on their tower, the wave's gonna bounce back, so should be okay. GC's gonna be pretty happy here.
This is kind of crazy as well. G2 actually able to pick up every single minion in the wave because BLG cleared it so fast. So not actually losing out on anything is... Okay, passive already procced from Caps here in the mid lane. Knight continuing his good form, and we know that Aurora, if played aggressively in the mid game, in the mid lane, sorry, can really just stop you from being able to have a good time at all, ever.
Yeah, it's hard for Caps to proc electrocute till he hits level 2 one more time there, and the trade does hit it there. And we'll look for it. We're going to pan away, but we have a small pause here.
Okay. Flamethrowers being exchanged on the top side of the map.
스포 노노라고. 네. 스포 밴입니다. No.
Probably not one that we're going to be,
we don't need to talk about other players and stuff like that in the chat.
Soren,
by the way, I'm just gonna time you out for a little bit.
It's just super powerful, hard to punish, hard to
Try to
kill.
focus on today's match. It's okay to talk about other teams and players,
just
but
have the better wave clear. Can just stand on top of the Ornn and burn him, so you have some prio there. But we'll give you guys an update about this pause as soon as we can, but based on a referee here, it looks like it is something on the BLG side of things.
Yep, Ben looked like he was dealing with something. We have no idea what that was. He was pointing at something on the screen, and hopefully that is going to get resolved pretty quickly. And as we can see here, looks like we are readying up to get this unpaused. So sepia mode really not lasting very long.
포즈하면 내일 내 출근은 누가 책임져? 가서 주무세요. 출근해야 되는 분들은 주무시는 게 좋을. 새벽 2시 다 돼간다. It's almost 2 a.m. in Korea, so I think people need to go sleep by now. So tired? Yo, Dewey, it's gonna be really late in Vietnam as well, right? You're from Vietnam? Go sleep. Tomorrow's a big day as well. Tomorrow's crazy banger games. You have to be awake for that.
Jake did get that one right. And yesterday was a day of not getting a lot of things right. So that was right. So he absolutely.
The keys look neat, yeah. I mean, the whole like key press thing is. I kind of like it.
Well, the face melter might actually come on through here as Broken Blade.
Oh no! Nice flash coming through from Broken Blade. 아니 오늘 Broken Blade 미쳤다니까. Top lane survived. Meanwhile, Knight got ganked like that.
It's like what the hell? That shouldn't have happened. Great knock up here from Broken Blade as well as his army of minions comes on in.
오 잠시만 설마 BLG 이거 진짜?
Continues
Oh
here.
wow, this is kind of bad for them, bro.
And Caps looking for a bit of an
Caps is dying too.
That is so much damage. He
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, I'm scared.
That was the reason why
Knight doesn't have flash
because he has TP advantage, so he wants to get as
oh,
much
nice Q
damage
coming
done
from
as
LeBron.
possible before he just TPs back.
Oh, the flash out is on. Actually, he predicted the flash, but his handshake didn't go long enough.
Yeah.
He needs a longer arm.
Not quite able to make that one happen, but both flashes down here for the G2 bottom lane does not feel great. At least Han Sama
턴낭비
is
크다.
quirky
지금
and
바이
does have
CS.
Valkyrie, but
I feel like sometimes in
Vi
like, the
is
last
so
game of the series,
screwed, bro.
in the deciding match,
She has to
teams decide
invade,
that they're not
but look
gonna
at
play as
Trundle. He's
aggressively,
heading
they're
straight
gonna try and
bot
be
lane, right?
careful, don't wanna make those
트런들
mistakes.
봐봐. 바텀
That's
그냥
not these
바로
teams.
달리고
I mean,
있거든요.
these teams just wanna throw themselves
갈 때가
at
바위가
each
이게
other
상대
throughout
정글밖에
this entire
없죠.
early game.
Caps has this really nice lead because
Really crazy pathing from
somehow
Skewmon.
mysteriously when Knight was on
Gonna be
Raptors, I
up
don't
like
know.
what?
We'll get back to that later.
2
But
caps?
then
3
Caps is able
caps?
to trade with him and then TP back in here, so has a pretty significant.
Oh, he's gonna
advantage.
steal
You can
this,
see
by
how
the
he's
way.
trading here, how aggressively he
이거는
knows he's in
뺏긴다,
control of this
이거.
lane and the wave state that's there. Like Knight is struggling to
He
play
still
the
has smite
game,
advantage,
and Caps is just
but,
chilling. Skewmon here is gonna go. All right, well with all this mid prio and Knight who's
와,
TP
바위
is slashed back
개망했고요.
now. I'm gonna go
바위
in here
wasted so
and
much
start
time
putting the
top
pressure
lane
on
trying to
this
gank his
Raptor
top
camp, and I
laner,
think
so he's
On
actually
will be able to
super
do
behind.
very little to
Because
stop
Skewmon actually
this.
headed straight to his red buff
Over here
and
is
Raptor.
gonna take a Gromp in return,
그러니까 이게 어떻게 된
I
거냐면 반반이 된
suppose, but
다음에
maybe not.
트런들이 본인 레드로 그냥 뛴 거야. 바텀 캠프 먹고. Oh my gosh, BLG is falling apart.
Where are we flashing to?
BLG falling
This is such a
apart.
weird
Oh
start to this game,
my.
and it's not good for BLG. I'll tell you guys.
I
up
would
home.
put it in the cons column, Wolf. I'm going to put that one in the cons column. Cap's going to be able to pick up that kill. He's on 300
G2
health. At
is
least
doing
Bayshon
it?
was able to do some damage back. But I am perplexed about how this
I
game
think G2 is
started.
gonna
I think
do
it's
it,
really
guys.
just a snowball here that happens from the mysterious death, right, of Knight that occurred.
I like it. It's still a mystery.
와
I
이거
mean, he
설마
was all right. I
설마
guess he was trying to put some
정말
pressure on him,
설마?
just got punished there by Skewmon because
근데
Skewmon was able to
조합이
pick up the kill right
좋은데.
there.
Maybe baited by Caps.
But right after that, Caps ends up getting the trade before he TPs and he plays super
럼블
greedy, but gets
오로라
away with it.
바인데요.
Then they get the prior there,
I mean,
gets the
I
trade
really
once
don't
again,
like the
so
Kalista
Skewmon can do
Renata,
anything.
but
So
I mean, it's
Bayshon
doing
feels
okay.
like
It's
he
actually
has to
doing the
cross
best.
map, and so he does. But then gets punished
Out
for it
of all
because
the
it's pretty obvious
BLG
to
team,
G2 what's going on, and once they spot him there,
Bot
there's
lane's
just
actually
no
doing
way
the
for the
move-
Vi to get away.
the best, I think.
So if you look at the gold leads here, I mean, Caps picks up the second kill there onto Bejuan, so he has a pretty significant lead himself, but the lead for Skewmon is massive because he took so much of the jungle away, denied the cross map from Bejuan, so he's 20
I
CS
think
up right
Bin
now.
has to carry
It's like
this.
5 whole camps up, and he is just huge on this Trundle, and this Vi is so significantly behind. So G2 loving this start so far. They really
아
are.
이거 잘 크지 못한 바위가.
Wasn't his best performance, but then he gets onto the incredibly
Ah,
comfortable
Vi is like so behind, but he's trying to make a play top side, and this could easily destroy his top lane as well, like the 2v2 as well. On has W though? The bailout isn't gonna go through? Oh, the bailout timing. 방금 진짜 살만했는데 아쉽다. The W 타이밍이 정말 어렵습니다.
Skewmon and Hans still in position.
Well played by G2.
I think this ends up being
Good
a
counter
relatively
gank by
even
Bayshon
trade. The
and
kill for
turning
the
back, I
Kalista
guess.
feels better than a second kill on the Trundle, but the fact that the Trundle is this
와
big
지금
means
1,000원
it's kind
이상
of okay.
1,100원.
At this point,
1.1k
relatively
gold
even trade.
gap.
They do respect the
Trundle
fact
is
that
up,
Caps
but
was missing. Knight
1.1k.
communicates that to them, and they do back away as we have a bit of a fight here
Level
in
6
the
by the way.
river.
Yeah, Knight coming on through. Oh, that pillar placement was absolutely gorgeous. Skewmon still
Really
wanting
is.
to try and mess
Oh,
with
Caps
this
is
one. Though.
getting
Does have the subjugate available, but it is Caps that's the target.
Massive
He is just
damage going
to
onto
back
the
away
LeBlanc, but
to clear out this mid lane, and I just feel like this game
still
is
because
always
thanks to the
just
kill
a
that
little
LeBlanc
inch away
has,
from a full-on
she's
brawl.
ahead
Absolutely,
in
we're
goal.
constantly walking the tightrope, but
Despite being behind us, yeah. PS 차이가 나도 지금 르블랑이 킬 먹어서 어시까지 먹고 골드를 앞서고 있는 모습.
who has ultimate. And this should just be the Dragon over to G2. They don't end up securing the Raptors away, but Pishon's finally able to farm his camp. He's like, thank God. Yeah, like, look at his player cam there. He's
Game has been paused.
Game has been paused.
Because something was going wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure. We're going to check
Yeah,
out
let's
some
watch this
replays.
again.
So we've got a lot of them. I actually kind of
더블류를 만약에
often don't do
아니
this
근데 이거 어차피 상대가 타이밍 맞춰서 잘 잡아서 더블류 아무리 타이밍을 잘 해도 상대가 안 때리면 그만이라.
Just not quite
Come
able
back,
to get the
shoot.
value.
Yeah, not timed well enough
Shoot
there.
또 쟤네들은 주는 것도
It was a
쟤이지.
kill for Kalista versus a kill for the Trundle there. Target selection a little bit split for G2, but they end up getting the kill anyways.
Do you like K-pop?
And deny the bailout value.
Are you talking about K-pop
right
Demon
now, it feels
Hunters?
like this low econ Vi
Up,
and
up,
the
up,
Aurora that's been put significantly behind is not going to operate the way that BLG wanted them to. BLG by no means aren't able to. It's not like they're in a situation where they can't fight for objectives right now. They're not that far behind. But fighting for Prio is so difficult that they are always going to be behind in the vision game when they're trying
Do
to
you
set
love
up for
the
these
board
big
though?
fights,
Of course we love the
which
board.
gives such an inherent advantage to LeBlanc. The number one thing that LeBlanc wants,
Technical
besides
balls.
money, obviously, and items,
I
is
think
vision
Bin
control. And
Rumble
when you
is
don't know
definitely a
LeBlanc
menace for
she'll pop out and
G2.
kill your support or
Otherwise,
catch you,
so
especially
far
when
so
running a
good,
squishy
no?
support
So
like
far so good.
Renata. Caps is feeling really good about what this mid game is going to look like because they have so much map control. It's going to take a big swing in a team fight here and some injection of gold into these big carries here for the side.
Golden, aka Barnold.
They're not out,
Wait, you're right.
but G2
That would be super funny, like
really
cover
building
songs.
a significant
I wish
jungle
I
lead
could
in
sing.
this
Then
game.
I would actually
Just
make
a
like
little
you
bit of
know,
Prio, and all this
instant.
Caps pick. He's getting
Well, what
value
was
out
their
of the
name
ball
again? But
already.
like long time ago, there was a lot of like parody League of Legends
About the
parody
fact that the
songs.
Vi is such an incredibly important pick.
We could have a
throughout
golden
this
parody
tournament,
song
throughout this
by
patch,
Feviknight.
just in general.
But I can't
And
fucking
it's
sing,
really
sir.
being shut down in a massive way by a
Bart
skipper that
ult.
was being criticized quite heavily. I just want to say, like, really impressed
It's
on
been a
the way
big-
that he's performed towards the end of this series.
It's been a big redemption arc
G2가
for him. I feel
이겼다고
like this
봤다.
tournament has been a big
저도
redemption arc
그
for
조심스럽게
LeBron as well.
G2가 이기지 않을까.
And, you know,
초반에
G2
좀
always
BLG가
able to keep
굴려야
themselves mentally
되는
focused in the face of
오로라.
hardship. Remember that game one loss
칼리
was pretty
레나타.
tragic. You know, you mentioned Skumon. They messed up the
이게
timing
좀
with
많이
the
꼬이기
feather
시작했죠.
pullback and the smite and what felt like
I
an
mean, in the
unlosable
end,
situation
though,
just turned on its head.
Can
and it
Rumble
fell
carry
apart.
this? Yes,
'Cause we
definitely
could've been
Rumble
looking
can
at
carry
2-0
this.
here for G2.
A
It
good
has gone
Renata
just a little
ulti
bit differently,
on top
right?
of Rumble
Because
ulti.
still-
레나타 공이 대박으로 꽂히면은 그 위에 럼블공이랑
So sad and frustrating.
한타 그냥 쓰는 거라서.
Their mental fortitude, they still are
However,
able to stay
Skumon
focused, and we'll see if PLG
completely
can do the
gapping
same, 'cause right
Beitro
now
on this
they need
game.
to.
Very
Well, Lebrov and Hansama down
Very
here towards
crazy
the
to
bottom
watch
side,
this
now
happening.
laning against Bin as the lane swap has occurred.
바이가
It
오른쪽에
will be
너무
taking
시간을
the
많이
damage towards
끌었나라는
top side of the
생각을
map as
하게
the
되는데.
equalizer is going to be employed
That's
to
one
go
of the
throughout
reasons
the
why
tempo
Rumble
back.
is just
Really,
perma,
he's
prio,
got
and pro
touched on
play.
the fact that this
Because if you
Ornn
just have a bad
who's
wave,
laying into a
could
Kalista
possibly
with
get
two
through,
no
or you
magic
wanna go home.
mantles.
You can just ult the wave and reset, right? Ult the
Really
wave
behind. And we could talk
and
often
delete the
about
wave
how
with just one
Ornn
ult.
doesn't need gold that
럼블
much
궁의
because he's gonna get
사기성입니다,
value
저거.
tournaments later.
럼블이
He's a
계속
low
나오는
econ
이유.
champion that could do a lot with his ultimate in team
아
fights.
물론
even if
한타도
he doesn't
좋긴
have
한데
items, but
저기에서
being
그냥
this far
웨이브를 한 번에
behind
그냥
starts
찍
to raise your eyebrows,
긁은
'cause
다음에
this gives such
집에
a
갈 수
free,
있는 턴을.
lane setup here to Elk, who's just going to be pushing into him constantly. Has a lead he already picked up. because
다이브
of
할
that
때도
kill that
웨이브
happened in that
지워버리면
top side
상대가 잘 못하는
skirmish.
경우도 많고.
Wolf, here I just want to.
Hopefully GT doesn't suffer from these
sure,
pauses.
get it
No,
all out.
it's fine.
I really
They're
need
pro
to,
players. I believe in
so
the
we've got a bigger
concentration.
TV here that
Lock in.
we're casting off, so
It's
I
big.
feel like
Although
things
extended
are in a
pauses
lot
can
higher
affect
definition,
pros.
that I'm watching in comparison to maybe the caster monitors that we have back at home. Never really has been an issue, but I have just realized
BLG
that no
Elk,
magic
all left
mantle
alone.
isn't
Renata
addressed.
is on the opposite side of the
I
map.
always kind of
Elk is
thought-
looking very dead.
As now Elk could be in
Oh wow,
trouble.
TP's
Ram
channel,
is
2
gonna
TP
crash
channels.
into him, and he knows to take a little
Only Ornn ulti for 2
Yeah.
TPs.
And why are they
바텀
both
이러면은
capes?
바텀 비는데?
You got a Negatron cloak.
Ball
and
lane is
Nomad
completely
Knight
empty
is two
then.
capes?
Well, I
Why
mean,
are capes so
a
magic
mantle
resistant?
becomes a cloak. He's very resistant to that's.
I thought a mantle was the thing anything that goes above your
Nothing wrong with the
fireplace,
cloaks,
so I didn't think
guys.
that the word had anything to do with what it was.
Atlas.
Capes?
If you're like, oh no, wizard's coming to get me, do you grab your chainmail? No, you grab your cloak. Okay, you grab your mantle.
Oh, that is such a good point.
That is true. That is true.
Like, oh, better grab
Chain
my
Vest isn't gonna
helm.
do anything
And
into
perhaps,
magicians.
You know, I just haven't thought about it very often. But it is just
Casters are starting to get tired, guys. They're yapping about some random shit.
It's
anyway,
not. It was never.
They're rapping about instant lock. Yeah, Hyrule Gaming. You. Oh my gosh, instant lock.
Anyone, right?
No,
it was on the tip of my tongue and I barely remembered it.
I mean, I only told you, so I'm sure no one's going to.
Our very private conversation right now.
G2 굉장히 기분 좋죠. 방금 텔포 2개 다 빼고. G2 is just happy. Getting 2 TPs. They're happy.
He is in the enemy side jungle, right? Like G2 are playing really far up, making sure that they keep on as much pressure as possible.
가장 구간이 그러니까 6렙 딱 찍었을 때 그 바위가 제일 센데. 그래도 이 정도면은 CS 많이 따라잡긴 했는데. No, I actually caught up quite a lot though. Only down like
it's going to get a little bit tougher once that Leandri's is done too to deal with this rumble.
라고 하기에는 CS 20개 차이 10분에 좀 많이 아프다.
You don't have a lot of items just
Never
yet.
mind being down 20 CS
as well,
is like how many camps?
Right back in.
According to my calculation, 20 divided by 4 is 5 camps. So he's around 5 camps down.
It's one of those things where
캠프 한 5개 정도 차이 나는데.
You don't fight, and if the Vi isn't going to be necessarily relevant, but the prio they've gotten from it and how much vision control they've had. I mean, look at the bottom side of the map. Anytime
I mean, the damage is coming through from Aurora.
If he isn't showing, they know he's
But not enough for Caps to actually get pushed off the lane.
Bottom side of the map right now.
The process of elimination, it is very powerful.
Like the 1 level lead, the full level lead, has now decreased to like a half level lead or a 3rd level lead here for Skumon.
Triforce completed by Trundle here. Trundle completed
control the map. The Drake spawns in 70 seconds here, and that is going to be.
잘못하다가 이거 바위 난리 나거든요.
That was almost a worry.
Trundle is scary.
Some of the mobility is going to be available there as the chain is not going to get the snares.
Scary.
You can see Caps bouncing back. Did employ the ultimate.
I am fucking scared.
Fucking one of the lowest cooldown ultimates in the game.
Knight
that is
still low.
Yeah, exactly right. Labrov making his way in, and
what an engage from Labrov! And even if he got off, I think he would have died to Caps. Caps had ulti, so.
Yeah, just not able to quickly flash his
Caps
way out
didn't
of
have
that one.
ulti, but anyway.
Unfortunately, good combo there. The Trundle that's so huge that has, the second completed item here for the side of G2 next to the companion that Caps has picked up is just so big. Yeah,
hey chat,
just gonna chomp
do you think G2's gonna do it?
Out of the game.
Is it happening?
And now Caps has full control of mid, and they could just turn this into a dragon take, but they're gonna get plates first. 20 seconds until that Infernal spawns.
Oh my goodness, well, there's the equalizer
down. Skumon has a nice flash out. Baseman flashes as well.
To a crisp. And with the chains, that is going to deny any
와 이거 진짜 럼블 회전의 플레이인데 럼블 궁.
Like you were talking about Caps, looking for that
Caps!
on Beishwan.
Oh, he tagged him and he came back. Caps is just going. He's gonna run away, isn't he?
It is going to be absolutely fine.
Oh well, On actually has a pretty nice ult. Skumon no flash. Oh, that's huge. That is huge. That is humongous. 방금은 G2가 근데 좋은 플레이를 했는데. 용까지 보낸 건 에바였다. Good play from G2, but they overstayed their welcome and they literally tried to do one more thing, which is the dragon, but can't really do that.
Broken Blade didn't have TP, but is getting a lot of push in that top lane.
Kalista 질 아픈데? Kalista's actually kind of strong.
Cross map here, a few plates picked up for the Ornn. But so much was used there by Caps and G2 to secure that kill on the Bejuan that they couldn't really continue to
그러니까 이게 턴을 너무 길게 잡아놓으니까 미드에 이미 턴을 쓴 상태. I keep saying a League of Legends turn-based game, you do a pause and play in the mid lane. You're like, oh my god, that Trundle's played so well, the Caps went in and killed the Vi. But then you try to do another play, like you already used your turn, now it's enemy turn, you have to kind of respect the enemy turn, despite being ahead, despite Trundle being super ahead, right? 그러니까 이미 여기 미드에서 이게 턴이야. G2의 턴을 해가지고 좋은 플레이가 나오는데 거기에서 욕심을 부려서 용까지 본다? 그거는 너무 턴 욕심을 너무 부리는 거야. 확실히 이게 BLG도 만만치 않다. 그냥 I mean, this play is just super well played by Caps, by the way. Goes back to his...
Very clean play.
What is this thing? They're praying. And then Caps tried to go back in and help Skumon, but at this point, I think he should just left. 여기에서 트런들 죽는 거 봐주지 말고 다 그냥 도망을 갔어야 됐을 때. 캡스 선수도 만약에 사람을 정글 쪽으로 도망갔으면 그 살았거든.
It was a great win, it was a big win, it was cool, it was a kill, it was a big LeBlanc moment, but the bigger picture here is BLG take the objective and take a kill back.
Oh, Rumble's getting collapsed on though. Bin, no flash, that. bad. 하지만 또 이제 달크 럼블 또 끊어버렸고요. They're gonna actually just rotate onto the Herald. Bin does have TP. No fucking way they're forcing on the Vi. Oh, he's just dead. Okay, but nice. Oh, Skewman no flashes that. 이게 또 이렇게 비벼지네. 뭔가 잘 큰 트런들 2번 연속 잘리는 느낌이긴 하거든. Problem is the Trundle is kind of fast, Vi isn't, so like, yeah, you did kill the Vi and got the tower, but Trundle dying? Not really what you want to see from a fed Trundle. When you're fed, your death actually matters a lot because number one, you have shutdown gold on top of your head. Number two, the most fed member on your team is yourself, so when you're dead, your team loses a lot of power. So they're actually going to go for this. BLG actually...
I didn't think it was a jellyfish
ever.
ever.
There is no word though, so I don't think G2 actually knows.
But he's going to be building into that.
와, 이거 이렇게 해가지고 전령이 BS 쪽으로 갔다고?
Over here to the side of BLG. We'll see how they utilize it. We'll go
그러니까 여기서 럼블 잡은 것까지 좋은데 타워까지 미는 거 하다가 이제 또 비벼지는 거. 근데 이렇다고 뭐 잡았는데 타워를 안 민다? 이것도 아깝잖아. 그러니까 저는 이래가지고 I don't know. They're trying to push tower here, and then they're like, okay, let's dive again. 다이브 한 턴 더 본다? 타워를 한다? 텔포 이제 와가지고 쓸리는 그래. No way, no. Look at that, finish that. Look at that. Good boy! Good boy. Well played by Broken Blade. Good TP. I mean, Herald has been secured, and Vi is holding on to the Herald. However, On is getting caught again. does have ulti. No, he doesn't. 칼리스타가 궁이 없었구나. 어쩐지 칼리스타 궁 안 사용해줘 했는데. He did use ulti topside during the top fight.
Turret to a split pushing Ornn.
Oh, very dangerous.
I mean, the Ornn lead is starting to become very real. Like, he's cresting nearly
Kalista
1,000
is
gold
holding
advantage
too, yeah.
over his lane opposition here in the Rumble, and Bin has been focused.
I mean,
he's
so
been
far
targeted.
Kalista is performing very well there.
I mean, this is just a huge problem
very
here. Look
good
at the gold lead. Yeah, there was that big dent after the disaster that happened bottom lane for G2, but they just bounced back and continue to put that pressure on. This wild card pick of the LeBlanc.
Crazy, the gold
we didn't doubt it because we know it's
isn't
Caps.
actually
we know what he's capable of.
too far apart, right? We're seeing like a 2k gold lead coming through for BLG.
Control, how well he played around Skewmon, how strong
No gold
the counter jungle was.
G2.
The
lead for
trapping of
G2.
Knight, right? Oh, that snowball with the teleport
and
take
gap
away,
happening.
the kill they get there.
BLG.
It's just been kind of this domino effect that's given G2.
But considering how the early game panned out, 2k,
even this mid-turret
not
down that
the
they
worst.
dented earlier. And I mean, the gold lead just gets bigger and bigger. Looks like it might not quite go down just yet.
Yeah, Valkyrie going to come on through here as the Fate Soul is going to be the attempt.
Nobody's there.
But now LeBron
Vi
in
is hella
perfect
far.
position. They managed to get this.
Elk is going crazy.
In a great spot.
아니 잠시만 이거 근데 그 트런들.
Because he just pulls all the sticks.
Wait, the curse on the Kalista is lifting, guys. 아니 그 트런들이 플래시 딱. He literally flashed forward and bite him. Not enough damage. 와 이거 설마 이거 칼리스타가. That's 2 towers. That's 2 towers. There goes the gold lead. Gold lead completely gone, and it's gonna be also leading into Dragon because Skewmon is gonna spawn in 7 seconds. 바텀 따가지고 밀렸다 이렇게 되면. What the hell happened to G2, my guy? What happened? How is On literally just not dead? Eric's just jumping. But let's rewatch that 5 minutes. Like, what was that? What the hell just happened, huh? My eye.
Like you said,
I think I went into the quantum realm or something. I was like a quantum realm 100%.
We are going to check out this
Look at
fight
that.
a little bit beforehand. This is like he is so incredibly
아니 너무 혼자 들어가는 거 아니야? 라고 했는데 they were like going in alone. I was like, what? On just had insane ulti. Oh my. Hanzama, you should have just flash buried into the. 아니 저 칼리스타한테 그냥 막 쿨키가 앞으로 가야 되지 않았을까라는 생각이 들면서. What do you mean, G2?
He's just like, I'm gonna maximize my DPS. I got my support here, and it doesn't matter if my first target gets away.
How do you throw this lead like this? I mean, they're still ahead, but 400 goals is pretty much nothing.
You know, you do want to try and at least get something back in those moments, but it doesn't quite work out as Otacon has already been started. Skewmon is just smacking it.
Let's go, G2.
And now they're going to look for the turn. The Ram coming on through here as the knockoff is only going to be used onto Bin because they didn't need it for the top side of the fight. The equalizer goes down, but Bin not quite getting the value.
Elk wasn't even there in the fight. On?
And G2 drawing first blood in the fight
Is
now,
on?
looking for another one. The
Go
three-man on that Magnet
Oh,
Storm is
Beitwan got caught out. There it is. There it is. Otacon secured for G2. I don't think they can contest it. 아니, BLG는 근데 이길 수 있는데요. 잘 큰 게 칼리스타이기 때문에 칼리스타가 없는데 저기에서 앞에서 그 들대면 안 되는 부분인가. 칼리스타 위치를 놓칠 리는 없을 것 같고. 좀 아쉬운 부분이네. And they can watch this again, by the way. Look at this. Oh man. Look at that. Caps.
And then they're just so split up. Like, yes, the Aurora is going to show up here to try to bail out this fight, but it's just too late. Can't actually get in. And then they look for the turn here with the Magnet Storm.
Caps
and it's
is
just
looking.
a flash from Knight out. Vi goes down. And it's a huge win, not only in kills, but also, as you mentioned, the Otacon going
Beautiful
over
gameplay from
27
Caps.
pedals to 12. The numbers here and experience are starting to stack up, which is so valuable for an Ornn who wants to get those ornaments as quickly as possible.
It's starting to look grim for BLG.
That's not addressed, by the way.
Is it over yet? Not really. 고기 앞에서는 진짜 huge. 근데 골드 차이가 또 아직도 보면은 엄청 많이 나는 것도 아니긴 해요. 뭔가 신기한 부분. 뭔가 잘 안 굴러가. 왜 이렇게 안 굴러가지?
Scientists are still
the
trying to
snowball is
figure
not
out
happening.
It's a gotcha claw. I think that's what it is, as we can see. Like,
It
you can
feels
see
like
there.
G2 should be around 4K, 5K ahead at this point, but
I
they're
think
not.
that can be confirmed. That one
So
I'm not
we don't
silly.
actually know what's
It's a
going on.
utility belt, but I don't know.
And Triforce is obviously a misbuilt fan. As G2 do get the knockout
Engaging
here
on, probably not the target you want to get. Beach not to flash though. Bin's here, they want to engage like really hard. Skewmon is fine.
Caps goes in, gets a distortion over everyone, and look at them. They're all grouped up in G2, turning their own situation
mixing
against
skill
them.
shots.
As
Oh
the
no.
Magnastorm only
Elk
onto
is
one
getting
isn't
focused.
necessarily what they want, but it's Elk who
W's.
has to use a fair bit to try
They're
and
so
get
low!
it
Everybody's so low! 둘 다 너무.
on the rift.
Oh my gosh, they're so low at each other.
So close to having an incredible bailout
Oh,
moment there.
everyone
I mean,
just
they have the
lived.
flash
That's
up for sure. He
great.
goes in and looks
다
for the reset
살았어.
there, but they are too timid to do it.
No
Out
flash
of
and
the line,
Corky
so
now though.
split
Corky and
up.
Orange Flash
And the Ornn
and
there cuts
Spy Flash.
BLG in half, even though it doesn't
And we're
secure
not
a kill. Caps goes in. You don't think about LeBlanc's
On just
distortion as a
flashing
big
forward,
AoE
completely whiffing his
damage
skill
ability,
shot.
but in moments like this, when
That's
everyone's
okay
so
though.
packed up in that tight ball in a choke point,
Just like me,
actually
for
ends up
real.
doing a big amount of work there. It was a very close call there for G2.
I do that all the time.
And Elk running
You guys-
amok. That could have
you guys
actually
probably do
gone
it too. It
disastrously and
happens.
given BLG back the lead. They are just narrowly able to
IP
escape.
8명.
However, still a significant
까딱하다가는
lead
진짜
here for
펜타키
Elk,
각이었는데.
1,300 on
까비요.
this Callista pick. That's going to have a little bit of longevity in this game, but man, G2 just will not give away map control. They have all this pressure every single time there's a neutral
그러니까
objective.
주차 때문에
setting
이거
up, they're like, all right,
다들
we're going to get vision around it. We're going to
선수들
push it
다
away.
힘들 것
We're going to
같아.
take those jungle caps. Cap's
그래도
going to take a back
집중해야지.
timing here.
황금이 이게.
As his
어?
death cap picks up, the arm guard can TP in if he needs to, but I think he's
16만
got just
달러,
enough time
여기서
to walk
이기면.
over with 10 seconds to spare.
If
And
you win
this
your
may be the last stand here for
$160,000
BLG if they get wiped on this
secured.
fight, which is, by the way, just for a second Chemtech
No
break
joke,
here for
by the way.
G2. They should not overextend
Okay,
into
on getting
this.
caught out yet again.
The Mana Zane actually completed here
There
as
is
well.
a Callista
Just
ulti
in the
though.
nick of time,
Callista가
as
궁을
Ornn is
쓰면
taking
되긴
so
하는데.
low. Fate's Call going to be used though, and we'll see whether BLG can get the turnaround as they do decide to throw him in on top of Broken Blade, and the bailout does absolutely nothing.
That is over, guys. BLG is going home. Push mid or get Baron.
finals.
I mean, it looks like they really are. And I said, you know, it's just a second.
Wait, Calcer just cursed him though. They haven't technically won yet. But I'm not gonna lie, that ult from Kalista has been very delayed. 할리 궁이 너무 오래 걸리지 않았나 라는 생각이 하면서 레나타가 과연 저기에서 먼저 물리는 게 맞나 라는 생각이 또 들면서 We need to see the Rumble ult on top of the Renata ult. Renata has 벌써 ulti? 레나타 궁이 쫙 가면서 그 위에 럼블궁이 같이 깔리면서 서로 그냥 럼블궁 위에서 서로 막 치고 있어. 뭔지 알지? 그 각이 나오면은 진짜 BLG가 이긴다니까? I mean, Renata just has to stand in the back and look for an ult angle. 저 앞에서 막 포킹하는 그런 용도가 아니라 뒤에서 궁각을 잘 봤으면 로지스가 What is this? What do you mean? 저런 한 번씩 저러는데 이거 또 이러네.
I think
BLG is going home, guys. I don't know if they're gonna be. Oh, Labrov is just smiling at he knows. Suck up. I don't even think Labrov is like playing that bad, but like, is he playing that good? I don't know.
And G2 going from good to good. And that's
I think On is just having a terrible slump. It happens though.
They can head over there. Maybe not wanting to go for any sort of 50-50s. I know you say it's not a 50-50 because the jungle is dead, but Knight's alive.
Baron, yup it is. Jungle's just such. Beachron is just having the worst game of his life as well. This fight is struggling.
Gets off towards the side. Knight is discovered by the LeBlanc as the On is going to get so much CC down.
Oh, they're turning and Bin has to run. Okay,
flashes
wrong.
out of the way of the buttons that Knight is trying to put
Where's
down.
that? Knight is as well. It's absolute stomp at this point. G2 doesn't even need to do Baron. 바론 할 필요도 없긴 해 근데 G2. G2 can just go home, grab items, and then maybe they're gonna redo Baron here. Okay. Cap's gonna TP here. 집 갔다가 템 사고 Marbadons and Seeker's arm guard completed. 여기에서 과연 바이가 킬할 수 있을까? Bai can maybe go for a steal angle? Oh my god, that's crazy.
This is getting a little bit messy now as the CC comes in. Beishwan is going to take the exit. And now
Beachron 10 HP? He's gonna die to Red Bull. No, he died to Corgi! No, Beachron! What do we?
On the control ward and they take down
okay,
the Baron. G2
he's not gonna be running.
into his base, I think, and look to try and take down at least an inhibitor turret. Phenomenal pillages there as we saw as G2 looking to just clean up the scraps.
I mean, these are some I don't even know. G2 is just a better team, I think. They're legit a better team. It's not just one person, guys. Everybody on BLG look confused at this point. 아니 갑자기 잘하다가 갑자기 바텀에서 너무 아쉬운걸? 칼리스타 합류한 상태로 나왔으면 어땠으면 I mean, Kalista has a 0-11 record now, guys. Including MSI. 칼리스타는 그냥 저주 받은 게 맞다. 이번은 근데 칼리의 잘못은 아니고요. 근데 졌잖아? 결국은 진 게 중요하지 않을까. I mean, this one's over, guys. They're just gonna force end. GG. Congrats to G2 for advancing. Holy what? They went from a completely ending MSI, getting eliminated.
Vengeance is sweet for G2. And it all
losing
just came
to
together
FlyQuest NA team getting eliminated. They come to MSI, they come to EWC and now they beat LPL. They've never beat BLG before. BLG 상대로 톱스.
A big bounce back for the team that struggled to secure those objectives in game 1.
Congrats, G2! Congrats to you!
Game 2, and arguably
my
an
region
even more one-sided game 3 to
feels
move to
strong
knockouts
now.
and change the narrative here for 2025. And G2
EU. Let's go G2. I actually thought G2 would actually beat BLG. Then I sold the first game and I sold G2 during the lead. I was like, oh.
Still yet to play is thankfully Fancy is alongside with BB because
somehow
I think
G2
that he
pulls
is
it
MVP
back.
of the day.
G2 pulls
This
it
guy
back.
on the jacks, absolutely outstanding, and then backs that up with that kind of on performance. My God.
Bordeaux gang. What do you mean Bordeaux gang?
Much like he did to
Bordeaux family,
today.
Bordeaux
So
family.
Fancy, take it away.
The revenge has been successful.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. G2 have finally done it. They were able to break BLG's curse after 2 years of losing.
BB.
Oh my God, BB, there's so much to talk about. Let me start first with game 2. You had a statement performance. Walk us through what happened.
You know,
캡스 웃는 거 보니 좋다고.
I had to prove myself and I had a great chance.
People
here
were
at
saying
EWC,
like, oh,
so
Broken
I
Blade
took
needs
it,
to
you
be
know, I wanted
benched.
to redeem myself.
Broken Blade needs to leave
Absolutely
the team.
you
Blah
did.
blah
That
blah.
happened for sure.
Are you sure, guys?
I do
Look at
wanna
this guy.
ask,
He's solo bowling on bin.
Everyone was looking at LCK and LPL teams, and everyone was underestimating EU.
BB is greater than
what do you
B.
like to
That's
say to
true.
them right now?
BB has 2B.
I mean, we're still the underdogs coming from MSI, you know, but we have to be respected, of course, right? We just beat LPL. I'm very excited for what's to come, but we have to stay humble for now, you know, and take it as it is, you know.
Absolutely. Well, you are 2 steps away from claiming this trophy and winning an international
뭔가 인터뷰
event.
하시는 분이
Do you
키가
think that
크신데?
this is the G2 version that can win the whole thing?
Yeah,
BB's so
100%,
humble, yeah.
We all believe it, you know, we ride with the wave. I think we found a very good recipe on winning the games, you know. So I'm
Let him do it against not BLG who likes to throw every other game. Okay, yo. Let them enjoy the victory, okay?
Any team
We gotta congratulate them. They won. That's what matters.
Absolutely. Well, the good thing about Esports World Cup is that when you win an elimination match,
We'll see how they
you
do into
get to
Genji.
crush
It's looking
your
kinda rough,
opponent's key. Just tell me how you feel right now.
It's gonna be my first time, so I'm looking forward for it.
All right.
Am I doing it?
Yeah, absolutely you're doing it. Let's go to the key crush machine and just
Oh, there it is.
you know that you
Broken
have
Blade's
just
gonna do it.
guaranteed a
Broken Blade.
$160,000 in the bag. So I'll just let you have this moment for yourself.
두근두근, 두근두근. 오. My fingers are getting tired. Oh my gosh, LPL is. Oh, 감사합니다. Thank you very much. What? BLG? 오, 박살. 뽀각. Broken 2. Oh man. Shojali, thanks for the 1.99. One of my customers wanted to tip you. Thank you. The way you are putting my stream on the way, Shoji. Really appreciate it. Say hi to your customers for me.
It was the reverse sweep.
Hope you're
A
enjoying
2-1 victory
Hi.
for G2 to the joy, pure joy to everyone inside the STC arena wearing the G2 colors. And it has to feel good. We had the chance to sit down with Broken Blade in
That's
the
it,
studio
guys, for today. I
earlier,
think that's it.
and it was his goal to defeat an
Oh,
LPL
what?
squad. Standing
How happy
right
would you be
now
as a G2
with
fan in the
one
stadium
of the
there?
members from the LPL squad is Kitty. Take
와,
it away.
G2 팬들 너무 좋겠다, 근데.
G2 finally find their revenge at an
Oh
international
no,
stage
losers
by my side,
interview.
BLG ELG. So I know that
What
you
do
guys
you
have had a
mean?
very long rivalry for 2 years
이거는
now.
근데-
Unfortunately, you guys fell short. So what went wrong today?
我知道你们和 G2 其实是有非常长的一段交手的时间的，然后今天很可惜输掉了比赛。你觉得是什么出了问题呢？
就是以比赛内容来说的话，就是我们打得没有对面好吧。
I just think that we don't play that well comparing to G2.
And I do want to talk about the Game 3 draft. So we saw that you guys decided to go with the Kalista Renata, and ever since the start of MSI till now, the second international that we've seen in the past few months, Kalista Renata has had a lot of controversy around this bot lane duo. So why did you decide to go with this champion duo?
我们想聊一下第3场的这个 BP 选择。我们注意到你选择了
칼리스를 왜
和
했냐?
列娜塔这个组合。从 MSI 开始的时候，其实这
그런
个组
질문을
合
하고
就
있네요.
饱受争议，
So they're
然后
asking
一直
why did you pick
很
Kalista
难拿下一个
with
胜局吧。然后你在
terrible
这个
MSI
BP 上面
record?
是怎么想的呢？
首先我觉得我们整体阵容在4、5楼能够选出卡列，然后就是以2边阵容来说，卡列肯定是当时的最优解吧。然后胜率的话，其实我倒觉得就还好嘛。然后但是因为我们在第3局的比赛内容其实就是比较差吧，所以说导致输掉游戏。
I do think that composition of Kalista and Renata doesn't really matter during this match, and I do think that it's a good pick when we were choosing the meta for this particular match.
이번 판은 칼리르나타 그렇게 나쁘지
during
않은데.
the game itself.
The Kalista
근데 인게임 문제가
continues,
있었다.
and there are a lot of BLG fans.
근데 이번 판은 진짜 칼리르나타 괜찮은데라고 생각이 들 정도로 럼블궁이랑 같이 해서
只是可能比较可惜，但是其实现场有非常多的 BLG 粉丝，你有没有想跟他们说的？
就是我觉得比较可惜吧，因为我们以这样的一场比赛，然后输掉这一次。
Trundle keeps reminding me that Trundle completely dismantled that pathing from Skewmon the early game was crazy. And Vi wasting time top lane to gank Orin was not. You should never do that. Honestly. Especially when you're getting parallel jungle like that.
I do want to say thank you to all my fans.
No, BLG fans, it's okay though.
To actually lose and stop right here
BLG.
EWC.
It's okay. They have to literally go back and just literally look over all these matches and talk about it, honestly. Same thing goes for Hana and all these other teams that lost. Like, lots to discuss, lots to talk about. Like,
and Cheryl for the translation. Elk, again, the goals for BLG were getting back to the mountaintop like they did in the World Finals in 2024. They fall short, though, after a resurgent G2 finds some answers.
your own jacket says no. I just realized that. Someone mentioned it in the chat, but why does it say no? Maybe it's like a countless like reverse.
For BLG, and just like in this clip here, just not able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly was not On's day. Here, it looked like he got caught, and then,
Meteor's
has
just
been that controversial pick. Not only having a low
Hey, I already
win rate,
criticized
having
On's
no
gameplay
win rate,
today,
has not won
Meteor.
a single game
Okay,
from
I think
MSI
maybe we
till
can call it
now,
a day for
especially
now,
with the
guys.
Renata pairing.
That's gonna be it for
And
me
it looked
today
like,
for co-stream.
okay,
Thank you so much
my
for watching.
support is a little
That's
prone
it
to
for the
getting
matches
caught.
today.
I'll
You guys
wait
can
for
come
Kalista
back
to pull
tomorrow.
out,
T1 and
and that
Genji
didn't
plays
last
tomorrow.
long.
So
He
you guys
went right
wanna
back in. His ult wasn't even
come
up,
hang out
so
and watch for that. Make sure to
kinda
drop a
rough for
follow or
BLG,
subscribe
not gonna lie.
to
Yeah,
the
strong
channel.
emphasis
다들
there on
팔로우,
the gameplay,
구독
not
다들 부탁드리고
necessarily
내일
the draft
빅경기 때문에
by Elk.
내일
BLG
6시.
will head back on over
So same
to
time
the
tomorrow,
LPL
same
in
as
the
today and
upper
yesterday.
group
So
and try to make their
catch you
way
guys then.
back
Have a
onto
good rest of the
Worlds, their
night,
next
evening, morning,
opportunity for
afternoon, day,
international
whatever
play.
time
But
it is
here
in
they
country.
finish in
Bye.
the quarterfinals, the 8 through 5 slot.
Goodbye,
And for
Yuval.
G2
Goodbye.
and Finn. All right, one more time. We gotta get the zoom here